to it. There's a lot of people that like $5 bills, each them, print hundreds on them. But
thank you so much for your patience. How's your day going?
It's going good, man. It's going good.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more content archived on the internet than any person in global history. I do so because I don't want war anywhere anymore. I also am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obamasonic Penny. It's worth about $100 million right now. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the Lifestyle program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How's that sound?
Oh, that sounds good, man.
Excellent. I also...
Very interesting.
Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah.
All right, well, that's essentially what my life is. I recognize that the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that comes to fruition, I'm going to make you, all your friends, all your family, very wealthy individuals. I'm going to make sure that you have, if you want, intergenerational wealth. I want you to be able to help pay off any kind of debt that you or anyone you know may have, and just essentially be able to then start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Yeah, well, that sounds good, man. Very nice.
Excellent. This is a timeline.
I think that's good, man.
Excellent. This is a timeline or a time capsule of human existence. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I was live streaming the day that ChatGPT launched, November 20th, 2022. I was live streaming before then. I live streamed every day essentially after then. I'm live on not just one stream, not just this one, but as you can tell, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. So every stream that I have is multiplied. I'm also live on Twitch, Rumble, YouNow, Trovo, quite a few different other platforms. And I do so to be uncancelable. So if for one reason or another somebody doesn't like what I do, it's going to be very difficult to scrub me completely from the internet. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And when the right people see what I'm doing, and I also create robots to be able to promote myself, and one of these days somebody's going to see what I'm doing and say, hey, this is really interesting. It's going to go viral. It's going to change the world. I talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in the mainstream. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made headlines recently with their dire wolf. They have created multiple dire wolves now. They also have on their agenda by the year 2028 or within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing project. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they have plans to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think it's amazing that science has advanced to this point, and I love being able to archive it. Additionally, I talk about things like life extension technology. This is all with your consent, Pecos, but if you want, you'll be able to, and I'll be able to fund life extension technology for you and those around you, those people that you love. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, and other things to be able to extend your life from age 80 as the average life expectancy to age 100, 120. But then at 120 or so, your body may start to break down and you may say, Rabbi, what's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, we'll be able to utilize a type of technology, perhaps known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI. Remember, every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be.
Yo, Rabbi, my nigga.
What up, baby?
Hey, bro.
What up?
What up, sugar bones? You that little stinking juice? You good, bro?
Yeah, I'm
How
fine.
you doing?
So,
Don't ban me, bro. Don't ban me. That's racist. Come on, man. We all have different point of view.
essentially what
You know
I'm...
what I mean? I'm coming here to chat to you, man.
Okay, that's fine, but you're going to have to be kind. You can't just come and stop talking like that. I don't care who you are or what you want to talk about. You have to recognize I'm in the middle of speaking with someone. So for the time being, you're going to be quiet. And then when I feel that you've been quiet for long enough, I'd love to have a discussion with you. Pecos, what are your thoughts on all that science and technology I just mentioned?
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. You're Jewish, right?
Absolutely.
I have a question, right? Because I'm like new. I've been like researching recently, and I saw some like verses. Are you familiar with the Talmud?
Yep. Any questions, though, that you have on religion or politics, I'm going to ask that you put in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. So you can ask me any question that you want on religion or politics, Talmud, Torah, whatever you wish, but I'm going to ask that you ask it in the Ask Rabbi Anything section.
So can you not explain like the verse where it says a man who engaged in intercourse with a girl less than 2 years of age has done nothing? Because I think it's a little crazy.
Sure, I understand. Again, ask that question in the Ask Rabbi Anything section, and I'll answer it when I have time.
All right.
If you want to
It's
briefly...
also like possible maybe that like 690 I'm reaching out because I think he's a good person that he maybe like introduced himself a little wrong.
Sure, absolutely. He's been unmuted.
Yo, why was it so muted, Rabbi? What the fuck, man?
As I explained, you were server muted.
You said you called me baby, bro. Well, you know, you had that, like, you know, you wanted to tickle my balls, I wanted to tickle yours, man. Like, come on, man.
No, I was just in the middle of saying something, and you came in and rudely interrupted, and I wanted to be able to continue what I was saying until I had finished. I finished now. Now you can say what you'd like. Welcome, 69. How are you?
Bro, can you stand up, please, bro, and just jump?
No, I'm not here to entertain you. I'm watching a podcast right now. You can feel free to watch it if you'd like. If you have any other questions that you have, I'll answer anything we have in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. It's right above this. It's on the left side. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, is it
different watermarks. But I wanted to make them from scratch. Basically, I started doing it a little bit when I was at 19. I made some money and then just stopped. I didn't want to get caught. So back when I moved to Knoxville, I got myself in a desperate financial situation. I knew I could fall back on it, and I decided to do something. They were really good at it. When you first did it, did you more so you doing it specifically just because you needed to make money, or were you doing it like, hey, let me see, like, this, if I could do this, like, this will be fun to try? Or was it just desperation? Well, I mean, at first it was desperation, like the first. And then, so my plan was to kind of like, make these hundreds, kind of sell them to people I knew for 25 cents on the dollar. So if I would sell $10,000, and that was kind of my original plan, was to just do that a few times to make enough money to get me a new house. After I did it, one of a buddy of mine that I worked with at that sign company ended up being like a really large drug, which I didn't even know. I went over to his house one day. Like, I knew he was maybe a little bit dope, but I went over to his house one day. Heroin, cocaine, all that stuff. So basically, I gave him the idea. I'm like, listen, make these bills, and if you want to free up, man, so then free up supply, you can throw some of these in there. So we kind of did that as like a trial run. We went through Atlanta, bought, I'm not sure. Everything went fine, so started kind of perfecting the hundreds. I found that basically the best paper to use for sandwiching two sheets together is fiber paper. Really, really thin and opaque, to where you could print the front of a bill, the back of a bill, and then on the back of the back, print a strip and a watermark. And then mist on a little bit of Gorilla Glue spray, squeegee them together. I had a piece of glass with LED lights behind it, so you could see through the bills, line everything up. Squeegee them together, and then I found the counterfeit pens are a chemical reaction. So when you test a bill, it's an iodine-based ink. So the iodine and the ink reacts to the starch in the paper, which turns it black. So real money, it stays yellow. Counterfeit is black. So I figured out that spraying the bills with a lacquer spray, it's basically like a clear spray pen, a matte lacquer, basically created a barrier, and prevented the chemical reaction. So, and I tweak things here and there and find different methods that work significantly well. Once you glue the bills together, spray a thick coat first to make sure that the counterfeit pens don't react to the starch in the paper, and then let that dry, and then spray another coat at a distance, kind of mists on and it's texture. Basically, and I sometimes iron the bills just a little bit to make them nice and crispy and pretty. And I found this iridescent green eyeshadow, which is basically just a color shift in pigment, so to make it. And I could take like a shader pen, which is an invisible ink pen, and dip it in the eyeshadow, color on little color shifts under it. And there was they got invisible ink UV pens, which basically marketed to like little girl diaries, writing diaries, never read it, and shine black light. So I found those in red ink. So I take a ruler over where the strip is and draw a line. That way, if anybody put the bills in black ink, the strip would be below red. So I knew, with all those features, there's really no way that anyone could work it. They suspect these marks with pens. Got the strip and the watermark in it, color in it, flows in the background. The only way that really you can tell is if you put it in a machine to check the metal. They'll validate it. Money counters at banks. So by the time the bills hit the bank was just cut in their face at that point.
A week later, nobody on the street.
No, I've had bankers. One time I went to a Chinese food restaurant. Went to break it. It was this little old Chinese woman. She was holding it up, and she wasn't sure. So she one of her regular customers was a banker. He was sitting with her. So he's like, "Oh, is this bill real?" And gave it to him, and he said it was real. I've had drug dealer. One drug dealer, I gave him the bill and told him that they were fake. Buying these, he didn't believe it. Once they market it, everybody just markets the pen. Holds it up to look for a strip or a watermark. You know what I mean?
What does that actually do when they mark them with the pen?
Basically, it's ink in the pen that's iodine. That iodine reacts with starch. So all paper is treated with starch, except for currency. So if you mark any regular paper, it'll mark black. Real money doesn't. So it stays together. So it's just a way to, pennies to protect the counterfeit currency. But like I said, I would spray my nose with black. Yeah, so when you go to mark the paper, you're really not touching the paper. So the clear coat of black separate.
It seems like a very intricate process, and a long process. How, when you started doing this at scale, thousands and thousands of dollars, you can imagine how would your process change? Do you use Bible paper and stuff?
And the hardest part was acquiring the Bible paper. I had to take road trips all up the East Coast, pretty much. Go to cities, bookstores, without blank pages. A Bible has anywhere from 3 to 20 blank pages in the back. So, you go into a Barnes & Noble bookstore, open the Bible, raise your hand, cut the same way do that over and over again. So say if there's 5 blank pages in the Bible, and you're in a bookstore with 100 Bibles, it's 500 pages. But it got to the point where eventually I already knew Knoxville, Chattanooga, Atlanta, Lexington, Cleveland. Yeah, so I was basically selling. I wanted to just sell these books
and not use them.
No, I did. I was nervous, you know what I mean? I knew, I would constantly, analyze these bills, trying to make it better. You know what I mean? But if you try to get in your head, one day, they can look good, you sit there and look at it all day, every day, one day,
You're paying attention to the fine details.
exactly.
You see everything that's wrong with that.
So, the first time I went, I think, for whatever reason, through the malls, walked into a Taco Bell, headed up, moved, Catholic, no problem. It kind of started doing more shopping sprees, you know what I mean? You hit up a couple more places, they take it, no problem. Every other time, they use the market with pens, a couple people sometimes would, analyze it a little bit, but every feature is pretty perfect. I changed all the serial numbers on each bill, that way never had more than one bill with the same serial number. So, and there's different ways to do it without parking lot over here. Just so no cameras in the parking lot can maybe get your license plate. So you might park in one section over here and then walk to a mall or an area with lots of businesses. That was way more profitable. I also sold them too. But for $10,000, I could sell it for $2,500, or I could just start once I got the confidence, just selling them to drug dealers throughout Knoxville, buying prepaid Visa cards, getting money orders. I found prepaid Visa cards have like $3 fee added onto it, so you get $100 prepaid Visa card for like $200 bills. You get $95 change, $100 prepaid Visa card. You go to like Walmart, you get up at the electronics center, the register, garden center, a couple registers up front, and make $1,000. I just hit up stores like that all day.
At what point, or was there a point where things kind of got sketchy, or where you're at the point where you were thinking you had like, this might be a little bit too good to be true, like I gotta start watching my back a little bit more, like I can't be right, like this gravy train's not gonna last forever. Yeah, at what point did shit start to go sideways?
Well, my original plan was to just sell them to drug dealers, but ultimately I had a drug habit at the time as well. So a lot of it was ripping off drug dealers. Most of the guys, like I'd get one drug dealer for $500 so it kind of stacked up. And usually the guys weren't even mad. If they did find out, they were
Like it too, right?
Yeah, they just go re-up or restore. So a lot of the guys, if they did find out, they were just like, hey, shit, got you. Like, you know, you did your job, and now they wanted to buy them from you. Now they knew that they were fake.
That's a weird thing, right? It's kind of like you screwed me, but I didn't get screwed.
Yeah, they respect the game. You know, they chalk it up as loss, but they didn't really lose anything, so they were impressed. Maybe keep showing you people, maybe like I keep buying heroin from them, but instead of giving them $100 for a gram, I give them $4 because they knew it was fake. You know, and so kind of just do that. And if in Knoxville, most of the drug dealers are people from Detroit, Cleveland, Chicago, Atlanta, all the folks. Why is that? Like bigger cities like Detroit, it seems like there's lots of drug dealers there. You know what I mean? So they just kind of reach out and go to these mid-level cities. You know what I mean? Knoxville is not big, it's not small, there's money there, there's a lot of drug addicts there. So you've got a lot of people from out of town. You know, and Knoxville, Detroit, great, large group of people. And I was doing this.
Yeah, I mean, Tennessee is known for being like, there's so many like oxy in Tennessee. It's crazy. Just like the opioid in like, Tennessee. Like,
Heroin now,
heroin, straight up heroin. Fentanyl. Really. People are purposely taking fentanyl?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are still people that kind of deny those things. It's heroin, but it's all.
The crazy thing now that people are talking about is like people that are, we say people that buy cocaine are accidentally overdosing on fentanyl. But I saw it seems like a weird thing because fentanyl's the opposite of cocaine. Yeah, right? So if somebody's overdosing on fentanyl and they're buying cocaine, it seems like it would be counterintuitive to the person that's selling that cocaine.
I agree. I'm not sure if there's, I mean, obviously there's cases where people overdose.
But you're not going to cut cocaine with fentanyl.
No, I would.
Your customers obviously aren't going to like that.
The only reason I can think of is either A, because fentanyl is physically addictive, and like add a little bit in to get people physical hooked on it, or fentanyl is so potent that like literally tiny, like if you had fentanyl in a Ziploc bag, right, and you poured it out to make your heroin, and there was even residue left in that, you then put cocaine in that bag, there's still enough fentanyl to hurt someone that doesn't have tolerance.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It would make more sense that, like, if say a drug dealer was selling, because I know that they cut heroin stuff, right? So if like a drug dealer sells heroin and sells coke, maybe they cut it up on the same table and a little bit of fentanyl feeling down at the cocaine got rid of it.
But you got to think people who are cutting heroin or fentanyl are probably cutting coke too.
It's something else.
Taking and alcohol. So if they use the same blender and mix up with that, I'm sure there's cases like that. But everything's circumstantial. I'm sure there's probably are people that do purposely throw fentanyl. But I think it's different cases.
So people are really fucked up on fentanyl.
Yeah, meth and heroin, everything. Like I say, most people.
When did fentanyl start becoming a thing?
Well, I guess I'm from Tampa, so I mean, the last 8 years I've lived in Nashville. When I first moved there, it was still like pills and Roxy. Yeah. But they just got too expensive. So, I mean, I'd say I started noticing fentanyl probably 5-6 years ago. But it's like, I mean,
They say it's like 10 times more potent than morphine. More than 10 times.
well, there's different types of things like fentanyl, fentanyl. There's other that's the thing. It's like so they first of all you got to grab the single first. Yeah, they're super strong. So we got to make it. So we do cracks in that back. And these are relaxed. These are down. This goes walk through the gas station. We'll probably have 1 or 2 people pull up. So that, I mean, that was good as far as having counterfeit money. Strangers come up to you for the sell drugs. Of course, you don't know about something. You can take money. I mean, I try to keep doing business with them, but there was also like sketchy points when you wonder if they didn't find out, pissed off, call them the next day more if they found out. So you really have to read people over the phone. And like I said, in my case, luckily most people, weren't. There was one guy, the guy that actually opened it, set me up with the feds. When I first met him, I was basically like a women was getting heroin from him with my money. We got him for probably say close to $10 grand over the course of like 3 weeks or something. Yes, one of the bills was in his pocket, raining. So that color shifting makeup that I came on wiped off because it got wet. So he ultimately found out that it was fake. I pulled in my driveway one day. He was standing in the driveway. You know what I mean? But he didn't know that they were trying to commit he was one guy. So I just walked by and hear him yell. I don't care. I'm not mad. I just want to know where the fuck the doctor. So when I heard that, selling it. Say like, listen, oh, so he was buying anywhere from $5,000-$10,000 worth every time he goes through. One at least like 10 grams of my place to mix it.
You give you 10 grand and you give him 40 grand.
No, I never did that much. It was more like I give him 10 and he gave me 25. I mean, I had multiple different people that I was doing those kind of deals with. But, he'd normally buy like a brick at a time. So, if he was spending 40 grand, he'd want maybe 15,000 a month. So, we were mixing in this fake money with real money. So, it's hard to. You couldn't tell that the bills were fake if I had won and told you, let alone mixing it in with $40,000 of the deal. Just mix it in anyway. I had a couple different, brief with a couple different guys from Cleveland, probably about 5 different guys from Detroit, a couple guys from Atlanta, and then
from. So you said this is the guy that eventually set you up.
Yeah, eventually he's the one.
How far into this shit did you get before he set you up?
Doing the counterfeiting thing, I think he came in the picture probably the last 6-8 months. We had a good, so like I said, the Bible paper thing, it was hard to come by. So I had to go in the bookstore. So basically, I went to a hotel one day, went in the end table to get the Bible paper, and there was a couple pieces of paper. And there wasn't there. So I waved down the maintenance man. Hey, there's not a Bible in my room. So he was like, yeah, I guess you want to do like that. These Bibles in the nightstand anymore? And he's like, no, we stopped doing that. I got boxes for Bibles in the maintenance. So I was like, give me those Bibles. I'll pay you for those boxes.
You got a lot of praying to do.
And that particular guy, actually, I think I gave him like $100. So I got him in the room, so I had 5 boxes, went through, took all the blank pages, so he noticed that, and he was like, I remember he was asking me about it, he just paid me for the Bible, and on the way, it didn't make sense to me. So we started basically paying maintenance men at different hotels, which that definitely increased the production. So this guy was going up to Cleveland.
How many bills did you sit in one?
Typical Bible like this that maybe you find in the hotel room or something, it's just one sock for like those, I mean, it's what you want. So it's not that you need to get lots of them. But there's other specific types of Bibles. For instance, the Jeremiah Study Bible. Specifically, it's the Study Bible, so the back is full of blank pages to take notes. It said like notes. 30 blank pages. And the Bible is probably this big.
Notes. So you print notes already.
Yeah, exactly. So you could fit probably 3 sides, the front, a back, and another front, one page. And, there was 4 pages. So, one Bible is worth about 10. So, like, if you go into a Barnes and Noble, probably 2 or 3 copies of Jeremiah Study. And the market, like I said, a bookstore, at least 50,000 from one. But most cities only have like 2 bookstores in the city. So go to Chattanooga, but you get 2 bookstores there, that's $100,000 in Chattanooga. You go to Atlanta, 3 bookstores there, it's $150,000. But it comes to a point where I went to Lexington, Cleveland, because when you're busting these bills, you also want to travel around. I think I reached the number that I spent in Knoxville, $380,000. Which I got a little ballsy.
You spent $380,000, not just on flyers, but like spending money.
The bus to convert that money into real money. So shopping.
What kind of shit are you buying?
Just random shit. Like at the time, I had a heroin habit, so it was converted to cash, and then I'd buy decent cars to take to the hotel rooms, and designer bags. With no like full offers, but just living something.
Right. How did this guy eventually set you up?
So one day he told me he bought this 2009 Charger. There's one of these dudes that was buying dope from sold him a car. It was $500 in a $2,000. So I was like, that's going to suck. no, title, it's all good. Register it. You bought that from a junkie. Bro, it's a fucking stolen dog. Promise. Either way, he was convinced because he had the title. I was supposed to go up to Cleveland with him to have maintenance guy that was over the survivors up there. I was going to bust bills throughout the city. But the day before he was supposed to leave, I ended up getting arrested. So I got arrested next day. He already went without me. So we were renting a house together, and I was kind of putting the money at the back, we shared this house. So I bonded out of jail on that little charge, went home, and his little runner chick, Summer, she basically said, like, oh, you're going to prove it without me. That's all it is, dude. It's just like here today going. She basically said, like, don't, you told me not to tell you. He got arrested. Instantly, I was tell you not to tell me. I bet you and I knew at first, I figured it was probably a car. I knew that car was stolen. But I also knew going up there, he had 20,000 real cash, 5,000. So I knew, whether because of the car or not, most likely that car was counterfeit money or heroin, one of the two. By him telling her not to tell me that. In my mind, he's cooperating. I got, my computer, printer, I had ventilation fans, sprayed my room doors, stuff like that. Production set up, But when I found out he was locked up, I got everything and went to which I'm glad I did, but ultimately I got arrested. So I'm staying in the hotel, and another group of Detroit guys put in my phone. So my plan was to wake up, make this 6,000 for the Detroit guys, go shopping, whatever. Like normal day. And this dude, he basically was like, hey, I got these box of Bibles. I was like, well, just hold on to them. I don't want to meet up. And basically said, I was like, eventually, like, wow, you just got arrested. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you tell Summer not to tell me? Right now, I've seen the same where people are he had this story, which kind of makes sense. I still was stolen. I got arrested for it. The money I was going to use to buy dope, out with, couldn't be up in Cleveland. So now I'm back in Knoxville. I need to be up. And you get me 700 grand from Detroit people. Like, I don't sell, I didn't really sell a lot of drugs like that. For him to ask me that over the phone after he just got out of jail, it was a huge risk. He's trying to set me up for things that I don't do. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing the counterfeit. So basically, like, he asked me that, and I was like, listen, we're not having his conversation, especially not over the phone. What are you talking about? You're a drug dealer. I'm not. I guess the GPS pinged my phone or my location. So they didn't know which room I was in, but they knew that I was in the So, like I said, next morning, my wife was going to go shopping. I was going to print 6,000 for this guy. So they leave, and I didn't know this at the time, but I guess as soon as I got in the car and started to pull out, they swarmed it. KPD, Organized Crime Unit, Drug Task Force, Cleveland Secret Service, Knoxville Secret Service, multiple different agencies. So basically, I didn't know this. I was just left their shop. So I'm in there hanging paper, spraying it, cutting, printing all this stuff, and I hear a knock on the door. So I, look through the peephole, and it's just locked. So at first I was thinking like, oh, these robbery or something. But I look out the window and I saw a line. You know what I mean? So I go to flush some of the money that I'm printing through a bunch of people, flush it, threw a bunch more and went to flush it. And they shut the water off because they thought I had a bunch of kilos of drugs in there and stuff. So there was a bunch of one-sided, like unfinished counterfeit money all in over it. So
that's all in flush.
Did the first time, the second. But I mean, at that point, I was already in there. I'm in a hotel room, there's nowhere to go.
What kind of shit did you have? Printers and
Printers, computers, all the different sprays, my little glass, like, board to cut everything on, line everything up with. The worst part was the files on the computer. So all those serial numbers, and changed every serial number. So when I got the computer as evidence, that basically linked me to all these different serial numbers. That was rap.
so once you were head, you were trying to flush that stuff out of there, and you knew the sheriffs were outside.
Like, and those doors at that hotel was steel reinforced. It took them a long time to pick it in.
Oh, really?
So, I mean, it took about 5 minutes.
So you wouldn't open it?
I don't know. I mean,
why they were trying to kick it in?
I just smoked a cigarette, and I was like, man, what are you going to do? I think once they started kicking in the door, it was already bent and fucked up. You probably couldn't open it, if you wanted to. And wait for them. Yeah, they charged me on, originally, at first, it was state charges. Until the things compiled evidence. But they didn't know who I was until that guy told me 2 days before that.
So you didn't have any drugs on you, but nothing.
No, I wasn't selling.
So when they busted you over there, they say
on the ground, dude. Handcuffed me. They told me you got wife outside, she's in custody. There was arms on the cops. They took me in state charges of criminal simulation over 6 times. They have like a PhD in sociology. I could put them 2.5, 3 months for the feds, finally compile all the evidence, got a warrant to do this. You're basically letting your evidence thing. Also, dude, if you unravel your DNA, you're gonna put up.
So you were sitting in like a state prison?
At first it was just not home.
It was in a jail, just like a local jail. And the feds got involved. And then what changed was the FBI.
Well, it's the Secret Service.
Oh, the Secret Service.
They handle but yeah, basically they took me to court one day. Our defender was like, dropping their charges on me. But because I knew the state or the feds were going to pick them up. The state drops them. So basically they went to court, the state dropped all charges, and then they walked me across the street to the federal marshal building. So at first it was a 5-count indictment. Conspiracy to counterfeit U.S. obligations, couple counts of uttering U.S. obligations, sale and manufacture of counterfeit obligations. They don't run. concur.
In fact, you know what's going to be funny? I'm going to go to him and have some Snapple facts lined up myself.
So, what did they charge you with? They charged you with one charge, and how long did they sentence you?
Well, originally, in the feds, it's like a well, originally I was looking at give or take. So they came to me with this deal and said, if you can plead guilty and show us how you made these shows, like a video showing future agents. Yeah, basically, just explain all the evidence, what it was, how I learned about it, and all that. Training video for future Secret Service. Then they would not charge my wife and keep the restitution amount under $100,000. Because that's an enhancement. So once you make more than $100,000, you get more time. They basically said, at this point, we found $380,000 in Mount Jay. We're still finding about $10,000 a week coming into the bank. So they were like, now we're keeping $100,000 and not charging them. So basically, I made a video, flew a film crew down to Knoxville, filmed me making bills. Real in the Secret Service headquarters.
Really? What was that like? So you were in prison while you had to film this, right? Like you were still doing your time?
No. They let me out on pre-trial release for some months before I was sent.
So the Secret Service flew a film crew down to your house.
To the Secret Service headquarters in downtown.
You met him there. Did you, like, how did you give them a list of equipment and shit? Or, like, how did that work?
Basically, they just went through and asked me exactly what certain chemicals were, why I had certain things, what I used them for, how did I find out that I could use them for, because I would always experiment with stuff. I had, like, the makeup, right? Color pigment on it. There was one time that was the best, but I had like a bunch of other ones, and I was working on doing the new blue notes as well, and that's got a different color shade. So I had stuff to match that color shade. A certain type of nail polish, color shade and pigment that I online, mix them together. It's a perfect copper to gold. There was stuff like that. Like I found a fine tip ballpoint blue pen. It's like a regular big pen that puts on glue. So like some people could test if it feels real, just scratch the shirt. That's what they say. You can feel the texture. You kind of run your fingernail along with the t-shirt, portrait of the president, to feel the texture. So I ran across a couple cashiers that do that. So I have this little glue pen that I draw little lines on real quick. Really texture on the shirt. Just weird, like little things like that that they never service. I was wondering why I had and I basically took my computer, printed a couple bills, glued them, sprayed them, explained what I was doing, and that is operation to give me 3 years. It got knocked down to 10 months.
Wow. It seems like, obviously it's a long fucking time. It seems like that long for all this shit.
No. It was definitely a blessing. Because there was drug dealers that I met, multiple that they'd find out the bills were fake after I was ripping them off or whatever. And I talked to them to sell them. Show them the bills. And they'd be like, no, I don't want to fuck with that. Shit. There are people, trafficking kilos of heroin with guns on and stuff, and they're worried about counterfeit bills.
Right. So violent.
Yeah. I mean, the time for, I mean, it's a white collar crime. Most white collar crimes.
It's also funny, and they did it with
Neither
Lori,
as much
who
time
said
as
once the
drugs.
LA comics just immediately turned her on their
So
friend.
how long did the process take for you from that
You'll see
training
some,
video from the Secret
yeah,
Service?
some artists.
Probably like
They're a little true, but
2
it's
hours.
2 hours? How many doses a minute?
Just 2. I didn't know at the time my lawyer was pregnant. I felt bad after the fact because I had shown him everything. And I had this lots of spray cans. And I started spraying it. And she was like, oh, I got to leave the room. He like ran out. And I didn't think I was like, oh, it smells. But later I found out she was pregnant. So I felt bad about that. You know,
You kind of know what's going on in your friend Snit's life.
So what, so you only did 10 months. What was the 10 months like? Was it low security?
Yeah, well, it was administrative.
Camp?
No, it wasn't a camp. It was a low security, basically. Camps, lows. But I went, got sentenced, and I had to sit in Knox County Jail for Bluff County Jail. Federal holding facility, out there for like a month. And they took me to London, Kentucky, Laurel County, like another federal holding facility. And then they sent me to FMC, which is, like I said, it's an administrative low. So it houses no medium and high, but it's essentially a low. And, you know, shot some pool, worked out a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of guys did you meet in there? Cox type people?
No, not
Saucers?
not.
No?
I was one of the few. I was a couple guys that one dude was doing credit card fraud. I think.
Okay.
Young company, basically overcharging people. It's a lot of product companies do like overcharging them. Some kind of scam. And in Lexington, Kentucky, was mostly drugs, guns. Weren't a lot of white. I was one of the few white collars. The only counterfeit.
Really?
Actually, there was one guy that was kind of chick.
Yeah, it's super rare for people to counterfeit that amount of bills, right? You said in the beginning of this that you were one of like how many that have been that served federal time for doing that?
There's a lot of people that serve time for counterfeiting, but most in the Secret Service they said they were like, the best bills we've seen in 20 years. The majority of all their counterfeiters there's not a lot of like professional counterfeiters. I only know two. I'm not the same. He did 12 years, and he said one or two.
That's what he told me today. He's like, yeah, I've met 2 people ever.
And they were probably just, photocopying. So like, it's hard to print money because printers recognize if you try to just print a bill, like the printer will recognize it. So you can go and get photocopy. So I got around that instead of scanning it. Because if you scan it, then you just put some penal code. So I take a high resolution camera photo, upload that photo, and adjust, take it to Photoshop photo, and edit everything, measure it, in 3 different images. Printed, you weren't just printing in one bill. The printer couldn't recognize that. Just the back of the color. And then I print all the blackboard over, and then I print Treasury serials. So there's multiple different prints.
Each layer separately.
So the printer couldn't recognize it. Printing it. So it kind of got around.
So how many layers total? I mean, so you print how many layers of this Bible paper over?
Well, I mean, layers is in digital.
Right.
Like on Adobe, I break it into 3 different things.
Right.
One is just background color. Basically, the front of the barrels had 3 different prints. Like 3 copies of that color.
Okay.
And then the back of the barrel, I did 2 prints.
Oh, on the same piece of paper.
Yeah. So, like, you're just printing a background color first. So it's just that beige color of money, just a solid rectangle of that color. And then you put it back in the printer, print out ink, black. And then put it again into treasury seal and seal. So there was 3 prints for the front, 2 prints for the back, and 1 print for the strip. So that was tricky. I had to, in order to print the Bible paper, it's too thin. It would jam up in the printer. So you had to tape it onto a piece of regular print paper. So I'd always, me and my wife, stay up all night just taping Bible paper to print until we had a stack like this. You know, and the next day,
That's like 10 shows right now on TV.
you know, so it's hard to basically counterfeit. I mean, most people, when they found out the bills were fake or knew what I was doing, they didn't sell me $1 million worth. And it's like, you know, each bill you're literally hand tapping, print, you take multiple prints, and then cut them out, spray them. With, you know, if you spray too much Gorilla Glue, it'll fuck up and be too thick. If you don't spray enough, it'll, the pieces will separate. It became a fine art of, you know, spraying just the right amount, gluing them together, making sure they're lined up, and then spraying the lacquer, thick coat first, thinner coat, texture. You don't spray too much lacquer because then it'll be too thick. It won't feel right. It's real like fun to process. Getting it just right. But after doing it, after about 3, 4, 5 months, I got to usually every day I make at least, even if nobody had any orders or anything, I make at least 20 of it.
You know what I'm saying? I can't believe that.
And I was just like, I'm like spending at least 25 on drugs. Well, not all drugs. You know, my drugs for the day. Hotel rooms, out to dinners.
But Tinder swindler.
I haven't seen one.
Oh my God.
But you got to pay $2,500 counterfeit hundreds in order to bust that. Convert it to real money. You know, you're going and buying yourself. You buy some more shit. So out of that $2,500, you're really getting a bunch of shit from Walmart. Maybe so you're probably getting cheap.
And she was like, fuck him, and we're going to like drag that dude to the fucking
Yeah,
and his thing was total bullshit. Everyone knows the Aziz thing was bullshit. Everyone.
Has anybody ever, since you got out, has anyone asked you for any like custom artwork or something, or like custom artwork with currency?
I've had some people want me to start
Again?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Do they find out my story? They want me to sound like you should break me.
What have you? Do you still like run in the same circles, like have the same talk to the same people, or has it been like difficult to kind of like recalibrate your life since you got out?
Yeah. I'm sober. Any of those people anymore. It's mostly just like.
Do you think you would have got? I mean, you probably would have got so decent.
Probably not. I mean, honestly, definitely help.
I can't tell what facial expression you're making. I don't know if you hate me or.
Has it been hard to adjust since you've gotten out? Like live, get work. What's that been?
Well, I just got out. But luckily, I found a good job. You know, and I was honest with them up front. I told them supervised police, counterfeiting. They're all cool guys.
I mean, obviously you're skilled with like graphic design, Photoshop, and that kind of shit, right? You respect that and be like, oh, I mean, that's why that's something.
And I've been in that trade. Like I was in the sign business before. Signs and graphics are all pretty related. So I've worked at a couple of print shops, before, so I've got experience in it on top of the illegal experience. But, yeah, they hired me and they were pretty cool with understanding it.
Have you ever talked to or have met any? Did Matt mention that guy John Bojack too?
Yeah, we talked about it. He showed me a little sizzle reel or something.
Oh, okay.
Elementary or something.
Yeah, he was doing something similar. He was just basically printing out like forged credit cards.
I saw the concrete episode.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, once, like, he was, I'm sure, doing the same thing. Once you can beat all those little security features, it ends up being perfect. And that's what the bills for. You've got a credit card with a hologram, or a boss, everything's right. And people, and it works. Why would anyone think that?
Boy, oh boy.
That's what the bills for. They work every time. The only times that I ever got turned down was if I went to like a Walmart too many times and I keep going, and then they, eventually they pick the bank, and the bank would inform management. Like one time I went into a grocery store and I gave this bill to this cashier. She broke it. Like a week later, I happened to go back to the same grocery store, and it was the same cashier. I recognized her. And this time I handed her the bill, and she held it up, looking at the strip, watermark, marked it with a pen, held it up again. And I was like, problem? And she's like, oh yeah, I got a counterfeit bill last week, so I'm just double checking. Okay, and she still accepted it, you know what I mean? So like, and that happened a few different times. People would say, like, oh, you can get counterfeit bills, but you mark it with the pen.
They don't know where they got it from.
Well, yeah, I mean, and they're passing all the tests. There's certain tests the cashier does to, see if it's real or not.
Right.
Everything was legitimate. It all looked real. So, yeah, I mean, there are times you get like money orders and give them a little victim list or whatever. All the bills that they found, at different businesses. And there's some like in Western Union. There was one case where we were a manager at a gas station. Just open the safe, just switch out. There's a bunch of different like scams, ways to get them out.
Yeah, it's a really like unique thing because it's like it doesn't really hurt one specific person. You can kind of like pass it along. You know what I mean? Like everyone can kind of benefit from it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I wasn't making enough money to like actually affect the economy.
Right.
As a whole.
Exactly. Right.
So really, I mean, everyone thinks it's real. It looks real and it passes everywhere. Like, essentially,
where you heard it
the other way.
Right. You're not really hurting anybody, are you?
Well, the judge seemed to think so.
The judge thought so.
And the judge was really religious, so she didn't really like the Bible paper thing.
Oh, shit.
I actually got arrested one time at a Walmart for theft because I was stealing Bible paper. Like I went in, I ripped a couple pages of Bible paper. Well, they saw me. They pulled me aside and said, "Oh, we saw you stuff something in your pants." So I just put it in my pants. Took the Bible, took out some gun papers, a couple of things. And they, you're stealing something. We saw you stuff something in your pants. Finally, they like took it out and just saw a bunch of blank pages. I was like, what is this? Like, why are you doing this? And I didn't know what to tell them, you know what I mean? I can't admit to what I'm actually doing with it. So I was just like, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I probably looked like crazy, you know what I mean? But yeah, they just gave me a citation. They didn't know, why I was
Right.
ripping up blank pages and stuff. It's kind of embarrassing, but
Insane. So are you like paying back a certain amount of your income to restitution right now?
yeah.
Or?
The restitution, like I said, they kept it under 100,000, so it's like 96,000.
They don't make it easy to bounce back, man.
Well, no, I mean, it's only been 3 months I've been out, and yeah, it's not easy for sure. I'm still living in a halfway house. Yeah, because me and my wife separated when I was in prison, so I had to basically the house that I was gonna go to in North Carolina, I couldn't because we were separated. So they had to send me back to the sentencing district. So I originally helped them charge me in Knoxville, so I had to go back to Knoxville. They took my car. Luckily, I landed that job. I'll get back to you.
Well, cool, bro. I really appreciate you coming down here and telling your story, man. I'm sure people are gonna love it. Tell if is there a place that people can like find you if they want to like reach out to you or?
I mean, I'm on Facebook. I was talking to Matt about starting a podcast, maybe dealing with
Yeah.
stuff. But I haven't gotten to it yet. Been out 3 months, but I'm gonna work too. Everything.
So people want to like hit you up or talk to you or they can hit you up on Facebook.
Yeah, Jeff Turner.
Cool. Awesome, Jeff. Well, thanks again, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Cheers, dude. I was looking back on our episode list of podcasts, and the last one we did was is technically now the first podcast. It's technically podcast number 1.
Is it?
Because I deleted like 35 episodes that we did with Ben.
So by default, you're number 1.
So now by default, you're number 1.
Sick. How long ago was that? That had to have been like
That was like 3 years. It was
3 years ago.
2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago in the other room. So what have you been up to, bro? What's been going on?
Oh, just filming. Trying to film, stay on top of social media, watching it change and get super saturated. Dog shit.
It's dog shit. You're not a TikToker yet?
I can't do it. I just won't do it.
No.
It's tough. It's like take everything excellent you've ever made and shove it down people's throats in the most consumable, quick way possible.
Yeah.
Even when I see like something that's incredibly well shot, it's like I'm having a seizure. It's like there's so much going on. I don't know, TikTok has to captivate the attention span.
You get lost.
I was watching the video earlier today, the one that we did at a Little Pump concert where we dressed you up like Little Pump. That was such a sick video.
We did really good.
The version of it that I posted on Concrete, the top comment is, guys, it was like, all caps, do you guys know this is Tifu's biological brother?
Do we know?
The internet is so weird now. Yeah, dude, like I got a bunch of comments on America's Got Talent, like that's TP's brother. Oh my gosh. I don't know.
And that'll haunt you forever.
That's your trampoline guy and TP's brother. Yeah. It's weird, like that's one of the craziest things about like meeting people. It's like I like asking them what video they saw or like what they like that I've done. If somebody like comes up and says they like our stuff, it's the wide range. Shit like, I'm proud of a lot of stuff, and then somebody will be like, the time that you lit your friend on fire and then hit him in the face with a water balloon. That's what you remember?
The backyard at your dad's house is just kind of like a cesspool of just wild, crazy shit.
Yeah.
Always.
Yep. I don't think that'll ever stop.
hopefully we'll keep doing stuff like that together.
It had to have been so crazy too. Like, because there was that one point, like 3 years ago, when like you had the whole trampoline video series just going off. And that was like the most popular thing on the internet. And then out of nowhere, your brother's social media just started just like creeping up and just like skyrocketing out of nowhere.
Yeah, that trampoline versus was cool because the one thing that I'll always take out of that is that we got #1 most subscribed channel to the
Really?
most PewDiePie,
That was kind of like that wasn't that long ago, and it was just like it seems like it was.
and now people are ripping them off. There's another channel that does the exact same thing that I did like 3 or 4 years ago on his channel, and he's doing more views than I did.
And it's just dedicated to the trampoline shit.
He didn't try to do anything. So, there's a couple channels that actually their channel was made off of the trampoline.
Really? Limitation is the highest form of flattery, right?
Yeah.
What what I was gonna say was like that time when we were doing that, it seems like YouTube was a completely different place, like a completely different website back then.
It was, and it is. Yeah, it's insane.
Especially like now, all it is just I feel like it's just people. It's just like all it can be is a certain type of just like bullshit content, and so much of it is curated and censored.
Yeah, I used to use YouTube almost every day in 2006 until my parents. I would before I uploaded anything on YouTube, I was watching stuff on YouTube. It was like you could just type in whatever you want. Like it would always feed you something cool too. Like you guys use P-Bomb before?
Oh yeah.
I was addicted to that when I was like 13 or like 12. I don't even know how young I was.
Prank call voices.
Yeah, everything. Oh yeah, all the soundboards. Oh man, that was a wild time.
That was so exciting. Is it still around?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Does it
Check up on it. You also? Oh yeah. There's definitely
I haven't searched that site in the last 15 years.
Really, I still check up on it.
Remember World Star Hip Hop?
World Star was just always.
I remember when that was like a thing that you wanted. You would want your video to get picked up by World Star.
I mean, you still do. A lot of people still use it. They just, I can't follow pages that post more than 5 things. I don't even know how anything works anymore. Like, I miss when YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter all used to be like chronological, you know?
Oh yeah.
Especially Instagram.
I've heard that Instagram went back to it.
No, I'll still be scrolling through.
How often are you posting?
I try a couple times a week, no matter what. No matter what. I've been trying to post on Instagram every day. Everybody's making money on short form content right now. Budgets for their reels and paid. I don't know. It's so hard. I mean, I try to do it because I see everyone else doing it, and I acknowledge that, like, if you get on your feed on Instagram, you're going to see 15 videos and maybe like 2 pictures. It's all reels. So when I see that, I'm like, all right, I'll post some reels. But the real bummer is my hard drive with like 36 terabytes of footage that has like a good couple of years of really good content on it just stops it. So right when I was about to just crank out a bunch of reels, that happened. And the problem with reels is you have to anything that's filmed like high quality that's not that's horizontal, and not vertical, it's gonna look like dog shit on the reel. Like everything that I've filmed for the last 13 years, I have to crop in.
That's a super light fisheye.
Yeah, it just looks terrible. So you either have to create new content for reels, or you have to make your old content look kind of shitty. It's just like I'm just hoping that this is just a phase. I've been trying to upload on YouTube a bunch.
Yeah, it's like everybody's scrambling just to adapt to whatever like the new hot thing is. Like if it's Instagram Reels, if it's TikToks, or you gotta be on TikTok. Oh, you gotta do YouTube Shorts. Like everyone's always telling me, wherever I go, like what I have to be. You know what I
Crazy
mean?
is people that have no talent. I think so that's the problem.
Really?
I mean, not no talent. You know, there's some talent. Like, look at the D'Amelios. Like, honestly, like, who's that? The two TikTok sisters. You know who the D'Amelios are? Charlie and Dixie D'Amelio. They have like
Awesome. That's
Oh,
cute.
do you know them?
700 million followers on everything.
Really?
They're massive. I don't get it. They dance. They definitely dance.
Oh, I know who they are. They got offered their own reality show too, right?
Yeah. Followers, 130 million.
Jesus.
It's insane. I hosted a panel for them to play this live. I was the moderator of the panel before they really blew up. I don't know. It's just like if I see the most famous people on platforms like TikTok, and I'm like, this is not my place. Like, I do not belong here. I make better content than this. If these are the top people on the platform, I don't want to.
What about the Island Boys?
What about it?
They got fucking so absurdly famous.
I don't know that they did though. I feel like a lot of people were really just making fun of them.
Yeah.
Like if they show up in public, they get booed everywhere they go.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, what?
You just see him show up for that.
I'm not envious of people like that at all.
But they could slowly turn the tanker, couldn't they? Over a long period of time, they could slowly turn the ship to where people are kind of laughing with them in a couple of years versus laughing at them.
They're just so unlikable.
They
If you
are.
watch them on
And they're so
podcasts,
dumb.
they should get so offended. Yeah, they just don't have like the depth or like the I don't know, just the life experience to have like an understanding of just a grasp on anything. I don't know. They got you see them on the Jake Paul podcast?
Yeah.
Or the Logan Paul
Yeah,
podcast?
did you try to fight one of the guys?
They just got
So you know I'm thugging, right?
I don't hang out with people like that. I can't endorse people like that. You know, I wish everyone the best. I think that's a very important part of life, especially the people that like treat you the worst. I wish everyone well, but like I don't have to condone that. Make it flow like that.
Do you ever stress out about like what kind of content you want to make, what type of videos you want to make next? Or you just kind of just do whatever you want, just like film it, and if it turns out good, you just decide to post it.
It's like yes and no. You know, I always want to make really good content, but I don't stress it because I feel like we've made so much content over the years, and like we've consistently, in my opinion, uploaded really good content over the course of the 8 years. You know, like even if we take a long break from doing something, like you know, when like the most comments that I got about the Juice WRLD channel being dead was no way. It was like there's all these people like, oh, you guys are washed up, you know, like blah blah blah, this and that. And, like people are gonna say everything, you know, and it's hard to not focus on the bad comments, but once you like take a break from uploading, like there's gonna be people that are gonna talk a lot of shit, and then we like do the Hollywood stuff, right? Pull it off. It's like every news millions of views across all the platforms. It's just like
For people that aren't familiar with the Hollywood, give us a quick rundown of what that's about.
we gave the Hollywood sign a boob job. Everyone in LA's got a boob job. We can just help the town out a little bit. Turn it into Hollywood. So
They just changed it recently for,
yeah, Ram's house. It looks like shit.
I was gonna say I saw that and I thought of you. I was like, Jack did this way better.
Yeah, we did it better in like 20 minutes.
What happened? They changed it to Let's Go Rams.
It says Ram's house.
A Rams house, but it was like barely even legible.
Yeah, this is the Rothschild.
Did you get arrested during this?
Yeah, I still have community service. That's my buddy Ricky. He was actually, he wasn't even supposed to help with the Hollywood prank. He was just coming out there to do a Bigfoot stunt with me.
Oh, this is a Super Bowl?
Oh,
A random Super Bowl clip?
I have no idea.
Oh,
Probably
my
somebody
God.
else's page that ripped your shit.
Oh, no, this is your page? You just decided to throw in some...
Maybe. That was just the intro. I was just talking about what was going on in the future, probably. This is like the raw footage of the Hollywood side. Yeah, I went to jail for this.
What did they charge you with?
Just trespassing. Huh? No, because we didn't actually do anything to the sign. It was just placed there. We didn't like paint on it or anything. Yeah, we got that thing up there in a baby stroller. You had to push a baby stroller up with that giant part the size of the body of the house. That was the only way, because we actually tried this twice. This was the third attempt. We tried it twice in the middle of the night, and almost got caught. We were trying to sneak up a mountain, and they were shining lights at us. And we brought in a helicopter, and we all like scattered like cockroaches.
So you had to do it during the day.
Yeah, so we're like, all right, we had to rethink it. Like, broad daylight. We're gonna start from the top and start from the bottom. Just rush it. Try to do it.
Wow.
Yeah, but on that topic, like, I don't worry about making content because I feel like we've made so much content that there's always going to be people that are going to check back because we're always like best shit content. We're always going to keep shooting videos. I feel like there's just always going to be people that are going to want to check back on what we're doing, whether it's a week from now, a month from now, a year from now. Like, I think that we've established a pretty core audience in everything that we've done. So, yeah, I always want to keep content outflow out, but I've also have been really wanting to focus on like bigger projects, like maybe doing that stand-up routine, like buying land and opening Megalodon Ranch and allowing people to come hunt the sharks to eat with us. And maybe make some documentaries. I have a couple crazy ideas for documentaries, just like
Really?
yeah.
The documentaries that you would release on your YouTube page?
No, I'd want to like shop them on the platforms, like maybe get something on Netflix, Hulu, whatever anybody who's interested in this. Yeah.
Netflix is so crazy, dude. There's so many fucking shows on Netflix. It's almost impossible. Like, how could they? There's so many fucking like long form series on Netflix that come out every single day. It's hard to keep up with all of them.
They want content though, and they're a good place to release content, and they're actually paying pretty well. Like if you're an influencer that has like a really good docuseries or documentary or something like that, they'll actually pay you good money to
Really?
release it on their platform.
Do you know of anybody who's transitioned from YouTube to Netflix as far as like career-wise or content-wise?
Sam Macaroni, he's the guy that directed Guest House, that movie that I was in. He made YouTube videos for a really long time, and now he's full-time director.
Okay.
That's something I've always been interested in too. It's just like getting into like shooting some real content while everybody's out there making 15-second TikToks out like films and like Deckhands. That shit was awesome. That was one of my favorite series ever. And like that's some shit that easily could go on Netflix.
Yeah.
And like I don't know, I've been going to Mexico for 10 years straight. Like even talking about Turner, like I feel like that's a crazy documentary too. Like I don't think anyone on the platform, on YouTube, in history has ever gone from 100,000 subscribers to 10 million.
That was crazy. He went so new,
so fast.
Such a short amount of time.
Like world famous, like in 1 year, from being a kid that was playing video games like in the back room of the house.
I know.
Like
he didn't care about anything. Like the crazy thing I always tell people about him is just like a lot of people just try to chase all the trends, He did the opposite of that. He did the opposite of that. He stayed in his room and he kept playing video games. And then one video game came about that just happened to be the kerosene to the fucking match.
But you just cannot deny his fucking skill, too. He's so insane. So nuts. He just won an Apex Legends
I saw that.
Rivals tournament.
That was yesterday.
Huge tournament. He doesn't play Apex Legends very often, and like he certainly doesn't practice it at a pro level, And he's there's a clip that just went viral of they're doing like the interview of the finals, and they're like asking him a question. He's just 20 minutes on stream, like on the Twitch Rivals, like live stream.
That's sick.
Yeah, he's like talking shit too, like I don't understand how you cannot play the game like on a professional level and not on his in-game IQ. Yeah, he just outsmarts everyone. It doesn't matter how mechanical you are.
He's just smarter. He's one step ahead.
I think he's more than 40,
Like
50,
10,
60 steps ahead. I've watched. Have you ever seen the pops of like his fingers when he's playing?
Yeah. Do you remember right before he blew up? Right before I made that little video.
Yeah, the little documentary.
The 10-minute
Yeah,
documentary.
it got millions of views.
Now it has like 5 million views.
Yeah.
But that was like that was like the day I uploaded that was like the day he officially joined FaZe.
Yeah.
And because I remember he's like, oh, I gotta change the intro. I can't just say Tifu. I gotta say FaZe Tifu. It was like, it was kind of weird. But then right after that, I mean, we were filming. I remember filming him on his keyboard and his mouse, and he had his keyboard instead of normal. He had a vertical.
Yep.
His keyboard turned like that.
Yep.
And he's like this.
Yep.
So I don't know what that was. Like, it's just more with the mouse or what?
It's just better for his arm to like rest. It's just more natural. I don't know. He was a real trailblazer for gamers as a whole. He was trying shit nobody's ever tried before. Like, you know, you can bind your keys. Now, like when you play a game, it's like WESD, whatever. Like those are the keys that run forward, from side to side and back and forth. He would completely start from scratch and just like go through all these steps in his head to try to figure out what binds would just be the most efficient possible. It's not like it's something it's like playing style. You know, it's like whatever you do the most, you need to be the easiest to access, but then you need to like balance everything out as well. Like I couldn't possibly go that in depth about it, but that alone takes a lot to set up all your keys and all your guns and all your commands. Like from scratch, he's like, yeah, I just changed my binds. It's gonna take me like 3 to 4 weeks to get used to it. He'll just train, like reset his brain to understand his keyboard differently. Just fucking destroy everyone, yeah? That's it.
The amount of focus that goes into that.
It's
The
also
amount of
like intuitive too, like he just does it.
Right. But he does it so much, and he focuses for such a long period of time on that shit. It's like, it's just, I admire just that level of focus on one thing, you know?
I mean, I will never be able to wrap my head around the fact that he won more tournaments than anyone has ever won by far, by like a long shot in Fortnite. And Fortnite's most popular game. There's never been anything more popular. To be the best at the most popular game that's ever been made, like that's
Yeah. Didn't Ninja move to Florida?
probably.
I heard that he did.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because Jessica posted that she moved too. Everybody loves Florida. Everyone's moving to Florida. Yeah, Nick Merckx already lived here. I think Tim the Catman moved here. It wouldn't surprise me if he moved too. But you know, Turner reps Florida pretty hard. So
Yeah.
He also, you know, he got abused. Like you don't want to. Oh man, he went through some shit too. Ninja, like he was top dog, and Turner completely dethroned him, like to where it wasn't even. Have you guys seen the KSI TV versus Ninja video?
No.
Oh my god, it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Oh, you should throw that on.
KSI Ninja versus Tifu.
You guys know who KSI is?
Yeah, I know.
He's one of the biggest YouTubers.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a little commentary. It needs more.
Oh, I think I have seen this a long time ago.
How many views does this have? 7 million. Yeah, then Turner reacted to it and got another 14 million on Turner's channel.
Oh my god.
But the reaction. This is literally a video of KSI kind of just shitting on Ninja, but without having to, because Turner I don't know. You gotta watch at least the first minute or 2 minutes. It happens.
Fortnite these days?
Because nobody plays it.
No? What does everybody play now?
No idea.
No. I think it's going to be like a next big Fortnite.
Yeah, 100%.
There's got to be something.
Yeah, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be something that's VR based on that though.
VR.
Yeah, it's gonna be a huge, like a VR game that like everyone's addicted to.
I remember this clip right here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's fucking spamming him with the rocket launcher.
Yeah. This is the first time they ever matched up.
Yep. Oh yeah, he gets that. He gets that. He's fucking brilliant. Yeah, it's
No, what's really funny is like there's actually a clip in here where Turner skip forward a couple minutes. It's when Turner's dressed as a chicken. Yeah, right here. Yeah, check this out. This shit is hilarious.
He doesn't even react. Oh yeah, he took out his whole squad.
Yeah, you can't watch it. So yeah, Turner took out 2 of Ninja's boys already. Ninja calls him a hacker, but this is so funny.
Oh yeah, he's hacking. Aimbot.
Yeah, but they're both live streaming too, so like.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He's like, I'm reporting you, bro.
Oh, does he really say that?
Yeah.
So are all their people that are like in their live chat are they like jumping back and forth saying, "Oh my God, it's Tifu, it's Tifu."
Yeah, so Ninja was just like focused on the fight, so he wasn't paying attention.
Okay, yeah.
People mess with Ninja all the time.
Yeah.
His Turner had already killed himself. Oh, he got the ads. Oh, that was a crazy ad place.
Gobble, 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 gobble. He's flying
Like, and
through
then
the
you see
air
it, yeah.
on fucking balloons.
So Turner died there.
Oh, so Turner died.
Yeah. But Ninja was like, all right, bro, be sure to go to the theater and report your ass. Literally didn't miss a shot the entire time. Calling him a hacker. And then he sees the chat, everyone's like, that's
It's so funny too how he somehow does those crazy like trick maneuvers.
Yeah, he tried the trick shot. He knew he was gonna die, but he figured if he could get like the kill on that, it'd be like a good clip. Turner plays for entertainment, he wasn't playing to like he was actively trying to kill somebody.
But he does it. He like doesn't even react. But most kids would be like, "Oh my God!" He just like he's just like stone faced after he does it.
And then Ninja realized,
Yeah.
he just called him a hacker. I don't know. Turner's so much better than Ninja that like to Ninja is cheating.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem possible.
Do they even play the same game anymore? Like, what is the game they play now?
So they've known each other for years.
Right.
Before Fortnite. They used to play PUBG against each other. Yeah, and I don't really know what Ninja's doing now. I know he still live streams. He's probably just playing games just for fun. Because Tim the Tatman and him are really good friends. And he helped him blow up, so I'm sure they're live streaming together still. I still see them live every now and then. But I don't know. I really enjoyed watching Fortnite. I think it was one of the most enjoyable games to watch as a viewer that was like ever created. I think some of the end games in Fortnite were some of the most exciting things to watch, like the tournaments that they would have. Seeing high pro level players stacked on top of each other, like going to the end zones, like strategies for that was so nuts. It was so cool to watch, like all the comms between team and everything. And now it's just too saturated. They're adding too much.
Yeah.
I think if there was like a Fortnite 3.0 that was like, it would have to be something like revolutionary to me. You know, like maybe a VR version of Fortnite or something like that. Because I just think the building aspect was really cool. The pros can't like master the mechanics, and then like me as an average player that's just trying to relax and have fun, like I'm watching somebody who's insane at building, like I'm probably gonna get smoked.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The game world's crazy. I'm definitely waiting for the next big thing. I'm very interested to see when a massive game is going to be released and tied to like a cryptocurrency. I think that's the future of the game.
Well, there are a ton of those play-to-earn games.
Yeah, there's a ton. But like one that like Microsoft, like Ubisoft, or someone like that releases like a Fortnite attached to like that's a play-to-earn game. Yeah, something like that, you know? Because, I don't know, I think everything's going digital.
Do you fuck around with VR at all, Oculus at all?
A little bit. I've done it a little bit, but it doesn't really interest me that much.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in trying to create really good content. I do watch a lot of movies. Watch some TV shows, too. I'm a fan of, like, consuming high-quality movies.
Like classic movies.
I mean, just anything I feel like that's highly recommended. You know, I have a lot of conversations with my friends about it. I mean, I recently watched Green Book. You guys seen that?
Oh, yeah, that's a fucking great.
Yeah, that was one of the best.
That's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, that was really good. Hector and the Search for Happiness. You seen that one? You've seen Shaun of the Dead?
No.
You seen that? Yeah, it's like
old,
it's like Dawn of the Dead, but it's like
a
comedy. It's like the first comedy zombie movie ever.
Oh no, I have seen that.
Yeah, like throwing records of zombies. Yeah, it's that guy. It's the blonde dude from like Hot Fuzz. Have you seen Hot Fuzz? I don't know. I worked at the flea market, and I would buy DVDs. I find street selling like $4 or $3 and get a bunch of movies. A ton of movies at my house, and I don't know. I always wanted to be in movies and make movies, and that's something that's always excited me. So I feel like keep learning. I've been watching movies from kind of the standpoint of like how they're shot, how they're filmed. Plus getting to be on set for Guest House, like, I watch them making a movie in front of me. Like, this is something I can do. The right cameramen, the right directors, the right writing, the right lights.
It's just so much work.
It is a lot of work.
There's so many people.
That's all you
so many fucking. It's like I always think it's like a construction site. Like if you ever work construction, have you ever been on a construction site? It's the same fucking thing.
Yes.
You got this fucking crew of electricians that come in an electrical truck that are in charge for all the wires and all the electric and all that shit. Another crew of people who are in charge of setting up the lights. Another giant crew of people who have props. You have the fucking DPs, the directors, the assistant directors. Like, it's just like, I don't know.
It doesn't have to be that complicated though.
No,
Like the guy that I was, Sam Macaroni, the guy that YouTuber turned director, he does excellent work. He has a really solid team, a really solid crew. I mean, there's a lot of parts to edit the whole thing. I mean, you gotta shoot everything. Fucking 6K now, I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know who has a 6K monitor to watch 6K. That's what's crazy too, is like, nobody has 4K, like anything. Nobody consumes, like, this isn't fucking 4K. You can't fit 4,000 pixels on this tiny screen, you know? Like, I don't know. It's so hard to shoot like that, and I feel like nobody is consuming content. Like, I'm a fan of sitting on my couch doing something on my TV that I can sit down and
I think a lot of people are still.
yeah, I think so. That's why I think TikTok.
Yeah,
Like that's what's like. What are
do you think?
Our lifetimes.
What do you think the future is like YouTube? How much longer do you think YouTube has a shelf life? When it comes to YouTube, it's a big platform that takes over.
YouTube is I love making content for people, but I don't like the restrictions. I feel like it's like a freedom of speech thing, you know? Like, I think one of the worst things that's ever happened in the history of social media is deplatforming. Yeah, I just think that, like, to take someone's voice away, like, he's still president. That's like scary stuff. That's censorship that I think should not exist anyway. You know, because like whatever your stances are of him, he should be able to say what he wants to the people that care enough to follow. You know, like it's like everyone can choose what they want to read, what they want to watch, what they want to listen to. You know, for a very long time, everyone was kind of trapped in a box of content consumption. You could only watch what was on TV or what movies were out. And like as soon as internet came out, like people the ability to search for it. And that's why I'm such a huge fan of it. Like, when you start taking people's voices away, so like telling people what they can and want to talk about. I've heard a lot about Rumble. You guys know what Rumble is?
Yeah, I think they're based in Sarasota.
And they're not censoring people. And that's why Sam Harris has to be like.
Yeah, well, there's always going to be capitalism, right?
And here's some statistics that everyone should know.
Someone else
I hate this, but that's what it is. News. We live in a country where you flood a channel, and you are being propagated. And now I'm mostly, I never trusted the news, but now I can feel like I'm pretty convinced as people slide me into the DOS that it's propaganda. It's literal propaganda. A certain interests or
I really still enjoy filming commentary, and I enjoy uploading videos as they come. Like but public pranks we did like the Shark prank, we did like all the
Shark Tank.
I want to do like super high quality pranks. Like, one of the ideas we have is we're gonna take that big Shark Tank and like hook it up to the air on the beach, and have it hooked up to the car. We don't need to put them on throw it on my line out, like getting the boat, like sitting at a table, like at dinner, like 100 yards down the beach, like a giant so we had a couple ideas for pranks. I think it's absolutely magical.
That would be so cool if you could make balls.
Oh, we have such good ideas.
Because that's like historically you see, and I talked about this yesterday, it's like there's been things that have been introduced. When Bush wanted to get elected, there was like on telephone crime, the news was just like black guys getting jammed against cars constantly, like fucking like neon green t-shirts, just like
we've actually had a couple of news stations.
There was that one guy that you're like neon off.
You're a fucking news.
Come on.
We're still working on it. I think it's gonna work. But like, I want to prank all you guys. On a news station in every state.
That's funny too, because by that logic, Bush is like, I don't let any of them out. Bush the president.
I know.
So they did that with Bush to begin with, like the heavy drugs.
It's starting right now. World War III, as we do this podcast right now.
George W. Bush, but it showed the
Nobody's down for that though. Like the average person does not want like war to go to war. Like it wasn't as hard to draft people back like 100 years ago because like
That's the difference if you didn't go.
yeah, that too, but like also there was weren't making all sorts of money. There's so much information out there.
Yeah.
There's so much that people have learned and can learn. I feel like war is just like
They keep all the snow and like people don't want that like for anyone. And I don't know. War's always been a game about money. It's crazy that the richest people that such billionaires have like the ability to really change the world somehow. And I don't understand that. I never will. I don't understand what people listen to these people like. I don't know. Especially with everything that's going on. So quick. Just like comply and do what the government says. Like anything the government tells you. I think it's very important to like question authority. You know? I've seen what the Florida government has done for the water quality, and I can't trust them with how irresponsible they are with the quality of our oceans. They're so incompetent and they're so unwilling to fix such serious problems just because some $1 billion industry makes $1 billion here. Like,
what was it, the sugar industry in Florida that was contributing to all the
phosphate mining. Phosphate mining is the worst thing that is like.
And they funded a lot of rich guys.
Oh yeah. Some of the biggest marine labs for water quality research in Florida funded by multi-billion-dollar phosphate companies. It's like, as long as that keeps happening, I'm not trusting a word that our government says at all. They need to give the people a reason to trust them. I shouldn't have to be persuaded into trusting you, see what you're doing, and want to trust you based on the actions that are taken by the government. You know, they need to do things that people see impacting their communities in a positive way. And like, all I've seen is dead dolphins and that's just Florida. The president knew about what was happening. President Trump signed that $1 billion bill for a reservoir to be built south of Lake Okeechobee to contain the toxic water. Can you pull up Google Earth for me real quick? I'm going to see something crazy. What color is Florida? Just Florida. It was. South Florida is mostly Lake Okeechobee, Everglades, swamp and mangroves, right? It used to be. Let's see it. Past Lake Okeechobee.
Oh yeah, the tip is browning.
Yeah. See that? What is this from? Because the historic water flow of Florida goes from north to south. They built a reservoir around the south end of Lake Okeechobee where water cannot flow from Lake Okeechobee into the Everglades anymore. They're sending it east and west.
Right.
So the Everglades are drying out because of the restricted water flow. Like zoom into the Big Cypress National. Zoom a little bit more. Like it's not looking good.
No, it looks a little dry. Have you ever gone down there?
Look at that. That looks like shit up there. Yeah, look at all the agriculture. That's why, because they don't want that small city there. People shouldn't live there. And water should be flowing from Lake Okeechobee down, all the way down there, all the way through South Florida. It's not. It hasn't been for years.
And what is the reason that they created those?
Prevent flooding, because people are stupid, and when houses flood, we build big walls and we send water elsewhere. Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Flooding where?
A small town south of Lake Okeechobee. And like, see all that agriculture, like all those farms. That's mostly sugar. But those shouldn't be there either. And water used to flow. Streams used to flow. Like when it would rain too much, water would overflow south. And I guess there was like a really big hurricane, and it just flooded too much. Yeah, we're restricting the historic water flow. And that's because of
Carlton Ward's page on Instagram? He is like the most legendary Florida photographer, wildlife photographer. Look up Carlton Ward's Instagram page. He's like a super big activist for like all the wildlife and like the undeveloped land in Florida. And I think he just got something passed, or some big bill or law that was passed, where we had to keep a certain percentage of Florida undeveloped. What was Instagram? There's the second link down. I swear to God, he was singing about Jim Crow. This guy is a Florida legend. He takes some of the fucking sickest, all inspired photography is Florida. He's got like these super high quality cameras all throughout the Everglades, throughout all the undeveloped land in Florida.
Like badass trail cams?
And the motion cameras, right. So they take like super, like go down to that one of that panther down there, right there. So like he gets these things with all these crazy animals like in the middle of the night going through the trail cam. So
everybody who's lived here long enough, it's like my biggest thing is if people don't know they can't care. Like educating people on what's going on with the water quality. Every time I post videos about it,
that's people that watch it on YouTube fluctuates so much, but on Spotify it's always like same people that subscribe to it, but always on YouTube. But yeah, Carlton was super good.
You guys know about Randall Carlson? You guys had him in here?
Yeah, he's sitting right where you are. Yeah. You didn't see it? YouTube suppressed it.
I did not.
YouTube suppressed it. It's because he's
concrete, Randall Carlson, no way.
That's because of the Freemason, they suppressed it.
I love this
Randall.
Dude, did you blow you guys' mind about all the cataclysmic events?
Oh, yeah. What? There he is.
Oh, my gosh. What? I'm sitting in Randall's chair.
Randall's a fucking leg.
Go. I would love to check this out.
He's doing some stuff in Tennessee. He's doing some tours in Tennessee right now. Where he's touring some, what? And Portugal. Oh, yeah. So he's going to,
why humans need to leave Earth soon? What was his consensus? He thinks that we're what?
I mean, does the headline have to have
When you're talking about the clock, you're talking about like the clock and the cataclysmic events like spike, that they're way more likely to happen in the time.
Yeah, he's basically saying that every I think it was 400, every 600,000 years, there is an extinction level event from either volcanoes or asteroids.
No, you're saying maybe like 13,000.
No, that's the one of the driest. Every, I think it's 600, I want to say 600,000 years. There is either a super volcano, like the one that's underneath Yellowstone, or an insane asteroid, a group of asteroids take out and
Well, you think that's happening soon?
well, we are in like a 100-year window right now of the exact anniversary of the last time. Watch out, so volcanoes are one thing. And the asteroids is yeah, that was in my mind.
He does his research. Really smart. I've listened to hours and hours and hours. Definitely gonna watch the podcast.
It's a good one.
Everything he says is just
We talked about
takes you on a deep journey into the history of mankind. You know, like he believes that humans existed for long, long before history.
we talked about it. Atlantis, just lost city of Atlantis, and he's going up there to do some filming of the submarine around the Azores.
Try to find it.
The Azores, like the Azores plateau. It's like if you go up to Spain, you go directly out the middle of the Atlantic. It's like halfway. It's like almost halfway between Greenland and Spain. And that's what he thinks Atlantis is. He's going to go into the submarine and explore it. That's what he thinks lost the so there's some submerged volcanoes and mountains right there. And there's some crazy looking shit. Pull up some photos of the Azores on like Google Photo or whatever. This would be an epic trip for the Jewish flag. I think there's surface with
Is that where they filmed it?
good surface. Get rid of Iowa. Yeah, it's just Azores. Yeah, there's some insane shit.
That'd be so cool. I hope you discover something that's groundbreaking. It's been like
Yeah, it's rare you find somebody who's dedicated that much of their life to one specific theology.
yeah, you've been on
And
Rogan's podcast 3 times.
I think it's like 7. Yeah. But he's like so into geography and cosmology. Like somebody who knows so much about the history of the Earth and rocks, and then so much about the stars and the planets.
Got all in he compiles like so many other
Yeah.
all their facts and everything. You guys watch the YouTube channel After School? Just a guy who's like he takes philosophers and politicians and comedians and influencers and takes like passages and things that they've said, mostly philosophers, and he draws pictures. Yeah, if you click on any one of these videos. Yeah, I think the last video you made was Hebrews with Terrence McKenna. I try to watch, I made like a daily goal to watch one of this stuff. So many different wise people's words and
mutual interests, which was fucking big whites.
Okay, it'll be super fast animated video.
yep. It's really awesome channel.
Was racial.
Like everything is very like inspired, like enlightened.
Yeah.
They instilled me in that.
Also,
I just started to go, I'm gonna start fucking with our shit. We better separate this
Yeah,
entire
I
population.
recommend this channel.
What's
Yeah,
the
go home and check out his large library of videos and find something you like. You guys are familiar with like the Fibonacci sequence, there's Randall Carlson, who's a great, and he works with Graham Hancock pretty closely, and Graham Hancock used to book you guys looked into that stuff.
Yeah, I read it.
Yeah, Fibonacci.
Explain it to me.
It's just a series of numbers, it's like 1 plus 2 is 3, 6 is 5, so on and so forth. Take like a 1 by 1 box and make it next to a 1 by 2 box. 2 box creates a perfect spiral that's been seen throughout all of nature. Waves, shells, your eye. You know, it's undeniable throughout the entire universe. Count the amount of spirals on a pine cone or on a flower or on a tree. They're like pretty much always add up to all these Fibonacci sequences. Like there's this other YouTube channel of this girl who's like all kinds of fruits and vegetables and plants and flowers and pine cones, and she draws on all of these spirals and counts all of them.
What does he equate that to?
We just call it like the can't be explained yet.
At all times of that years. Dude, Randall's a wild fucking guy.
Randall is
He knows some fucking, like, some of the shit that he told me, like, about the moon, and, like, about how the moon is possibly hollow. You ever heard the story about how they ran a satellite around?
oh yeah, and it
rang
like
a bell?
reverberated for like 60 hours or something crazy. Yes, I did. Yeah, it rung like a bell.
Yeah. There's so much crazy shit. And he was saying, you know, one of the things I asked him on, so you were in charge of, like, our species. Knowing everything that you know, no one can possibly know. What would you do right now? What should we do? Number one priority for us right now to preserve our species is to get us onto the moon. I'm like, not Mars or anything. No, Mars is too long, a lot of stuff.
Elon thinks that Mars is
yeah, Elon says it's going to be, how long does he say it's going to be? 50, 100 years?
Yeah.
That's what people. That's the level. That's the level of discourse where it's like, you gotta get that good lady in there. Yeah, it takes good.
But the moon is going to have to be an intermediary point to the Mars. So it's like the first thing we should do is get on the fucking moon. Something happening on Earth, we need a way to at least get some of us off. To preserve our species. He really believes that there's an extinction event very soon.
And we're in that 100-year window right now.
Yes. For not only the asteroid, but the super volcano.
Would you go to the moon if that's what starts moving?
I'll probably just catch the wave that the last tsunami. I'll just go paddle out.
No surf on them.
Yeah, no, he's talking an event though that would be like
That's it. He was how slow he walked down the steps. Yeah. And then he tweeted out, he was like,
yeah, no, I mean, instantly, like, it depends how close you are. Like, they're saying it to, yeah, I think I watched this Yellowstone documentary. It said the volcano erupted in Yellowstone. It would be, everyone in the U.S. would die. Obviously, in like the true, like 500-mile vicinity of the volcano is the case. But the entire United States would be killed. And then eventually it was in Europe. Yeah, black out the skies, shit would die.
He was disabled. Or do the thing people do like for change, like put his knees in his sneakers and sit in a wheelchair. You see those Jimmy Homework crutches?
yeah, dude, I feel like that volcano, the last one that erupted in the ocean, like that was a real wake-up call. Life is you know,
digital capitalization.
you know, like putting all my time into something like that, like sure, you or the planet, you know, all these stuff. I feel like I gave them I don't know if I got next week too, so I kind of try to like live fast and I've been traveling so much these people about this. Just like Randall is such a douche just because he's super passionate about it. You know, if he was fossil yesterday, finding all the major guns and all the money stuff that we find, like, I've learned so much about stuff. I've been finding church truth my whole life. And the birth of the internet, you become aware of a lot of stuff that you didn't know about. I saw people scuba diving from England. I saw people digging, like when I used to start in Florida, I find videos of people walking around on construction sites and finding giant mega diamonds. I feel like this is insane. We got a tip to go.
Susie wanted to just
we got like a general area. Like, hey, if you go somewhere around here and you find a construction site like that, down deep enough, you'll felt really construction. So it was raining one day, and we heard the rain's a good time to go shark shooting. Because the rain washes away the sand and the big stuff, and all the fine sand goes right on the big we were near Venice, yeah. But like, it's like a so from Venice to South Carolina.
Yeah, exactly. Because we did get drunk.
And Florida has the most well-preserved forests.
True. Former friends whistleblower on Twitter.
There is nowhere on the planet that people would pay such a premium on price.
Sorry.
What that is, Florida's been underwater several times.
I saw that. I was just like,
probably doesn't.
And shows.
People are making them all across the whole state, which really is land right now because we want to preserve those fossils. So much developed, and then they develop all these natives on this island. So we're just trying to
I think Dylan tweeted yesterday, it's like the best thing that is the funnest thing to watch is people that tweet
it's
and
full
say
of
the
people.
right
Really,
thing.
like my hometown is not as enjoyable as it
It's
once
like how
was.
bad you have to
I love
suck
where I
at
live
this
because it's like quiet.
to literally be doing everything
You ever
right
tried to
and
build a
nobody
fucking
wants to hear your
parking
shit.
garage behind Crowdy Bills?
Yeah.
Like somewhere between Central Ave and Fifth Ave, like that strip, they're trying to build like a
sort of external apparatus that's like
and they're like trying to like
organic fan base for a reason, bro. Yeah, man. That's what it is. It's also
hell
like,
no, I posted about it. I was like, yo, come to the city hall meeting. Propose this, this is dog shit. People are like, oh, it'll free up all the people that park in the neighborhood. It'll just make more people come to it. Oh, if you want parking garages, go to the Monday, Tuesday, and then 3 days in a row during the week in the winter. Every beach access parking lot completely slammed. I've never seen that before. This time.
And then I put on that for
No,
might be the least.
the last 2 weeks.
That might be the
I
worst
don't know.
payment.
COVID scared everybody,
I don't
man.
know if there's
COVID
one.
scared
If
everybody.
you want to get his pay or not, you want your lady to go to sleep or leave, put on the revenue. Or there will be blood in the revenue. Or no country for men.
They closed the beaches down. You guys ever remember that? They would not let people on the beach.
It's because there's a bit of fun.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of that. Just
You know?
weird things and everything.
It's so gnarly. It's so
All you have to, like, it's
everyone
Oh, yeah. It's almost fucking been
dumb breaks need, like, somebody saying,
and they're still doing it dumb shit.
everyone's just super okay with like,
Not
I don't know.
everybody, but a lot of people.
a lot of people. It's like people are pussies.
A lot of people are
Like
pussies.
the companies that are making these vaccines are some of the least trusted companies in the medical field that have ever existed. There's been like multi-million-dollar lawsuits against these companies for like impractical therapies.
if you want to get
The
your
list is
find
endless
out,
of
ladies.
all the shit that they've done wrong. It's just so terrible.
Kicked.
Did you know that the COVID vaccine is the most profitable medical product in history? Like Pfizer made $49 billion in 1 year off of selling the vaccine, making it the most profitable medical product of all time. Because, like Russell Brand just did a podcast, like a vaccine that's supposed to help the entire planet should be made with the best interest of people's health. They made it with the best interest of making money. So like when a company's drive is stock and keep those shareholders happy and make as much money as possible. They're probably not going to put as much time as they possibly can into making sure that it's a good product. Historically, all they've done is what is, like, they came out with a medicine that was like really good for some specific disease. I don't remember exactly what it was, but once it became a really popular medicine, it was marked up like 7,000% and then they reduced it because it became popular. Because once it worked and once they knew that people needed it, they could charge a lot more for it. So like when their interest as a company is to make money and not release a product that is affordable and that makes sense for the consumer, like how is the whole entire time all of a sudden
Did you know that?
and then once you start mandating it, once you start saying people have to take something that is made by a company that people didn't fucking trust before, you know, it's like, I was speaking before, like, it was ridiculous. It's ridiculous that you will get shamed for saying you can't go to certain countries because you didn't want to take a drug that was created by criminals. You know, it's crazy.
Did you know that I think it's 75 to 80%? I think that was the stat we talked about with Don. 75 this guy, we talked about this guy. He's a nutritional research scientist, a neuroscientist, and we were talking about how the United States, out of all the clinical research, billions of written by between 80 and 90% of it goes to drugs instead of shit like diet or psychological stuff, anything like that. It's all just based on drugs. Not letting you like.
Everyone's becoming such a pussy too. Like, just have to be okay with everyone. Like, that's okay, but like, also you shouldn't be just like allowing people to just like eat McDonald's every day until they die. Like, only eat candy, like only eat ice cream. You know, like, there needs to be a line drawn. Like, we don't preach health on any of the mainstream outlets. You know, like when COVID first came out, it's like, hey, like the sun is really good. Like we need to treat this as what we've always treated viruses. Like if it's something that harms your lungs, you know, get your lungs open up, get outside, get your cardio going, make sure you're breathing, make sure you get your heart. Whatever. Teaching like healthy lifestyles is like wrong. It's like you can't call like a fat person fat because it's offensive nowadays, but like also like you need to like coach these people that aren't healthy into being healthy.
Don't weaponize it against other people.
And then it's just like, I don't know, it's like all the movement healthy.
She was right. Statistics. She backed it up. Yeah, she backed it up.
That's why I want to do stand-up comedy. I feel like if you're a comedian, it's almost like you're allowed to cross lines. You know, you're allowed to like cross boundaries for the sake of comedy. We're working on routines. Have you? Very soon. I'll watch a lot of stand-up comedian specials. And a lot of the time, they're really not that funny. A lot of the time, like, I read better stuff. I won't step to, like, somebody like these. Absolutely good. Like, I was watching Kevin Hart stand up. He's like, this whole COVID thing hasn't made me feel comfortable. I don't like leaving my house, so that's why we're doing this in my house. he's got like people perfectly 6 feet apart, like scattered across like this theater room, I guess this house, like everyone's double masked. And like he's doing jokes about COVID and like I watched it for like 30 minutes. Once. I turned it off. And I was like, I'm funnier than these guys. Yeah. I've been working on it. That's one of my like bucket lists.
When are you gonna start doing everything like that?
Soon, like sometime like this month or next month.
Yeah? You're just gonna show up unannounced at a random small comedy club and start doing it
Yeah, just like see if I can draw some laughs, like practice my style. Maybe go have a cameraman come film. I want to get my feet wet. You know, I feel like it's a good job planning for something that I'm going to do. It's like Dave Chappelle said, he was so nervous the first time that he did stand up and went out there, enjoyed it. You know, went to go do something at the Apollo, got booed off stage. It was just like, you know, that was the worst. Like, nothing can make this.
That's the worst. Sure can't do it.
Let's do it and then
I saw some fun ones. The best stand-up show I've ever been to. Last week. Tim Dillon. You know who Tim Dillon is? Oh my god. He is the funniest motherfucker in the world. You have to watch it. You have to listen to his podcast. He does this like monologue type podcast. He's kind of like, he's like the gay, younger version of Alex Jones. Wow. Imagine Alex Jones, but like in his mid-30s and gay. And a little bit overweight. And he's like super into crypto and like metaverse shit. He's super into conspiracy theories. Dude, he's kind of like right-wing. Funny. Fuck, this guy. That's the kind of shit he's talking on Tim Dillon's Twitter page. Yeah, the deep dark wormhole conspiracy.
oh shit.
But that's like it's kind of like the same thing with COVID. You know, when 9/11 happened, they found more ways to control us and take more power with the Patriot Act and the war on the Iraq war and COVID is trying to do the same thing. I just heard something about they're trying. The UK is talking about creating their own type of digital currency. That's it's like coupon. So it's like think of like a crypto one create their own cryptocurrency, but it's centralized, so they can control what you can use your money for. So they can say you can go, you can take your money that you make every week at your job, and you can use you can use it to buy this kind of food. Or you can use it to buy that, so they can really control what you buy. Yeah, it really is. Just the Black Mirror.
Dude, that's the world's supposed to be more simple. There's too much noise. Everybody's so crazy and so wrapped up in everything that goes on in our phones. News, have you ever considered what your life would be like in a few weeks if you did not use a computer?
Sorry.
I'd be on the beach somewhere. I'd be on the beach somewhere. Maxed out pipes.
Honestly, it's like geopolitical game of the hill. Check out our map. They're like, well, this map sets mine. It's fighting for this beach. It's fucking insane.
Probably along the lines of the same stuff that I do anyways, you know. I love the internet, I love technology, I love going down rabbit holes and learning and the metaverse and crypto and NFTs and whatever it is. It's all I love it. It's very positive. But I like the real world way more. You know, I'd rather go surfing than go skating, I'd rather go golfing, I'd rather go I really enjoy being outside. One of my favorite things that I've started obsessing over the last few years is doing videos and supercells and time lapses. Yeah, so did you see the lightning strikes I filmed last year? I filmed, in my opinion, some of the most unique captured lightning strikes that I've ever been filmed. It wasn't because of my skill. Sort of praise China's response to COVID. Those slow-mo guys took their $200,000 the lightning type of lightning that they were shooting wasn't as impressive we were just shooting like cloud to ground lightning, just like quick, like bolts, like boom. But there's like there's a lot of different types of like levels where the lightning strikes in the atmosphere. I've learned that like animal crawling, yeah, you did a video about that. And the biggest road wave, yeah.
Oh, yeah, what's the
Yeah.
road wave?
That's what happened. There were just these dudes got reunited back in like a log cabin. They're like, yo, this
A
guy's sick,
road
this guy's sick.
wave is defined as a wave that is more than twice as big as the swell signal. So it's like 2 to 4 foot, and it's just like
That's what I'm saying. So it was like, it's called committee members. They have like committee, which sounds almost like a sci-fi channel shit. But it's like,
Pull it up, go to the focus group squad real quick.
Figure out what it was.
According to all the data that we gathered in the with all the buoys, a wave like that only happens once every like, it's the biggest road wave every 1,500 years. That was the odds. You don't want to pause deeply. Pull your mouth across the bottom so that you see
yeah, it's pretty great. They were kind of like, this is stuff from this is mal stuff, this is malware stuff that, you know, hey, say what you want about it, but it's like, dude, what the fuck? It's like, gonna be a job now? Yeah. Just a resident, like, government spy that just sort of chills in your block. What do you do?
Where is this? This is off the coast of
Maybe that's just, maybe we don't even need that because we have Twitter. We had guys like our own friends being like, they said bad words again last week. Yeah. Make that public.
In the Atlantic?
Maybe we don't need it. Maybe we already surveil ourselves. Maybe we are Big Brother. True. Maybe we are Big Brother. That was what I was thinking about this week, where it's like,
That was a long fall.
so this is a theory I'm working on. This is bigger
Oh,
than
shit.
Are You
Bottom's
Afraid of the Dark
falling
Show?
out.
No.
So basically, I mean, again, I don't know. It's not complete, so obviously, I'm going to have another 25 years.
Yeah, I'm in the boat out
So
there.
the general condition encourages
And the road wave just shows
big
up.
time. It's like,
Wells are that big, you do not want to go
It's
there.
the biggest road wave
that's not happening.
Really?
It's very risky. But in order to connect with another human being, you have to honestly relate. Otherwise, you're just all your actions are based
Yeah,
on
I like making it's, I like making videos about stuff that's like fascinating.
Yeah.
Insane, and I saw the lightning, like the biggest lightning strike
So it's like they don't want to do anything that doesn't allow people to authentically connect, really, unless they're united under some weird like ideology. Yeah, so that's like, I think that's painting. That's going to do some bad stuff, I think. Yeah, it's like a good thing. That's a good thing. All these relationships are based on like, you know, like yeah, exactly. It's like there's no.
Last year was probably the most
I think
consistent surf.
for me for a long time too. It's
Yeah,
like
Brooklyn was
essentially extreme
I
achievers
surfed
trying
probably
to
like 60 or 70 days where it was like above the
and try
time.
if I was this
I'm
big,
pretty
then I
sure
could
the
dictate
9 or
terms of
10 days
connection
in a
where
row
like I wouldn't feel so insecure, so it's like surrounded by jungles and stuff. Just like you live your whole life to sit all your human relations are you're like now like it's now, so it's like if you just want to start like
Well,
Does that
I got
wave
so
still break
bad.
on that? Does that wave still break on 25th? That like healing left hander?
like for
Did you
example,
read it?
just in the last couple weeks on social media, like
That
tell
was
you
on
what,
everybody
though,
fucking better post a black square. Yeah. Or your silence is consent.
Channel 3 knows how to
Yeah. And it's like, well,
they're dredging
I think it's
the
corny.
whole inside of the path.
There's that peer pressure. It's like I have to say something, and then or you're trying, you can't say anything fucking against it.
I've never,
That's
as far as
like
I've ever seen anyone surf that. People start surfing though.
Even the fucking Dalia thing. It's like I'm not fucking defending
roll
him
riding the shepherds.
because I don't know anything, but the mob mentality of just crucifying
Yeah, that place is
anybody
like legendary.
in 3 hours.
Snowboarding spot, right?
That's fucked up. And if you speak up and say that,
I've
people
never
are
seen
like,
it like that big.
fuck yeah, and then you're just
I've gotten
some
shacked.
people are just afraid.
I've seen it like head high, but out past
Shit,
the
where we should all be like, hey, maybe these fucking, kangaroo courts are a little.
The Opal Sands.
Yeah.
Even more than
That's
the
I think we should just do.
And finally got arrested for the channel too. Then we have that in common.
Hell yeah. Oh, I was arrested before you were on.
Yeah.
He who casts the first barrel to history throws the first fucking.
That was the last time I was there.
Like, let me see. Let me listen to all your
That
phone calls, all your
That was the most recent time.
Yeah, I still got
She was 18. Or so, like, whatever.
Is it Hollywood?
She was 18 at the time. People were like, that's still fucked up. And I was like,
I wanted to ask you about lucid dreaming.
yeah, that guy's a fucking pervert.
Not focus?
I'm 18. 18 amateur. Yeah, no,
How do you get into lucid dreaming? How does that?
I mean, that gets into
I don't know how
weird
it's
territory.
I think I just read something online.
Insurance, like, people
It
think,
talks about
there's the big ones,
conscious
like, I was 16 at the time. That was, like, good stuff, honestly. And then it was, like,
I was a
to be fair,
teenager.
I was 19 at the time, and it's like,
Like I dreamed about that. Like, from a very young age, I was writing down my dreams.
you're a female comic who didn't get the fucking advice or
Somebody
mentorship
told me
you
when I was
wanted.
really young that if I write down all my dreams and I fill up a journal, I'll read it.
And you got,
Oh, that's
getting that, you have fun time.
I'll do that, and then I became aware of the concept of the
Like, it's like I
perspective
felt like somebody was mean to me when I thought they were going to mentor me. Yeah. So you're going to publicly try to literally try to ruin their life. And it's like, wait, this isn't, don't do that.
just like,
Just use
I
your
don't know,
own
it's kind of
personal
like
approach to
trippy in
get
a
back
weird way,
at
and
people
I
you're
started
allowed to.
researching
Yeah,
it
it's
more. I
fucking
started
weird.
looking into
Then again, once you have the pederast charges,
it's where you
it's
ask
you're saying
yourself,
you're passionate at that point. You're just you're just travelers flying at you, bro. It's just like, I'm not gonna turn it
another good thing to do is to ask yourself how you got it. Because typically in your dream, you don't remember a ride.
Was I accurate? You got the arrow shot at him? Yeah. It gets straight. Yeah, exactly.
So I do that, and I would do that like several times a day. I would even take a Sharpie and put like a mark on my hand and do that like on the mark. I would do a reality show, like set alarms on my phone, and like several times a day, question reality, contemplate. When you're dreaming, if you ask yourself what you're dreaming, or if you ask yourself how you got somewhere, or
Technically, it is correct. The term pedophiles is for, like, I believe, like, prepubescent.
that's like kind of a trick.
Technically, Delia is not a pedophile. He's like
I just questioned reality enough, and then I would, while I was sleeping, I would ask myself what I was doing, and as I was doing, I just really excited. It was kind of everything lucid. I got so excited that I just like watched the dream, just like the pure floor of the dream fell out.
What's the definition of that?
You have to learn to stay calm and stay focused because it's too exciting. And I just started exploring, going deeper and deeper into what was possible in my dreams. I created like a bucket list.
Can they break that in half, like 15 to 16, 17 to 18
And one of the things was I wanted to be able to make objects change with my hands. Vividly remember this. And a car was driving by. I knew I was dreaming. And I was like that. My car flipped and like crashed and exploded. It was so loud and it was so gnarly. And it was like, I don't know, when you're dreaming, when you're lucid dreaming, like you're actually there. Like, there's nothing that, like, it's not as any different than what we're doing right now, except for the only limits of your dreams are the limits that you create in your head. So one of the other big goals that I had was to fly. I really wanted to fly. But like, if I stand up right now and I try to fly off the ground, it's not going to happen. And I will never be able to convince myself that it's possible because it's not. But like, if you, while you're dreaming, can just take something that's impossible and know that it's possible, if you can convince yourself that you can fly in your dream, it's weird. Half the time I can, half the time I can't. Like half the time I'll like be light and I'll feel like less weight, but like I'll jump and I'll like kind of like moon jump. I won't actually fly. But, like there's just some times where I just have like the free perspective that like I can just see myself floating and I just feel weightless. Like, it's a hard perspective to acquire, to allow yourself to be okay with like yourself flying. Like it's just. It's like, cause it's not something people think about. It's not, yeah, you know, like I can't fly. Like people don't fly. Like if you can purely see it in your head and you can see yourself flying when you're dreaming, start flying. You know, just fly around. Just like it's the most free, like craziest feeling ever. But you know what's cooler than flying is breathing underwater. That is the craziest lucid dreaming experience I've ever had. Is knowing that I'm dreaming and swimming underwater and knowing that
You can't drown. So
I can't drown. Exactly. I've made waves come out of the ocean. I've surfed the biggest waves that I've ever seen while lucid. I'll get into more stuff that I've done in my dreams that kind of relate back to reality in a second, but it's absolutely mind-blowing.
So is it like you, when you're awake, you make it a habit of asking yourself if you're dreaming? So
You
that
just have
becomes
to
such a habit.
contemplate dream perspectives, like how you just have to see yourself lucid dreaming. You have to see yourself in a dream consciously aware that you're dreaming. You have to create that perspective in your head. Like I am a firm believer that like us as humans, like our minds are capable of things that like people can't even comprehend. Like I think that like everyone's like kind of connected. And, like, you can feel people's energy. Like it's like when you know what somebody's going to say before they say it. It's just like an intuitive thing. Oh man, just the whole topic. I kind of been off of it for a little while, but I still dream every single night. Most of the time, they're just dreams that I like thoroughly enjoy. I haven't been lucid as much lately, but one of the ways that I have been becoming lucid is by having nightmares. Because if something terrible is happening in a dream, like super terrible, I question reality, and I realize when something horrible, like if somebody's holding a gun, or like you have just crazy nightmares, people have nightmares, always go lucid because I always realize that it's a dream. I've actually had dreams where people are chasing me with guns. It's like the scariest situation every night because you're about to die. So you think. And it's like, hey, this is a dream. This isn't actually happening. Turn around, guy with the gun, take the gun from him. He goes, here you go, it's your dream now. I just start flying, start doing whatever I want. But what's crazy about dreams is it's really hard to take information from like reality into the dream world. Most of the time, like dreams are emotions and perspectives and situations, you know? Like a dream doesn't have to be a place and it doesn't have to be a conversation, it can be a feeling, you know? Like you have dreams that are scary, you have dreams that are like about love, you have dreams that are happiness, you have dreams that are like about fear. Like there's a whole bunch of different types of like dreams. Like I said, it doesn't have to be a place or a conversation. It can be just like strictly a feeling. And it can almost always be equated to something that happened to you in real life. Like I've had dreams where, like there was a dream, I was at Gasparilla and some lady like fell off the side of one of the drawbridges. She was like trying to climb down, but she fell, and like we had all these people like helping lift her up. And then like it was either the next night or a couple nights later, I like had another dream that it was like a similar situation where I was like helping somebody like out of some like place. But when I thought about at Gasparilla and when I thought about it in the dream, it was like the same exact situation. So like you ever hear somebody say sleep on it? It's like, well, if you haven't made your mind up on this, you should probably just sleep on it. Because your brain goes through everything that happened the day before while you're asleep. Your mind is subconsciously processing every conversation, every interaction, everything that happened to you that day. So like, if you surf all day, you're probably going to have dreams about surfing. If you golf all day, you'll probably
better than I've ever slept in my life.
yeah. Sometimes when you get too exhausted too, you won't have as vivid of dreams because you're like so deep in your subconscious. But oh man, I could talk about dreaming forever. It's one of the most fascinating things ever. Like I was talking about breathing underwater. Like it was like this bridge, right? And on each side of the bridge, there's like crystal clear like streams. And it's almost like it's like a giant like concrete structure, but it's like indoor and outdoor. It's not like I'm inside of a place. It's like I'm inside of like a old structure on the side of the river, like in a jungle somewhere, and there's these crystal clear streams, and there's all these underwater caves, and like all the caves are like well lit, and like when you swim down in a cave, it opens up with this giant room. There's all these fish and everything, and I'm lucid, and I jump in the water, and I like you get that tightness feeling in your chest. I was just like, this is a dream. There's nothing that can hurt me here. I can swim underwater, and I should be able to be relieved, like. Because I've had dreams where I'm breathing underwater, but I just feel myself breathing in my bed. It's like not like I'm actually breathing in the dream. I can feel like myself laying in my bed, and I feel myself like breathing in reality. But like I'm holding my breath in the dream, but I'm still like feeling my chest being relieved. And then there's other lucid dreams where I'm in the water and I know that I'm dreaming, and I open my mouth and I'm breathing water, and I feel like the cold water fill up my lungs, and it relieves me. I don't choke. I feel relieved. And it's like breathing in this. It's like it like goes from being like heavy, thick water to like it feels like cold air almost, But like perspectives in your dreams can shift so quickly because like it is an imprint of your subconscious mind. It's not actually like a real place. Like what's crazy about lucid dreaming is you have to maintain your focus on the fact that you're lucid, or else you'll get distracted and you'll snap out. I never ever remember a lucid dream ending. I just continue dreaming, unless I wake up. But like it's interesting. It's like it's so gnarly. Like I think it's something everyone should take some time and learn about because it has absolutely changed my life. Like a small way would be I was lucid at IRB skate park. In my dream, I knew that it was a dream, and I'm at the skate park, and I suck at going front side on the rail. Like I'd never done front side 50-50s before. And I was like, oh, I'm dreaming. Like I can't get hurt. Drop in, grind across the whole thing, do it a couple times, start skating, start shredding, and I woke up and I was like, damn, like that was so easy. Went straight to the skate park, dropped in. 50-50 grind frontside first try. Never done it before besides in my dream, but the dream gave me the confidence that I needed and the perspective where like I went in person and did it like unimaginably better than I would have if I didn't have that dream. Like it wasn't even a question that the dream helped me. Like the dream is the reason why I landed that dream. And there's a lot, all of the most like the smartest minds like Nikola Tesla and Albert Einstein and Neil deGrasse Tyson, like they're all lucid dreamers. They all talk
Really?
about lucid
Do they really?
Yeah, look up like Albert Einstein. Look up famous lucid dreamers.
Okay.
Like pop up. Yeah.
The first one is like Tim Dillon and Alex Jones. Bill Clinton. Salvador Dali.
Yeah.
Christopher Nolan, Leonardo DiCaprio, Stephen King.
I'm telling you, a lot of that sounds just like that Inception.
Inception is about lucid.
That's what it
movie
is.
about
It's the same way.
And after you have this conversation, like rewatch that movie and think about being lucid.
Well, Stephen King, I gotta discredit him because he wrote his best books while he was doing mountains of cocaine at the same time. Why would I discredit him? No.
That's extra credit.
Extra credit.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Because he wasn't sleeping. That's what.
It's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And it's like, I don't know. People limit themselves. Like, we're on a rock orbiting around a fireball in infinite space, and people want to like limit themselves to like, oh, I can't do this, I can't do that. It's like, yeah, last night I was breathing underwater, flying, and making mountains come out of the ocean inside my mind. Like, I've had such vivid dreams all night. Like I had a string of lucid dreams one night. And I was like downhill longboarding, and I was surfing, and I was like doing all this crazy shit that seemed like a 6-hour adventure. Like I was like, my mind was conscious the whole entire night. And then I woke up and it had seemed like the day before that night, and the next day it was all one timeline. Like, and I like started feeling like my potential was infinite because like my mind never rested. I was going on these things. Like I'll wake up in the morning sometimes just like absolutely pumped and stoked because I had the sickest dreams ever. Like, I don't know, like that feeling of flying, like and breathing underwater and doing all these incredible things, like that makes you feel like I don't know, like you're taking over the world. It's yeah, kind of makes you speechless. It's the craziest shit that you can ever imagine. It's possible. 30 years from now, and now you're gonna interact with millions of people you can control via like like out of body experience. You're there, but you're not there. Have
you ever had
yeah, like a lot of times.
Shalom,
You
dude.
have like a top 10
Tim's-
near-death experience in like 2
Do you really?
Oh,
That is the craziest thing ever.
lightning is one of the gnarliest. Probably the. Yeah, I never thought that I was dead more than when I was
It's a weird thing. It's a weird, like, new state you go into. I've done it mostly, like, I've done it when I was free diving to, like, underwater caves. Like, one time, we were doing underwater cave, and I couldn't find the exit. And I was swimming as fast as I fucking could. And the exit, I was like 20 feet underwater. And I'm just like, I'm what? I'm probably gonna die here. And like my whole life flashed before my eyes. Everything that happened in my life just far back to that. And that's like.
Welcome. How are you? Yo, Trine. How you living, Pip? What's that?
How many times does that happen?
All right, I don't eat KFC, but for those who do, shout out to them. How'd you find out about me, Trine?
No.
I've gotten. I mean.
Through Kick.
I've
Interesting. Have you been here before?
I was like, oh shit, like.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we've talked.
I might be to the point where I'm like.
Okay, excellent.
I've gotten.
Well, what's new in your neck of the woods?
But I've never like genuinely been scared.
Well, I'm starting a full-time job soon.
And what is that?
I've gotten
It's
my
Amazon delivery.
Very cool.
Are
Are you an independent contractor?
Absolutely beaten, but
Yes.
All right.
definitely.
So you drive one of those big trucks?
Never had to.
Yes, sir.
Are you excited for it?
Oh.
The last combo.
I'm trying to check my order confirmation.
Really?
You do you, baby.
Oh, thank you.
What is that one right here?
Zippers.
Let's see if it took money out of my
Surf
account.
camp right there.
It looks like, oh,
It's like right on this massive cliff.
Cerritos?
Interesting.
Oh, Scorpion.
Okay, I'm just gonna order this food really quick. Thank you.
Absolutely. You do what you need to do. Come back when you're ready.
Oh, I'm a homebody though. I'm not ready for this job.
Pirate's Cove.
It pays green money, right?
Smuggler's Cove.
Not at all. 19.
This is where we gotta go.
Hey, it's something.
Yeah, right out that door to the left. First person left.
I'm
Bar.
gonna buy like an El
This
Chico.
is the place I'm gonna go next. The most perfect fucking rides ever.
Oh my god, let's go.
And there's a bunch of sick little spots to stay, like right on this beach.
Do a lot of people surf there?
Not a ton, no. It's kind of isolated, but they have surf camps that go there. People that only fly there. It's kind of like I don't think there's a big like crowd there.
Is this one that barrels up on the inside really heavy?
Yes, really heavy. One guy died there like a couple years ago. Yeah. Broke his neck so bad that he fucking died. He got paralyzed when he hit the. Dude, this guy was a pro, like a fucking legit pro. and he hit his head, broke his neck, and he paralyzed.
I think my order is just not getting picked up because I didn't put a tip on it.
Perfect fucking right.
But that's only because I haven't got my first paycheck. That's crazy.
Yeah,
I feel you, son.
I think Jamie O'Brien made a video of this place, at this spot.
You got to do what you got to do.
I'm so happy to be back on the surfboard. I'm sponsored by Rusty.
Are you? Really?
Yeah,
That's
got the
cool.
Rusty.
That's awesome. Do they still make surfboards?
Oh yeah.
Keep doing this order until someone picks it up.
There you go.
Find
When
on
you
a map,
order.
Find Barra de la Cruz. Find it. Let's find out how far it
I
is.
love
Piece chicken.
I know. It's the best. Especially for finding surf spots.
Oh yeah.
Did you know that KFC
Oh, yeah.
is now the third largest chicken seller in the United States, and it used to be number one?
I don't know. I kind of want to make videos.
Yeah, I thought it was number one too. But
dude, I found like the best cliff
Let's see
jumping
here.
spots. I found 70-foot cliffs in Florida.
Really?
Rank of the biggest chicken
There's
companies in the United
about
States
100
fast food.
documentaries driving through the everywhere. There's so much weird shit. So many like weirdos. There's a guy who has a log.
All right, so Chick-fil-A
Hunting the skunk.
is number one.
Oh, I know.
You know that guy?
Fucking video about it.
Wacko.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which I think is kind of
I
I catch all
Chick-fil-A is
I
one.
thought it'd be KFC.
Skunk game. Sounds like
Isn't
a
Chick-fil-A? It has less buildings.
That's where it
Jeez,
is.
baby.
That's
Right.
Barra de la Cruz.
Dude, I heard
They
there
got
is a
2,800. KFC's number two.
Whoa, Austin, what the
Oh,
fuck
but
are
they
you
moved
doing?
back, so Popeyes surpassed it. So
Hit the
KFC
compass,
is
hit the
three now.
compass. It's flat.
But KFC's number one in China.
Okay.
KFC's bigger in
How far
China
is
than
Cabo?
any other.
Cabo is there
than
to
McDonald's.
land. Yeah, we can go dude, come to Cabo.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
was
no,
assuming.
Cabo's all the way down. No, zoom out.
It's really popular
That
there.
was the very, very bottom. Yeah.
That's why I thought it was number one.
No, you gotta go farther off.
Do you know where the first KFC was founded?
Yeah, it's up. Cabo's way up there. Cabo's the very end of that peninsula up there.
It was founded in North
Oh,
Corbin,
it's that
Kentucky.
peninsula. Okay.
Do you know where the
Zoom all
first
way in,
franchise
all the way
opened?
Yeah, keep going that little tip, that little point.
Somewhere in Kentucky, yeah.
Utah.
That's not it. Oh, yeah, it is, yeah.
Oh, what the hell?
Salt Lake City, Utah in 1952.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that hotel right there.
Did you know that there are 3,400
Yeah, it's so sick. Keep going down.
Kentucky Fried Chickens in the United States, but there are over 10,000 in China?
I've seen those videos.
It
All
goes
your
from like
videos are
12,000 feet deep to just like shore right there. Like the mountains meet up.
10,000.
And there's
Yeah,
somehow
in
a beach,
2,000
like,
cities.
And they're still not number one. Is that in America?
Yeah, in America. That's what I said.
Type
They-
in
Yeah,
Lover's
they're
Beach.
just in America.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Did you know why this?
Globally, KFC.
Well, it's not even just KFC. It's Yum Brands, which owns Taco Bell, Long John Silver, Pizza Hut, KFC. They're all the same company.
Now we can go back to the Google Maps. And I have to,
And Habit Burger is one of the Yum Brands.
Is it?
Lover's Beach. It's a crazy beach. Absolutely.
isn't that it right there?
Yeah, that's it. But like, I mean,
He's looking for actual
Burger
photos,
King is
right?
not. Burger
yeah,
King's
like
its own
that
thing.
On the right. Yeah, I mean, you can
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Habit Burger is for sure.
Lakes Lover's Beach. 10 out of 10 would recommend visiting that place some point in your life.
Is there any
Habit
surf spots there? Is it all like
Zippers.
scam?
Zippers.
Is
I mean, Jamie O'Brien came out one year and charged her short break with it.
Did he on the surfboard? Yeah, we gotta go to party.
it's
Yeah,
not?
last year when I went to Cabo, I probably made
Oh yeah,
like
it is. Yeah, it is. Apologies, it is. Yeah, let's see what Yum owns. They own KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, and Habit, except in China, where the brand's
I
operated
love those.
by Yum China. Oh, they don't own Long John Silver's anymore.
Pizza Huts in Florida.
I'm sponsoring the contest. Turner's sponsoring the contest.
They used to own Long John Silver's and A&W.
Try to get a pretty big pro purse.
You're doing like a legit contest there?
They just keep changing things
The
up.
order to not be completed.
What is this bullshit? Why can't it be completed?
It's weird because it's like nowhere is gnarlier than Cabo.
I don't know.
Have you been
There's
more
some
than a
like
wedge?
KFC.
Dog, we've been
You
talking.
know
You skimmed the wedge?
That's like all I can do.
All right, well, it's
Big
something.
wedge?
Yes.
Where's
Yeah.
the video?
Why does it say your order can't be
That's an
completed?
archive.
You're no Brad Domke,
Sounds
okay?
like false advertising.
I agree.
The wedge-
Wouldn't that be something if KFC was like, hey, it's free delivery, and then
Wedge is fucking
type in I made
terrifying.
you can't order
type in,
anything?
I made a deadly mistake.
Well, there's no rocks there. That's the one thing that's not. That's
Yeah.
not scary about the wedge.
It's just not-
Dude, how'd you find out about me on Kick?
It's more like fluttery and
It was
like
through-
less thick.
It's
Like, it's
just
just-
Really?
like a flop.
Oh, word, dog.
Stuff.
Yeah, excellent.
You stick the wedge and get washed
Yeah, they
out.
hate me.
In Cabo, you get fucking
Word.
Oh, it's gotta be on.
I contacted Kick recently and asked them if I could come back. Actually, somebody came in here from Kick, one of their bigger streamers, and was like, you didn't do anything that bad. Why don't you try to come back? So I tried to come back and stream for like 24 hours, and then I got banned. So I appealed it, and they're like, you have been indefinitely suspended. And I'm like, all right, well, does indefinitely mean lifetime? They're like, it means
Yeah,
indefinite.
I was here last time we told the story, and they wouldn't even specify what it was.
I asked them if I want to stream in 50 years, in the year 2075, would they let me stream? And they said no.
So you can skip in probably.
I was like, okay, that's fine. F you.
Ooh,
No bigs.
$1 tip.
got it.
All right, let's see if it works.
Waveform.
You can let it play for a second. There's actually some really
I have
good
to walk to
tips.
Chick-fil-A.
Like that's what I'm talking about. You know, we do everything we can to make sure that the Cabo content is top tier. I lug like 50 pounds worth of camera gear and batteries and tripods and drones out there every single year. Yeah, look at that.
It's gotta be so fun just body surfing those waves.
Yeah.
Or boogie boarding them. Oh my god, I would be there. I would be loving that.
Dude, body whopping, some of this fun shit, man. Just going out there and swimming. Yeah, actually, I made a full video about that when it was the biggest I've ever seen. I can show you some clips of that in a second.
I would sponge the shit out of that wave.
It's, yeah, you can skip in a little bit. I'm not sure exactly where I haven't watched it in a while, but keep going.
Go to where the big spike is. Right there.
Oh, it's a big spike.
It like places the order, and then I get an email saying like, order.
Damn, it's crazy there's the retention there.
That's weird, isn't it?
Why do you
I've never even
Why
seen
do you
that.
think that is?
Go to the spikes
Oh, it's
later.
'cause of
Oh,
the
it's
last
the
thing.
hash.
Fulfill
They're
their
like
fuel.
kill later in the video. I need spikes.
You got a good combo of big waves.
On what platform are you trying to order?
Well, KFC was offering free delivery.
Through DoorDash or through their own app or something?
Through DoorDash, yeah. But it was through their own app, but they used DoorDash.
Oh, you're trying to catch the cider.
Yeah.
Okay.
Into just.
Is there a pretty good
Let's look and see if-
sidewalk wave there?
Let's look and see if they have any outages.
Is it?
Yeah.
Downdetector.com. I'm looking for you.
Yeah, this
So
is
it'd just
right
be
inside of
KFC,
the So
and
there's a
that's not a thing.
pending
Sorry.
swell.
But, okay.
Like, it'll be chill for
So,
a little
like,
bit. And
the menu
here,
works.
turn the volume up. Actually, you'll hear my friends start whistling.
Do you have enough? Do you have enough money?
Yeah, my buddy's up on the cliff yelling at me,
Damn it,
telling
I
me not to
was-
come in.
And does it say payment
Yeah, I
must?
didn't know whether I should come in or not.
Maybe that's the one. It has Apple Pay integration.
This wave
Should
is
work.
so much gnarlier than a wave at the wedge, though. Like, it's just so much. Look at that thing. Look at how heavy that is.
Oh yeah, it just sucks up.
That's
Close.
okay.
Now, look at where I am.
Go walk to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How deep is it right there?
that's
Like,
number
4
one.
feet.
Chicken place in the.
Yeah, but it was
United
like,
States.
I was stuck
That's
out there.
boogie board heaven.
Oh,
Oh,
bro.
bro.
Keep just spamming it.
I got one of the best waves of my life. That you
Gotta be so
Try again.
fun.
It is so
All right. Well, I'll start believing you when you're at 45 times. You've barely started.
I think think we.
They literally could have the colonel sitting there just rejecting your order just for shits.
Boom, baby.
And you just got to slip one past the goalposts.
Yeah, lucid dreaming. Everyone should
Because at first it took a while for him to reject it, and then the colonel started spamming it. Instant.
Well, that's more to come.
Before it's kind of sat there.
You want to come home for Sharks Tooth?
Word.
So you guys are gonna.
You'll get it.
Sharks Tooth Sanctuary.
Yeah, we already got a tractor lined up because the main thing for that is we have to make
Just want 2 pieces of chicken in KFC.
Are you meeting their minimum?
We have to bring the tractor out to the
It doesn't
tank,
even have an order.
however many acres it is.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't. There's no deal or anything.
How it looks. And,
I mean, you don't have to have like a $10 order minimum.
No, because if I didn't reach it, it would just charge me for delivery.
And if you buy the NFT,
No.
And my food's like $8.
the NFT
Yeah, you're
you
probably
get,
not hitting the minimum.
The tooth that is the NFT, well, it's going to be unrevealed, so you're going to have to buy it.
Yeah, but
before
if
you
I-
get to see what your tooth is, but the tooth that you buy.
Like, wouldn't they just charge me for delivery if I don't hit the minimum?
No, I think DoorDash has a minimum of $10, doesn't it?
So
There's at least $50,000 worth of Shark's Teeth in this collection.
Maybe.
I'm absolutely making that statistic up. I don't know. Maybe they don't have a minimum. Let me see. I'll look it up. I've never used it. Does DoorDash have a minimum?
Property that we're going to buy using the money from NFT.
That's a sick.
Minimum. There is no minimum. Hold on. DoorDash does not have a minimum order amount for merchant. There is no minimum amount of sales required to remain a DoorDash product. However, for drivers, the minimum order they are willing to accept can vary. Oh, that could be it. Some drivers may set a minimum payout of $5 or more per order, while others may accept lower amounts. What's your total?
Contemplating the space and being in cryptocurrency since
Like $8,
2017, which is essentially
Okay,
Yeah, no one's picking it up, but it's getting denied instantly now. So now I'm starting to think like.
I just never wanted to promote or be a part of a project that I.
all right. What about Uber Eats?
Oh well, I get free delivery of KFC.
I gotcha. I
I'm
gotcha.
so excited too. I was like,
Dude, I know you came in with that kind of excitement. Okay, what else can we try? Why don't you call KFC and ask them if it's working?
Otherwise, a neighborhood's going to get built there, and all the fossils that
call
are
the
there.
number. There's a number here.
There's no.
So just call the number and be like, "Yo, dog,
whatsoever.
is all your shit working?" And they'll be like, "No, we didn't know. Wow, here we see that you just tried to put in 5 different orders. Let's allow you to get one of those through." And then all of a sudden you have your food in 10 minutes.
I don't know. They're contributing to the death of Florida. They're destroying fossils. They're not letting us hunt for fossils.
Amazing.
It's like,
That
hey,
would be that's the
what
goal.
else we can buy? Some acres. Come hang out with us too. So like, oh, start
Give them a
small.
call. I'll wait here.
We'd like to open fossil farms.
I might just try to transfer my money to my bank account.
Dude, that takes forever. That takes hours.
It'll take forever. Damn. But maybe it'll
Find that? Are you gonna post on your YouTube channel?
Yeah, fuck that. You already transferred it to Apple Pay.
Like I said,
Just call the
I'm
number.
not trying to do this to make a bunch of money. I'm one of the only projects that's actually going
Like
to
Soldier Boy.
use the money to do something cool, like
Yeah.
being able to
25
see
cents
us
fee
buy
for
the
instant
land,
transfer,
first
I
strike
think so.
ground, and start excavating and whatnot.
Dog, do you know what their telephone number is?
Everybody's out here just trying.
You should just make it a pump and
Yeah, but
Yeah, that'd be super tight.
I can also just talk to an agent.
Okay, talk to an agent.
Shark's Teeth, so it'd be like super
Hey, you know, honestly, I'm not worried about the
I'm gonna
use
try
case
this
afterwards.
instant
That's like
transfer.
just
Don't fucking try that.
I
Ask them.
wonder if it,
over time.
because my Apple, my transaction just failed through Apple, so now I'm starting to think like,
Obviously, once
maybe Apple.
when we release the project, people are going to buy it for Apple Teeth, and then immediately going to try to sell off the NFT because they have no interest.
All right, did you do your transfer for 25
I
cents?
think it'd be really cool. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I did 25-cent transfer.
Okay, now try to use your card.
Okay, let me try.
We are waiting. This is exciting.
So, thanks for doing this.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
Boom.
I can't believe Randy
Round
Carlson
two.
is here.
This is exciting.
I can't believe you didn't fucking see it. You gotta watch it.
I feel like it's scammed, right?
You should not feel scammed.
To the Juke Spot on YouTube.
You're gonna get your
Yeah, I
food.
haven't been scammed.
Concrete podcast.
You're gonna get your food right now.
Sweet, bro. Thanks again. I appreciate it.
I'll see you in 2.5 years.
See you in the metaverse.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dog.
Still look like a caveman.
Select the payment method, big dog.
Alright. Processing.
Work, baby.
What if I donate $1 to the KFC Foundation?
Dude, tell them to go fuck themselves. Tell them that's an insult. They should be donating to you.
For real. I've advertised it on your stream.
Word, dog. You came in with, hey, doesn't everybody know that KFC has free delivery all week?
Good to be back, brother.
Welcome back, dude.
Yes, sir.
Before we start,
All right,
tell
what does
the
it say?
listeners and or viewers who you are and what your background is.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Andrew Bustamante. I'm the founder of EverydaySpy.com. I am a former covert CIA.
Yo, dog, ask the dude. Hold on. Ask the like. Ask. Go to support.
At work, in security, and life is good for me.
What part of the CIA? What division of the CIA are you in? What exactly were you doing in the CIA?
Yeah,
so CIA
exactly.
doesn't have
Call,
your traditional divisions like you would think of
text
with,
the
like,
chat
Army or Navy
and be like, "Yo, dog, what's
CIA
going
is
on?"
all covert,
And they'll be like,
but there's,
"Oh,
general breakdown
we fucked up.
So I came from what
let
was
us get this
called
food to you
the
and for
National
free."
Contested Service.
You'd be like, "All right, thank you."
It's also sometimes called the Directorate of Operations, but we are the undercover field operative kind of element of CIA.
So one of the main things I want to talk to you about today, obviously, is this whole thing going on with Russia and Ukraine, this whole war. What is your take on everything that's going on over there, and what the U.S. narrative is?
Yeah, so it's funny. I'm super hot on this topic right now, and I'm also very hot about the fact that like people are speaking out against Spotify hosting Joe Rogan because people on Joe Rogan's podcast disagree with the mainstream narrative about COVID or whatever.
Are you
So if I
fucking?
get you kicked off
Are you
Spotify,
fucking serious?
I'm very sorry.
You definitely won't. We'll probably get kicked off YouTube, but that's okay. We have
Call
way
the
more
number.
people on Spotify now.
So here's the thing, right? What's happening between Russia and Ukraine is not news. It's not news. News is supposed to be new, and it's supposed to be unexpected. What the hell were people thinking was going to happen between Russia and Ukraine? Russia
Are you gonna call them?
Ukraine in 2014.
Yeah, they better
They took Crimea, and they promised
Yeah,
it
they
back.
better.
Crimea used to belong to Ukraine, right? There's been this separatist group of Russian sympathizers in Ukraine for a long time.
You do what you need to do.
This is not new news.
Oh,
Putin
dude,
has
I'm
made
listening.
Ukraine a priority of his military and political
Give this man his
ambitions
chicken.
since he took office in, I think it was 2000. This is not new. This is just the inevitable outcome of promises that were made by a strong-armed dictator, essentially a strong-armed politician. So the fact that people are acting surprised, the fact that people are acting shocked and bamboozled is just ridiculous because there's no reason for us to be surprised that this is happening. And it's going to keep happening. It happened in Georgia in 2008. It's happening in Ukraine right now. Every former Soviet state is a target, especially if it is not currently backed by NATO, because that's what Putin is committed to, rebuilding not a Soviet Union. He's not trying to rebuild the USSR. He's just trying to insulate Russia from an encroaching Western and European threat. It is absolutely and totally predictable and expected.
What did you listen to that hour-long speech that he gave the other day about why he's doing this?
No, it's funny. So the other thing to keep in mind is that in a country like Russia, 90% of what you hear is rhetoric. It's propaganda. It's spoken for a population base that is largely uninformed or heavily propagandized. So they're not really a free-thinking, independent group. It's like listening to Hitler talk to Nazis. They weren't a free-thinking group. They were a highly emotional, heavily slanted, heavily biased group of kind of an ignorant mass.
So I did not listen to his hour-long speech. What I did is I took highlights out of that speech that I thought were super fascinating. The most fascinating highlight was when he talked about how the Ukrainian military, he called upon them to remember that they were Russian first, and that they wouldn't be harmed if they just laid down their weapons and let the Russian military come through. What we're forgetting, again, in the whole way that this isn't news, I love talking about it because I love challenging the fact that right now, Americans, international Europeans, everybody around the world right now is getting bent over and smacked by media. We're all clicking on headlines. We're all being blasted advertisements. We're all being told information that is accurate but incomplete, right? It's not necessarily mal or misinformation. It's just incomplete information, errant information. But we're being fed this narrative just to keep us clicking, just to keep us worried, just to keep us afraid. It's a traditional, what we call in CIA, an influence campaign, and this is what media is doing to us right now. And they're using every media outlet to keep us glued to an event that is inconsequential to 99% of the planet.
What is your take, being a former CIA operative who's traveled the globe, spent time in various countries, when you see like the media, especially the New York Times and a bunch of other outlets, coming up to the last week, in the last few weeks, the last month, it just seems like they've been instigating this thing, or just been talking about it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. It seems like our media has been escalating it. And then not only that, from Putin's perspective, when you see the United States and the UK drop billions of dollars of weapons and military training into the Ukraine, like what does that? How does that make you feel when you see shit like that happen?
Yeah, so I want to be very careful because I'm not worried about my reputation, or I'm not worried about anything like that. I want to be careful because the narrative coming from Putin and the secondary narrative coming out of China right now are very important narratives that I want to get into. And I want to make sure the whole world, everybody listening, understands those two narratives. That is the narrative that says that this was escalated because of our media. There's no way you cannot escalate what's known as an interstate war. This is considered an interstate war. The sovereignty of one nation being invaded by another nation. Interstate. Not the same thing as a civil war. Civil wars are called intrastate wars. This is an interstate war. That cannot be escalated by media and rhetoric and saber-rattling. It takes someone making the conscious decision to invade someone else's sovereignty for interstate war to happen. So I say that because what we all saw happen in media in the last few weeks was a major mistake on the hands of the Biden administration. And I don't think, you can think whatever you want about the current president. His foreign policy decisions for the last 2 years have been flawed. And it's difficult to manage foreign policy in a country that doesn't care about foreign policy. We're Americans. We care about American policy. We care about domestic policy. We care about economy. We care about public health. We don't really care what happens to the rest of the world.
The citizens care about that, not necessarily the politicians.
Kind of the other way around. The citizens don't care. Honestly, anybody listen, as you and I sit here, we don't care about Ukrainians, dude. We don't care about what's happening in Ukraine.
Right.
We don't care about Russians. Tomorrow morning, what we care about is, are we going to make money in our business? Are my kids safe? Can I drive to work? What's the price of gas?
That's what I meant.
Is there any way you can place an order from your
So yeah, we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, it seems like the politicians are the ones that are always worried about what's going on overseas. They're not so much worried about homelessness or anything that's going on inside, education or anything like that. They're more worried about spending billions of dollars in Ukraine.
Yeah, well, they're interested in looking like a world power. Because when you're powerful, people see you as secure and stable. Where does the world want to invest? In the most stable, most powerful country. So the United States is rich because everybody invests in the United States. Chinese invest here, Russians invest here, Brazilians invest here, Mexicans. Everybody with money invests in American companies, American property, American policy. We hold a seat in the UN Security Council. We're a major player in NATO. We're the big powerful dog. We're the global superpower. Everybody wants to put their money, everybody wants to bet on the winning horse. If you lose that front runner position, people are going to invest in someone else. Russia's tactics are to make themselves look big and strong so that they can win more of the world's wealth. China's desires are to look super strong so they can win more of the world's wealth. Because if you have people investing in you, it's just like
That's a more question. So since you're unable to do anything about
the reason I kind of came back to this is because the media narrative isn't what got people spun up. The media narrative isn't what made Russia invade Ukraine. Russia was going to invade Ukraine. The mistake that Biden made is that he came out and publicly exposed that he had received an intelligence report that the invasion was coming soon. If you recall, in early February, mid-February, he made an announcement. He was like, hey, we just got an intelligence report that says the invasion's going to happen any day. Once he said that, everybody picked up that narrative. Any day now. We're going to invade any day. Could be tomorrow. Could be the next 2 days. Could be the next few weeks. It's all anybody would talk about. I remember seeing headlines day after day after day saying, any day now, any day now, any day now. That's not news either. That's just what gets the whole world watching. Because now, it's like if you could imagine a new Avengers movie coming out, where every single day a new headline is talking about, hey, the next Avengers movie is dropping tomorrow. Everybody's going to keep checking. Oh, did it drop yet? Did it drop yet? Did it drop yet? That's exactly what happened inadvertently because Biden decided to say he was probably trying to do a deterrent, early action deterrent move to keep Russia from invading. But either way, in hindsight, it wasn't a great call.
You think it was really to keep Russia from invading? It doesn't seem like what we did was to keep Russia from invading. It seems like it was more of a provoke.
Yeah, so that, again, this is why I want to, my company, Everyday Spy, is there to teach people how espionage works and how you can see it play out in everyday life. It is provocative. It is provocative in terms of it being interesting. To basically come out and say, we have intelligence that says this is going to happen. That is a provocative move in terms of it being interesting. And everybody wants to pay attention to that. I believe that the Biden administration came out and said that because they wanted everybody to pay attention to it. Because now what that would do is put pressure on Russia not to invade. Because he just took away their element of surprise. That's what if you look at the strategy happening in Ukraine right now, first of all, it's the exact same strategy that was applied in Georgia in 2008 when they invaded Georgia. Almost verbatim, almost the exact same strategy. Yep, and we can talk about that if you want to. It's very similar to what they did in Crimea in 2014. But this is the Russian MO. We know the Russian MO. They have a way of doing this, and it works for them. And again, we can talk about any and all of this if you want to get. But the reason that Biden and the media, they were not provoking Russia. That is Russian propaganda. That is Chinese propaganda to try to get the world to think that the U.S. is at fault for Russia's decisions. It is not true. It is not true.
But can you think of it from Putin's point of view? When you see the UK and the U.S. dropping billions of dollars worth of weapons and military training on the border, on its own border, like, wouldn't you, from put yourself in Putin's shoes,
right?
Don't you think that's more of a provocation?
That's more of a provocation than the media saying that Russia's going to invade. Biden coming out and saying Russia's going to invade. That's not a provocative move.
But
dropping a bunch of money.
How you doing, girl?
Ukrainian special forces and starting to train
what up,
US troops.
Right.
And elite. That is a provocative move. But it's provocative. It is actually a threatening move because Russia was already invested in the conflict for the last 15 or 20 years because they have Russian sympathizers, Russian separatists in those two communities, Donetsk and whatever the other one is, Luhansk or something like that. Those two breakaway groups are already essentially fighting for independence, fighting for separation, fighting to become part of the Russian Federation again against the Ukrainians. So when he sees investment in troops and when he sees actual support directly to the Ukrainian military infrastructure, that is for sure a threat against those independent nations. That was another mistake of the Biden administration, to start pouring a bunch of money and training into a region that already had a legitimate military intra-state conflict. Because now that gave Russia essentially the international go-ahead to say, if the United States is going to support the Ukrainians, we're going to support the separatists. And that validated his ability to go in and essentially name those two breakaway regions as independent states, which is what started the whole conflict, if you recall, just a few years ago.
Who are the separatists?
The separatists were, so Ukraine used to be part of the Soviet Union.
Right.
So when the Soviet Union fell in 1991, many of the states became independent on their own because the Soviet Union existed. So when those states became independent, it's almost like what happened after World War II when we started drawing these artificial lines throughout the Middle East. Just because you claim a place as Ukraine, it doesn't mean all the people identify as Ukrainian. Inside the country of Ukraine, only about 70% of the people think of themselves as Ukrainian. 20%, 25% almost think of themselves as Russian.
Right. Most of them speak Russian.
Exactly, and Ukraine is very close to Russia. So what happens when you are a Russian not living in a country that lives by Russian rules? Now you feel out of place. That is a very common problem in intrastate conflicts. Very similar to what happened in Sudan when Sudan split, because some people believed it differently than the other people in the state believed it. Hutus and the Tutsis. These were two groups of people going back to colonial days that were forced to live in the same region, even though they didn't identify with each other. It's what happens. It's what's happening right now in Ukraine. It's what happened in Georgia. It's the reason the Georgia conflict in 2008 erupted. There's these groups of people who identify as Russian, but they're being forced to follow non-Russian rules, non-Russian expectations, and they're suffering already in poor, corrupt governments. So when you have a poor, corrupt government, and it's so poor and so corrupt it looks to Russia for stability, that's how you get a separatist group.
And that's what the Ukraine is.
That's what happened on the west side, the east side of Egypt.
I think something's happening.
Fuck yeah, baby.
I just went to the sea.
But Ukraine is not willing to recognize them.
Oh,
That's why
nice.
there's been a conflict since 2000.
But you need to cancel it. You need to cancel some of them.
The invasion of Crimea was just an escalation of that existing
Oh, tight.
internal strife.
Wow.
It's much deeper than people think, and the headlines don't talk a lot about that because it's not sexy. History is not sexy, but history is what writes. It's what writes the predictable patterns for tomorrow, right? And that's another thing I think is so interesting. Russia took Georgia in 2000. It took a chunk of Georgia. I forget the name of the province. It starts with an L. Anyway, with the same methodology. They invaded Georgia under the same auspices. A separatist group inside Georgia was under attack or being threatened by the Georgian military. They called for help from Russia. Russia announced them as independent and then flooded in support. Same exact thing.
And what did we do about that?
Exactly what we're doing now.
Same thing.
Nothing.
Same playbook.
Same playbook. We have, I'm guessing anybody who's ever played high school sports knows that if you got the playbook of your next competitor, you know what they're going to do. So then you're the one in control of the game. You choose the plays that they can't counter, you play those plays. Russia knew what was going on. Russia knew that the same Biden administration that pulled every troop out of Afghanistan, even against international public opinion, the same Biden who fights his own people about COVID policies for 2 years, they knew that Biden wasn't going to do anything. Just in my opinion, the next move that Russia makes will happen next year. It's going to happen in a place like Moldova. It's going to happen in a place like Tajikistan. Some other weak, corrupt state that borders close to a Russian-controlled haven that has a population of Russian sympathizers. It's going to happen in a place like that in 2023, and then in 2024, China's going to take Taiwan. Because everybody in the world, every strong man in the world, is watching the United States do nothing. Trump did nothing in Hong Kong. Nobody did anything with the Azerbaijan-Armenian war in 2019. Everybody just kind of shut their doors and let businesses die and let the country shut down for 2 years because of COVID. Nobody's doing anything in this war. It's just, this is how it works right now. We are in a phase of global policy where we're isolationists without admitting that we're isolationists. We all just care about how do we keep ourselves, clean and tidy. How do we take care of ourselves here and let the world kind of take care of itself?
Isn't it all about money? Because when you think about the billions of dollars being poured into the weapons that we're giving to the Ukraine, you think of, Lockheed Martin and Raytheon publicly saying that this conflict is good for their shareholders. And so you think it like a military-industrial complex. And then secondly, you see, we're placing all these sanctions on Russia, but there was another report saying that we also spent close to $1 billion in fuel and minerals.
Dog, you'll be able to retire on that.
Almost $1 billion for fuel and minerals, right as we impose these same sanctions. So it's like we're kind of playing both sides, and in Ukraine is caught in the middle.
Yeah, it's not so much about
W
playing both
support
sides,
KFC.
but you're right, it is
All right,
about
so
money.
what time is your order going to be there?
One of the things that will help you
Well,
think
I don't think I'm getting any
with
food,
more
but
clear eyes
now
about
that they've
what's
given
going
me
on.
2 points, like, I'm
Whatever the reports that you're reading, I don't know where they're coming from.
Can you pull up the one about the sanctions?
Wait, you said
And I don't know where the sources are, right?
This is it.
Okay.
Oil and gas commodities. The West each day continues to buy hundreds of millions of dollars worth of resources from Russia, indirectly financing Ukraine's crisis.
Right. So do you know what that means?
He said
So we're talking about the West. I love this is a fantastic study, and this is a fantastic study in headline. In
Scroll
how,
down.
no, stay right here.
Okay.
Stay right here.
Okay.
Because
All right, how
this
much
a
is
fantastic
that?
example of how media messes with our heads every
If
day.
he said
They're telling us
2,500,
nothing,
then that's
but getting us to click and read and get all sorts of
Like,
emotional, right?
that's
They're
gotta
calling
be
it the
like
West.
$30
The West is
$40
the accurate term. They're not calling it the United States. Because do you know what the West includes? All of
It
Europe.
might just be.
Okay, so it's 10 points per eligible dollar. Look at your
The
KFC
reason
total.
NATO won't take action, the reason the EU wants to stay out of this is because they don't have a choice.
I'm just saying,
They
like,
have
I'm
to
saying
pay
the amount of food I could get
Their
is about
liquid
like $40.
natural gas,
I
their
know.
fuel, their
I'm going to
crude
look it
oil,
up for you.
It's
It looks like you get-
If they piss off
It's
Russia,
like as if you spent
Russia
like
stops the
hundreds
flow
of
of
dollars.
energy.
I'm
Do you know
looking
what
that up
happens
for
when
you.
poor countries don't
I'm
get
looking that up
Russian
for you.
energy?
So it looks like
People freeze to death.
it's
People
$1
die. Poor people die. Rich people don't die.
or 10 points
Right?
per
Rich people
eligible
always have a
dollar
way
spent.
of protecting their money.
So did you
But what
get
ends up
2,500
happening is
points?
when sanctions hit a
He
country
said I
like Russia,
will within the next few
Russian,
days.
the poor
All right,
people
well
in
then
Russia
that'd be $250.
which then empowers them to believe
Does
that
that
the
mean I
Russian
can
mission
keep making
is
these
a balanced
orders, these
mission.
orders that get
And
canceled?
then when the sanctions hurt so much that
keep
Russia
getting these
actually
points
jacks up
by
oil
just
prices, like they're already doing in the US.
No, I mean they're not dumb. They'll put a stop to it. So try to put your
Americans do get
try to
upset
put your
about
order in
paying
now.
$4 at the pump for gas. How long?
Yeah, I'll just
How
keep
how
trying.
expensive is
I just got an email
a
from them.
$35,000 a year household? How
2,500
expensive are they going to
points?
let gas get
No!
before they say, "Come on, guys, who cares
No
about that?"
way, dude!
That's what's going to happen. Russia knows that's what's going to happen.
Dude, that's tight.
What
So
this
that's
is saying is that the West continues to
fuck
pay
yeah,
billions
baby.
of dollars
So
in
that's
resources
$250
from Russia
worth of food.
because Europe is dependent on Russia. They're dependent on Russia. Indirectly financing Ukraine and Russia is also correct. So here's a statement that is factual, but it's actually intentionally slanted.
How
so
much
when you read it, you think
is-
that it's
So scroll down a little bit. What does it say in the opening?
How much is
opening
2,500?
In 24 hours
KFC
after Vladimir Putin signed the decree,
Like, how much-
to
The
regulate
the
Ukraine,
biggest
the
item you
European
can
Union,
redeem is
UK, and the
1,000
US bought a combined
Come
Then it
on.
starts at
3.5 million
250.
barrels.
I
Yeah,
hate
chicken
you,
legs
media.
is
Do you see? Do you see how the media is messing
Oh,
with
okay,
these
so-
guys? When you actually break that out, they are correct. But when you break that out, the U.S. is like 2% of it, 5% of it. Fact check me, people, please.
Maybe you can find something on that,
All
Austin.
right.
Because this stuff pisses me off. This is what, okay, it pisses me
Oh,
off,
that's pretty
but that's
sick.
why I have a job.
Word, dog. Okay, so try to
It's
put your
trying to
order
teach
in.
this stuff to
just
millionaires. I
using
was telling you
KFC
earlier, I have a
points.
private group of millionaires coming in to work with me this weekend on one of my private events, one of my private courses, a course I call Streetcraft. Streetcraft takes
Let
espionage
me see when it
concepts
comes
and
through.
applies them to mastering and dominating another world. If anybody cares about Streetcraft, you can find it on my homepage. You can find it on my Instagram. You can
Did your order work?
Really respectful over the phone.
The reason
Did your
that this
order
stuff
work?
is valuable is because when left to our own devices,
Came through.
public school
The points came
teaches
through.
us to read current events.
Okay,
Trust current events.
so
We
put
have
your order in and try to
decades
use
of
points.
experience trusting current events that
About
come from
to.
reputable news sources.
All right, keep me
With the
updated.
advent of social media, when information became free and you didn't have to pay 25 cents to go pick up a newspaper, these newspapers have lost their journalistic incentive to produce real news. Now, the journalistic incentive is just to get people to click and read, because the more views that website gets, the more they get to charge for the ads on that website. It's called CPM, right? Cost per million.
Yep.
Every 1,000 views is a certain number of dollars. So that's what they're looking for. They're looking for volume. Media has become a volume game, not a quality game.
How does it make you feel when you see like major news organizations like MSNBC and CNN paying ex-Pentagon officials and CIA people tons of money to be talking heads. I mean, doesn't that make you just like, how does that make you feel? Just first of all, just seeing these ex-people that are now retired from the Pentagon and the CIA getting paid tons of money to be the news.
Yeah, it's frustrating. They're not getting paid tons of money. Actually, I bet you'd be surprised if you know how much they get paid. I've been offered the paycheck to come out and do that stuff.
Have you?
Yeah, it's not much. You're talking about
You wanted a grilled chicken box.
That's a lot of money to some people. Half of that gets taken away by taxes because you're an independent contractor. It's really not a lot of money. What kills me is that egos, these former American
What is that bullshit?
officials
What do you mean you don't get to
almost
choose
in every
exactly
case
what you want?
retired from service. They have been so heavily indoctrinated in American government and American politics that they've lost their ability to actually view a situation without a bias. They all view it from their own bias instead of seeing the two sides of the equation. Like you were saying, think about this from Putin's perspective. That is a fundamental intel skill. There's no reason that an ex-CIA director shouldn't be able to do that, but they don't do it. You get up there and you see General Petraeus, you see former Director Hayden, they get up there and they parrot whatever the mainstream argument is of their political party that they support. They've lost that unbiased position, and it's not their fault necessarily. It's because they're getting paid to come onto a certain news source that's got an audience that believes a certain way, and then they have their own opinion. They have their own political ambitions too. So it's frustrating. It makes me feel sad. It makes me feel irritated. It's why I love coming to talk to you, Dan, because I don't have any political aspirations, and it's very nice to have a place where I can just come and be unbiased and tell people to their face, like, look, if you believe the news, you're the idiot, not me. If you think that Russia invading Ukraine is a surprise, you should have been reading. You could read that in Wikipedia 5 weeks ago and you wouldn't be surprised. It's just people who are letting the media dictate to them what they should be paying attention to right now, which is what the media wants to do. It's all about money. That's what you said.
What about a chicken pot pie?
Frustrating.
What about a chicken pot pie?
WikiLeaks or Edward Snowden.
That has all of them.
Anything like Oliver Stone's latest documentary on JFK portray the general public's view of the CIA being this evil deep state organization. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel very frustrated for sure. The CIA is a
All right,
dude.
Yeah. So get mashed potatoes.
Right? You can't look at General Electric and say that it's evil. You can't look at Nike and say that it's evil. You can't look at Amazon and say that it's evil. Does it have some people who are unscrupulous? For sure. Does it have lots of people who are good, honest, hardworking people? Absolutely. CIA is the exact same way. But what we have to remember is that CIA is a government organization with a mission and a master. CIA is part of the executive branch. That means CIA belongs to the president. That's their number one customer, their number one client. That is the executive branch. You are at the behest, you serve at the pleasure of the president. Whoever that president is, whether you voted for him or not. The mission, the duty is to do what the president says to do. If you have an issue with what the president says, sure, you can take that up through internal channels. Snowden didn't use those internal channels. He just threw a fit and did his own thing. That's against the law. So if you love Snowden, you're an idiot too. The dude broke the law. He did the right thing the wrong way. It's the same thing as like shooting a guy who's looking at your wife backwards. Like,
right.
There's a better way of handling it than that. So that's just the way it is. And if you want to think that CIA is some sort of giant, corrupt, well-oiled machine of propaganda and lies, you're giving us way too much credit. The CIA is like 90% government employees who did an averagely good job in college, an averagely good job in life, getting paid an average wage of like $65,000 a year, and all they want to do is get to work as late as possible and leave work as early as possible. They're still government employees, so they're not the world's sharpest, most evil, propagandizing, conspiratorial groups. They're just everyday people just trying to make a decent wage and work.
Word, dog. All right, so you got 2,500 points. Use it for the chicken sandwich, the nuggets, the
Because I'm sure there's people in there too that are just
Mashed
trying
potatoes.
to gain more power and climb
And then
the
see if
ladder.
your order goes
I would
through.
break, and I love CIA. I am not in any way trying to speak poorly about those.
You're basically going to get your whole
When I was
order
at CIA, I would say that there
for
was
free and
there
delivered
was
for
the
free.
get to work
Who's
late,
better than
leave
you?
early, minimum
You're like a
work,
doctor.
typical government employee that we all joke about. That's probably about 50% of CIA. Just like it's 50% of DMV, 50% of your police force, 50% of anything else. 50% of school
Absolutely.
teachers out there want to get to school as late as possible and as early as possible.
That's what I'm here to do,
There's
baby.
not a single, that doesn't mean that they're incompetent. It just means that their priorities are family or raising kids or whatever else. Their priority does not necessarily mean being the best that they can be at work. So I give about 50% of CIA to just your typical, stereotypical, almost laughable government employee. Then you got like probably 30% who are true blue American heroes and patriots. People who work hard, people who stay late, people who honestly would sacrifice anything, and they do. They sacrifice. Marriages fall apart. There's a humongously high divorce rate in CIA. Families fall apart. Children find out that their parents were lying to them about being undercover, and the families go through. There's tremendous sacrifice. By about 35% to 30% of employees.
Go to KFC and knock yourself out.
Weird 15 to 20% that aren't necessarily out for like world domination.
No, I'm good, baby. I don't need a KFC, but you knock yourself out.
CYA, cover their own backsides, and get as high as possible and achieve as
We're
much as
done.
possible because they're your narcissistic, backstabbing, untrustworthy, unscrupulous folks. The folks who like director
Pompeo.
One second.
Knock yourself out. I understand.
Who's the female director at CIA?
Can you find it? Email director of the CIA.
Give me help. I think she was right before William Burns. But anyways, so here's she was raised from within CIA, right? She was a CIA, I think she was a case officer at CIA for a long career. She was one of the people who, when she got the order to burn records that might incriminate people for torture at Guantanamo Bay, she burned records. And then when she was called on and said, "Did you burn records?" She was like, "Yep, that was me. The boss told me to do it." Right? There are people for sure. Thank you, Gina Haspel. Gina has very openly stated that she burned and destroyed incriminating evidence from torture that was carried out in Guantanamo Bay. Anybody in their right mind, if they knew they were doing something illegal, even if it was at the behest of the president, and they were told to then cover up the evidence, they would think twice. She didn't think twice. She was that kind of person who was like, well, I could either invest in my career and just be part of like the in-group that covers this thing up, and then I know they're going to take care of it. They took care of her all the way to being director of CIA, right? So there are always going to be that group of people too, the people who mix ethics with ambition, and that's just the way it is. That's how you end up having waterboarding and torture and all sorts of other corruptions that happen at all levels of government.
Yeah, just sort of human nature.
It's human nature. It's a overactive sense of survival. Right? It's not enough to just survive, without inflicting damage. It's about surviving and leaving a trail of our body.
What is the, obviously, I can tell what you think about Edward Snowden. What is the idea of Julian Assange being painted as this incredible supervillain for being able to release this information, and while he at the same time keeps the sources anonymous and keeps the names anonymous?
Yeah, that's sad. The Assange thing is sad because that dude what he has done with WikiLeaks is, if it was actually neutral. So the problem here is that if he were to actually be equitable in the stuff that he leaks, if he were to leak as much stuff about Russia as he leaks about the United States, and as much stuff about Brazil as he leaks about Lithuania, if he leaked everything equally, then it would be very hard for people to say that he was a puppet of some evil power. But instead, he leaks the stuff that everybody's the most interested in. American secrets.
Right.
Well, when you leak American secrets, you become a threat to the United States. Become a threat to the United States, then you can expect the United States to rally. Because remember, we were just talking about how the U.S. is the big killer bloc. We're the global superpower. Everybody wants to invest in the United States. Everybody wants to be friends with the United States. So when the U.S. says, okay, Assange is now anti-America, and we need your help, everybody, taking him down. It's really hard for someone to be like, oh, well, I disagree with you there, but I want to keep investing in you. Because America starts to say, well, if you're not going to help us with this, we're not going to help you. You. So that's how you end up. That's how you get into the WikiLeaks situation, where he became inordinately focused on leaking information from one target, and that makes it so that our adversaries could start funding WikiLeaks, supporting WikiLeaks, running cases and leaking information to WikiLeaks from their espionage cases. And that's not at the heart of what he was trying to do. To keep his business alive, to deliver the maximum beneficial product to the people who love WikiLeaks, he let himself get led astray by the larger game of espionage.
Right, but to be held up in how long has he been held up in the embassy for 10 years? They want to extradite him, and
he's stuck, man.
And then you see the reports. The report on Yahoo News, it was that the CIA plotted to kidnap or kill him.
So again, this is let's check the news source.
That one, yep.
Let's check the news source.
Kidnapping or assassination, London shootout, and the CIA secret war plans against WikiLeaks.
Yeah. So
it's just and there's like they changed the narrative. Like Pompeo, when he talked about WikiLeaks, he completely changed the definition of who they were, and through his words tried to change the public narrative about what they were doing. No longer classified him as a journalist.
So there's a lot going on here, right? So first, Yahoo News. That's not. I wouldn't call that a reputable news source. That's an information aggregation source, right? And then if you look at the headline, you can see how emotional that headline is. The CIA's secret war plans against WikiLeaks. That I don't like. It doesn't make any sense.
It's a little sensational.
So this headline is doing something that we call an influence, an covert influence. What this is doing is it's weeding out the raw news, and it's aligning itself to a conspiratorial audience. It's a tactic that you use in influence campaigns, because what you want is you want to say stuff that's so sensational that your target audience just consumes it and loves it and trusts it right away. But you also want to use language that's so sensational that your non-target audience just dismisses it immediately and doesn't even read it. Because, like, for me, I'm sure I saw this headline at some point, and I just dismissed it. And I dismissed it so quickly, I didn't even dedicate my short-term memory to remember it. It's so nonsensical to me. But to the target audience, they love this, and you read more of this. And Yahoo News gets more clicks, and that's, if you want to count how many ads are on that page, you'll get a chance to see why they do what they do. But what I'm getting at is Assange is stuck. He had a choice maybe 10 years ago to decide how much he was going to let himself get controlled by the larger geopolitical narrative. Russia versus China versus US versus Europe, right? He had a chance to decide, am I going to let myself be swayed by dollars and cents when other people, when Russia specifically starts giving me information from their spies inside the United States, and then letting me leak it at specific times that are to the detriment of the United States. Once he made that choice, it was all downhill.
But did he not? Is it true that, I mean, how do we know that he didn't leak sensitive stuff about China or about Russia? Like, maybe we're just not paying attention to it. We're only paying attention to the stuff that he leaked about the U.S., claiming because we want to bring him here because it embarrassed the U.S., embarrassed the CIA.
Well, not just embarrassment. There is strong analytical, strong empirical evidence that shows that the timing at which he was releasing facts that were given to him by Russian counterparts.
It was given to him? The stuff that he was given? I thought it was proven
not
that
all
it
of
wasn't.
Not all of it, but a lot of it was actually provided to him by assets, by informants to Russian Federation, and then dropped specifically at times during the election in 2016.
I thought didn't he release the Hillary emails in 2016?
Yep. So and then those weren't dropped as soon as he got them. Those were dropped at a specific time to cause chaos in the middle of the election cycle.
Right, but I think it was already proven that stuff was already public record. It was already posted on various news sites.
So if that's, I can't speak to that one way or the other.
I'm pretty sure they disproved that wasn't Russian. That wasn't Russian intelligence.
So then you had Hillary emails. I mean, WikiLeaks has dropped a lot of different information. I know I have tried to cite WikiLeaks sources in even my own publications and had CIA come back and tell me that it can't be published because it is still classified inside. So your original question was, is it fair? Yes, it's fair. Whenever you pick
Fair to picture him as some sort of super villain, like
to the United States, to the United States,
right?
If somebody else out there wants to grant him exile, they can, but nobody's doing it, right? If somebody else wants to be like, hey, we back you up, Assange, come stay with us, come live in whatever Borneo, come live in South Africa, come live in Switzerland, they can totally back him up. They can grant him exile. They can grant him refugee status. But guess what? Nobody's doing it because they know what he did against the United States was not unmotivated by political implications. He was intentionally trying to be a threat to the United States. He was giving enemies of the United States an advantage. That is against the best interest of the United States. So look at Snowden. If you look at the grand book tour of Edward Snowden, where has he been? He's been to Hong Kong. He's been to Cuba. He's been to Ecuador. He's in Russia.
Well, it's because he can't come to the U.S., right?
He can't go to any place that has a positive relationship with the U.S.
Right, because of the threat. His life's on the line.
Exactly right. Not that the U.S. is going to kill him when he lands in Germany. That's not going to happen. But the Germans are going to be like, we care more about our relationship with the U.S. than we care about you, Snowden. Do you know what I mean? That is the world that we live in. That is international geopolitical collaboration. That's why you do it. It's why you have extradition agreements. It's why you have international law. That is how people and civilizations work.
Right? But I guess there's a what is the difference between, or could there be a fundamental moral difference between the way someone like Julian Assange may look at the world and the way China or the U.S. looks at the world? Like maybe Julian, the closest thing I can compare it to is social media, right? So you have somebody who has this, grandiose social media presence they put on an act or on the news, rather, someone on the news who talks about certain things, pushes some sort of narrative, and then behind, when the camera's not rolling, there's somebody completely different, and someone tries to expose this person for being somebody different than who they portray themselves to be. They're doing things that they're not actively doing in the limelight, right? They're two different people. They're wearing two different hats, two different masks. That's what he was trying to do to the United States, to make the world a better place, for lack of a better term, right? To not say like these are three evil empires all against each other. He's trying to remove the lie, or trying to expose just lies. Like, shouldn't the United States be doing that? Shouldn't the United States be doing exactly what it says it's doing in the public light behind closed doors?
No.
No.
Are you a parent?
Yes.
Do you do exactly what you tell your child you're going to do?
No.
Because you're protecting your child. The U.S. government has been put in a position where the people have said, I raise my hand and I vote for you to keep me safe. There's a pyramid, a fantastic, if you don't know the pyramid, there's this pyramid that talks about the creation of a state. There's 3 levels in the pyramid. At the foundational level of the pyramid is tribalism. It's individualism, where everybody's out for themselves. This is what we were like before, when we were like cavemen. I ate what I hunted. If I was hungry, it's because I didn't hunt enough, right? I ate and I drank when I could find food. That's the base level. Everybody's out for themselves. We evolve. Societies have the opportunity to evolve into tribalism. Now let's become a tribe of 7 people, 12 people, 8 people. You're a good hunter. I'm a good gatherer. So you go hunt. I'll go gather, and then we'll come and combine our resources at the end. But I have no say how you treat your wife. You have no say how big I grow my garden. We just share resources. Second level of pyramid, right? I'm trading my individual freedoms a little bit so that I can be part of a collective. Because now I can't just take your property. In individualism, I can walk into your camp, club you over the head, and drag your wife home. Right? Now we're saying we're a tribe. So we're going to protect each other, but we're going to blow up every other tribe. We're going to steal their resources, make them our resources. Tribalism is the second level of that pyramid. The third evolution of that pyramid is called the creation of the state. Now, what you're doing is you're letting a state organization, a centralized organization of some sort of elected or some sort of chosen official, maybe it's an elder, maybe it's a politician, whatever, but you're choosing to let this small organization capture the efficiencies of everybody. Not just your resources, which, like you see with the tax base, they tax everybody. That's a collection of resources. And then in exchange for taxation, They're giving everybody security. Now there's police forces, there's military forces. They're giving everybody social welfare. Now you have, if somebody gets sick and they're too old for you to take care of, we'll take care of them. If you're homeless or you lose your job, we'll take care of you. There's environmental and like services, that infrastructure that's put on top of that. We'll take care of giving you clean running water. We'll take care of giving you electricity, so you don't have to worry about those things. At the individual level, you have to worry about your own clean water and where your own power source is. At the state level, the third level of the pyramid, somebody else is doing all that for you. How are you paying for that? You're not just paying for that in taxes. You're paying for that by giving up your individual rights, your individual freedoms. That's the power of the pyramid. The higher up you go in the pyramid, the more civilized you get to live. But the cost is that you lose your individual freedoms. That's how it works in any pyramid, in any culture, anywhere. The only truly free people out there are your aboriginals in like Australia, who live in groups of 2 or 3, and they spear their own wild hogs and do whatever the hell they want to do. But they're never going to have running water and electricity until they organize themselves into some kind of a state. So when you look at it through that way, when you look at it through that lens, you understand that everybody has to make a choice. And if you choose to live within a state, within the confines of a state organization, you're giving up your freedoms. You're voluntarily giving those things up in exchange for all the conveniences that you get, right? Wi-Fi, Netflix, running water, a paycheck every 2 weeks. You can give all that up if you want to and move down the pyramid if you choose.
I see that, but how does that apply to exposing like the leaders of the state, exposing in like rot in that organization or in those higher up levels? Like when you see people, when you see bombs killing civilians.
Because lies and secrets are not the same thing. Lies and secrets are not the same thing. What WikiLeaks promised to expose was secrets, not lies. Sometimes what they exposed were lies, but those lies were intended to protect the people that the state had sworn to protect. The state had determined that these things were secrets. The people had said, I choose you to keep me safe. So you, state, get to choose what secrets I get to know and what secrets I don't get to know. And I am an American citizen. I am a military veteran, and I used to work for CIA. I don't want to know all the truth. I don't. I want to know only what pertains to me, and I want to let CIA work within the confines of their secrecy so that they can prevent things that I don't even know happen, right? If you actually got a text message alert on your phone every time there was a potential terrorist attack, you would live in terror all the time. Every time our intel report comes in that says, hey, terrorists are plotting an attack in Tampa, terrorists are plotting an attack in Seminole, terrorists are planning an attack here, terrorists are going to bomb the next football game, you would be amazed at how much intelligence comes in, talking about possible threats, imminent threats that are unvalidated, unfounded, that are aspirational at best because it's just not something they can actually execute. You don't want to know that stuff. Those are secrets that need to be kept secret because they don't help us. They don't keep us safe. They make us less safe.
So you think it would be best if we never found out that the government was secretly spying on every U.S. citizen with the Patriot Act?
The Patriot Act is a great example. The open court system, right? The public court system and the judicial branch found that to be illegal. The secret court system with the intelligence community had also made a ruling on that and found it to be legal.
Illegal.
Yeah, that's how it passed the first time. Nothing gets passed in the intel world without going through a secret court first. Every branch gets a chance to comment on this stuff, right? What happened is...
But why keep it secret? You think it was best to keep that secret?
Do you know why the Patriot Act existed?
Because to find terrorists in the United States, which they never actually, there's not one report of ever finding any sort of terrorist through the Patriot Act.
There's not one public report of ever finding a terrorist through the Patriot Act.
So you think they have found lots of terrorists, but they're just not telling us about it?
Do you remember the Central Times bombing that didn't happen because they found the bomb?
No.
You remember that?
No, I don't remember.
In Times Square.
Oh, yes.
That's a perfect example. You know, if you were to do research on how many terrorist attacks didn't happen, instead of leaning on the media to tell you terrorist attacks that do happen, you would start to get a better picture of how effective CIA really is, right? What happens is when CIA has something that's secret that they work on, that secret has immense strategic value. Not only can they prevent something bad from happening, but they can actually hunt down the person who's creating the bad thing. So why would they make that public? In 2000, I want to say it was 2007 or 2008 maybe, the Washington Post released an article saying that they were tracking Osama bin Laden by his satellite phone. We were tracking Osama bin Laden. The dude could have been killed by 2009, but instead the Washington Post decided to leak a story that we were tracking through a satellite phone. So guess what we did instead? We got rid of that satellite. Is that in America's best interest? That's a secret, right? Yeah. Were the American people being lied to? Maybe. Did they have any right to know that? Maybe. Did Osama bin Laden have a right to know that? No. When you make something public to the American people, you make it public to the aggressors, you make it public to the enemy. You can't do that. Not a state that's trying to keep you safe. They're not going to make something public that might get in the hands of the enemy. I know that people don't like hearing that. And I'm telling you right now, you can hate hearing it all you want. Go to another fucking country. Go somewhere else. If you don't like being here, you're not welcome here. Go find something else. Right? America is going to keep its citizens safe by prioritizing American security above all other things, even if that means they're going to lie to your face. That's the country I want to live in. Keep my family safe. Let me worry about getting to work. Don't make me worry about every possible service.
It's interesting the way you describe the pyramid. That's the first time I've ever heard it described like that. It's very interesting, and it immediately made me think of China. If you look at if you look at all the countries, it's a race to be the dominant country, the strongest and powerful in the world. You don't really think of the U.S. You think of China, right? Even though they are, it's authoritarian. There's very few freedoms in China. So much everything censorship and propaganda. But if you look at it from the perspective of who's winning, China is winning. Would you fair to say?
Well, I don't know how you decide.
Right, I guess you figure it out.
So America's still the largest economy in the world. So we're still winning. America still has the dominant.
America is the largest economy
in the world. America generates more money than China generates. China's number 2. It beat out Japan recently, right? We still have the largest, most well-equipped military. There are more ground troops in China, right? There are more army soldiers, more people, right? More soldiers. But we still have the predominant military force and the largest fleet in the Navy. There's the largest, most deployable military anywhere in the world. So if you want to say that China's winning because their progress has been faster for the last 50 years, I think that's fair. But to say that they're winning overall is actually not true.
Really?
Yeah, they're not anywhere close to being able to overcome or outmatch the United States military or the U.S. economy. If you have numbers that show me otherwise, I'm super eager to see that. But the last time I checked, the U.S. still have the largest economy in the world in terms of GDP.
But aren't we completely reliant on China for everything manufacturing? Pretty much everything manufacturing is reliant on China.
Well, so that statement alone, right? Pretty much
all of our electronics, all of our phones.
So in those categories, yeah, correct. But our vehicles don't have to have smart chips. We have tons of stuff that we import from Vietnam, Brazil. We have things that like maple syrup only comes from Canada. We're not reliant on anything from China for maple syrup. We have tons of in-house agriculture, right? What China provides us, what China has provided the entire world, is cheap labor for refinement and manufacturing. Because China doesn't care if their water is polluted, and China doesn't care if the people get abused. So in a globalized world, the mistake that we all made prior to COVID, everybody, is that we would have to let China do all the hard work, right? Australia was sending their rare earth minerals to Australia to China for refinement. We were letting China be the place where we send all of our iPhones. What happened with COVID, when COVID struck China in late winter, early spring of 2020, when it first hit, manufacturing, the supply chain all over the world froze. Even now we're feeling supply chain. Right, yep. So what started to happen the day after supply chain was closed? Everybody started diversifying their business. Right? China made a mistake. They quietly let everybody put their supply chain go through China, which is a strategic, super strong strategic move. But they never anticipated that something could happen that would highlight that they've been doing it. COVID highlighted that China had made themselves the epicenter of all supply chain, almost of the vast majority of supply chain. Since then, massive investment in diversifying minerals, resources, manufacturing, supply chain variations outside of China. Nobody ever wants another COVID. They want to make sure they have supply chain. Or don't touch not only just China, but they aren't reliant on a single So China got busted hard with COVID. And I would not say, I would never in a million years say that the majority of our manufacturing comes out of China, because it's just not true. Lots of cheap trinkets and lots of heavy manual labor are done. Lots of very toxic refinement is done in China, because that's China's competitive advantage. Outside of that, they have no advantage. Most of your chocolate is not from China. Right? As an example, most of your gas is not touched by China. Most of your metals, like there's a long laundry list of things that you use every day. So China doesn't touch. But if you want to talk about the plastic crap in your living room, yeah, China touches.
But wouldn't you say the majority of the things in our homes or in our offices, like in this room right now, come from China, like these microphones, TVs, phones? I mean, wouldn't that be extremely detrimental if the supply chain from China was cut off? Definitely, that would be catastrophic.
That's exactly what happened in February of 2020. Right. It was catastrophic. It will never happen.
Do you think we can bring back some of that manufacturing to the U.S.?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what the Trump administration was trying to do before COVID. Just trying to bring back more manufacturing to the U.S. The problem is the kind of manufacturing that returns to the U.S. is going to be skilled manufacturing, not unskilled. It's going to be expert heavy instead of labor heavy. Does that make sense? That's just the way it works. If you think of even just computer programming as a form of skilled labor, that's a lot of that manufacturing happens over here in the United States. There's tons of very skilled laborers building things every day, all throughout the east and west coast, all throughout the center of the states, flyover states. The main place where China shines in terms of supply chain and manufacturing is cheap entry level places. I promise you, if you were to look at the most expensive equipment you have in the studio, it would come from China. The nicest equipment you have in here probably came from places in Europe.
I think these actually came from Sweden as well.
If it's cheap shit, it's coming from China. Entry level stuff, that's going to come from China. Mass produced, low quality, low survivability. But all your high quality goods are still created by skilled manufacturers, not raw labor.
But I mean, there's so many other ties with China, like the NBA. Like for example, the NBA, when the NBA executive comes out and talks about China and Hong Kong, then China cuts off billions of dollars funding to the NBA. There's so many key ties between China and the U.S. that will destroy corporations in the U.S. that are around China, such as Apple and NBA, and there's a long list of other things.
So if a corporation has allowed itself to become so controlled by one element of the supply chain, they're not a very mature corporation, right? So that's one thing to think about. If China does shut down supply, and Apple suffers, and iPhones around the world stop being produced, and they can't survive longer than 6 months. So you already know. You already know I don't like iPhones.
Right.
So that's
By the way, why don't you like iPhones?
Because Apple's company is not a good company. Look at what we're talking about right now. They're dependent on a supply line coming from China, right? They don't cooperate to keep Americans safe. They're an American company that does not cooperate with the FBI, does not cooperate with organizations that are there to keep Americans safe. We saw that with the terrorists that were using iPhones in whatever year that was, 2012. When terrorist cells were using iPhones, and then when the FBI got their hands on their cell phones, Apple didn't help them unlock the cell phones, because Apple said you can't charge users that they have total individual privacy, right? Isn't that important? Is individual privacy important, or is American citizens' privacy important? Which one do you really want? You want privacy laws that pertain to American citizens. And if the American citizen in question is a terrorist ISIS member who's taken their American, has given up their American citizenship to become a member of ISIS, does that person deserve the same rights, the same privilege to privacy as you and I? Or do their decisions dictate their right to privacy? These are all the sticky, uncomfortable questions that you'll never hear about in the headline, that smart people have around tables all the time, but ignorant people don't, because they sit around talking about, oh, we all have a right to privacy. Nobody gives a rat's ass if you're cheating on your wife with your secretary. Nobody cares, except for you, your secretary, and your wife. FBI is not going to waste their time on that. CIA is not going to waste their time on that. But if there's some dude hiding out in Michigan who's an American citizen who has pledged his loyalty to ISIS through an online portal, and now that person's plotting and attacking St. Louis, that person is giving up their right to privacy. That's the country I want to live in. As soon as you stop looking at that person through the lens of a threat to American citizens, then that's the data I would want.
But doesn't China have some sort of extreme power over the U.S. by controlling companies like Apple or Samsung or the NBA?
They're trying.
Like, if there's all of these major corporations in the U.S. that are so tied into government and so tied in, our economy is so dependent on, and China has tons of influence over those companies, wouldn't that be an indirect way of influence and power over us through China?
It's a useless way of useless. Yeah, because what's China going to do? This is so. Let's say that China has total control over Apple.
They could potentially have access to all of our information.
They have potential to all the information from these apples. That's it. That's all they have. What kind of
or social media apps like TikTok?
What kind of chess piece is that? Oh, great! You can now look in the pocket of every ignorant 22-year-old around the country. What's the point? What's the value? There's no strategic value there, man. Like China's grasping at a world that is distracted, and they want to suck up every bit of information they can. Right? That's the strategy that they're pursuing. Have you ever heard of the pricing strategy in business? There's two pricing strategies in business. You can either price yourself so that you are the lowest priced competitor, or you can price yourself so you're the highest priced competitor. Everything in the middle is not an advantage. The person with the cheapest price is going to get the most customers. The person with the highest price is going to have customers that pay the most, and they might get the most top-line revenue. If you're the idiot that prices the same product somewhere in the middle, then you've lost both advantages.
You have millions of readers or readers with millions.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a great quote. So China is essentially in the bargain basement part of the world. America is in the highest value proposition. We want to create the most impact, the most powerful stuff. We want to empower Silicon Valley and Boeing and Raytheon to create stuff that the world has never seen before. We don't really care about plastic surgery. We don't really care about people.
Right, but when it comes down, when you're asking what's the value of having control over information,
not control,
but having access to information such as stuff from TikTok, and having the mind control of every 20-year-old in the country. Well, there's the psychological aspect of it, right? There's the war of ideas. There's weaponizing of ideas and thoughts and psychology.
It is.
That's a huge thing. I mean, that's like you think when you think of wars or whatever, and you think of dropping bombs or bullets. You know, the psychological aspect of it, or the
hearts and minds,
ideas, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But you got to think about influence is not equal for all people. We've had this conversation before too. We talk about equal and fair. Right? If every broke-ass 20-year-old in the United States who's reporting themselves on TikTok, picking their nose or pouring beer on their girlfriend's head, if every one of them is suddenly fully mind-controlled by China, what advantage is that for China? They're going to get, a bunch of poor, broke-ass 20-year-olds to go out there and protest? The decisions in America are made by the top 2% of people. You know what that top 2% of people do not use? TikTok. Think about it, man. I intentionally don't advertise on a platform like TikTok because my multi-million-dollar clients are not there.
They might not be able to change decisions made by the top 2%, but they could see chaos.
Who cares? If chaos
isn't that what Russia kind of want to see in the U.S. is chaos?
Yeah, but they want to see it. They want to see chaos at a real level. They want to see chaos. They want to see chaos happen in groups that already exist. So there's an Intel principle called the piggyback principle. I don't know if you've ever talked about this. So the piggyback principle is that when you're creating an influence campaign, against another country. You never try to create something new. You don't go in and try to create a new organization that doesn't like Catholic nuns. It doesn't make any sense. It's expensive, it's slow, it may not work. You never create a new issue. You find an existing point of conflict, and then you pour resources into the existing point of conflict. That's what you do. So you find Americans that hate Muslims, and then you fund the group that says America against Muslims, and then you also fund the group that says Muslim rights in America. So you start to pour resources into both extremes.
It's like psyops, right? There'll be a protest in front of the street, and all of a sudden there'll be a conflict group on the other side of the street. So in certain parts of the world that they organize on social media.
Yeah, so psyops is a military term for psychological operations. It's more complicated than just that. Okay. But essentially, what you're talking about is the kind of anti-industry. When an influence or deception campaign is successful in funding both ends of the group, they can do things like, hey, let's send the people who want to protest the abuse of animals at SeaWorld, let's send them on a protest on the same day as the people who think that SeaWorld should be free to like all future generations of children. Let's get them to protest on the same day in the same place. That is an influence. If the military were to do it, the PSYOP, the psychological operation, would come before the influence campaign, because the psychological operation would be there to kind of pave the way for the arguments. Right? Let's give people more information, let's give people more context. A lot of what you see here, like this kind of headline is closer to a psychological operation than it is to an influence campaign. The influence campaign is there to create an outcome. A psychological operation is there to create a new way of thinking, or to cement or underscore an existing one. One is action-based, one is cognitive-based.
What, are you familiar with China's, I think it's the 2049 plan to become the dominant global superpower?
Correct, yep. 2049.
Can you expand on that?
It's
explain what it is.
Yeah, so Xi Jinping is a very methodical, strong, culture personality, and he has done an excellent job, I think, of bringing the Chinese Communist Party into line with a singular vision. And he laid out his 2049 plan, where of how China was going to become the new global superpower, because they'd be replacing the United States. Why would they replace the United States in 2049? Because they haven't replaced this yet. You see what I'm saying? So he laid out this plan. That plan included all sorts of things. The most important thing, I think, to keep people aware of, is that included taking Taiwan and making China right? All of this drama about Ukraine, what this is a giant dress rehearsal for what China's going to do. That's why China, you know who's backing? You know, the whole UN, all the current members of the UN wanted to keep this topic, the Russia-Ukraine crisis, wanted to keep it a public conversation so that they could use public pressure and they could use the UN as a way of maintaining peace in Ukraine. Russia wanted it to be a closed-door conversation, only for diplomats, only for people in the UN. They would have the only person, the only country in all of the UN that supported Russia's decision, Russia's movement to make it a private conversation, a public conversation, was China. Do you know who just came out today making a statement that it's the U.S.'s fault that Russia invaded Ukraine? China. Do you know why the sanctions against Russia aren't going to work? Because China will always be there to move money in and out of Russia. This is the way the world works. It doesn't mean China's a bad guy. It doesn't mean Russia's a bad guy. It doesn't mean America's a bad guy. It means that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Sanctions are going to fail. You know what Russia had on them before they invaded Ukraine? American sanctions. They've been sanctioned since 2014. They've been sanctioned since 2008. Sanctions just don't work. because the elite of any country. Do you ever worry about rich people finding a way around taxes? Like, will rich people ever pay the full amount of taxes?
Never worry about it. No,
They'll always
find a way.
So what's going to happen when a rich person in a foreign country gets sanctioned?
Right, they'll find a way.
But he won't find a way. All the poor people who suffer. And then as they suffer, they'll just further believe that the person levying the sanctions is innocent. So my point in all of this is that Russia and China are in this together.
Is that not in our best interest to push them closer together?
No, it is not in our best interest. Yeah, it's the terminology that we have in the intel world is called GPC, Global Power Structure. There's three players in the global power. Us, China, Russia. That's it. Nobody else has GPC ambitions. We have been the global power leader since World War II. Russia was keeping up until the Soviet Union fell apart in 1991. And then China really massively increased in the last 12 years. China's 2049 plan is saying we have ambitions to be number one. That's a big statement. And that big statement is a powerful public display, not just for Xi Jinping's ambitions, but as his openness to put the whole world on another level and say, hey, everybody, we're going to do this. If there's a close relationship between Russia and China, and China does what they did to Hong Kong in 2019. Remember that when they went into Hong Kong? They violently broke up protests, they forced Hong Kong to become part of Red China. Remember that? And then COVID broke out, and nobody talked about Hong Kong. Right? Russia watched that happen. When Russia took Georgia in 2008, China watched that happen. China was backing them then too. China was a neutral party in 2008. Instead of saying we support Russia or we condemn Russia, they specifically said we don't have enough in 2008. Even though the whole UN was saying this is wrong. And then in 2014, we watched as Russia took Crimea, using a different but similar tactic to what they did in Georgia. And China put them out shut down. In 2019, so 2014 was Crimea. In 2019, China took Hong Kong. Russia supported them, didn't say anything one way or the other. And now we're seeing Russia take Ukraine. I feel like what this is showing us is it's a game. It's a series of practice steps leading up to not just Soviet expansion, which everybody wants to talk about right now, but it's also giving China the green light to say, hey, China, guess what's going to happen if you take China? Nothing. You think Biden's going to play a role? Nope. You think NATO's going to go to war for Taiwan? Nope. If we look at the headlines right now on Chinese social media and Chinese newspapers, the headlines right now are all talking about how the U.S. is doing the West is abandoning interest.
Are they really?
That's what they're saying.
Is that something that you look at when you see headlines in the U.S. and you automatically go to other countries' media and see what their narrative is?
One of the things I teach all of my multi-million-dollar clients, I have a product called NewsHack. It's a digital training service called NewsHack, where I teach people to do this. I teach people how to find truth by looking at multiple sources. That's why when you showed me Yahoo News, I was like, not a credible source. If you want to find real news, you have to look at the news in the Middle East, the news in Europe, the news in China, the news in Latin America, the news in the United States, the news in Canada, the news in the UK. Cross-reference them all and see where they're saying the same thing.
It's fucking hard to do all that.
It's hard to do it, you know what I mean? But if you want to call yourself an informed geopolitical person, that's what you do. If you don't want to call yourself an informed geopolitical person, you turn on CNN and you repeat what they say.
Or watch YouTube videos.
Watch YouTube videos. For real. You know, like I heard Andy say there's one thing on So what I'm calling right now, right? What I'm predicting right now, and I'm going to be right, and it's going to be awesome. It's going to be terrible for Thailand. It's going to be awesome for my business. In 2024, and the lead up to the elections in 2024, China is going to attack. They're going to take. In the final hours, the final weeks and days that President Biden is still president before he has to be reelected, before the Americans go to the polls, China's going to take a pot shot at Taiwan because it's part of their 2049 policy. It's part of their commitment to their own people. And they want Biden to struggle. They want Biden to be seen as in the year that he's going to potentially be elected. They want that. Because the American people are going to be just as off-center as they are right now about Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine and Russia don't matter to the American people. There's no economic benefit to Americans in that conflict.
Right.
There's actual economic benefit to Americans in the conflict between Russia and Taiwan. I'm sorry, between China and Taiwan. That will actually affect us. How? Because Taiwan is an American ally in Southeast Asia. That actually is a supply chain, critical supply chain in the electronics and technology business. That's why Taiwan matters. Plus, Taiwan has been a long time ally.
It wouldn't do the same thing if we had the same kind of
What's America going to do when China takes Taiwan?
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. What is our incentive to really help Taiwan when we have the same relationship with China already?
It's going to be the same thing. It's going to be exactly what you've seen Biden doing for the last 5 years. We're going to put sanctions on China. Don't do it, China. Devastating sanctions. We're going to take out your financial system. We're going to shut down your inner circle. We're going to make your elite pay. And where's China going to get relief from that?
Speaking of weirdness with China's control or strong hold on some of these industries that we have in the U.S., you see the video of John Cena apologizing to China for saying Taiwan is a country.
I didn't see it.
They could, because he made a movie recently. I think it was last year. He came out with a movie. And he was doing press, right? He was traveling doing press on the movie. And there was a random interview he was in where one little bit of that 30-minute interview he did, he referenced Taiwan as a country. And then there was some backlash from China. So he came out with this video on all of his social media platforms apologizing in Mandarin. He's speaking fluent fucking Mandarin. Like, holy shit. And he's apologizing to China. And then they found out later they dissected the revenue from that movie. This is wild, bro. Look at that. They dissected the revenue from that movie. I think you find out how much, I forget the name of the movie, but I think it was the movie made like $500 million and 450 of it was from China.
I don't see that. So going back to your point about does China have a stranglehold on industry? It has a stranglehold on one John Cena.
Culture, and some sort of influence. I mean, that is influence.
That is worthless influence. That is not influence that you can use on any kind of geopolitical stage. Right? It's the John Cena movie that even you don't remember the title. Right? What kind of influence is that? Right? Does that influence his pocketbook? Dude, China, if you're watching, Taiwan is a country. Taiwan, if you're watching, China's a big bully, right? Whatever. We don't need to dance around this stuff. These are the realities that we all need to accept, right? China is going to take Taiwan. They're going to try. Right now, what they are seeing in Ukraine is that America's not going to do anything. The reason that China loves to see headlines on social media and in the press talking about how America's abandoning Ukraine is because it knows it's planting the seeds 2 years in advance. This is an influence campaign against Taiwan. What are Taiwanese people thinking? The U.S. isn't that bad. What are they going to do for us? You know what I mean? China, the U.S. abandoned Afghanistan. The U.S. abandoned Ukraine. The U.S. abandoned Hong Kong. We know China's gunning for us because they tell us all the time. The headlines in Taiwan tell us that one day Taiwan's going to become part of China. They're getting a very clear message in American-U.S. foreign policy, and they've been getting it for 2 years. And they'll get it for another 2 years as Biden continues to take an isolationist approach without calling it isolationist, because he just doesn't want to put the U.S. in any kind of conflict like that.
That's the right thing or wrong thing?
That's his decision. He's the president. The president is a role I will never criticize the president because it's a terrible position to be in. When we were here talking about Trump was the president. That is a burden. They have the right to make whatever decision they want. That came from the executive. do whatever the president said because that job sucks. What I'm here to tell you is what the future holds. Because I think that there's value in knowing what the future brings. What's happening right now, this would have been valuable to know 2 weeks ago. But instead of having any kind of helpful insight, all we had was media reverberating, restating something that Biden said. Any day now, it's worthless. If somebody would have said, hey, February 23rd, February 24th, somewhere in there, there's going to be an invasion. There's going to be bombs. Everybody would have loved to hear that. That would have been useful. Instead, it was just, we believe Russia will invade in days or weeks. That's
So, with China backing Russia right now, what does that mean for us? Is that, like you said, obviously it's not a good thing for us to push them closer together, right?
It means that sanctions are going to fail. So Russia's not going to stop being bullied. It also means that all of those wealthy people in Russia are going to be able to move their money in and out of Russia through China, through Chinese banks, through other currencies besides the U.S. dollar. And it's very unlikely that the U.S. is actually going to impact the SWIFT banking system. That's a devastating sanction that will actually impact America. So they're not going to do that.
Like, explain that one.
So
the SWIFT banking system.
Yeah. So the SWIFT system is a system that banks around the world use to transact very rapid and
like wire transfers. So
yeah.
Get a SWIFT code from a bank. Let's say.
Correct. But like most of us are SWIFT. If you're using a SWIFT code at all, it's because you're wire transferring $1,000. That's also how big investment banks transfer hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, right? So to shut down the SWIFT accounts in Russia, to take Russia off of the list of people who can transact via SWIFT, is basically going to cut off all Americans who have any investment at all in Russia, including the American government or American corporations that have any kind of investment that is tied to Russia. It's going to shut off their ability to make money from investment. It's not going to work. You're going to have outcries from wealthy Americans and wealthy corporations because it's all globalized. The world is globalized. You can't just not use China for manufacturing yet. You can build other supply chains, but as those other supply chains get built, still have to look at China. So sanctions are going to fail. And that's what we all know. That's what any historian out there will tell you. They've been failing for the last 12 to 15 years. So it's not going to change. And it's going to... What it's doing is it's allowing China and Russia to have more of an investment in each other. So now instead of investing in the US, Russia's going to invest in China. China's instead of going to invest in the US, they're going to invest in Russia. They're going to keep working together, just like we see them working on the US security. And they're going to keep backing each other, which also means they're going to share intelligence, which also means they're going to share transit, which also means they're going to, and they're closer geographically than we are to either of them. So that's the direction that they're going in. The Biden administration is the whole intelligence infrastructure has been watching this for decades, and we see that that's the direction they're going. Russia is full of poor, ignorant people. China is full of poor, ignorant people. They both have very strong dictators that have stayed in power for many years longer than their original purpose, the original constitution said, with no intentions of moving office. And they have both publicly pronounced that they have intentions and ambitions to take territory that does not belong to them. The writing is on the wall. We shouldn't be surprised when we see these things happen. Right? Moldova is in danger. All the stands are in danger. Turkmenistan and Tajikistan, former Soviet states. It's just a matter of time before Russia continues to expand and take those places that are worthless economically to the United States. But
what you're saying, that it really doesn't matter to us whether Russia takes the Ukraine or whether China takes Taiwan.
It doesn't matter. It matters to us in
principle, our morals, wherever those are.
Right, but when it comes down to it, are we going to send American troops to die for Taiwan?
No, but we'll send billions of dollars in ammunition and military power so we can more money for raising military industrial.
Yeah, I mean,
we win there, military industrial complex, and we win with the media. The media makes money.
And when you think about it, what the Americans, what are our troops? Power in the world. Would you rather give up superpower status in exchange for becoming Taiwan's best friend and protecting them against China and going into a prolonged 7, 10, 12-year war protecting them? Or would you rather remain in the world's economic It's a practical decision. Everybody listening is saying the same thing. I'd rather stay with Superman. And that sucks. I'm just telling you, it'll happen in 2024.
Okay.
It still sucks.
The other big thing I want to talk to you about today is the war on misinformation and speech. You got the link I sent you.
Yeah, the war is not on misinformation. The war is technically on what's now being called malinformation. Like the intentional twisting of factual information into a narrative that is intended to mislead and stuff. Malinformation is what the war is on.
Right.
Misinformation is technically just wrong information, errant information. If I tell you today that a Big Mac will cost $1.75, but it actually costs $1.78, that's not malinformation. That's just me saying that's misinformation.
What I'm talking about specifically is what the Department of Homeland Security just released something online saying that releasing misinformation is now considered terrorism. They implicitly said that the summary of the terrorism threat to
before we do this,
yes,
that's not what they said. But let's go ahead and look at what they actually said.
Let's look at it.
So if you scroll down, it's right there in the first couple lines.
The United States remains in a heightened threat environment fueled by several factors, including an online environment filled with false or misleading narratives and conspiracy theories, and other forms of mis, dis, and malinformation, or MDM, introduced and or amplified by foreign and domestic threat actors.
Correct. So what they actually said was not that misinformation is an act of terrorism. What they said is the United States remains in a heightened threat environment, and that heightened threat environment is fueled by multiple factors, including mis, dis, and malinformation from foreign and domestic. What was the threat actors, right? So a domestic threat actor can mean a lot of different things. It can mean an American who's intentionally spreading disinformation or malinformation. It could also mean a foreigner inside the United States that's amplifying the spread of this. That's what
Miss Aquarius.
is. It's not just Americans. It's any threat.
How are you?
So this is one of those things that has been widely misquoted and widely misinterpreted.
Are you ready for me?
Around the world, and especially in the United States, to say that, hey, if you speak out against the American government, you're a terrorist.
We're going to have
that
an invitation
is an example of
5,
malinformation
4,
if the person is intentionally taking it out of context,
2,
or misinformation if the person is simply making a statement.
So let's see what it says. Number 1, it says the proliferation of false or misleading narratives which sow discord or undermine public trust in the U.S. government institutions.
False, the proliferation, which is intentional.
False or misleading narratives.
You got first 5, now get the next 5.
That's
perfect.
Kind of vague. False
that
or
was
misleading
good.
narratives.
That was
you
good.
want to talk about COVID.
I think that should have counted.
How COVID, the science on COVID has changed
Not what I
every
wanted,
month for the last year.
But it allows me to get these 3.
But people
easy peasy.
Claim it's false if it's wrong.
Easy
you posted something
peasy.
a month ago and it was
Got that spare.
Easily say that's false.
Got that spare.
It's very easy to portray
Got
that
spare.
Like that. It's very easy to portray that as false, similar to what they did by interviewing that guy.
Right. So you're right. It is in a changing goalpost. Then your accurate information one day becomes
you got this
a different day.
Exactly.
But that's I think the important thing there is that the goal is to say right now the science says this. Yesterday the science said that. There was a post
I'm gonna get these 4.
In
no doubt.
March of 2020 that said COVID
exactly what. Oh, are you serious? I only got 2
Instagram posts,
garbage.
Twitter posts,
right.
From the World Health Organization.
Exactly.
That does not make that malinformation. Now, if you and I were to repost that today and send out our social media profile, see, guys,
it's
COVID's fake. It's not even real. It can be transmitted from person to
now
person.
a little split here.
If you did that with the intent
to
deceive the American people.
Okay, you got one. Oh,
that's exactly an example.
Oh, that was almost
not why we're terrorists, but it's an example of why the United States remains in a heightened threat environment.
This is a very difficult split.
Yeah, exactly. If you would have said a month ago that, if you would have said
Only
that
got one.
vaccines do not stop
Not what I
infection
wanted.
or transmission,
Not what I wanted at
that
all.
would have been considered
Not what I wanted.
misinformation.
Not what I
Misinformation,
wanted.
incorrect
Not
or
what I wanted at
incomplete
all.
information.
Now they
Oh,
admit
look
it.
at
Now that
you.
pharmaceutical companies admit it.
Look
Right,
at
but it would have not
you.
been malinformation.
Get this one.
And what you're
You
thinking
got
about
it.
is you're thinking about this in
Yep.
the context of an American citizen with
Alright, I need a strike.
best of intentions to spread media.
Got it.
Right?
Maybe
What happened
not.
on Joe Rogan is a perfect example.
Alright.
Joe Rogan had a guest
This is a tough
who
split.
thought he was doing the right thing by saying what he believed.
Get it. Okay.
There's
Right,
no
I got one.
There's
Right.
no intent.
I'll
to
take
deceive.
it.
There's no intent.
Last
to
one, Miss
seed
Aquarius.
discord. Right? What's the
Get
proliferation of false or misleading narratives which sow discord or undermine public trust in the U.S. government institutions?
That's the effect
Extra
of it, not
points.
necessarily the
You
intent.
just got
Correct. The
46.
intent is all that matters because if you look here, what they're talking about is the proliferation of it. So in order to spread something, it means that you are intentionally spreading. If I just say something and it becomes viral,
Got it.
Well, if you
that's
believe-
not intentional.
If you believe it's true and you want to intentionally
Uh-oh.
spread it to make the world a better place, of course you're trying to spread, you're trying to make your narrative
Nope.
viral because you think it's the right
You
narrative.
got me, Miss
Right.
By
Aquarius.
going on Joe Rogan, you're fucking
Good job.
you're viral no matter what you're talking about.
Good
But this
job.
doesn't make you a terrorist. This just is an example, right? While the conditions underlying heightened threat landscape have not significantly changed over the last
That
year, right there
was
it's saying
good.
it's been like this for the last year. The convergence of the following factors has increased the volatility and predictability and complexity of the environment. So
Good
the bullets
one.
that you're reading through,
You
these
got
aren't
7.
these aren't things that make you a terrorist. These aren't reasons that the U.S. government's going to hunt you down. These are examples of why these are examples of the factors that have increased the volatility and predictability and complexity of the environment. It's easy to misinterpret this, especially
It's saying that these are the,
All right,
these
I
are the
need just
reasons
one.
that we're in a heightened environment.
exactly right. Exactly right. What ends up happening here,
Continued call for violence. What was number 2? Continued call for violence directed at U.S. critical infrastructures, soft targets, and mass gatherings, faith-based
Get it.
institutions such as churches, synagogues, mosques, institutions of higher education, racial, religious, minority groups, government facilities,
Get these
and
4.
personnel, including law enforcement.
Get these
and
4. You got 2 of
media,
them.
perceived ideological opponents, and 3 calls by foreign terrorist organizations for
Got
attacks on the United
Nope.
States based on recent events.
right?
Okay,
So what's happening
let's
is
see. I
there's all
gotta
sorts
get
of things
these
you don't
3.
even hear about because you don't follow them, right?
No.
So if you're really into like far right radical violent stuff, there's an algorithm that finds you and shares this stuff with you. If you're into like radical Islam, if you're into radical Catholicism, if you're into radical anything, there's an algorithm that's going to send you more radical stuff.
Get these
Those are
4.
the people who are seeing a lot of what you see here in 2 and 3.
That was a tough
You and I
one.
don't see what happens in 2 and 3 because
Oh,
we're
for
not
sure.
radicals.
No doubt. Right here.
That's not on us.
Oh.
The challenge has been to
Okay, I'm gonna
Facebook
get these
and Twitter
2.
and LinkedIn and all the other social media platforms. They've had to
Which I
learn how
just
to change
did.
their algorithm so that they're not controlling.
That's what I
They're
wanted.
not helping to spread intentional malinformation or
Get it.
lies, which are disinformation. Right? Disinformation is something you know is false, and you're saying it anyways. Malinformation is something you know is
Get
true,
this.
but you're taking it out of context so that it sounds a certain way. So those 2 things are the big threats. Foreign actors, radicalized
Perfect.
groups, take
Oh.
advantage of disinformation and malinformation.
Okay, I gotta
But
get
it's
these
like
2.
we talked about this a minute ago. It's
I
all
have
about
got to
intent,
get these 2.
right?
Oh,
So
that was
it's-
awful.
I feel like
It was
what
awful.
the fear is with things
Not
like
just
this is
bad,
this just
but
makes
awful.
it easier for the U.S. government to
Get
decide
it.
who is and who is
Miss
not
Aquarius.
considered
What
terrorist or
a
threat
strike.
or someone or who
Get
can be
this one
silenced.
now.
But how can you
Look
really
at this
judge
comeback
someone's
of Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, so I'm
Look
I'm
at
not
this
gonna
comeback.
agree
And
with
another
It
one.
doesn't make it easier for the U.S. government to do
Oh,
anything.
wow.
like the same way
They
way.
still have to
48.
prove it in the court of law.
Get
Right?
this.
So
Get
if
one
there
of
isn't
them.
preponderance of truth by a panel of your peers, then it can't be proven in the court of law. This makes it
49.
actually quite a bit more difficult for the U.S.
Oh,
government
for
to
sure.
make a case against anyone.
No doubt.
The intention of this,
Got
the
it.
intention of this DHS
You win, I win.
is to basically send a message to everybody.
You win,
in the
I
election
win.
year that there's
You
nefarious
win,
actors
I
trying
win.
to lie to you. If you recall,
You win, I
the
win.
election in 2020, the
You
Center for
win, I
Counterintelligence,
win.
the head of the Counterintelligence Center, also made
Yay.
a public statement telling everybody, "Hey, everybody,
You
in
win,
the
I
lead
win,
up
Miss
to this year's
Aquarius.
election, I want you to know that there's bad people out there who are lying to you all the time. Right? Don't trust what you see in social media.
Great job.
Don't trust what you read in the headlines. Like, double check and confirm.
Great
what
job,
sources
Mr.
are.
Prayers.
People get these warnings all the time, especially
Oh.
on election years, when foreign
Exactly.
actors,
I won.
terrorists, and even domestic
I
actors
won, you won.
are redoubling their efforts to try to influence people.
That's right. And we both
What's
won.
especially difficult about midterm elections is that midterm elections are usually decided
Very happy.
by a demographic that votes every 2 years.
All right,
Whereas
Mr.
foreign
Aquarius, sweet
elections
dreams
are
to you.
influenced by a demographic of people who only vote once every 10
Thank you.
So it's a different demographic.
God willing.
Specifically, it's an older demographic that they're trying to influence every 2 years, and a younger
Take care.
demographic that they're trying to influence every 4 years. So that changes what kind of misinformation, what kind of disinformation, what kind of platform they use.
Right. So this is obviously this is obviously targeted specifically at COVID and like election fraud, right? What they call election fraud.
So those are two examples.
Those are the two main examples for this, right?
But this, it's aimed at more than that too. It's going to be aimed at all the conspiracy theorists who claim that Biden is trying to hide failed COVID policies. He's not trying to hide failed COVID policies. Did the COVID policies fail? Some would say yes, some would say no. Some would say they weren't strong enough. Who knows? But it's a conspiracy to say that Ukraine and Russia happened because Biden was trying to hide something. Russia and Ukraine were going to happen. Russia chose the timing. Russia happened to choose a year when the United States is going to hold him, and when he wants Biden to look back. He wants America to look at the U.S. administration. He wants us to look at our own administration and say, hey, we look weak on the world stage. Right? Because maybe that's going to change how we vote. He also knows that America's not going to take a lot of action right now. Biden is not the kind of person who's going to do that. So that's what this is talking about. The intentional spread of dis or malinformation that's intended to sow discord, that's intended to call for public violence. Those are bad things. Those are fringe things.
The kind of people who get censored like today on social media are anyone who questions the morals of the pharmaceutical companies or of the military or things like that. And these big social media companies are not necessarily the government, but they can pick and choose who they censor. For example, we talked about last time, Trump getting banned off Twitter, and people getting banned off Twitter for talking down about the cops, for talking about the negative effects of vaccines. And those social media companies are influenced by this.
They're not influenced. Those social media, those companies are being policy.
Right, exactly.
It's not even influence. It's a direct policy.
Thank you
for
getting lost, Rabbi, for your contribution to the post.
And it's going to also
shout out to the Rabbi for making
because they want to keep
for being able to multitask and
this podcast going.
I love
Okay,
doing
not talking about
cunnilingus.
COVID, not talking about vaccines.
No, you have to not.
You're welcome, Nancy. You're welcome, Captain Antagonist.
I don't.
How could you say I'm am I intentionally spreading disinformation right now?
Pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets locked out, Rabbi.
The headline of this podcast.
Pussy eating
Find this podcast and say, oh yeah,
don't just forgive me.
If somebody were to do that, that is an example of malinformation.
Right.
If somebody were to do that, that's an example. So,
exactly.
So if that goes,
People are loving this.
If you have a podcast, if we have this podcast, we have a 90-minute podcast, where we openly talk about what is disinformation, what is malinformation, what is misinformation, and then somebody else from like the Department of Justice or the whatever security
people
department,
loving it.
if they come in and they choose
Bomb.
15-second clip,
This motherfucker
where out of your voice is coming, vaccines don't work in COVID, right? COVID vaccines don't work. If they take that alone and they try to shut you down, that is them being guilty.
Exactly.
Which means when that goes in front of a court, you win the case.
Right, but are you going to go in front of court, or are you just going to get silenced off YouTube? If you get suspended from YouTube, you're not going to go to court.
If you get so then that's I see what you're saying. If YouTube decides to go down that road, ultimately,
which they have for many people,
that's going to suffer. That's going to make YouTube suffer.
Right, and YouTube's already doing it. This is just going to make it go faster.
And it's going to, and ultimately, those platforms are going to have to decide which direction they want to go. Because if they go down the road of silencing everybody who has an opinion that is controversial, then all of a sudden they're going to have a very whitewashed channel and no one's going to watch it. They're going to lose the media game. That's up to them to decide, right? It's just like what happened with Twitter and Parler. Like Twitter shut down Trump, Parler exploded, people shut down Parler. you know, and then all the crazies went underground and now they're communicating with whatever WhatsApp, who knows what.
Right.
But my point in all of this is companies have to decide what they're going to do. Just like Apple had to make a decision about how they were going, like they have to make a call about what they stand for. YouTube has to make a call about what it's going to stand for. Google has to make a stand about what it's going to stand for. As far as business owner to business owner, if you are 100% reliant on YouTube, you need to diversify. You are essentially guilty of the same thing that Apple is guilty of, depending on their one supply chain through China. If your one supply chain for reaching an audience is YouTube, you need to diversify. Let's get Concrete.com up, and let's have your own channel that just exists on Concrete.com. Let's have you go be a guest on it.
That's what Alex Jones has done.
That's the smart way to do it. When you take control of your own content, nobody else can shut it down. It takes a lawsuit to shut you down, and if the lawsuit doesn't stand in a panel of your peers, it fails. And failed lawsuits are a fantastic marketing tool.
Right.
So that's the thing. We can't. It's unfair for anyone to say that a social media platform is silencing voices in order to appease the American government, because a social media platform is just a business. It's just a business
Trying to make money.
Trying to survive. Just like you and I, as business owners, are trying to survive every day. And if we're doing something that the United States government tells us is going to shut us down, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to find something else to do. So when they shut down Trump, or when they shut down crazy voices one way or the other, they justify it however they want to justify it. For every one voice that they shut down, they're pissing off 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 users. And they're going to lose those users. They're going to lose those users. They're going to lose the revenue that comes in from those users clicking and surfing around. That's how, I mean, I can't even remember the name of the platform. What was the chat platform that had a little ghost on it?
Oh, Snapchat.
Is Snapchat even a thing anymore?
Yeah.
It's still out there?
Oh, yeah.
No, I didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Right? So I used to use it. I don't use it anymore.
Right.
Just it lost its utility for me. So that's the direction that all apps are bound to go if they don't evolve and protect their users.
The fear a lot of people talk about with moves like this, especially when it is so tied into social media and government, is the government's creep on power. The government's never-ending creep on power, just like the Patriot Act.
Yep.
And where does that lead us?
That's the pyramid.
That's the pyramid. That's what China is. Does it lead us to China?
It leads us to China. A one-party system leads us to China. So all you asshole Democrats, all you asshole Republicans who think that you want everybody to be Republican or everybody to be Democrat, what you are wishing on yourself is a future state like China. Our power, the American superpower, is our democracy. The fact that we live in conflict all the time. We need people on both sides of the fence. We need people to disagree. We need the constant churn, the constant conflict. That's what we need to remain above simple influence campaigns. It's very hard for Russia or China to influence our entire country. They can influence one side or the other, but they can't influence everybody because we have this constant conflict. It's the secret sauce to democracy. It's why democracy is hard. It's why it's failed in so many places. And it's what we need to lean into. We need to understand that condemning the opposite, people who think differently than us, is just a path to a one-party system, and a one-party system is called China. That's not where I want to go. I want to live in the muck, in the conflict, in the consternation, because we're going to get stronger. And the sooner that we learn to kind of embrace the muck instead of get angry at each other over the dirtiness. So if you get a chance to go to a high echelon government function, it's an amazing thing, because on CNBC or on CNN or on the news, you'll see Democratic representative, Republican representative disagreeing and calling each other out and making it look like they can't get along. You go to the high functioning event, the high level function in Washington D.C., they're sitting there having a beer because they're friends, right? Because they embrace the conflict. Right? Their real challenge is getting elected every 2 years or every 6 years to stay in the Senate, stay in the Congress. That's their big challenge. Everything else is just kind of rhetoric. Let's fight and make sure that we move as slowly as possible so that we never make the mistake of building momentum and kind of letting ourselves get railroaded by our own momentum.
Right.
And that's what the forefathers originally intended with the United States. And it's worked. And it keeps working. And I trust it. So I'm not going to be somebody who says that we need to shut down either side or that either side is right or wrong.
Of course not. Right.
When you look at the center and you look at just to the left of center, just to the right of center, it's the bell curve, right? That's the bell curve where the magic happens. The majority of Americans live in that bell curve. The majority of your congresspeople and senators live in that bell curve. And the people on the fringes are just the largest. Trust this. This is going to keep working. We're going to be fine.
What do you think would happen if we got rid of lobbying, or lobbyists, corporations funding politicians?
So getting rid of lobbyists would not be as powerful, I think, as people think. Putting terms on congressmen and senators would be much more effective. Well, specifically on congressmen. Putting terms on congresspeople would be massively effective. Lobbyists don't make that much of a difference. Lobbyists,
or congresspeople being able to buy and sell stocks.
right? So when you make professional politicians, that's a problem.
Right.
Lobbyists are just there to support or drive the prioritization of whatever they're lobbying for. They're not the ones that are the ultimate decision makers. When they get a chance to lobby in an institution where there's no limit to how long someone is in power, like you could be a Democratic congressperson in Virginia forever. Now all of a sudden it's an issue. Now it's like the one lobbyist can just go to you with the same offer every time there's a new policy that's about to come out that might impact big tobacco, big alcohol, big oil. And that's a challenge. So I'm not worried about lobbyists. Lobbyists have a legitimate value add. Congresspeople with no term limits do not have a value add. They're not beneficial to the United States. I hope that that's going to be our next evolution in our democratic process.
Yeah.
Is getting congresspeople out of Congress after 2, 3, 4 terms, something.
Right.
But don't let them spend the entire 3.
Right. I mean, what do you think about the argument of paying politicians or people in Congress like a couple $1 million a year, $5, $6, $7 million a year, and just lobbying, like get rid of lobbying, so these people make enough money to where they don't have to have the outside interests?
That's not the purpose of lobbying. Is not to the Congress people already make a shit ton of money. They make $250,000 a year.
Right, but they rarely make millions. But their salary is like $200,000 a year, right?
Which is way above the average constituent that they're representing, right? So, and if you've ever met a wealthy person, I have been blessed to have lots of wealthy clients. Whether they make $8 million a year, or whether they make $28 million a year, or $208 million a year, well, it doesn't matter to them. Once you're basically like a decimillionaire, then at that level, most people, they'll tell you like they don't have a need for money. They don't look at money as a resource. It's just about winning. Somebody else manages it. It's just about winning or losing. Winning or losing, whatever the thing is that they're choosing to win. Sometimes that's horse racing. Sometimes that's young girlfriends. Sometimes that's stocks or whatever else. They're not thinking about money. They're just thinking about winning or losing whatever interest area they have. So the thing that's like, when a congressperson becomes that wealthy, it's just about winning or losing. It's not about the money. People who live at less than $1 million a year, we think of it as money because the money, we can't afford the next biggest house, the next Bentley or whatever else. We have to think about how do we get there. When you have $15 million in net worth, what can't you have, right? If you're really thinking about a multi-billion-dollar yacht like some Saudi prince, then good luck. But for the most part, you can have pretty much anything you want in the American existence if you've got $15 million in net worth. And that's not a lot of money in terms of ultra wealthy people. Decimillionaires, people who have more than 10, that's not a lot of money. People who have more than $100 million in net worth, now they're getting into a more elite group. There's still tens of thousands of people who have more than $100 million in net worth. So, yeah, lobbyists, small impact. And anybody who wants to focus on lobbyists is focusing on the wrong thing. Lobbyists don't have the power. The people who have the power are the congressmen. If you can police Congress, lobbying is going to have to change its tactics. And to be very honest with you, there are going to be more people willing to raise their hand and run for a congressional seat as long as lobbyists exist. Because now, if you're like a teacher, or if you're like a janitor or airplane tech. If you're a normal everyday person and you find out that there's a congressional seat up for election because the term limit just hit, and last year then the previous congressperson is not going to be there anymore, you might raise your hand and actually compete if you know you're going to make $250,000 a year plus some extra bending if you agree with the right lobbyists to represent your home district, the district that you're going to go back home to. And how are they going to agree? You've got to serve them. Right now, professional politicians don't have to serve their home constituency. They only have to serve the small constituency that actually votes for them every election.
Right.
It's not a true representation.
Well, Andrew, we're running out of time.
Sorry, man.
I always
could
love. I
talk for hours
can
with
sit
you.
here and talk for another 6 hours with you. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to bring that back around 4.
We'll see your users. Yeah, we'll see your listeners.
Dude, thank you so much. I had a blast talking about this show. Tell people who are listening or watching where they can follow what you're doing.
Yeah, so follow me on my website, everydayspy.com. I have a top 1% podcast myself called the Everyday Espionage Podcast. You can find it on any platform, YouTube, or any podcast platform out there.
Love that podcast.
Thanks, brother. Take a listen, subscribe. I'll teach you something new every day. And otherwise, you can also just reach out to me through any of my social media channels at Everyday Spy, whether that's Instagram or Facebook or not Snapchat.
Awesome, bro. Thank you so much. I fucking always love getting your insight, especially when it comes to foreign policy and that kind of shit. It's so fascinating.
Thanks, man.
So fascinating. Cool. All right. Goodbye, world.
I love you, girl.
We're back with Matthew B. Cox, the con man to the stars, aka Short King.
The last video did good. The last video did good.
Oh, you did it here? Yeah. You did it here, yeah. How about the podcast that you and I did together on your channel?
That was good. That got, from my channel, that got good results. Everybody liked it.
What kind of comments were on there?
Everybody liked Danny. They were like, it was way more interesting than they thought. It was a good interview. Like, oh, I didn't know that. Hey, wow.
They must have lied the whole fucking time.
Nah, they don't know anything about him. And then there was the whole thing like, oh, you can tell more was going on with the whole Ben thing. Danny totally he totally avoided the
swerved it.
Yeah, because they were all, he's listening to the comments or reading the comments where the guys start getting into arguments and they get pissed off. And
that's the first podcast I've ever done. It was good. So thank you for popping my cherry.
Yeah.
Pop my podcast cherry. Cheers. So what's going on, Matt? What's going on in your world? Where you went to that conservative coffee shop to show off all those fucking absurd Trump paintings?
Yeah.
Selling you there?
No, I didn't even show them. Okay, so there was a woman that watches my podcast. Her name's Maureen. She bought a couple of paintings like a few months ago. She'd seen like the Trump painting, and she bought 2 of them. And then she was coming down. I forget where she's from. And she came down and she said, "Hey, I'd like to meet you, and I'm going to Conservative Brown's coffee. So you want to meet me there?" And I said, "Sure." So she wanted me to give her a signed book. So I met her there, gave her some signed books.
We did a whole documentary.
I know.
You saw it?
Yeah, I saw it. That's how as soon as she said it, I knew exactly.
Oh, really?
I was like, no problem. Let me see her.
That was pretty funny documentary. He's pulling up the comments of the podcast. They're pretty positive.
Yeah, they are positive.
I think this is a podcast that we were all waiting for, especially if you're against concrete being Muslims. That's right. I love all the positivity. So, John Pierce says, I respect you. For me, you gotta respect it.
He didn't respect you before that.
Respect.
No, that's what I got from it. Not before that.
See, you look at the negative.
No respect.
I look at the positive. I look at it as a glass half full. You look at it as a glass half full. Woo! Woo! Want to hit? God damn, those smelling salts are strong. Oh. Alright, so is this lady like dressed up, like decked out in modern gear?
No, she's the retiree. Really nice. She had a friend that was something. She's really nice.
Did she want some of your books?
Yeah. She bought some of my paintings, and then she asked me to bring a book, so I brought several of my books and I signed them.
What kind of paintings did she buy?
2 Trump paintings.
She got to get back to her hotel room just in time for Tucker at 8.
You know Jessica Kent, when she did my podcast?
Yeah.
She asked me to take the Trump painting.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? She said, take it down.
She goes, can I get you to take it down? And I didn't know how serious she was, and I was like, absolutely, of course, no problem. I'm not married to it.
You mean, was it in the background of the video?
It's in the background of I've got usually I have 4 paintings up because I've got some paintings that are called modified screen prints, so I paint them. I paint them, then I do a screen print over them, and then I paint other stuff on them. And then I put a couple coats of orange on the whole thing. So, but Trump was up there, and it's a big seller. Like I'm not.
I could sell a bigger on the seller. The biggie one is dope.
The biggie one.
I love the purple and gray.
Can you see these on the camera?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. The biggie one's cool. Yeah. And the both of them. Bro, honestly, like I just don't push them. People see them in the background, and they'll randomly send me an email saying, "Bro, is that painting for sale?" And it's like, "Yeah, I want the Marilyn Monroe," and I'll sell them a Marilyn Monroe. Or they'll say, "Hey, do you have one with green hair?" I do have one.
Funny, you should ask.
Say that, So I sell them every once in a while. I don't push them. I need to start pushing them.
Yeah. Sure. What was that? You told me the most epic story about Trump the other day, about the guy that was golfing with him. What was that story?
It was on a golf podcast. Some pro golfer, he was golfing with Trump. And they were on, it was just like him and Trump, and they had all the Secret Service or whatever out there, little ways behind him or whatever. They were golfing. All the Secret Service like rushed in. They were like, "We have an air breach." Air breach. So like somebody was flying in. So
unprecedented.
they got all together to protect him or whatever, and they see this little fucking Cessna putting through the air over the golf course. Probably some old guy. And then like 10 seconds later, they're watching that Cessna, and they send 2 fucking bomber fighter jets just zoom in, shoot flares at the fucking plane to get them to turn out of there and get the hell out of there. And so they fly by, they shoot flares in them, get them out of there, and they're like, "Okay, Mr. President, there's safe that's going back to enjoying the golf game." And he said he walks over with Trump, and Trump looks at him and he goes, "That's power." And then tees off.
And then fucking hits the ball.
He's dead serious. You're safe now. I was always like, bro. Trump loved that though. Oh yeah. Super handicapped.
Oh my god, he's fucking talented. He's shaving hell.
He shakes it into the woods, and the Secret Service grabs it, tosses it back out to the green.
Yeah, I was very.
Did you see that movie? Yeah, what is that from? Yeah. I've seen that. That was great.
Is it Richie Rich?
No, it was a retired president who goes to this little town, and he hit the ball. He would play golf, and the Secret Service agents.
I've seen that. That was nice.
Man, what's this fit you're wearing today? This is brand new. I've never seen you dress like this before.
I know.
Wear
a
white or
like
black
this.
shirt.
He came here last time.
But you got these. Yeah. You got like semi-baggy khaki pants on, and you got some brand new boots. Like you just bought them today. They don't have a scuff on them.
Not true. I bought them. He was wearing
how many times you wore them?
I've worn them. I wear them every once in a while.
What'd you do 2 times a week?
I had to meet these 2 women. I had to come over here. Today I painted.
Just wanted to stomp up in conservative ground.
You know what else? You know what I did today? Get up, stand. Take your headphones off. Step back. We want to see your outfit right now.
Looked like you just started working at the Pinellas County Nature Park.
Look at this guy. Yeah, you're fine. Look at this guy.
This is not the normal Matt
Look at this guy.
attire.
He's got the belt to match. Look.
There's some.
Matt, you're glowed up, bro.
There's more behind this.
What is going on here? Who took you shopping?
Did you go mudding today or something?
Juice.
You got the tight, breathable shirt tucked in with the belt.
Yes, this isn't normal Matt
No.
attire.
I mean,
I'm trying to figure out what's
I had, step up my game a little bit. I can't keep wearing the same white shirts all the time. So, periodically you gotta something.
She looks buff.
Lost about 10 pounds.
10 pounds. How'd you lose 10 pounds? About 4, right?
No, I don't think I was. I had some issues going on. I wasn't hungry for a couple of months. Lost some weight. Just caught up with me. We're hungry. I don't know. Just emotionally fucked up. It was a bad time for me. I was a little depressed. There was some depression.
She's raising her hand.
It's Jess's fault.
Criticism.
And I thought I wasn't eating very much, and I dropped probably 50, went from like 175. It's down to actually like 150.
So,
WTF, Doug?
You're saying you weren't eating before, but now that you're not depressed, you dropped? Or you dropped weight?
No, I dropped weight then. Now I'm up to, I've gained 3 or 4 pounds. No, I gained 3 or 4 pounds, like 162, 161. Wow. Actually, 160 when I got it out today, but still. God, you're like 6 foot tall, 5'11", 5'10", whatever. If you're over 5'6", you're a giant.
Oh, fuck. Hey, well, look, you dropped 50 pounds and Jess is back.
Yeah.
You should have did this months ago.
Yeah. Well,
Unbelievable.
yeah.
By the way, you're commenting on my phone. You want to know where I stole it from?
Where?
Vice.
Vice. Vice. Nice. No.
I love how he said in the last podcast.
They paid you.
He said, I don't even need the money. I just want the credit.
No, I know. But
They got the credit. And now we got the money.
Let's move. Look
And
at this
he got
one.
him on his back.
Come on, somebody else say something about me. I'm so sexy. Come
Ah!
on, baby.
You do. I thought you were very
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have anything. What do you want to talk about?
What do I want? Whatever you want. I don't care.
What are you doing? What's going on?
What did you do today?
Today, I
really wanted to eat a couple of gummies and see what the podcast
I
was.
printed out flashcards for the 48 rules of power. 48 laws of power from Robert Green. Yeah. So I made flashcards. I made flashcards with the 48 laws. I don't know. I think I'm thinking about maybe trying to. It's got to be fun. It's a cool book.
After I read that book, it makes you want to it changes you. I think it makes you want to apply those laws into your general life. And then I noticed I started doing
Shit, I didn't. Yeah, kind of about that shitty stuff. Not shitty shit, but like you're just kind of use people a little bit from there. Yeah,
Why? How?
it's hard to explain, but it's like just even like if somebody was coming, I remember like when somebody was coming over, I think for reason they stop somewhere. You know what I mean? They're vicious. They're vicious. They're total psychopaths. That's culture. That's culture. No. It's culture. It's how they're like power.
Have you ever heard of Nexium?
So it's basically their rules to apply to help you succeed in life. But it's not like they're nice people. There are some harsh rules. Like well, one of them is like I think number one is don't never outshine the master.
he's your boss, never make your boss look bad. Never look better than your boss. Because although you think you're trying to impress him, he may be actually, he may become jealous, he may become, upset about it, fearful of you. So it's manipulation strategy.
It is.
Oh, it's
There's
tons of
very
manipulation strategy. But it is a free book. It's 48 bucks. 48 manipulative laws. Yeah. That what's so funny is what's great about it is when you read it, you start seeing it not just in yourself. Like I definitely can see some of them myself. And then there's some things I think, you know what, I need to start doing. Yeah. I'm not harsh enough. Like I tend to forgive people that screw me over. And I in this it's like crush your enemy, not only physically but in spirit. Like don't leave one ember burning, or it will reignite the person will come back. I mean, they're vicious laws. But I always, you know what I'm saying? There's little tiny things that you think, like I really actually I tend to get people in little pieces. Yeah, and there's other things you notice ways in other people. Like you realize he's behaving like that because of this. That's law number 22, or not law number 31. Because of why? Okay, now I know what he's doing. Now I'm going to do this. It stole basically everything out of Scientology. And they stole all kinds of shit from one of the founders taught all the strategies from God, all the shit that Scientology did. Like get in there, better your life, push out all the negative things, figure out how to work your mind. And all of their victims were super successful wealthy people. A lot of them had money, a lot of them were families, and he was a crazy, super successful entrepreneur. He started a Ponzi scheme, made tons of money, he was a lot of money. He made millions of dollars. This guy was very short, fast, awkward, proportioned human being. He looked like Charles Manson's stature, but kind of chubby, and he was just fucking successfully driven to make money, to build this big company, and he created this company called Nexium, where it was all about personal power. One person would recruit another person, and bring them in, and eventually
come on.
Wow, that turned left quick. Yeah. Wow. Eventually, it was like women getting branded. He mind fucked up believing that they were a part of this great thing. And so did that Scientology. Yeah. And we were branding each other. All the women were branding themselves with his initials. And he was raping 12-year-olds and shit. And that was their pathway to enlightenment, is have sex with him. Like he would convince the higher ups in his company that tell them to tell the women, hey, elevate yourself. This was his plan that he would tell the higher ups, the lower level women. And they would now be trying to sleep with him to raise their status and their spiritual enlightenment. And it was just very it's called the vow. That's what he personally invented. He paid the Dalai Lama $1 million to have a meeting with him and just videotape it, make himself look legit. And the Dalai Lama met with him, and the Dalai Lama was like, as well. He's like, I don't know, he's like, a lot of people say a lot of negative things about you, and you're probably some shit, and things about you. Like, does he say something about you, Mr. Lama? Mr. Lama. Everybody, this guy played himself off he projected himself as just like this super high IQ genius of a man who was a judo master at age 12. He was like played piano like Beethoven. He was a mathematician. He was a scientist. And reality was none of this stuff. He just projected himself like this. And all these people were honestly like close to fucking control all these people for all these years. And now he's in life. But it considered him a con man. Oh, bro, he was the definition of a con man. He was the fucking
Cis-men. Why are you always so creepy, cis-men? Why do men ever turn right? Until my tongue is raw and mouth gets like a rabbi.
A lot of the same kind of shit. You hear people see those kinds of ideas the first time.
Well, they'll say stuff like in that book, it's like Law 31.
What is this, man?
Very large scale, like acts of,
Who knows?
to make yourself seem godlike. It emphasizes enthusiasm over reason. It's got all these different techniques on how to make yourself seem amazing when in fact but it's really a lot of what you're saying right out because it's funny to imagine sitting in it looks like a barbershop, like where the makeup room is, and like you just sit in the chair and there's like a team of people around you like painting his face black.
They have this relationship where the person above you is your master and you're considered their slave. So there's this thing called collateral. So if you want to elevate in the company to make more money, you have to give them collateral. I mean, you have to give them like the darkest secrets or send them like a new photo of themselves. So that if you ever come out or on a leave, they have this against you. So they're like, oh, we're giving you access to all this high level information. You need collateral. The same thing is like, you know, Scientology does. It's called auditing Scientology.
I like the branding part. I'm good with the branding. Brand all your women. I'm thinking about I'm definitely thinking about doing it. Yeah, I'm thinking about having Jeff get a tattoo on the arm of this property of Matthew Bevan's Tom. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. This close to having talked to you. It's so funny that friends used to have we know a couple tattoos. Yeah, friends hers. But at least it's all at once. Yeah. I mean, you can now or say no. 4 to 8 hours is worth of 2 weeks. Let's get this over. Where did this guy do all that stuff? New York. Did you crank on the day like the 48 laws of power? Yeah, follows all 48 rules. Absolutely.
Hey, pull up a picture of Keith Raniere. I want to show a picture of him. Or like an interview with him. He is very English. But you know what's weird though is like all these people like this guy, Charles Manson,
I'm sorry to cut you off. This is
Scavenge. They're all short guys. I don't know, but is that a thing? Like they're not only short, but they're like oddly proportioned. Like,
maybe that could drive you.
Is there a connection there?
Shed that image of yourself.
I don't know. We're having a conversation, man.
I don't know. You're one of those people.
Maybe you're one of those people. Keith Raniere, R-E-I. Just type in like N-E-X-I-V-M. So why did you go to Turkey for life? They got them for like basically like cooking the blood and sex trafficking.
Look at this one.
I forget his actual
Folks,
nailed
you want to see some of the most athletic shit you've ever seen in your entire lives? Look at these moves.
God and Adam that you used to have the painting of. I like that you the consistency. It's nice. As soon as you make
So you
money,
should have framed the TV. It's like that gold frame. It's like the picture.
you could do that.
It would have looked like a
Folks,
Those frame TVs are expensive.
Maybe you could frame this one.
Yeah. I could just
look at these moves. Folks, look at these moves.
Damn, Austin, what's
Some
going
of the
on,
most
bro?
athletic
Shit.
shit we've ever seen in our entire lives. Do you think anybody that's going to join here from Blue Sky? Nope. Not in a million fucking years.
That looks like
Oddly proportioned. You're gonna see a full body shot of him. Like, this is just from the chest up. Okay, look at that picture of him. I don't know if you can blow that up. Look at him.
such Spielberg.
You know, doesn't he look like a fucking dork?
What is this?
Have you ever heard of Heaven's Gate?
And if you know,
I love Heaven's Gate. Crazy. That guy
what
was
up, bro?
nuts. Never heard. Oh my! What? You've never heard of Heaven's Gate?
Was it 100?
Oh my God! You gotta watch that documentary, bro.
60. Was it 60?
35 people.
35 people that
Wearing Air Jordans.
Air Jordan, no, and the full jumpsuit. They did like a Nike jumpsuit and like Nike gym shoes or Air Jordan.
Yes.
And they all took poison and killed themselves.
Yeah.
Because there was a comet coming by the
What
Earth.
was the common name? Hail-Bob.
Yeah, but coming close to the
Look at this
It was like
athleticism.
100 million miles from Earth.
Yes.
You ever seen such athleticism?
Pull up the trailer.
They're the ones that
Pull
drink
up,
the Kool-Aid.
pull up the trailer.
No,
that's
that's
Jim
Jones. That's Jonestown.
Pull up.
That was almost 1,000 people.
Yeah, that was a
Almost
lot,
1,000
right?
people. No, the Heaven's Gate. They thought in the tail of the comet was a spaceship
Follow me.
that was
No, wrong one.
and they were going to go, and their souls would go up into the spaceship.
No.
What if they did? Yeah, that's Heaven's Gate.
What if their spirit?
This is
I know,
athleticism.
that's
Maybe.
what I said. They could've-
Maybe.
They could have. Bro, they.
I mean, it's as silly as
Look at this
Christianity.
You're
Well,
right.
who's
Anything
to
else?
say? But still,
I wonder
the
if
Nikes,
anybody
I didn't
on
understand
Blue
What
Sky's
kind of
like,
Nikes were
It's a
they,
little
do
bit
you know?
sillier.
I'm glad, Rabbi.
Like, were they
You're-
Jordan
That's it.
1s or
That
what?
is what makes my day.
This documentary.
Psych,
This
bitch.
is the leader of it.
This guy?
Yeah.
did he?
Watch
Did,
it, watch
did,
it, watch
And
it.
if you don't know,
Oh yeah, they tried to castrate each other
you will
because they.
never love me.
May or may not. They just decided.
You don't.
Nikes.
I find the term cis-man offensive, especially because I'm a lesbian.
They convinced them all that they were ignorant.
You would too. If you had worked as hard as I had worked to be a lesbian, eaten as much puss as I've eaten. West Side. What?
Beam me up, Scotty.
I almost burped. I hiccuped.
Definitely
Anything
soul.
Oh, what's going on here? Firefox is already running. Psych, bitch.
Oh man, that was a good documentary.
No one knows.
You would like it, bro. Yeah.
What is going on with this bitch?
You think it works?
You want to get some like, convince them that if they wanted to be immortal and transcend into a higher level of existence, they'd all go to space.
Do they all get castrated?
No, after the first guy got castrated, it was so wrong. It went really left. It went left
The
hard.
castration is so wrong.
Well, they had one of the
right?
one of the people in the cult was like a ex-nurse or whatever. She's like, I kind of know, I know what I'm doing or whatever. So she helped.
No, I know what I'm doing.
Kinda.
She assisted in.
I got a fucking knife.
Yeah, so I guess she helped with the first castration, and it went so bad they had to rush him to the ER because he was like bleeding out. And so after that, they didn't do the castration.
We don't really have to do this, you know. I mean, we thought we did, but we actually don't
This
see this anymore.
felt like a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, because aliens,
Look at this move.
alien beings that we're all accustomed to see, or accustomed to being familiar with from like sci-fi film, like genderless, and shit. So that's what they wanted to do. They all wanted to be genderless.
Now you don't have to cut your nuts off to do that.
Yeah, now you don't put your nuts off the head.
They were ahead of the time.
They were just ahead of the curve. All right, what else? What the hell? Jonestown.
That was wild. I did watch about
I have not watched that one yet.
Oh,
That one's dark. That's
Yeah.
the
Look at
darkest
this
one.
move.
Listen, that they
Couple of them made it, right? Though.
some of them ran
Couple of
off.
them didn't drink it.
Ran off into the woods. Wasn't there like a senator who flew down there?
Yeah, they killed
And
him.
they shot him. Yeah, they shot him.
I mean, him and his whole kind of staff that went down. Like they went to Jonestown because they called it Guyana, and
Yeah.
they moved there and they created Jonestown. They were building this utopia, and they're all not doing well, and they stopped talking to their families. So finally, the senator, who's been petitioned by tons of family members, flies down there to kind of inspect the whole thing. And everybody's saying everything's great, everything's good, and they're like, oh no, we're happy with this. Shaking, oh no, look, hi, how are you? Shaking his hand, and people are putting notes in his fucking hand saying, help me, get me out of here, I'm being held against my
I
will.
don't remember that part.
Right. So then they, I forget, what's the name? Jones.
Read my manifesto for world peace.
Jim Jones.
Bitch.
Jim Jones finds out. Well, he tells him just before, I think the senator tells Jim Jones, listen, there's some issues. Like some of these people are being told.
Yeah, we got a problem.
Yeah, we got a problem. We're going back to Washington. We'll let you know what we come up with. And they go back to the airport, and Jim Jones sends his private security to stop them. And they have a shootout. They kill him. And then they come back, and they now know that the government's going, like the U.S. government's going to come in. They're going to come in and grab him. So he convinces everybody that it's the end of days, and that they're coming, and he convinces everybody to drink the Kool-Aid. Well, actually, it wasn't even Kool-Aid. It was an off. Well, it was, but it's an off. It wasn't Kool-Aid. It wasn't the brand. It was a knockoff brand of Kool-Aid, and it was laced with cyanide.
But isn't that how that whole analogy drank the Kool-Aid
Yeah,
started?
really. Yeah, that's where it came from.
That's where
I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid.
Right.
Listen, bro, I ain't drinking the Kool-Aid.
That was the biggest.
I used to say that in RDAC all the time, but I ain't drinking the Kool-Aid. It was the drug program in prison. It's like a cult practically. You get in and guys start saying stuff, and I always say, listen, it's like I'm not
Cults are interesting. They're so interesting. They're just like religion, except for a couple key things, like the whole disconnection thing. You can't associate with your family. Like you have to disconnect with them. They call you a suppressive person. Like that's how it is in Scientology.
Look at this athleticism.
They would remove, like most cults try and get you away from all your family to be in one place. And that way you're surrounded by
Look at this.
else that has the same
Look at these
thought
moves.
process.
Well, look at this athleticism. Look at these moves.
And it's all like a lot of them are smart people.
Yeah. Did you ever read
Look at
Chuck?
this.
You wrote Fight Club. I'm going to put
Oh
your last
yes,
Chuck
I love that
Palahniuk.
guy. Love that guy.
Well, Chuck Palahniuk, and I'll probably butcher his last name. He wrote a story called Survivor, and it's about a guy who was in a cult who comes out, and it's great. It's a
Really?
great
great book. And it talks about all the cults. As you're going through the book, he talks about different. They keep bringing up different cults. I'm looking this up right now. Oh, it's a hilarious book. Listen, Chuck Palahniuk has better books than Fight Club. And for
P-A-L-A-H-N-I-U-K.
Yeah, come on. How do you search? How do you say it?
Alan.
I really bad. I butchered it really bad.
Story of survival developed for TV.
What is this one?
Dark comedy from Palahniuk focuses on Tender Branson, a member of the Swedish cult who has survived his religion's latest mass suicide, only to hike up a cliff by himself. Thanks to craft the Australian outback. Into the Australian outback after he tells his life story.
It's a good book. I don't know.
Yeah, that guy's fucking cool. I love that guy, Chuck Palahniuk.
Yeah, Fight Club, honestly, that's a good book. But he's got other books.
You read the book?
What, Fight Club?
Yeah.
I read almost every book he's written. I was in prison.
Really?
Yeah.
How many books did you read while you were in prison?
I mean, I read for like probably the first 3 years straight. So I don't know. It was probably a book, maybe probably two books a week for 3 years. It was ridiculous.
A week? I guess you have nothing to do. What do you think the difference is between reading a book and reading a book?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm a horrible reader. I'm a better reader now than.
Well, you told me that you just highlighted the speech thing on the phone
all the time.
So, but do you think there's? I mean, obviously it's quicker to listen to it. But do you think you grasp it?
I think everybody's different.
Do you think you digest it the same way?
No, I think for me, listening to it, I retain more listening to it than I do reading it.
Really?
That's such a hard time.
I think the opposite.
But you're probably a great reader.
No, but I'm not. I'm a slow reader. It takes me 4 times the time to read a book than it takes me to listen to it. Sometimes I go back and I reread it.
I have to go back. I rarely read.
Like I read one paragraph and I'm like, let's get that right. I gotta read it again.
I agree.
Do we have a poster?
There's no way to get audiobooks.
For the penny you can. It's crazy. You know, it's so funny, like in the county jail and stuff. Like now, in the county jail, most prisons are giving iPads and all kinds of stuff. Like it's a money making, but more so than ever.
How do you think? How many years later?
I don't know. I think 2 weeks is probably. He's definitely 2 weeks. Count it. When I was in the county lockup, that was for a year. So that's over 100. Over 100 right there. And then I would say, let's say 70 when I got to prison for about 2 years. 70. I don't know. So about 250 books within 3 years.
Wow. How many books do you think you've read in your lifetime?
Single digits. But I was the same way. I was the same way. Before prison, I was the same way.
Probably read 10 Dr. Seuss books front to back.
Same way.
Those count. But like big books. I remember one time in middle school, they were like, they took a whole class in the library. You gotta pick a book, you gotta read it, you gotta write the fucking whatever, you gotta write something on it. Like sweating, walking up and down the aisles. Where's the smallest book? And I had the best idea. I'm like, you just buy a book that's about a movie and you watch the movie. Take a couple notes, write a paper. I got fucking E.T. out of the library. Went on and watched the movie. I already seen it 100 times as a kid. Easy. Nailed it. Didn't read a page. Not one.
That's genius.
So I was like, what are you doing? Taking notes watching E.T. Gotta report. You know, Miss Willis, I got to turn this in tomorrow.
Miss Willis.
You know,
Crazy.
you know how they'll take the book and they obviously they have to adapt it for a movie. So you have a 300-page book. You can't, unless you want a 12-hour miniseries, you can't. So they chop it up, right? But there were 2 books that I've read that when I saw the movies, they were almost like one was Fight Club and one was
Athleticism.
almost like identical. Because they're so small. Fight Club was like 190 pages.
Did you hear what China did to Fight Club? China just changed the ending.
Look at this movie.
You know how China manipulates all the media,
Look at this
all the
movie.
internet and everything? Right. They just changed the ending for Fight Club. If you watch Fight Club in China, it's no longer like the city falling. Now it's the FBI comes in and arrests Tyler.
I'd like to watch that.
Yeah.
Why? I wonder why. Because they don't like the idea.
They don't like the idea
Take over.
they don't like anarchy. It's frowned upon.
Yeah, you could say that. They would embrace it like we have. They're not trying to take the capital.
You're welcome.
There'll be no Russian Congress in China. Could you imagine video footage in China of people taking over the capital? That'd be a hell of a movie.
They've already made a bunch of documentaries about doing that. Look at QAnon, like what's the QAnon one? That's a fucking good politics is
It's like the fine line between cults and
it's the same thing with cults, religion, politics, dude, stop it.
And I'm a part of it.
If you're not having fun,
Sell something.
If you're not having fun, we can turn it off. I'm having fun.
Well, I mean, how much stuff do you guys have in front of you?
We have marijuana, we have smelling salts, we have scotch, we have Coke, cola, cocaine. No cocaine. Mass probation China changes ending of the cult 1990 cult film Fight Club has been removed for viewers in China and replaced by a screen with a message saying the authorities want.
Scroll down a little bit. They're not even trying to be subtle about
No
it.
production value at all. Just fucking text on a screen. Scroll down. Hold on.
She might be the first. This is a rough one for a white liberal lady from New York.
Chuck said.
Oh yeah, what did Chuck say?
This is super wonderful. Everyone gets it. So you think there's a pun in that?
That's great.
She had a mental breakdown and then somebody filmed it on.
He said this is super wonderful. Everyone gets a happy ending in China. That is fucking epic. He is so good. So I'm subscribed to his Substack.
She's totally out of breath.
You know what Substack is? Substack is like an email subscription thing. So like reporters or journalists or writers like him who write all the time, like you subscribe to their email list. Substack is like it's like think of like YouTube, but for also for like writing shit, and people subscribe to it and they pay you like $1 a month or $5 a month. It's Patreon kind of, but for like people like that. So they don't have to be tied to like, they don't have to like depend on big mainstream corporate media to pay their bills. They can just have the people say
You get a subscription to that.
first take out $5 a month and you can get all those
Choke. They actually made a movie about Choke. Another great. Monster was good. There's one called Monster.
I've watched both of them. There's like a couple podcasts with Joe Rogan.
You know,
That's how I do it. Well, obviously, I like that.
he said at the time, because he said, I'd written the book, He said, I mean, nobody was interested in publishing it. He found the publishers just like, yeah, maybe just $10 grand for it. That's all you get. No royalties, that $10 grand for it.
I'm sure he sold a lot of books from that, though.
Yeah, but he didn't get any royalties. Oh, but
On his book.
on the other book.
Right.
No,
He didn't even
sold,
write the book.
no, like I'm pretty sure he sold it for $10 grand. So then he never got any royalties.
I thought he sold like the music.
No. Well, and I could be wrong, but keep in mind that's what turned him into a massive. Right. I'm pretty sure I got that right. But yeah, because he said, I remember him saying, look, it wasn't at the time. It was a ton of money for him. I was thrilled to be that was now a public author or whatever he was. Like I was thrilled. You know how he got the idea? He said he had gone camping and the guys at the other campsite were playing loud music. I think he said, I got up, and it was disturbing. So he got up and went over and said, right, mouth off, back and forth. He said, we ended up getting into a fist fight. And I got beat up. He said, that's when he sat down and thought, and I just got beat up. Like, I don't even know how to defend myself. And he said, that sparked the whole concept of football. Yeah.
Information diet. They're going to a fair like a soda fountain, only lemon lime Gatorade, and that makes them all the time. So whenever they get anything, there's like lemon lime Gatorade.
I hope you're just giving that when they opened the pause. That was like, you know what? I need a hoodie.
Yeah, your dog or your dog. It's like,
I want on social media. They're like, well, no, this is just. Give me a medium. Last time, give me a medium. Yeah, it's too small. Oh, but you know what? I lost some weight. I'm working. So you got some muscle. You're working out. This is Are you okay,
Bro? I'm trying to remember what I was going to say about Chuck.
It was in that book.
That's what I'm trying to say.
That canceled book I read. The guy was like,
these
they used to do these, the stocks, like putting you in front of everybody in the town, and everybody would shame you.
Oh, I know what I want to say to you.
The reason they
Have
stopped
you ever
doing
read
it was
Stephen
like,
King's book on writing?
it's like we evolved. They were just
funny,
like,
the only Stephen King
this
books
shaming
I
was
like
too,
are the series.
like it was
Like all of his books about that are like about scary or like aliens or but Cujo's good. Okay, that's good for watch. I'm saying typically like the ones where they go off on whatever strange, like those type like. I don't like either, but when like Misery or The Green Mile, or, those are Shawshank. Like those are amazing. And then, but everybody's known for all the horror books. Like, I don't really like it. I don't like it, but the serious ones, those are like amazing. What it is,
Who wrote Shawshank?
No, but they did Misery, right? You guys make me second. You're so sure about it. No, I'm not sure. I'm saying I didn't know. All I know Stephen King's was like it.
Let's think about it. Everything she's ever done. Snap a picture of her at her worst, obviously.
Bro, he was broke like late into his 40s. He had no money. He hit big on Stephen King, Shawshank Redemption. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. What was his first one? His first big one. His first big sale that we made. We got rich off with Annie. The little redhead girl? Yeah, the girl who goes to prom and then the Hard Knock Life, Annie? Is that what it's called? No, you're no, I know what you're talking about, where she could set fires and, right?
The girl who gets made fun of in high school, you go to prom,
And then she sets all the jokes.
Right, exactly.
What is the Shawshank? Guys, you guys know?
These insurance companies need to have the same.
Oh, Harry.
Defense of their own as the fucking police do.
Oh,
here.
oh, you there?
Sorry, we're sitting here with the headphones.
Yeah, Harry. That was his first hit.
Yeah, Misery. Misery. The novel by Stephen King. Yeah, he wrote that too.
That's it. I saw the movie.
Yeah.
So he
What's
talks
that
about.
last?
Oh, full of scary shit. Oh, and you know, in the book, like they hobbled him and they like right in the book, like you know how they just like flavor him away. They took the pork part of
It's Bond?
No,
It's some guy that looks like him, isn't it?
no, it was no.
It's somebody weird you wouldn't expect to see.
Oh, no, Kathy Bates and James Kane. Caan, am I saying that wrong?
Yeah, what?
I've never seen that.
Oh, my God.
He's a writer. He loves it. He's a writer who writes novels, like love novels, romance novels, and she loves the character's novel. And then he like has his manuscript or something with him, and she knows where he goes to type his manuscript and back whatever she does, she calls it an acting or something. She finds him, brings him to her house. I think she makes college grad, and she reads the manuscript to perform because in the manuscript, yeah, she didn't like the way it is. She wants him to rewrite it, trapped in the house, right? And makes him rewrite it.
He talks about this whole thing in the book, his own autobiography.
Oh, I'm not hearing about that. And then she tries to get away.
And she cuts his feet off.
In the book, she hobbles. She cuts the first portion of it. Right? So you can still, you got to feel the toes. It cuts basically a little bit behind the toes. The bunion. So you can't run. You can't really. You kind of like. You're like still. Yeah.
Kind of like
But in the movie, she just breaks his leg.
Oh,
She kind of breaks his leg.
she's like a hardcore fan.
It's not his knuckles, right? His ankles.
Oh, yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah, bro, his book, you should listen to his audiobook. He talks about his whole process on writing, how he writes, and like how he stage he does it. He was at one point he was writing shit like Cujo's best work. He was locked in a room, fucking doing rails of cocaine, drinking tons of fucking whiskey, eating pills. He was fucked up.
Maybe I should try it, huh?
I mean, that's all you're missing,
Bro,
Is a fucking couple books.
he was doing mountains of coke and writing these stories. Like, how crazy
Give
is
me a
that?
pen.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's a problem. You just don't have a pen and a piece of paper.
Like, it's fucking, that's wild. Like, I can't imagine trying to be productive doing that kind of shit.
I don't know.
It's just like,
He's a guy that's doing loads of these things.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Same shit.
A lot of these guys.
What was this up called? What are you talking about? Adrenochrome. You remember adrenochrome?
Yeah.
They took it out of babies and like
It's not necessarily.
what a typical it's adrenochrome. So it's like adrenaline, pure adrenaline.
Like, hey, you know what?
Bro, Coda
Would
was
really
bro.
jack up.
They're gonna really be
They
awesome.
say
Real shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Who's saying, hey, you know what would really be good? Let's take some adrenaline from small children and jack this with it. That's what I want. Yeah, you wrote Green Mile.
Man, I didn't
Oh,
really read all
I
that.
knew he had Green Mile. All of his best shit was done. He says it in his book.
Then he got hit by a
Oh yeah, he got hit by a car. Right?
First of all, he was like jogging along like a road, like you're jogging, you're on a country fucking road, you're jogging along or something like that. Some guy like veers off the road and runs you over. Like, hey, you're some friends with it.
He was in another country. No. He was like I think he was just in the country in like the country. I think. And it was like a minivan ran him over. Nobody deserves to die.
I feel like some people just do their best work because they're certain.
And then
So it's like there's like a uphill.
that's where I'm at.
The money.
That's where I'm at.
The money comes in.
Where you at?
You're on the down? On the down.
I just need a little.
Let's sell some paintings.
Also, no trouble.
Adrenochrome. Adreno. ADRENO chrome. Jesus. Adrenochrome.
I didn't bring Maryland. That's the Maryland Monroe.
Those are big sellers.
No, I'll do. I didn't know you were serious about this. I wasn't positive. I don't know how big do we want to?
Alright, adrenochrome. We'll just look my thoughts.
I can't even say it.
Adrenochrome is a chemical compound produced by the oxidation of adrenaline. It was the subject of limited research in 1950s and 1970s as a potential cause of schizophrenia. While it has no current medical application, the related derivative compound called bazotrone is a hemostatic medication. Despite the compound's name, it is unrelated to the element chromium.
Well, how do you feel? I don't know. I mean, I immediately pictured like a couple doctors helping some kids to a bed and just warming and
Well, I think it gets a playing with cults and shit where they say,
It's the Mexican standoff.
you know, they say
California's dead.
that's
All
what's
those dudes like, I'm cleaning my shotgun. I'm going to talk to my dog.
But-
It's like, just fuck her. Dude, just fuck your dog.
we need to just what happens
Yeah, one of those guys with like a disgusting
that basement,
daughter.
the basement.
Oh, Comet
Clean
Pizza.
my guns
Okay.
with boys.
Oh, yeah, pizza here.
It's like, what's the fuck that lady?
A lot of like basements. It's like they're harvesting kids. And they just sleeping, I guess. But it's cool. Bro, I'm watching this documentary right now called It's the Craziest Fucking Documentary. It's called 9/11.
I was trying to think of what it was called.
And it is the deepest dive on all of the little things about
Seen that porn?
It's very objective, where it's not just like a one-sided thing where they say conspiracy. They take all of the conspiracy theory debunkers, like all of the people around the world who say it was Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden. They did. That's what they said. They said that's what this the war on terror. They implicated Saddam Hussein.
They tried to. There never was proof. There's no proof.
But that's how they justified.
Yes, that was one of the ways. One of the ways. Yeah, just like the weapons.
Just right. Just like Pearl Harbor justified going into Israel, right? Or Japan. Anyways, they make all of the connections, all the stuff they Pearl Harbor was a attack.
Because they were allies. Hitler in the United States, right? He was already
So they go all the way down to like granular as to where they're in the Pentagon with Dick Cheney, and they have Dick Cheney in the Pentagon with his chief of staff, all of like the lower rung people who are like in there, and they're tracking the airplane, the last plane that's headed towards the Pentagon. Right? They're tracking it from like 80 miles away.
and it's like 80 miles out. The kid comes in and sir, 80 miles out. Does the order still stand? Goes away. Sir, 70 miles out. Does the order still stand? Footage? No, this is all documented on the report. Okay. And then he comes back in, and every 10 miles, he comes in and posts it changes. Sir, 10 miles out, does the order still stand? What is the order? Not to shoot it down? They don't know. But they're assuming that it's not to shoot it down because at 10 miles, not shooting it down. Right. They're not shooting it down. At 10 miles out, Dick Cheney snaps his belt back and says, of course the order still stands. And the kid is obviously distraught, and there's multiple people in there that testified to this. The kid goes back away. 5 minutes later, the plane fucking crashes into the Pentagon. Okay, another big thing about the whole Pentagon thing. The Pentagon is a giant structure. It's not a very tall building, right? No, but it's like the largest. But it's 30 acres. Yeah. It takes up 30 acres. So it's only like 4 stories tall. So think about it. If you're a hijacker and you're going to take a plane and crash into the Pentagon, are you going to take it? The thing took out like 4 power lines while it was going 500 miles an hour, fucking 50 feet above the ground. Just to crash into the side of the Pentagon. If you're a hijacker, a fucking low-level pilot who's not a very expert pilot, you're just going to crash into the roof of that thing. You're going to do way more damage. You're going to cause way more destruction. Rather, you have to be like, they make the case that you have to be like, they show flight simulators with trained pilots, and they show exactly how hard it would be to fly that plane 50 feet above the ground for the distance he did to crash into the side of the building. Any fucking hijacker would just crash into the top because it's more damage. So that's just one of the examples they make. Fucking, when they lay out all of the reasons why, it doesn't really match up to like, the narrative. It's fucking really good. You should watch it. I'd like to see it. They still hit the building. Yeah, he hit the building, but there was nobody in it. No, there were like 100 people died. They said that area was under construction. No, that part of the building was the only part of the building that was just finished. They just redid that whole part of the building to make it like they insulated every single wall with Kevlar. They made it fireproof. And they had just windows. Yeah. Just put in new windows. Yeah. So listen, I was locked up with a guy named Chris Morrow. Chris Morrow got 15 years for filing income tax return or filing something to get money back for people because Chris is one of these, he's a sovereign citizen, and he believes that the government uses our Social Security number to borrow money against us, the money doesn't exist, and that it's total and he was filing paperwork for people to get them the money back that the government gives for whatever, it's insane. And he ends up obviously, then he goes to trial, and he ends up getting he believes in every single conspiracy out there. I've never met anybody that can tie conspiracy theories together. And he was so entertaining. Like we would sit there, Bosiak and I would sit there and go, find Chris and go. And we'd go and we'd talk to Chris, and Chris would go on and on and on. I bet you he's got conspiracy theories with 9/11 that would blow your mind. I'm desperate to get him on my podcast because Chris will go for 10 hours straight, and the great thing about him is you can kind of mock him and he doesn't bother him. Like he's not going to flip out on you and start swinging. It's like you're not going to body slam you. You know what I'm saying? So, like, but Chris will just go on and on, and they're amazing because he's like, oh, I got the book so-and-so. He gets so jacked up and excited about it. And it's hilarious. But here's the thing. I'm asking you, what makes it a conspiracy? What's your definition of a conspiracy? That basically you're saying that it's not what it is. Like, you know, you're saying it has an ulterior storyline, or it's something more sinister than what they're telling us. That's the conspiracy theory. They're saying this is what it is. It's pretty cut and dry. It's pretty simple. And you're saying no, but really, when it's something super sinister that they're hiding.
Like JFK, I think like JFK.
And I think he got shot.
Do you think Oswald
Some depends on which documentary I watch. You know, unfortunately,
I think now is accepted. I think now is accepted narrative.
But that's the thing. But you talked about this last time, like UFO. Like the government basically came out, yeah, there's UFO. Nobody jumped out. Like nobody jumped off a building. Like nobody. People aren't going nuts. They're not
say
storming.
anything else but that.
But I mean, they slowly kind of read out over the course of what 50 years, and now people have basically come to the conclusion that they believe there was UFO. So when they finally said, "Hey, there are," and we actually they were like, "Yeah, do it." Look at it. And they go to work. But I can't tell you more.
Like,
I want him on my. I've never really mentioned him before because I want him on mine so bad. But he's on an info monitor.
Some users might have to perish for me to have fun.
I know. No, he's like Bustamante. Bustamante is like he follows. He's a CIA shill. Oh yeah, I love that. But he's going with the standard line. Bustamante's he's not gonna go. This guy will go nuts, and he believes in giant. He's tied in Christianity with aliens. He's got. I mean, it's the Anunnaki. Oh my God! We got Chris. We have to get. Chris ain't lying, bro. Chris spitting facts. I would love it. I would love it if you watched this. I want it. I want to know what Chris's favorite number one conspiracy theory. I'm asking him about specifically about what's the plane that crashes down. Okay. What do you do? Where's the pull up? Where's the speaker? You can tap him right into the headset. No. Hey, listen, I'm doing a podcast and I have a quick question for you. My question is, what do you think happened in 9/11? What really?
did Cheney ask him this?
Wait, so this guy had to think about
Did Cheney have a do not shoot down order for the planes? Because there was a bunch of training games going on in the Midwest United States, so all of the fighter jets. Where's this guy live? I need to know.
Piece of shit, so I have to go to places that have it. You don't have to put next film. I get it. Trying to cash in on victimhood. I know that's a trendy currency right now.
Have you watched the documentary 9/11 New Pearl Harbor?
That'd be so funny if I had done that the whole time. Just like, oh, excuse me. Actually, I have dietary restrictions. Dairy irritates me.
Right. It was all sold by CNN.
You should do that. Like when you raise your hand or something in class, you should have to state your oppressors. You should be like, Matt, 32. Dietary restrictions. It's like he has multiple dietary restrictions. Irish. Okay, sorry, it doesn't count.
Yeah, but the Building 7 thing, that I don't know about Building 7. The Building 7 thing, wasn't Building 7 full of some sort of chemicals or gas? Wasn't it full of No, it was.
It triggered my autism. It triggered my biology.
I heard that they were storing all kinds of chemicals and shit in there.
I was explaining to her, just fucking leave me alone. Just give me a minute. What's going on with the I just got yelled at by 45 lesbians in 30 minutes. I'm just you walk in, it's sir, man. I'm I got turned around. I'm not even going to the water. They're like, okay, And I got a mask.
What about the plane that hit the Pentagon? The Pentagon's what, 4 stories tall, and it's a 30-acre mile wide footprint. Why wouldn't they crash into the roof? Wouldn't it be easier to like crash the plane to the roof, cause more destruction, and it wouldn't just be like fly the plane 50 feet above the ground and hit the There were no to your point. There were no images of any plane remnants or anything. Like there was no video. Right. You can see the planes flying into the tower, but there's no footage or photos of a plane flying into the Pentagon.
I was like, by the end of it, I'm in line. It's like mile 6. So I go to aisle 6. And they say, oh, excuse me, sir. Aisle 1. That was in drive that I'm walking at. I love this shit. How much do you fucking love this shit? She's like, oh, I'm an essential employee.
Listen, I have something to
Oh my god.
I gotta completely different. What about what's going on, bro? I gotta get you on here. Listen, what about this? What about Oklahoma City? The Oklahoma City bomb. What's your take on that?
On the Expos, team loser. It's like if TSA employees all have master's degrees. I don't like war history. That's what
okay, one more. I have another one. What was?
Sir, excuse me.
What is the thing?
I'm watching right now 9/11, the new Pearl Harbor.
No eye contact. Just like, sir, shoes in the bin.
Have you seen that?
Yeah. Like you're standing. Like you're standing. Sir, stand over here. You're almost skating. Almost 6 inches. Yeah. It has to.
What do you know about Bohemian Grove?
So they started like, yeah, you can take your computer out back. Yeah, please. I'm sure it started like that by like week 1. Computers out of the fucking bag. Did you not hear that? That's true. Of every single day, the first one. I was supposed to take my shoes off, my laptop's out of my bag. It's like, computers out of the bag. Yeah, you just scream it into that fucking abyss. Just scream at the drop ceiling. Computers out of the bag. There's just thousands of people build that endlessly. It's like, how much longer do I stand here for? Computer out of the back. Computer out of the back. But yeah, the grocery worker and the grocery employee, this 2020 was a come up for them. They were laughing stuff. Now they're heroes. What do you think it translates to? Do you think say the dating essential workers get recognized in terms of like getting? Do you think a grocery bagger right now is like catching you? Yeah, I don't think it. I think that left to the realm. It's like, yeah,
What?
yeah.
Okay, what about the moon? What about the moon
This guy
landing?
right here.
What do you think about that?
Section. It's like a dilly. Split the farm. It's like, good job.
What happened when it rang the bell?
Thanks for butchering. Thank you. I was telling his mom, man, I'm gonna have like, I'm thinking, oh man, why does grandpa hate cashier so much? Like the Korean War or some motherfucker, goddamn son of a bitch. Motherfuckers gonna kill him. No, I just grandpa hate all these lesbians. Because I got yelled at back in 20. Triggered by my own autism back in 20. Back in 20, I was getting yelled at by lesbians.
I would like to put that. You know that the Navy jet that got all those UFO things on tape. Yeah, what do you think those are? What,
Are they extraterrestrial or are they Russian?
Anyway, I was in Phil's ass last night for not being a troop. That was pretty fun. Oh, that's awesome. We were just hanging outside. I was just like, you fucking wish you were a troop. This is fun. This is fun. Conversation's so funny.
How do you know it's not?
This is why it was great because I walked out to him. We were out on the deck, eating for a little more
So I got another. What about this? And no, this is what has books. Yes, tons of books, like all kinds of pictures, books. And this is in prison. I can imagine what he's got now. But wait, one thing. This is another. So, what is the thing what's the number that you always look for? What they're borrowing money against, like Social Security number, and you can get your, what was the thing the number you were trying to get that you got? And what is that number good for? Why do you need that?
On there, while the sun was going out, put tabs on their trumpet outside, or whatever the fucking word is. And my dad stood up, hand on his chest, just on our neck, just stood there, just. Small taps, dude. Imagine being drunk while taps back there. That's so fun. And I immediately came out. I was like, what the fuck? Because my sister was like, while he was doing it, in his defense, he stood his ground. Because my sister was like, Shane, like, started yelling at me, like, you need to see this. Oh, God, outside. And I caught the tail end. And I just too slow to get my phone. He was handling it like he was like a British, like a cartoon analysis. Like the Bobby was not regulated. He was just totally for the troops. And then, that's when he sat down. I was just like, you weren't a troop. Like, stop. Like, him and all his friends, him and all his old buddies. It was like,
at one point you got in trouble in the state. Didn't you file something against the judge? Or you tried to get your
I get it, but he's free to get links every Sunday.
And did you ever get become a sovereign citizen? Did that ever go through? What is a sovereign citizen? These guys are assholes.
They're like disciplinarians. It's like, dude, you went to Clarion and you got drunk. He said, stop. He was like Vietnam age, wasn't he? He was towards the end of Vietnam. So I was making fun of him. I called him a draft dodger. He went to college. He played ball in this game. Draft. Yeah, I told him he was a draft dodger. I think he was like 63. I think he's 63 or 64. Yeah, he's on the late. No, yeah. My dad used to, he claims he wanted to go. He claims there are that's what I was trying to get to film him. And I was like, you are a troop. You were that. He's like, I would have joined him in Vietnam was wrong. He's like, I don't think I would have liked Vietnam too much. I was like, no, you don't think? I don't do well in jungles. Yeah, I don't do his response. Yeah. He said, no, he just said it because of like a humidity. I think he didn't think Phil doesn't think he'd do well in Vietnam because of where the battles were fought. He's more of a European theater of World War II. He can see himself in those scenarios. Or desert storm. He can see himself in desert. Yeah, big time desert storm guy. Yeah, we need a good desert storms. Desert storms are good war for a lot of those guys. Yeah, we need a good war that everyone can get behind. That we can easily win.
Do you think we should have an autocracy? So what? Sorry, Dan wants to know. Autocracy? Should we be like China? Should we be like China? And what else? What other options do we have?
We just gotta go in, take the condom off, go in on ISIS, just go back into Syria. That's a life of a victory and kind of righteous.
Hey, listen, Danny wants we gotta wrap it up, but I'm gonna talk to Danny's the guy who's running the podcast called Concrete, but we gotta, yeah, but I'm gonna contact you. I'm gonna give you Danny's information and see if we can try to get you on there. Are you able to travel?
Yeah, we do need a good picture. You tune somebody up to move around this country, we just go fucking murder, 100 to 800,000.
What's that mean?
Do you think that'll be the numbers I need to put up? I don't know. We got Amy Cooper calling the cops on birdwatch. I think it's time for us to invade like a Caribbean nation.
Yeah,
they've been taking
Let me call you back.
Trying to think of something easy. We don't know, like reclaiming, like what we should do is like take one of those French for like English, like St. Martin's. We should take it and see like, yeah, I wouldn't mind starting to like aggressively move on territory to like.
We would go into his cloud and get there for hours. Just to get anything you could come up with.
New Zealand,
He was charging people, like he would literally get your taxes. He would do that thing where all the money you paid in and interest and everything else, and they came some calculation, they'd apply to the government to get the money back. And the government would cut checks for like 1.5 million, so far something like $30 million, and guys were getting these checks, and they were cashing them, they were going through it, and then they'd get 10% of it. So when they got caught, they're saying, no, it was perfectly illegal. You understand, Your Honor, this, Your Honor, that. Look, and this code and that code. They went to trial. These guys went to trial. They lost. Guys are getting 25 years. He got like 15 years. He was making phone calls. He was making good things. Rick Morero. It's awesome. Yeah. And he gets super animated. He gets all like, no, what happened? He gets excited. He's like, no, it's exciting as shit. And he's super smart. Like, you're like, but, he believes, like, everything out there, he has a good conspiracy. What do you think about? Do you believe it? You don't think not one of them? I'm saying there's some semblance and some conspiracy. Not, but I mean, not everyone has. Sometimes people just sometimes they blow up a building. The guy's pissed off. He gets some fertilizer and some diesel, mixes it up, and blows up a building. He's an asshole. There's just assholes out there. Yeah. I mean, everything like these kids shoot up too. They'll have a whole conspiracy behind it. Even with the yeah. What happened was they were being given LSD by the CIA, and they were, and you'll be like,
well, the CIA LSD thing is real. It's actually real.
I know, but not for like serious. Right. There will be
the CIA
doesn't take anything. He doesn't take anything.
You know anything about Columbine? About those kids?
I mean, should I read?
You know anything about, like, I don't know. Do you remember when that happened?
Yes, but I don't know anything about
Marilyn Manson. Yeah, they were. Those kids were actually making Marilyn Manson, and that's the reason they did that. Marilyn Manson's fault.
They were deeply disturbed kids, and they could have been listening to Cindy Lauper and probably been saying, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you're just disturbed, and you're going to come up with reasons to do something really sick that you're being picked on.
Didn't those kids write some sort of like before they did that?
I think they've written like journals, and they've written about it. Because I know Jordan Peterson has talked about reading their like.
No, they died.
Oh no, which ones are the ones that live? Like now they're all like or wait, he read. I think he read their journal.
Yeah, that's Columbine.
Okay, if he read the journal,
but here's the thing: do you talk about it? Do you think they believe the right thing, or do you think they believe they're wrong?
Yeah, fuck that.
All I know is that they shot. I don't think they thought they would do it. But I mean, think about it. How many times in high school would you, middle school, if you're being picked on or you get frustrated and you lash out? I never thought about going and getting an AR-15. Not throwing in face around, but you get frustrated and angry and pissed off.
Yeah, I don't think you can organize this like as a business, but you can set it up personally. Sure, you're too big. You can go too big for friends too. And too big. so far. That would be fun to go to.
And they apparently
We don't get coronavirus restrictions for that. You can go to some brothers against war. While you go down here, we go tube into the yellow bridges. And after we hit the breaches, we go down and see what the boys are doing at the Grove, Williams Grove. That would be fucking sick. I'm so you can go right in the woods with paintballs, and then you could ride down. And you have to be like the Rabbi one. You have to have knives on the woods at all times. And then we have
how old they were like they were super young.
so your nuts are dancing. Just that flap off the nuts.
They were all like teens. They were like
So it'd be cleaning up dish.
Yeah, that documentary called it online.
Sort of dropping
He did that Fahrenheit 9/11. Yeah, 9/11. What was that?
My whole
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah. What he said. Yeah.
Once we look up at the page, I think we're at the yeah, let's before we go, this picture, another thing that's Richmond Chancellor, June 4th, 5th, and 6th at Helium St. Louis. Oh, bro, before we go, speaking of Chancellor,
Mic drop.
so there's two boxes.
Well, all right. What are we going to talk? What's going on? What's up with your love life? What's happening? Since we always do. Nobody's going to listen to this shit. Back in love. Yeah. What is it? 33%.
Back in love. What is love?
I was always in love.
Matt's riding the roller coaster.
Usually Matt comes in a little crying.
Matt's riding the roller
Now he's feeling good. I am feeling brilliant. Coming in, he's got a new swag. He's got a new outfit. Matt's feeling cocky.
This is Matt every time he comes in the podcast.
I leave it like almost in critical condition. I try to like 9 volts. There's like 19 seltzers. Then like as much shit as I can.
What a classic song. This reminds me of the Beavis and Butthead movie. That's feeling good right now. He's riding the roller coaster. Yeah, exactly. The roller coaster of love, man. You're on the up right now. That right there. Copyright strike. You got
on the part where it goes climbing up. You're climbing the roller coaster right now. You're on Space Mountain, Matt Cox.
Listen, and she's on her best behavior.
Nothing in life is steady in that Cox.
Like the last 4 or 5 weeks.
If you want an even line right now, you'd be dead.
No, you don't want that.
It's all about ups and downs. It's all about ups and downs.
So my ups and downs are way worse than most people. Like, it's like 26 years in prison, dead broke, tons of money, totally in love, long gone, right in the movie, right steal it, they steal it from you, Slice doesn't give you your damn credit, then you find out they have the credit in there, then they're cutting your check, and the back, and it's like, oh, but that's just the extra. You're right. Yeah. Let's hope you don't have any more crying. You coming back here. To enjoy. When you put the ring on it, man.
Are you gonna propose?
I said 6 months. Let's
That is like the focus of
it. Can we go 6 months? We'll do a ring. 6 more months. We'll do the wedding. We'll do a wedding. But just let's, it's not that I don't believe you. It's not that I'm not in love. Not that I don't think that you're all in. Let's just,
Matt's got it.
let's make sure. Let's just make sure. Okay? Yeah, listen. I love the Mike Tyson thing. Everybody's got a plan for this. Like my plan. You can punch all the time. That plan ain't never gone my way.
We'll see. Are you guys ever gonna have more kids?
I'm 100 years old, bro. I'm just gonna pick up with your child. I don't think I could outlive a dog like his hairline. That's fucking A1. Like, I don't know. And you get a dog.
And I still think I'm gaining
No,
weight
that's
from
not
just
person.
massive intake of food. Just not like
Bro, what
sweets,
is that
not even
thing?
sweets, just like brand new nutrient dense food.
Oh my
Just
god.
eating like chicken and corn.
Look up toxoplasma.
Sounds interesting.
So there's this shit that people get that are around cats. People that own cats, they develop this thing in their brain called toxoplasmosis, right? That comes from cats. And it's like toxoplasmosis is a disease that results from infection with toxoplasma. Wow. A Gandhi parasite, one of the world's most common parasites. Infection usually occurs by eating undercooked contaminated meat, exposure from infected cat feces. That's why pregnant women can't go around cat litter because toxoplasmosis. Or mother-to-child transmission during pregnancy. So it's the shit that you can get from cats. So there's this thing. It's this fucking parasite. Super fucking smart parasite. It gets into rats, right? Listen to this. It gets into rats. And the way that it gets transmitted to cats is it makes the rats fucking dicks get hard. And it gets super horny, gets a hard dick whenever it smells cat piss. So all these rats get super fucking horny with hard-ons whenever they smell cat piss, right? So these rats are attracted to cat piss, which brings them near the cats. Then the cats see the rats, the fucking cats eat the rats. Now the rat is in the cat. That's how the fucking disease.
It sounds like a Dr. Seuss.
Bro, that's
The
how.
rat is in the cat. Yeah.
That's how the disease gets fucking transfers itself to the cat.
And now the cat has a parasite.
So
now the cat has a parasite, and the cat
has a parasite.
and the parasite knows that humans like to keep cats as pets.
Yes.
So it goes into the cat.
Imagine if that was for
That's
like.
the next level.
Imagine if that was like humans and grizzlies.
I don't know about all that, but then the cat licks the mom and she gets the parasite and passes it on to the pets.
People get find out like what the symptoms or like what the effects of toxoplasmosis is on humans.
Yeah, like what is it?
What is it?
Parasites all through our body.
What does it do to humans? But this is crazy though because a lot of people cat owners get stuff.
Golden limb.
It's their neck, muscle aches, and pain, headache, That's it? How do you know he had toxoplasmosis?
They really are motherfuckers. They don't even take your cities. They just kill everybody.
You're the cat? Your cat's out there roaming around and eating
I got a cat a year ago.
You what?
I got a cat for the first time a year ago. But my cat's an outdoor. Okay, my cat at night we have an outdoor. He fucking roams the neighborhood all night long. He shows up at the door at 7 a.m. comes in, eats, and he
Yeah, show up to somebody's house, eat, you don't have to pay for roam the neighborhood all night. Come back and eat, sleep, get up and do it.
He's not fixed. He's pumping the whole goddamn
Toxoplasmosis
He's pumping all
everywhere.
the cats around town. And all the rats are getting all
That's hard to tell. I don't know how that hit your next level parasite. I know. I mean, you gotta get. I'll bet Chris has a whole thing.
Imagine if there's a version of that with humans and grizzly bears. Where humans just get fucking horny and fucking grizzly bear piss. The grizzly bear just fucking ate it.
I got a driver across the bridge, bro. We go around here. Sell some paintings. I mean, listen, I sell paintings. How much is the painting? They're not even. They're inexpensive. How much? $2.95, and I ship it to you. That's a deal.
There's the gray purple baby.
The gray purple baby.
Fighting off Vikings at 40 years old, you'd be ready to die just out of physical exhaustion. You're just like,
No, the other gray and purple baby.
fully ready to get your like bed of straw and hay. Just like,
That's a good one. How long is this process of making something?
That's a fine arts degree right there. Look, you put the X on the edge of the
Since
painting.
it was so hard for them to like get accepted, it was probably like it hurt. But but not like every day. True. You know what I mean? No, I'm saying they're paid times. Like if you
I want to picture a Trump with 2 stealth bombers flying above his head as he's sitting on the ninth hole of Mar-a-Lago.
I'm telling you, you watch that video.
No, I couldn't find it. I was looking through the fucking DMs. I couldn't find it. I want like a fucking fisheye angle of Trump holding his putter on the green on the ninth hole of Mar-a-Lago.
They should put that scene in a movie.
2 stealth bombers over his head and like a little like caption quote. That's power. I'll do that. I'll do that.
So it should be Trump and John Daly.
You could do that with him holding the putter and the flames going behind him up, and do the did he say baby?
I don't know.
That's power.
Try to find it.
That's perfect. You gotta find it, bro.
I could do that. I could do that like 3 foot by maybe 3 foot by.
Matt, have you seen that we created an Instagram group chat between the 3 of us? Have you seen it? Because we put shit in there all the time, and you've never said anything.
Because he just told me tonight.
When I got a notification,
But it's been going for like 6 months.
we've been sending you shit for like months now.
We send shit all the time in a group chat.
You gotta get in there and
But I've
respond.
never seen you respond.
That's because I didn't even know. Because you know what? So I have 2 Instagrams. One's the pop art one, which I run.
No, we send you the regular.
Then you have the
Insights.com.
Like that one. I don't respond to because I've got a guy who takes care of that.
How do we respond to you? How do we get to the one that you look at?
I mean the pop art. That's my Instagram.
You gotta add them all.
Because then I was
called
getting
Concrete.
What's your thing called? Cox, seal, Cox.
Yeah, but if he would have been alive for
I think he was Follow back.
No. He was like 100 years before.
All right, how do I add them to it?
So he was like yeah, 16th century. I don't know what the fuck was going on.
I thought you were just so stupid.
All right, so how do I add them into this?
Yeah, always started making it
You
ways
have to
over
follow. I don't
I think that was around the time when people were like,
you even follow you back. I think don't I take all followers if you just
Try
follow
it.
me?
What you said? What you fucking said?
It's just it looks good.
I don't let your whole family up on it.
All right, you got it.
That's it. You got it. Oh no, I can see it.
I'm gonna remove inside 2 times. Fuck that.
Did you see all the old stuff?
Yeah, look, what's
Bro, this is how we communicate all day, every day. So you have to respond to it.
I didn't know any of this was happening.
Now you do.
Everything with this little boy.
Where?
That's your picture.
Oh, my profile picture.
Yeah.
Bro, what do you think about all this Joe Rogan controversy going on? They're kind of banning. Joe Rogan began right before the Spotify earnings report causing problems for the CEO on the call, and contributing in part to the drop in its stock price. Spotify officials say in the earnings call that they did not expect their subscriber numbers to be affected by the uproar over accusations that Joe Rogan has spread misinformation about COVID and the vaccine. Chris Morrell.
Going on the COVID.
The problem with COVID is that everything, how can we get misinformation? They change the fucking, we don't know what's going on. Everything changes every single month. Are you back?
Me?
Yeah.
That's something we gotta do this quarter. We gotta work on that.
Okay, yeah. So I had to go to Amsterdam, and what happened was just before I went to Amsterdam, like you either had to get like have the vaccine, or you take a test within like 24 hours, like of being on the plane. So I went in and I got the vaccine, but you had to have the vaccine 10 days prior to going, and I got it on like day 5, and I didn't know that till I got it, and then it was like, I got it. So then I went home when I went back, when I saw her, and I told her I got the vaccine.
Which one did you get?
Johnson and Johnson.
Oh,
She's like, oh
my gosh,
You got the
you don't
fucked one.
You don't know what that is. You don't know what's wrong.
It's the worst one.
I'm like, I'm fine. It's gonna be fine. And she's like, oh, yeah. Now, 15 years from now, when you end up,
You're infertile now. You're sterile. You're sterile.
I'm 100 years old. I'm probably infertile anyway. So, it was nuts. And then I ended up having to get tested anyway within 24 hours of me getting on the plane.
So you got it for no reason at all. What's the whole vax controversy about? What's it boiled down to? What's the whole thing about?
I mean, it's just that
The whole vaccination controversy. What's it all
they're
about?
trying to make you get something. They're trying to make you get the vaccine, even though getting the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting the virus. It makes it a little bit more difficult. And then they're saying that because of so many people, enough people don't get it, the people that did get it are still getting the virus, even though they're supposed to be protected. Like, it's a whole, to me, it's just none of it makes sense. But whatever.
What's the point? Why is the government pushing this?
I don't know. I'm sure that Chris will tell you they're pretty tracking.
What do you think?
What do I think?
I was
don't
gonna
ask you that. Having to pay.
You've never even thought about it.
I mean, I've thought about it, but I just don't think I'm gonna have to come up with the answer. And it's not worth worrying about something that I can't control and don't have the answer to. And in the end, I don't know that it's. I just, even if I knew the answer right now, what would change? I could go do a podcast and talk about it, and then YouTube would shut me down immediately because I talked about it. I could go on. What could I do?
There's some people. There's some people on here who are listening to you that respect what you say and think you have a valid opinion. Think that you're a thinking person. What I think people value your opinion. What are your thoughts? If you actually had took time to think about it, what you come up with. There's people that actually value your opinion.
I mean, because I don't really have that much of an opinion. I don't think my opinion means that much anyway. And I don't really. And it doesn't matter. There's so much bad information out there.
Don't you think the government has our best interests in mind? If they really do care about our health and they want us to be healthy, and they're not corrupt, and they actually,
Bat in a thousand.
they do care about us. They don't lie.
I mean, I think that I'm sure there are decent people in the government, but I also think that there are people that are put in positions and they take advantage of their power and their situation.
Pfizer and those companies that actually those are good vaccines. Right? I mean,
brownie points on
and the only reason that YouTube censors people that talk shit about them is because who cares about health?
And he's just another clap. It's in the
It's in the
mail right now.
I mean, I'm being serious. I mean, I'm not a CIA shill, but
Well, if you don't believe they have your best interest, then you must believe in some conspiracy theories, right? I mean, I believe in
they're good. The government is full, and the CIA is full of good.
One time he said if I wanted to watch somebody live, that's what yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answers. Do you have the answers? I don't have the answers. Listen, I'm like everybody else. I just want to watch some TV dinner. Have you watched Ozarks?
Lean cuisine?
I love lean cuisine. They're cheap. They're like $3.50. Wait, what did they
man.
for?
Just like they're
serving
us
in the state feds. 3 for
Chipotle closing in 20 minutes. Fuck.
3. We order Uber Eats. 3. You get 5 free days on that. Yeah, it's like $3 and change, and you get them. And I love them. I've been eating them for like 2 years now. Yeah. I wanted to get prison food. It was 10 times better than prison food. Although I made one for Juan the other day, and he's like,
"Are you guys living there now?"
No. And I was like, that's pretty good, right? Pretty good, right? And he looked at it, and he goes, "Yeah, no, it's good. It's good." I go, "See, I told you." He goes, "What are you talking about, bro?" He goes, "This sucks. Because you're eating these twice a day." I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "It's horrible. This is horrible." I got all upset, but I think they're actually good. I like them. And they're low calorie. I'm concerned about my calories. What do you guys do?
Low calories? Should you be more worried about like sugar and carbs?
Oh, bro, So about cars.
Taking
There's no
like
Starbucks.
bears versus like
I think it's moderate carbs. I try to
like
look
48 boys who got hit at 2.
and we work out. We work out at like.
I saw one guy back
I mean, I've been getting better. I was waking up at like 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, but it was a lot of to go work out at the gym at 5 or 4. Yeah, well, I don't sleep but maybe 4 or 5 hours a night, and so she gets upset because apparently she's insisting on like 6 or 8 hours a night or something. So I need at least 7. I could never sleep 7. Now
I can't function without something.
this morning I woke up at 3:30. I woke up at 3:30. We went to bed at like 11. 10:30. Like 10:30, 11. I slept till 3. I woke up at 3:30 in the morning. Laid there for about 10 minutes. Went back to sleep. Woke up at 4:30. Laid there for a little bit. Woke up at 5:30 and finally rolled out of bed. I was like, I just can't. That's like my life. Now I can't sleep more than straight, maybe 4 hours.
Sick fights. Yeah, that's been really good. But
That's odd. That's an odd. Yeah. Let's end it on that.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing that.
The guy you didn't reach over.
I sleep fucking. I don't wake up. I fall asleep at 11 o'clock at night. I sleep uninterrupted. I fucking snooze 11 to 7:30. I don't wake up at night. She wakes up every 2 hours.
I wake her up with coffee. I go get her coffee. I'm like, hey, here's some coffee. Come on, let's go. We gotta go to the gym. She's like, are you doing this? I'm like, come on, let's go. Come on. And she's like, are you really? I'm like, come on, I let you sleep in. She let me sleep in. It's 5:30 in the morning. I'm like, right, I've been up since you work out. Did you work out this morning? Yeah.
What was your workout routine? You do like a lot of cardio, or you usually do a lot of weightlifting?
We're just doing cardio. I'm doing. I mean, we're really just doing weightlifting at this point. Like I do cardio like pretty much every day at this point because we just need it. I mean,
That burns a lot of calories.
That burns a lot of calories. I mean, that's my own cardio. But listen, trust me, if you want to see my abs, I mean, it's working. I'll be more than 3 minutes of cardio. Stop. That's not So anyway, yeah. So we're just working out. I'm sure at some point it'll die down, and I'll start doing. I'll start doing the elliptical. Yeah. But you're doing hot yoga. I mean, I know what yoga is. Yeah, they just turn it into like yoga and sauna. I don't want to do yoga. I definitely don't want to do it without the air conditioning. I don't want to do anything without air conditioning. They turn the heat on.
You ever use a sauna?
I mean, I've been in a sauna like a long time ago. I've never really liked it. Yes, that is true. I know.
You disagree?
I don't have anything to back that up. I just
He's not tall enough for that, right?
Yeah, that was fucked up, bro.
That's
Think
very mean.
about it. Think about it.
Very mean.
Take that back. Take that back.
Both of
That
them.
was it. Take that back.
Like, that's the first time.
So, yeah, I don't have anything to back it up, but I just feel like
It's just like, it's just bullshit, man. It's just like getting, it's like I'm sitting there like, yeah, that's bullshit, yeah, that's bullshit. But yeah, sometimes you guys both
what other
sit
things?
and say, you know,
I know the sauna's so hot. It's probably the sauna is a lot more of the bacteria.
now I just,
They're saying the sauna kills COVID. They say COVID can't survive.
I was chilling.
Why are all the hospitals for the sauna? Like, you got COVID? Put us in a sauna, Jim! You know, nice.
Yeah, the people in really
Then how come you don't step into a sauna? Why are we all just having saunas? Like, why didn't they just issue everybody saunas? Why am I wearing a mask? You can't make money off a sauna.
I don't feel like it's
Google, there's a sauna. Can COVID survive in sauna?
It says a growth between 40 and a buck 40.
Can COVID survive in a sauna? Who survive? 140?
No, hell no.
No, they're close. I think the saunas are typically like 110
or something.
110 maybe.
But bacteria lives in up to 140 because it grows up. It
Well,
grows.
what is it, bacteria?
COVID's a virus.
Yeah, so that's different. So what kind of
What's the max temperature for viruses?
yeah?
Can sauna cure COVID? That's what I would search.
Bringing the sauna temperature to at least 100 degrees.
Including humans. Who's going to live in one cell? What? Can I survive in 140 degree temperature?
How hot do saunas get?
That's an oven.
That's a
Slow roast some
yeah,
ribs.
that is like a Traeger. Slow cooking in a Traeger.
I guess it'll probably take you 6-8 hours. Maybe I
Just cook yourself.
don't want to go in the sauna.
We go in the sauna.
Really?
I spend probably a total of 2.5 hours a week. 5 times 30 minutes. That's like
Yeah.
Yeah, man, dude, I was telling you that.
I do hot yoga.
You do hot yoga?
Yeah. It was really good for you. It feels fucking great.
I feel good. I don't do hot yoga and I don't go in the sauna. I feel great. It's pretty good shape there.
Where in the world
all
are you going to meet a stuttering
all
guy
all
with a history of sexual
What are the diet? What's the diet thing?
It's like, hey, if it's that important of a job, you can't find like that. You put it in the CEO of Apple.
Yeah, every time I talk to
I'll try it all the time.
What's the one where you start to yourself for like 12 hours a day?
No, I every year I fast. I don't eat for 7 days. 7 days.
That's good. They'll probably usually make it about
I copped out. One time I copped out at 4 days. One time I copped out at 5 days. And one time I copped out at 6 days.
I fast pretty much everything until I get hungry. And
What is a guy?
work out at LA
There's a LA Fitness is still a thing. Really?
Because LA Fitness is in Wesley Chapel.
There's a guy who fasted for 300 days.
How's that possible? What's
Fine,
that
I
guy
got
look like? What's that guy like? He's all bone ribs. Yeah, he's got a draw.
That's like actually not good. It's like part of it. So that's how you do it. That's why they say a lot of animals. Man, Angus, Barbary.
Somebody named that festival.
That's
It's not just
382 days.
Jim Jones festival.
Look at that. Coffee, soda water, and vitamins. The amount of fucking discipline it requires to not eat for 5 days is unfucking god.
Seriously?
This guy, is that the fat guy with the diet? That's him?
I mean, find a better picture of
Oh,
that.
okay. What do you look like that? He's right there in the bone and ear. He lost 265 pounds. What's your
Austin,
picture?
you're really fucking shit in the bed today. Austin's usually on. You had too much man shut.
That's before and after.
This
Whoa.
was a long time ago, huh? You know who Kelly
He
Slater
doesn't look
is?
good, bro. He doesn't look good.
You know who Kelly Slater is?
He lost a lot of weight.
Kelly Slater goes 7 days fast. It's good for you. You know what it does? So you know your digestive system, your stomach and your intestines, over a lifetime, over 20, 30, 40 years, you build up this shit inside of your gut and that lines your intestines. It's called a mucoid plaque. Basically what it is, from like decades of eating shit, or eating food, whatever it is, you develop this
Shit orphans.
you develop a lining of just like flat shit that comes from your food that lines your intestines and inhibits your digestive tract's ability to absorb nutrients. Right?
So you take fiber, just like mucil. Get rid of it. And
So
what
what
fiber
happens?
is?
What happens when that long is that shit starts to strip off the insides of your gut and your intestines. And that shit starts to out of it. So that's what like prolonged fasting does, like 3, 4, 5, 6 days does. And like, it's basically like what do you use to clean out your plumbing and shit? Drano. You know how like your plumbing in your house is like coated with grime and Drano. This is like fasting is the same thing. It cleans out all the bullshit in your intestinal tract, digestive tract, and it enables you to absorb the nutrients from food. It's crazy. It's like it does too. It cleans out your entire system. Fiber sticks are shit. Fiber is right.
I'm gonna look for fiber. Because I don't feel like not eating for 7 days.
Right, of course.
Oh, you just said you didn't eat for a month. You already did it fast. No, I just wasn't eating very much. I didn't say I didn't eat at all. I just wasn't eating like I was. Look, like when I'm super happy, I tend to eat more. So when I'm depressed, I feel sick in my stomach. Like heartbroken. So I was, pathetic. Like, stop. All right,
So you went from 2 lean cuisines a day to 1 every 2 days?
It was like 1 a day, and maybe a little bit of snacking, and then just a lot more sleeping. So I got like 5 hours sleep instead of 4, and just depressed.
I don't think it's good for you.
But I can't sleep any longer than that. I mean, really, I'll just lay there like. And write a book. I mean, I have to. They get kids and stuff. I mean, I'm not like, I could be experimenting with stuff. What Danny said, it was okay, you're on it. Like, Danny was kind of busy. So.
He said Stevie the King did it, so I mean,
all right, well, how long have we gone?
I don't know. I forgot. It's 10 o'clock.
Let's wrap this up.
You're going to go to 10 No, it started at 8.
Hey, so if you like the podcast, do me a favor, go ahead and hit the subscribe button and share the video. Make sure you hit the bell so you get notified of other videos just like this. And leave a comment in the comment section for the algorithm. And I appreciate it. And see ya. See ya.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if he was like a car expert, it'd be fucking working with like muscle cars and shit. He sounded like an eco-friendly Civic. That's when I got to fight the guy at people who tour our place. That's when he was just being a total dick. He never was doing anything about the world or any power watcher, but I like would call people, and Mark Watts, you would tell me shit. I'm like, I think that's right. And I get my facts. Like, dude, this actually, you're wrong about this. And he started getting livid. It was just like, dude, you stand behind the desk with the apron on, bro. That's why I'm out with the tools. I was just like, that pissed him off. Yeah, that's a main thing. That's a main thing. But yeah, man, that was so funny. I had it.
All right, welcome, blockchain boys.
thanks for having us.
Yeah, dude, for sure. Tell people who aren't familiar with you, tell us what you do.
I do a lot, but if you ever put the development industry, you have a media company called Kryptonite. It's more than a media company. That's what most people know it as. I'm the CEO, Michael Sessa, with his partner and co-founder.
Michael Sessa. You introduced yourself to me earlier. What, Sessa?
Just Sessa.
You go by Sessa.
Team calls me Sessa, friends call me Sessa. And it's probably because where I grew up in New York was basically an Italian neighborhood. Everybody's name was either Michael or Anthony. And that's Anthony's my middle name. So you decided to put the last name. Yeah.
So I like your TikTok. I like your you got some fun stuff on there. What do you guys do you guys just like teach people about crypto and NFTs and stuff?
You know, there's multiple creators in our company, and for me personally, my focus is more no BS crypto. The crypto industry is fundamentally built on bullshit. A lot of it is, and so I think that trying to bring people down back to reality, showing them what is real and what's not, is important. And I hope that my content fills a role, which is not only educational but fun as well. So I think trying to connect with people who are into crypto, which is also young people who are on TikTok. I was never a TikToker until I was sitting at a Cajun seafood restaurant. My buddy Michael Wang was like, "Hey man, you gotta get this app." I'm like, weren't they gonna ban that? I thought that was a good thing. I saw all those dancing, garbage like that. But no, there's actually a vibrant crypto scene.
Really?
Yeah. It's seen amazing growth over the last 12 months. Ever since the GameStop stuff. I mean, sure, we've had our moments of, okay, why are we pumping this garbage? Does nothing. But it's gotten so many people into crypto. I think it's been a genuine asset.
How did you get into crypto?
Year was 2017, and my mom told me about it. I was 16 years old. I'm 20 now, so I've been in here for about almost 5 years. And my mom was like, "Hey, there's this thing called Bitcoin." And I was always a tech guy. Built my first computer freshman year, programming, that kind of stuff. Not so much now, but it was I dabbled, and I like investing. I've always been sort of an entrepreneur, and so I looked at Bitcoin as $1,000, a little bit under. The next week, it was like $2,000. And I said to myself, holy shit, I gotta get on this. I had no idea what any of it was. Digital gold, okay, what does that mean? So I hopped right into space, and that led to a passion both on a professional level and a personal level that is persistent.
How did you guys meet?
So, circa around 2017, 2016, I was working on this startup. I just left the financial industry and I met my former business partners, and we were working on this project. Essentially, it was a DAO. It was a lot like a DAO in the metaverse, but it was in 2017. So, raising funds and traditional capital was hard enough to get it off the ground. And I remember we were out at this convention, actually in Tampa, and we bumped into each other. What was it? It was like right outside. They had like the Lamborghinis outside.
Yeah, this was at
something
the
like that.
Called Synapse Summit.
Synapse, yeah. It was at Synapse in
2018 Synapse Summit, Tampa, Florida.
And he was working for a guy.
Oh, were you like 16 years old?
I think I might have been 17
He
at
was
that time.
17 and was like suited up.
Poorly fitting suit, I might have.
Suited up. And I remember you came up to you were pitching me the company that you were working with. There's this company. There's so many like scam artists even locally, and I'm not gonna say that company was a scam, but the guy you were working for was not. And so, but he came up to me with some amazing sales pitches. Best sales pitches I've ever heard. And I could tell he was young. I didn't know how young. That like blew my mind when I found out. So I'm like, come by. We were working on a studio condo. I was like, come by studio condo, like co-working space, and let's chat some more. And he came through and I mean, the rest was history. I basically was like, all right, so leave who you're working with now because they don't even have a contract in place for it. They're working with like God. I was like, so I don't know why you're working for free for them. And we took him in as an intern and gave him papers, and I'm like, eventually got equity out of the deal. And unfortunately, that never kicked off. But then, wrap up 2020, and I'm pitching him on crypto. I was like, hey, you got some interest in going back into the crypto industry? I got this idea. And then Kryptonite was born. It actually originally started out as a trading platform. And then it just spiraled into
Kryptonite is a media company?
Yeah, so we started out, literally I wrote a business plan for this and I sent it to one of my now business partners on June 6th, and it was outlining this whole thing of like, we're going to trade about. And it was market. And there was just like, they have a pool. I'm the only one of my friends without a pool. I'm scouring the dust. So I took like an interim role as a COO at a nonprofit in downtown Orlando, and then I was like, once I came up with this idea, I was like, all right, we need to because crypto markets turn around. That's all the writing on the wall. So 2 months later, doing my business partner assessment, I thought it was that I think I need you to be a part of this, because I slowly realized this is way too much work for me to become an influencer on TikTok and build an entire company. So I called them up and said, we had grants at the time too. I had these 2 grants from my other company that I was using to fund kryptonite just to try to get it off. Like it was so shit. Because like one grant was lapsed and then people weren't going to get paid for 2 weeks. And I got that other hard conversation. I was like, guys, listen, if you want to be a part of this, cool. If not, I can't afford to pay for the next 2 weeks of grant. That's ridiculous. So you're going to miss a paycheck. I'm going to miss a paycheck. I'm not going to pay this. And but I called him. Yeah, in 2020. Yeah, because I called him. I remember the phone call. I was like, listen, how would you like to make crypto content on TikTok? I'll pay you $625.
To be fair,
So all you have to do is make that. No, not at all.
I've only been business, right? So more professional practice. And I wasn't supposed to be on the analyst TikTok. We had a small team there. I picked it up just to see the process. This sort of side. While we were trying to grow the bar, while we were trying to get the brand. And long story short, we had picked a few people. Some of my friends, and we got to the point where we had done photo shoots with people that we thought were final candidates, even up on the show, produced by us. And I just started making videos, and slowly, like, it became more so that I was taking it way more pressure than anything else. And it was completely by accident, which is kind of funny, because I never really thought I would be the person in front of a camera or making content. Mind you, I'm doing this all from my bedroom with no production. Like, I had an Android phone, okay, it was, camera quality was not great. Let me say that. Humble beginnings, and now thinking out of the bedroom as a Wednesday when my training sponsors. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So it's a box. So you guys are kind of like crypto financial advisors, or I don't know.
Whoa! Let's stay on the financial advisor.
Definitely not financial advisors. So what do you got?
I still understand. I understand you're a media company.
So when it started out, and the trading group, we didn't turn out well. We wound up with 6 months. And that was rough. It was like before we had grants, they were relaxing. And the time was like a ton of time. And I was like, four solid employees that we know we can and so luckily this was all grown at the time. One of our graphic designers that we had on payroll, he came to the shout out to him. And
The guy used to watch this great content. You can really think of us like a media company and a company that's still fun. Media company focused on content, community, come up and get yourself done. Because we're not financial advisors. I'll never sit here and tell you, hey man, go invest in this thing. Not only is that blatantly illegal, because financial advice, but it's also not something that I encourage people to do. I like to say, hey guys, this is interesting. Go do your research about it. Okay. Look at the ecosystem behind it. Look at the partners. This is what I'm doing, and you shouldn't do this. And this is where I think it can go, right? So it's like, it's not necessarily me telling people that something is like a pop off. It's more about helping them get the tools to do it themselves, so they don't need me. You know, I want to be on a beach in, when I'm retired in 20, 30 years, whatever it is. And I want the next person to see my channel and get inspired to do the same thing and help everyone grow in the space. That's really what I'd like to do personally, is just elevate the crypto space to be taken more seriously, because like in TikTok we get made fun of a lot. We get made fun of a lot. There's a lot of creators who are only there for personal gain and to make doxy content. It's frustrating because that's the videos that people see when they see crypto TikTok. But there's a vibrant community of people who we're not even affiliated with. Or YouTube shows we either have on live streams who are really smart in the industry and have helped educate essentially millions, if not tens of millions of people in the last 12 months. It's beautiful. And I wish people would give it a chance.
How do you guys explain this crypto dip?
It's an emerging market, right? So you have the cycles of adoption. Crypto's in the...
Well, it's like halved in the last week, right?
Yeah, let's just say my pockets are certain. But it's okay, because if you can't handle it at negative 50%, and you don't reserve the 200-300 X's that come with it, right? It's very similar to the early internet, right? So we're seeing this technology come out, and there's blatant inefficiency. This is just, it comes with the territory. It's opportunists taking advantage, but there's also really cool shit that's being built that will be affecting the financial industry in 10 to 15 years when this technology is done. Ethereum is still in beta. People don't realize that. Vitalik himself is like, hey guys, this was adopted too quickly. It's not supposed to be adopted for mainstream use yet. Like, this technology is very early. I mean, Ethereum gas fees, I paid tens of thousands of dollars last year just to move my money. It's definitely not ready. But we are seeing it get to that point. We're seeing major companies adopt this technology slowly but surely, and just like a forest fire that burns down everything in sight, what comes back will be stronger, and it will be, the newest, greatest thing that we can use in our everyday lives.
You got some gem quotes in there. Right? It's crazy.
We're fine. The country's fine. And my family's not like killing it, but we're fine. We have too much shit. We can use those about a little bit.
Did you guys say about the
I put everything I had into cryptocurrency when I was 16. I mean, bro, there's a picture that I have that I keep in 2020 of me. I borrowed $1 from my girlfriend who's living in America, and I needed to deposit it to the bank, so I didn't know. All my money was in crypto. Everything. I'm not saying I bought crypto with money I received from crypto, but I was buying crypto basically at the I had every opportunity, and I bet literally everything I had. I dropped out of college to pursue a career in tech startups and crypto, and I knew college was not for me. I find it very frustrating, very arbitrary, and I couldn't see myself doing any of the college stuff personally, and I think that we're going to see a lot more of that in the coming years. And crypto and Web3 is a great space to build. You don't need a as long as you have a reputation of foundation and skills, you can join a DAO, you can build cool things, and you can be really successful. I've met more millionaires who are younger than me than I have who are older than me in on crypto Twitter. Assuming that they're not famous, just people I see in comment sections who are 18 or 19 who
These are people who bought it. Held on to it ever since.
specifically NFT too.
Could become millionaires in like 10 months.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I fumbled the bag. I looked at the board apes. Art was fucking ugly. I was like, they're literally so ugly. I don't want them. And I spent about 10 of them because somebody told me to. And I was like, God, these things look really gross. I still don't do this. I don't buy NFTs that I don't like the art of. I don't care who they are. I don't care who's doing them. It's not at least watchable. I'm not putting a Bored Ape on my screen or on a channel. I'm sorry.
I love that cube one that you post on the Twitter. The cube, the 3D cube, that the ghouls and goblins inside of it.
Yeah, I just retweeted that actually.
Yeah,
They were in my comments. No idea what that project is, but they seem cool. They interact with my posts. There's a lot of underrated NFT artists. A guy named Sergey out of Miami, really fantastic artist. I first saw his art in 2018. He does crypto art and does this fruits and love kind of thing going on. And so I purchased a bunch of his NFTs. No resale value. I spent tens of thousands probably on NFTs. But I bought them because I liked them. And that's what I do with NFTs personally. Or they have captivated me.
That's a looking.
No attachment.
How long is it? There's people.
I have one that I'm attached to. One. Just one.
This is the problem with the NFT space. 90%. $8,000.
Pudgy Penguins was the best gift I ever had.
Which was?
Pudgy Penguins.
Pudgy Penguins.
I bought one. I bought a few, but I bought one for $6,000. Like 2 of them. And I knew it was rare. He was
the first couple chapters are just about like America.
I had to convince him.
You had to convince me. I was like,
This is like a stoner thought about like history. But like
he's like, bro, do it.
recent, like you were talking about those roads, is about like dude, our country.
And yeah, it sold 2 weeks later for $80,000.
Wow, cha-ching.
Wow.
God damn.
I'm calling him screaming. I'm like, I love you so much.
Yeah, forever.
Wow.
Great.
Fun.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Are the
Congratulations.
Pudgy Penguins? Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Are the Pudgy Penguins still valuable?
Funny story with that. You know, I'd like to make it an original example of what happens in this space. The founders,
So like from right now to
we never did any sponsored work. People always think it's like, we really just love the penguins. We talked about it. They were already blowing up. Like we got them huge, yeah. But they were up 10x when I bought them. They were up, they were up 2x when he bought them. And so they were still going. But the founders basically, I don't want to say loved, but they basically did another mint of innate for penguins, took Ethereum, and basically said, all right, guys, see you later. Thanks for the bag. So, yeah, I sold mine way below 4 for half a week. This was my NFT profile picture on Twitter. I've always rocked with the penguins. The community's great. Founders left me dead and hanging. What's the problem? Like, where's the accountability for these Web3 projects, for these NFT projects specifically? And that's like, if crypto's in the early adoption phase, right, where the early adopters or the early adopters, NFTs are the early adopters. If you look at who owns an NFT, right, you see the accounts on OpenSea, I think it's 3 million, and a lot of those are probably people sell them themselves. But we will see NFTs integrated in a major way, just like we saw crypto kind of blow up in 2021. It's sort of like 2017 for NFTs. So I'm probably going to buy probably as much NFTs as I do crypto during the pandemic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone who doesn't is a fool. No financial advice.
Some NFTs are just art. Some NFTs are like
Yeah, like the yacht club, the yacht club, the member of the club. Discord, party.
But even more so, they can so like
so me and my friend Josh, who is a business partner of ours as well, we just joined as advisors to this NFT project called Blockchain Miners. And they minted these NFTs, right? They're really cool artwork, but they empower you to a community reward, right? And so they basically took this mint money that they had from raising these NFTs and they bought a bunch of Bitcoin miners. So they've got all these Bitcoin miners, hundreds of them, mining Bitcoin, and there's some Ethereum miners going on too. they've got all this passive income coming in that they're reinvesting, and holders of these NFTs are entitled to the community rewards. It's not a direct investment thing, but you get your community rewards for owning these miners. And so things like that really excite me for NFTs. This is what I'm more than anything excited for, is the ability for people to actually show the utility that they have, and you can actually burn two of these together to create an ultra miner which has a token attached to it, which we're trying to integrate into a couple different ecosystems. But it's really pushing the boundaries of what is an NFT. Art? Well, no, an NFT, all an NFT really is just saying that you own a specific thing. It's like a right. So I have the right to this NFT. It's my NFT. But it can represent anything. I mean, this table could be an NFT. You have it's like a key. It's like, hey,
right. It's like a patent.
Do that. I was like, if you're only doing this, I'd be trying to solve. Because as soon as they spread out, like all
you can do that now, right? You just get your little Apple wallet and they send you like a little QR code in your wallet. It's kind of like that.
So the difference would be is, say you sold
and then also they get here and it's like it was funny, one guy was talking about rattlesnakes. They never had rattlesnakes here. Last time they just fucking rattlesnakes in New England. And they're like, these are different snakes. Like they don't run
so if
from
you're just
these snakes actually like attack you. Rattlesnakes are good at them.
you go in and say, well, all right, that's fine.
Like
But
basically everybody there
every
died.
time that
And
takes
eventually
sold,
you got
it gets
scalped.
transferred, like 10,
Like
20,
eventually
30,
you were
whatever
like
percent of
killing
the
and
value.
stealing animals. You
You
killing
know,
a
poor
fucking
people ain't
killing
gonna go to
everything
a
that you got
concerts.
fucking killed for it.
So,
You
people,
just say go to a mill.
Yeah,
If you're poor.
So how much is a Jay-Z ticket?
A couple $100 probably.
Yeah, but if he's doing it with NFTs and people are scalping them on the black market, they're going to end up being thousands of dollars.
NFTs don't solve traditional issues. They oftentimes present new ones, right? You see this a lot with projects that get exploited. This is actually a really, so I don't know if you've heard this, is a great example. Blockchain is like, bringing a bunch of meat in front of hungry lions. And these hungry lions are fighting at their cage, trying to get in and get the juicy meat. Because even though, it's immutable, great. This Ethereum is my Ethereum, there's no ban. Everything else is still a risk. These Bored Apes were getting sold for, 1.7 ETH, 0.7 ETH recently, just last week, because of an API issue with OpenSea. Essentially, what was happening is that people had them listed, 6 months ago for that price, but they didn't want to put a listing, which is Ethereum gas fees are prohibitively expensive. So they would send it to another wallet and then back again, violating that smart contract. But someone found an exploit where, even though it wasn't publicly available on the blockchain, that smart contract was still available. So they would immediately buy it, flip it for maybe 20 or 30 cents that they bought, and make off with $100,000 or less than that, sometimes $80,000. And so there's a lot of exploits in the space right now. And it's just, like I said, part of the emerging technology that's coming here. We're going to see these kinks. But still, there's more ways than there are losses. I mean, it's open sea.
Yeah, the board ape. I saw that like last week. The floor on the 90 Ethereum. Now it's like 118.
Yep, Justin Bieber just bought $500.
See, that seems like the whole value to us because celebrities buy it. People think it's cool. Like Jimmy Fallon, Justin Bieber, whoever else, Post Malone, whoever else bought those things. It's like more and more celebrities with big Twitter followers buying, and it makes more people want to jump in. But it also does have like all those cool intangible value to it, like the Discord, and the parties, and the merch, and all that stuff too.
And keep in mind, a lot of these celebrities didn't actually buy them. They use something called MoonPay Concierge. And, we can debate about whether or not they're actually paying for it. But I think, I just need suspicion, some of the celebrities, they were gifted.
Really?
Very likely.
What is MoonPay Concierge?
MoonPay, they're kind of a company in the space that puts together, from what I understand, I'm not a huge expert, I haven't really looked into them that much. It puts together like, if you want to invest in NFTs, they've got some other stuff going on. But I think it's no coincidence necessarily that all these boards are
More on exposure.
yeah.
Be in the crowd, but
And I'm not like a huge, I don't know much about it.
You just gotta listen to you.
Those types of services
So much good with you that you're willing to listen to the story. That's the thing. Because I lived with Bay once and didn't stop my porn intake for the most part.
what's that thing?
I didn't have seen it
Into
enough to listen to
There's
stories.
a lot of smoke and mirrors in this
I would hear
industry.
a bad story and
More than I
just
can
tune
explain
out
on the
and be like,
podcast.
So what's the chances of your board ape is just a big scam? These guys are scam.
Craziest thing is that there's a lot of, rhymes with Yahtzee imagery behind these boards. People don't talk about that much. There's a guy on Twitter who, people debate.
I did notice that. So I had this guy Brett on Facebook on the podcast last week. He taught me about it literally last week. And so me and a friend of mine went and bought one, and it has this crazy helmet on it. So we just looked up today, and it's some fucking it's like a German Nazi helmet.
I was gonna say the other thing I could think that rhymed with yeah.
You kind of tell if you were,
But I didn't know if I was missing a word or if I'm like,
Yeah. So there's a lot of historical references behind what a jazz club. We'll send you guys this afterwards. I was very doubtful. I thought maybe it's a coincidence. There's a lot of stuff. And I'm not saying that they're definitely intentionally doing this, but there just seems to be a lot of coincidences here. There are definitely people. There's the board apes. I would be very surprised if they did not last. Probably, conceivably as long as NFTs are extinct, unless something drastic happened, because they've got you can't get that Justin Bieber aping.
Right. They can get canceled
I doubt it.
for wearing German World War II.
But the powers that be,
Who are the powers that do it?
So there's Twitter and then there's crypto Twitter and
the electronics section of Walmart in Philly and waited 30 minutes.
Crypto Twitter's an interesting side of Twitter. Very different things. But this, when I say the powers that be, it's a very general topic because it's called to track down who those are. But crypto's run, there's a lot, like I said, a lot of smoke and mirrors in this industry that I'm trying to cut through. And a lot of people have been made enemies of other people because they're trying to do the same thing. But it is what it is. I think that ultimately we will see this space go and evolve for what people are looking for. Like one of the things that I see a lot, so I also have a side thing here as part of the Down Maker, which is like the number one legit crypto launchpad. Shout out to the Down Maker team. I'll send these videos. And we're running something called Infinity Pass. So I've learned how to kind of do IDO initially, and not available in America. Shout out to non-American sellers. But there's a lot of VCs in this space that are just out here to just get their balance. There's a lot of PCs and LPs that are just out here to use and Web3 to do the same thing they did in Web2. So it's very frustrating to see that. So I think that we can build a system that makes them obsolete. And that's kind of what I want to focus on doing, so that they don't have control beyond the space. Because a lot of these projects have that.
So are all NFTs reliant upon Bitcoin mining or Ethereum mining? Because Ethereum, the only way Ethereum transacts, like those gas fees, right? Those gas fees are because you got to pay for the people that have the miners, right? So Ethereum reliant on mining?
Yeah,
For now, until it goes proof of stake.
People think Ethereum's the only network to connect to. That's not true.
Oh, it's not true.
No.
there's a ton of
Environmentally friendly networks.
like my newest thing is
Yeah, I just don't know. I know it sounds so snobbish, but I go into Walmart and it's kind of like, what the fuck? What is this? What do I know? I'm telling you,
I'm trying to think of
I I think we besiege by just like, if you wake up every day and you're just like watching the TV commercial or like looking at grips, that sounds good.
2017 was
Like have
about
some of
the
that.
currency,
It's
right? Emphasis on the currency. No one heard Bitcoin.
so you might go get some
Bitcoin. Used to be Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin had a thing going.
get yourself trapped into a level of like
Nowadays, it's about the layer ones and layer
coming
zeros.
fat and like it's
To
been
give
a
you an example,
generation like
that's
that'll
essentially networks like Ethereum that projects can be like fantastic. And it's been a mad dash for which layer one, layer zero, etc., whatever you want to call it, blockchain platforms when they're in the race. You know, I made a bunch of money. Shout out to this man here off of a layer two called Polygon Matic. That was my biggest W last year.
That's the other one that I buy shit with on OpenSea. Polygon.
I don't think there's, I swear to God, there's no chance those people are even remotely discussing sugar or carbs.
I bailed out at 90 cents.
32 ounces
And
of
then
fucking milk
shot up to $2.
and their shirts made from Mountain Dew.
Look, I'm not mad about
That's
it.
the color
It's
they're
still
always dressing.
like 900
The dads with like
9,000.
disgusting
What an investment.
yoga
Like it was,
That's insane.
yeah, it was great.
So you guys are just watching this shit all day.
All day.
like SpongeBob
Well, for me,
spandex and
it
Crocs.
goes back to why I couldn't be a creator at the time.
Yes,
Was
yeah, that's gotta be
because
and I can't figure out if that's actually a good life.
especially when it has
Yeah, I've wondered about it, man. I think there is something kind of nice about it. It's almost
like
like
18
a
employees
experience just to like
and we have
go to
like 3
Walmart, load up on like
different
just
all over.
jumbo size boxes
And
of
also-
Cheetos and
We're really trying to
tons
be
of ice cream, just only drink soda, just watch American Idol. And you're like, oh man, this kid's got a chance. He's in this guy sucks. I feel like
trying
you
to
fully give yourself
scale
over
up here as far as we're going. And I'm pretty happy with it right now.
Yeah, pretty
and
much
alcohol.
watching
You have a nice run. I mean, it's definitely
so
something
I think that best month
it's like a foot comes off. Literally. Yeah,
and then we have our Discord community.
It's just bad at
We
fun to
broke
run
100,000 last month.
It's
It's
gotta
a
roll. Being like
small dip. I think we were
totally
about
obese, just sitting there watching shit, just watching anything you feel like.
People don't want to see what's going on.
And just having zero
Seems like the people that get
awareness
this
of being
stuff
like this,
are people that forget about
like this rules.
and they figure out the law.
I think it's awareness there.
I'm completely emotional.
That's
Like,
like,
even though
I remember, so I had
such and downs, I think really what separates the people who don't make it in early
there's
technology
gotta be levels of it where if you don't drink like
is
3
the
millimeters
conviction
of
that
dinner,
they
you're
have
like,
in their investments. It is not easy.
you're better than me.
Everyone's like, oh my god, you're so lucky to invest in Ethereum and early, invest in Bitcoin when it's early. Yeah, okay, we saw a portfolio. I hit 6 figures when I was 7. I saw that portfolio decimate over the next year and a half, 2 years. You don't understand that people think it's easy. It's not easy to hold an asset down 90% and then back up. It's not.
I like my account.
I'll tell you that much. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not bad.
that's-
4 miles.
Stayed on the train though.
Oh yeah, but it's all fun.
The only ones that get hurt are the ones that jump off.
Yeah, man.
I tell people not to, I tell people to take their profits because you don't want to be stuck holding the garbage next. A lot of stuff from 2017, and it's going to be the same way. Just so good. You know, you got to consolidate into what I call the blue chip. It's really a great example.
Ethereum's a blue chip.
No, it's not going to. It's really some blue.
They should have it
What do
like
you mean
that.
by that?
Just like a thing,
It means
almost
like
like
Ethereum is not about to die tomorrow. There's a lot of vaporware stuff that is clearly experimental, and for whatever reason, you know, even the biggest projects in space in 2017 are shadows of themselves. You just never know what's going to happen.
So Ethereum and Bitcoin are the two biggest.
We should wrestle with that. Yeah, serious.
Yeah, and look, everything that I invested in back
Things are turning around. Wall Street, I haven't really drank it. I think I had 3 beers here the other day.
and then there's some new ones that are
Thing, that's about it. And
they're
yeah, I haven't drank it in like
you know the network
I just forgot about that. That's great.
and the real thing
Yeah.
one of the hardest things for like real new
I mean, I
users
wake
to
up
come about is so many different projects come out
Yeah, go to bed early.
and
Let's just come up with
problems
so I can go to bed at like midnight or 1.
it's been
Yeah.
just compared to like everybody had a website. It's like that's great, you have that, but
until recently. Death of 2 weeks. Meeting schedule. I go every day. 4 days a week is closed. I'd be sick if you're living at that
make it really hard to make search for a new project.
Well, the lady asked me today, she was like, what are you doing today? I was like, a podcast.
Because
And she was like, oh, what is it?
There's
I was like, yo,
10,000
right now.
20,000 people.
She's like, you can't listen to this.
The crypto market is growing so that they've always seen it. What they really do, make those investors a lot of money. Early investors, hard like we did. It's great.
as soon as they said it's Steve Ethereum, and I was like, I've been on it. It's like, I was like, yeah, this is something that'll pop off. Like, if I can trade on this, I can do something on this, and it makes my transactions faster. There's other projects that are
they do the same thing. Or that's an example. But there's projects that compete with each other. Some of them balance everything really well. That's like I said.
It's the biggest, like, have you seen that house out there? It's some, it's like the most expensive house in America.
Oh yeah, in Los Angeles.
In Los Angeles,
Yeah.
$500 million.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I'm watching this thing, and they're like doing the walkthrough. This is ridiculous. 150,000 square feet. And they're talking about, like, it's in bankruptcy court.
Yeah,
And
he said it was gonna sell for like half price, like $250.
right, and the guy goes, they're looking into tokenizing.
Surprise me. My
And
two
it's,
angels.
they have to throw blockchain. It's like that's the type of shit that is depressing.
It was great. It was great.
And like stuff in this industry.
Angels bless me.
Wow.
What a great blessing.
You guys hear a constitution down?
Told you, like you were telling me about that, and I was like,
You can fractionalize things. You can fractionalize ownership. They did this with amazing
So you're saying like make the house, break up the house and
imagine this.
like
Now look,
people can own parts of the
my
house.
sister, if you're listening,
Imagine,
stop.
The
imagine.
logistical
So
nightmare that is.
turning the
Yeah,
house,
like,
turning the house into like the fucking S&P
I want you
500.
to hear me.
Imagine the deed
Like
that's
this. We
cut up
we're
into
gonna do
thousands of little pieces.
Right, gotcha. Okay.
And Constitution Dow was a great example of that, but it almost worked. They were trying to buy a copy
She
of
knew
the
about my
US
angels
Constitution.
visiting me.
They raised like,
When she
oh
said,
god, I
when
can't
I
remember,
came in the house, she was like, you got anything to say? I
tons of
don't know what she was talking about.
But who? Okay, my
She brought it up. Checked it. How'd you feel about that? Not great.
my friend's not gonna do that. My friend's not gonna go to a reggae outfit, you know.
Yeah, it's my
They
body, my
do
choice.
it. What they do have is Ethereum, and they can commit that Ethereum by the
Older
US
sister,
Constitution. Ultimately, didn't go through outbid on certain things, but it's a really cool idea. And you know what's crazy? They ended up making a token out of it, a DAO token, and Ethereum 50x.
And then it was a sneak attack. It was a surprise.
What the fuck is a DAO token?
I was just sitting there watching
It's a
TV.
governance token. So a DAO, right?
FaceTime notification.
Decentralized autonomous organization. There's three main things that come into play with
DAO.
DAO. And there are governance tokens that you can vote essentially to choose the determine the future project. So it's kind of democratizing
Oh, yeah, Drew. The
projects
cameras are on.
I'm terrified. You know, what's recording? The governance token is which is kind of cool, right? So you do a lot of really interesting looking stuff, which Constitution Dow is just a fun example.
How, like, all the two of us here in the tech guy, it's just out of place just on my part. Like, you suck it. And I'm just like, that is still pretty good.
Is that similar to like people say the board to be able to stake it and earn own the board, they have to stake it and they're going to create a token called like ApeCoin. And then once that comes out, you'll be able to earn this ApeCoin without doing anything. You staking it means like you sign off that you're not going to sell the NFT for X amount.
It's a smart token.
Yeah. And staking is
What a great squad, dude.
staking is smart. You can stake tokens that are already out. If you heard like crypto.com, it's great out. I have a lot of crypto assets on there. And I stake everything because you are, like a certain tier, you get extra rewards. So it's kind of like a lot of like a CD in the back. Instead of getting percentage, you're getting 6, 10, some 15% PA.
You get 30%, and still consider
For holding. So yeah, it's like a certificate of deposit. That's how you put this. And now, yeah, it's pouring over. So, yeah, it makes it more valuable.
Sure, I still don't understand like how it's the point, how you
I mean, it all comes down to what they're going to use. I'm not a political member.
That's the worst song. I mean, there is, but it sucks. Oh man, I am exhausted.
people still
It's just the issue that every consensus essentially how a blockchain works, right? You have proof of work, you have proof of stake, you have dedicated stake, you have all these kind of Bitcoin mining,
Look at this move.
is not going to be an endeavor that's worthwhile. Because Bitcoin specifically, you need a lot of money.
Yeah, you gotta buy those crazy specialized.
From Bitmain out of China. And unless you have like a
Okay, for fuck's sake, will you stop using my threads as your personal lifts for some
it's very tough to secure these legitimately. And you need, I assume, another
I don't spam your ass with my religion. Choice either. Now, get my ass of that person's begging list. You're killing me off as I bought 3 Rabbi begging podcast accounts this morning already. Oh, dog. You ain't never gonna stop, bitch!
This is my biggest gripe, is that Ethereum 2.0 is not. Ethereum is switching from proof of work to
Tupac lives, baby. West Side. West Side or die. Wow, wow, wow.
Those are my new favorite things.
Fistful of money, bitch. West Side of pimps, bitch. Literally, you could watch this fucking stream, and like 50% of all words are either bitch, athleticism, West Side.
There's dubious for anybody who's new to this. Nodes are
Unprecedented. That's 50% of everything you need to know, kids. Athleticism. West Side.
And there are Bitcoin nodes too.
Those are the words of the day. Those are the words of the last 3.5 fucking years. When are you gonna start saying 4 years? I hope I don't make it to 4 years. I mean, I hope I can be able to keep streaming. I hope I go bottle one. But I don't want to say 4 years. 3.5 years is fine.
Some guy's been trying to get on this podcast.
Richard Hart.
Yes.
So Richard Hart is very interesting, and I know this isn't
Dog.
Somebody's been trying to set it up to get him on.
Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented.
in my opinion.
It's unprecedented athleticism. Dog.
Let me say that. Hex is essentially a clone of Ethereum. You have to stake your hex for a long time. They're also running some pulse chain. You have to sacrifice to get on the pulse chain. I don't really mess with it.
Sacrifice what?
I'm pretty sure
Your baby?
you have to sacrifice your hex to get on to get pulse. I'm not a hex expert. I've only been on the website a few times. I've looked at their community. I've been through their stuff. I've looked at what they're doing. On their website, if you want to scroll down,
Abusive text.
Oh, it's a small little paragraph. It's essentially like saying, this is
Look at this one.
The network is really nothing new, in my opinion. It's like, and people will, I know that they're telling me, in my opinion, Hex is just like the new Bitcoin. They have a very dedicated community. I have, they have gone through all my videos and made videos. I'm actually in a music video. I'm in a music video. They call us Hoories. Yeah, and there's a Hex rap video. It's like, they actually have a few of my buddies and they have them in caskets. They have a picture of them in caskets. It's like, it's a weird. Yeah, because like, you're not if you're against it.
I like it.
I just don't think that was good.
But what is it?
There's a reason it's not on Coin where they say
it's like such a private
Cold.
especially
Chorus. Cold chorus. You're pulling up your blank SUV. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know anyone who's going to use He's more of an NFT. I think he's really
I like it.
He's selling NFTs too?
I don't know. I just saw that someone making fun of it. But the problem, like I said, is the grip, and I've had very public beef with people on YouTube and other places.
Gas.
Let's just,
No break.
Elaborate on that. But let's just say,
Well,
there's just people that I disagree with that I think that are leading the space in a direction I don't agree with. So we have our moments. If I think yes, I'm going to tell them.
We can pull them up on the TV and shame them.
Call him out. Richard Hart, where you at, bitch?
It's not Richard Hart. No, Richard Hart, he's not actually. There's worse people.
He looks very entertaining. He's very charismatic. He's got a really cool background on the video.
It's a way of Charles Manson.
Yeah, I think that. Where does he live? Maybe I should get around here.
That would be an interesting episode. I would love to see you guys.
You know where he lives?
But I'm sure he would do it. He has a thing with
But he doesn't do it in person. Everything he does is remote.
Well, because it's a security risk. He is like, there's a lot of value in crypto. People in crypto are kind of weird about that. I was just saying the other day.
That is so sick.
That was so fun.
I was watching it on TV this morning. Interviewing him on MSNBC or something like that. The kid's on full blown mainstream.
Dude! How you living, pimp?
This jet goes everywhere, bro. Okay,
pull up that Twitter account. Elon Musk.
Zoot.
He goes from like Austin, Texas,
Zoot.
to Sacramento, California.
Zoot, how you living, Pimp?
I didn't know people traveled.
Fuck yeah.
Like what?
Did you go to the gym today?
Yeah, there it is. Find his actual. Go to his feed.
Do you
See
feel
all the
muscular?
posts.
Yeah,
Just, just installed a
He had like 50,000 followers 2 days
Is that
ago. Now
because
he's got
you're a
40
huge
million
slut? Zoot, let's be honest. Do you think you could beat up Riser?
Yeah.
Do you think you could kill him?
Yeah.
All right. Do you think you could not suck dick at mini golf?
I'm on the back of that one.
Stop.
Just not right now. Probably later.
Dude, you pulled this shit the other day. Yesterday. Are you ready?
No, my phone needs to charge.
Okay, can you play one game of darts?
No, my phone.
Wow. What's Bonnie Blue's ranking?
What?
Still? You didn't 4?
Me personally? Why didn't you put it as number 1?
I could do that. But why do I need to bot it when you get it there naturally? You know, if for any reason you lost access to that website, she would go down to like 175th.
No.
No, dog.
No way.
Dog, she's not cracking the top 300 without you, Zoot. Is she dating? Who's that dude? Is it Andrew Tate? She is or no?
You did a fuck up.
Did you listen to it?
Yeah.
Was it good?
I actually agree with half the stuff they were both saying.
All right.
You know, it's just wide breadth of them. So,
All right. Are you gonna charge your phone so that you can play soon? All right. We'll charge that phone, big dog.
if you have sex with her, it's unlikely that she's going to throw a rape the next day. And you don't have to worry about getting an STI from her because she gets tested all the time and she's not going to crow rape the next day. It's going to be completely consensual.
That's what you garnered from this podcast? Is that
Yeah.
you can basically openly rape this woman?
Sorry?
That's what you garnered from this podcast? Is that you can basically openly rape this woman?
No.
No, I know. I mean, I understand what she's saying. That bitch is like connected to an STI clinic. She could probably start her own STI clinic. Dude, that's a good idea. Bonnie Blue STI clinic. Or an at-home test. Dude, she could do an at-home pregnancy test and an at-home STI test and make billions of dollars. Zoot, you ready for an idea? Are you ready for an idea?
What?
So Riser was like, hey, Rabbi, do you have any ideas for a dating show? And I was like, okay, get this. A dating show where after people have graduated, they have the opportunity to look up their old teachers and ask them on a date.
That's creepy.
Oh, it wasn't even a third as creepy as some of the shit he was saying.
I got an idea for a dating show.
What's your idea for a dating show?
Just the Bachelorette, but it's just Bonnie Blue. But it's more explicit.
Wouldn't that just be Bonnie Blue as the Bachelorette?
Yeah.
I mean, how is that like a good idea? It's not innovative, it's not new, it's not creative. It's literally, it would just be take an OnlyFans chick and make her the Bachelorette.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure there are like a ton of chicks who would do that.
But no. But it's for a whole year, and it's 20,000 men.
Okay. I like the idea of it being for a whole year. 20,000 men is way too many.
20,000?
20,000 is way too many. Maybe 100.
100?
100, yeah. I mean, oh, do you mean she has to have? Do you mean she has to have sex with 1,000 men or 20,000 men?
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Okay, so that is not the Bachelor or the Bachelorette. That's just like a gangbang over the course of a year. You just want to kill this poor. You just want to kill this poor woman.
No, she's doing 1,000. She's doing. That's not that many a day.
Dude, you said 20,000 dudes.
Yeah, how many days are in a year?
Dude, you know that. 365. So 20,000 divided by 365. That's 54 guys a year. A day. That's way too many, dude.
Not that many.
Dude, what do you think it, like, I'm sure some dude's gonna want to just not, like pump more than once. When she did 1,051 or whatever, 1,056 or 57, whatever it was. Like, I don't think the guys got to pump. They just stuck their dick in her and then moved on to the next one. But if she's on like a Bachelor-like show, there are going to be a ton of guys who want to pump inside her. And so she's going to... She'd get some kind of STI if she were doing that many dudes. She'd have some kind of new STI that formed. It'd be Bonnie Blue syndrome. So remember that time I invited you to play darts and then you just sat here and talked to me about your fantasy with some fucking British porn star?
I can't play darts right now.
Why not?
Because my phone is fucked.
Okay, we'll charge it.
Okay.
All right, and come.
Do you think Bonnie Blue should go for like the record of the most women next?
At one time?
Yeah.
I don't know what that would be. It's probably a record held by some like Roman emperor or something. So, how many do you think, like, the most amount of a guy, probably like 1,000 at once? No way a guy's having sex with 1,000 chicks, though. There's no way. he's gonna come inside like the third one. So and then he's gonna want to take a nap. So that's not even a thing. But a girl could do it for a long time. So what are we thinking? 1,000, like the same amount of girls? And what does she have to do? Like, just flick their clit? Like, what do you want them to do?
No, I'm saying Blaine glue this for 1,000 devils.
Yeah, what does she do? Does she have to, like, stick her finger inside them? What is the deal?
Yeah.
No, that's easy. She could do that in an afternoon. That wouldn't take 24 hours. That would be really easy to do.
No, like strap on.
Oh, a strap-on. Okay, so she's got to get one pump inside each woman, right?
Yeah.
But no more than one pump? One pump is sufficient?
10 minutes on each girl.
Did you say 10 minutes on each girl?
2.
2 minutes on each girl. All right, let me get my calculator. She did what? 1,057? All right. So that would be, well, let's see here. There are 60 minutes in an hour times 24. Dude, she wouldn't be able to do that many. There are 1,044 minutes in a day. And if she's going to do 1,057 chicks, she can't spend 2 minutes with each of them.
Is it 2 days?
It'd be closer to 2 days, yeah.
And then she can do like 4 at a time.
Well, that's an excellent point.
Man, I don't know why you go like there's not many women that would be able to handle that much time.
All right. So, wait, hold on. You said that she had to use a strap-on. How is she going to do 4 at one time? Dog. How is she going to do 4 at one time? Zoot. Zoot, how's she going to do 4 at one time?
She doesn't know. She has time. Yeah.
I thought you said she had to use a strap-on inside each one of them.
No.
Yes, you did. Why couldn't she have a strap-on that's like an octopus?
She should be fucked by them.
She could be fucked by them?
Yeah.
Alright, so then wouldn't it just take as long as the dudes?
Yeah.
Alright, so what's the point? I think it'd be a big day for lesbianism. Zoot, when is your So when's your phone gonna be charged?
Now or 15 minutes?
Okay, so why don't you charge your phone for 15 minutes and then play me?
Okay. But I'm just gonna go to sleep real quick. I'm gonna stay here though.
All right, that's fine.
Bro, I was standing outside my office and we saw some crazy shit in there. That's what we were like, what the fuck is that?
Today?
Yeah, right before I talked to you on the phone, me and Mike were standing outside. What the fuck is that? Some alien looking shit. I've never seen that before.
Is his jet in Cape Canaveral right now?
So glad you brought that up.
Yesterday, they were like literally a 43 seconds before
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, it was supposed to launch yesterday at 4 o'clock.
Oh my god.
That's sick.
Go up to the 31st. See if it was in Florida.
Imagine just being like a troop and walking up and just like you're Indian and you're just you see like 10 Chinese guys just fucking just go.
He flew public to get here.
They just walled
That's funny. Yeah, and he offered the guy $5,000 to take it down.
It was cheapskate.
Didn't he say 50K? And the kid responded. He's like, I'll do it. He's like, I can't do it for less than 50K.
He undersold.
Oh, yeah.
Say $5 million.
Elon offered him 5,000.
Dude's a billionaire.
Yeah, that's like me.
I said, see me for 50, bud.
That's the equivalent of like 3 pennies that you find in your chest in your pocket.
Yeah, God, man.
But I understand it's about like I've had people who squat on my domains. Somebody was squatting on it for the longest time. He actually got into a bit of a feud. But he ended up giving it to me. I didn't want to pay him for it. But he gave it to me after like I did some charity. I did charity around. So like we raised some money for St. Jude's. It was cool. People were happy for me. It was like a nice little thing. Part of the thing. So
I got him the other day. His name is Rick Ross, and he owned RickRoss.com. I think Rick Ross, the rapper, out for like less than $1,000. He eventually sold it for.
I feel bad. I actually just heard Rick Ross. He was trying to go live with me, but I was moving. I was like, sorry.
Who's trying to do that?
He gives me like a few
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, he wanted me to do a live with him on TikTok. I was like, I'm moving. You're gonna be propped up on my hookah, like stuff. I don't have a stand. It's all a box.
I hope he does all pictures of Rick Ross.
Pull up, I want to see what it looks like. What's Rick Ross?
Oh, the original.
Oh,
drug
the
dealer.
oh, not the rapper.
Oh no, we're
Yeah,
gonna
free Ray.
Oh, the OG Rick Ross.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's a little bit of name.
Well, when you say Rick Ross, everyone thinks he's fucking hip-hop.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess he must be like pissed off and he's letting me.
Who does?
Yeah, I think he tried to sue him for that. I think he changed his name also because of that.
He changed it to Freeway after Rick Ross?
No, I think Rick Ross changed it. The rapper changed his name. Because that guy got out of prison. I think he sued him for stealing his name.
I heard that Rick Ross, the rapper, owned the biggest swimming pool in the States. His house, he has like a house in Atlanta. We got some big house. Remember when Ford
He does a lot
Giotto
of swimming.
Remember when Ford Giotto Blow went to the big house party and we showed the big house? And apparently that's the biggest swimming pool in the world. Not the world, yes. I think he does a lot of floating.
Floats.
So, all right. One thing I'm trying to understand is this proof of stake with Ethereum. That's going to shut down all the Ethereum miners, and now there won't be any gas fees.
So gas fees, depending on who you are, is going to pay gas fees. Unless you're.
But you don't pay with Bitcoin, right? We do.
Would you pay with Bitcoin?
Yeah. So, there's going to be a cost always. Unless you're using a technology like Nano, which is no fees. Polygon has fees too. They're just very nominal. You're paying a quarter of a cent. And that's what's exciting is like you're paying a quarter of a cent instead of $200. Frustrating. But no, even when Ethereum switches to proof of stake, the gas fees theoretically should increase. They just had an update last year, which was supposed to help the gas fees, but all it did was stabilize them to be high consistently instead of bringing them down to a consistent price. So my hope is that Ethereum comes to a point where, combined with the layer 2s that it has, like Polygon, that it's affordable for the average person, but it's not. So I used to tell people, go get some Ethereum and hop on go, experiment with new technology. But it's just not feasible because you're going to need $500 to $600 to do anything on Ethereum. So I tell people, go to the Binance Smart Chain, go to Avalanche.
Yo, Sam.
Different networks.
When are we gonna play darts?
Yes, in this scenario, yes. Okay. You can just imagine that you log in and use the blockchain. There are some EVM compatible networks. A lot of our tech is just Ethereum core.
Okay, gotcha.
But like Solana is non-EVM compatible. Solana is going to have this big up and I think it's overrated. Yeah, centralized.
Dude, are we gonna play darts right now?
Don't get me wrong.
Solana, you need to sample.
Solana did?
Solana has a lot of
things. That gets so much more confusing. You have all these fucking wallets. You got Coinbase wallet, MetaMask wallet. Which one is it?
It is a product.
If you, the names come. If you play in the space and you're connecting, like you're doing blockchain, trading crypto, NFTs, right? Like for most people, it's like so. When you say like that's compatible on that network, that might be
that's a good program.
It's the same as that.
So in the future, a wallet is probably going to be as common as like if you want to have probably
It's bullshit term. When people ask me, hey man, what are the best Web3 things? I'm like, motherfucker, this is Web3.
We're in Web 3. Okay, so we're in Web. So it's a version 3 of the web.
Well, yeah. So like we're removing sort of the big tech giants. Not only the financial middle, but the social middle. We want to essentially eliminate a lot of these corporations and that suck your profits. So like your data, your
like Facebook and Twitter.
That's probably the best way.
How is that?
Do you know how much money I've made?
We got married.
Like,
it's a Catholic school.
From DeFi projects. So like the Ethereum you ever heard those? So it's like so the blockchain boy.e exists.
Okay.
Yo, Doug, when are we gonna play darts?
That's why Twitter people have their Twitter name .e.
Exactly. So instead of a bullshit wallet, like no one wants to use that, let's just type in blockchain boy.e and you can send whatever you want. For better or for worse. That's just
in the browser.
In any browser. In a
Doug, when are we gonna play darts?
But you can also use it as a domain name. If you want to really build decentralized websites, ICPs,
Are we gonna play now?
It's like, it's like now, he died, people die.
Research is like Google that doesn't screw you. Like, so every time I search on research, instead of Google,
Zoot, are we gonna play?
So I just put my wall up.
Zoot, are we gonna play?
And now every time I search for something, it actually searches Google, Yahoo, DuckDuckGo, YouTube, like all these other sites. And now, when I search for something, I see my every time I search.
Like great browsers. You have great browser.
I have heard of that.
Pay attention to it. You're rewarded for we're taking
Zoot, you want an invitation?
I got an airdrop for having an Ethereum name. And that airdrop was worth $3,000 to $4,000. That wasn't maybe the Business Insider article about it. Airdrops are cool. Airdrops are fucking sweet.
What the fuck is an airdrop, dude?
If you're an early adopter,
Hey, he works construction full time.
Zoot, what the fuck are you talking? Do you want an invite? Yes?
Oh, bro, I'm still on the web.
think of it like this.
Zoot, you're not making sense.
Using a network and providing value.
Who pays you? Some people don't pay them.
Well, no, I mean, it is. No, not necessarily.
Oh, that's for research.
Yeah, that's
Owning your own data. Like, you're you. You have value. Get rid of the term that products for your product. Yeah, so that's like on websites. When you show and use a free product, they're collecting data about you and selling it. Right. And that person profiting.
Zoot, do you want an invitation?
sort of. It's complicated to explain without getting airdrop. It was a governance.
Zoot, do you want an invitation? Zoot, no one can hear you.
People really make a lot of money from it. We had one called Wix. That's an NFT marketplace. And it's my airdrop.
And now, it's not like there's a spot that
You gotta qualify.
also like why you and they know that they can program to that. It's just pick up your wallet,
Those parameters.
will validate that you are XYZ coin. And then they're now giving all the owners so now they're airdropping these government tokens. Now he goes like, oh, I made $5,000 off that. He then took the governance tokens that he got and was like, I'm the sell these right away because they're valuable. Right? He takes it off the government and goes and sell it. Right? And then boom, you got
Zoot, no one knows what you're talking about.
governance tokens that you sold. So when you search engine other people paying to be seen on there.
It's just like another
I love this song. Video.
So how do you think that these types of
browsers or search engines or whatever, I want to take over the websites like Twitter and Facebook and decentralize the power to do the monopoly.
It's going to be neat for a while, but I think we'll see if we continue to see the crypto market grow and expand. I think we'll see better alternatives for them. Because people, there's a financial incentive for people to be in these platforms. So the reward is the users. It's hard to turn it down, especially when you know you're getting a comparable experience. It's not going to be easy. And a lot of what like these big like two companies are co-op and back in 2017, it's really core deep. Look at who sits on the Federa Federa is not a very everyone gets that they're trying to centralize. It's one of the options. But the council members of Federa are huge corporations. Is that really the spirit of what that is? I don't think so.
It's like to not public, it's just kind of a wake-up call to realize, they're trying to regulate it. Yeah, it's rough. But then to that same fact, it's like those types of feelings and pressures on those guys are what stop, like trafficking from going on. It's those type of pressures. When you have a decentralized network, you really need to, and why we say that community is so important. Like, you need to foster it. You need to go with your community. Otherwise, it's pressure to stop doing that. Because, you come onto that network. One of the projects I'm working on essentially things are like a Reddit from a blockchain. They're really trying to stop. It's funny because that's when you use barriers. That's what happens a lot. That's why there's so many. Why do they want to buy the Constitution? I think it's interesting to see. It's really a social experiment. As much as we want to say the computers are the ones that are doing this and that, but it's really it goes back to the theory of the social experiment. We're really just doing a huge experiment. A lot of implications on the future of this tech. So a lot of people are just they're not there yet. And that's okay. But there's like a time when this happens.
It's interesting. It is a community with a lot of people in that community, but also not. It's like
yeah, I mean, there's some projects that are run by semi-anonymous organizations. Being doxxed is very important.
When you're the head of the project, you want to be like everyone has to know who you are in real life. Yeah. But you say community, nobody knows who people really are. But most people are anonymous.
Reputation is everything. Crypto is a very small. Everybody knows what used to
It's weird though because like there's so many people on like crypto Twitter. I was talking to the guy the other day. He's got like his name is like some weird. I think it was like 15.eth. He's got like 300,000 followers. I don't know who the hell he is. His profile image is an NFT, and he says he's like a CEO of 12 different companies. And it's like, how do you know who the hell this guy is in real life? You know what I mean? They have so many followers. So many people obviously trust him and follow him. I saw like he was followed by Obama.
But like he was like some made up name with a made up profile.
Smoke and mirrors, bro. I told you, man. This industry is there a lot of smoke and mirrors.
Maybe it's like it's like you said, Jesus of crypto. Right. Who's Toshi So like, if you're in the States,
There's something to it. There's something to that though. Like people that are anonymous, they're more mysterious. You don't know like where they are, what they look like. It also makes them it almost makes them like more of an idol, or like a god. Like you know what I mean? Yeah.
And this is actually very funny. One of the guys who got exposed. He's had some involvement in the process. I don't have a side. People got pissed off at him, and they found out who he was. And now it's just means
so funny if Phil started getting emails.
just looks like the average guy. That's who are.
Just a normal guy.
Now no one cares.
I don't know. I think it's cool. Like
it is cool.
It's just exciting. Every day is exciting.
Yeah, well, it's at the beginning of the regular internet. Everything was anonymous. People would message board, post shit anonymously. You don't have to worry about it. You never had to become good in your social security numbers, have an account on Twitter, and it's all data and grow up.
But it's a fun time, man. And also, I think this is the best space for anyone who wants to be an entrepreneur. I'm building a lot of. I'm very bullish on the creator economy. I'm very bullish on crypto. Very bullish on tech. And I think that these
yeah, a lot of people, especially when it comes to like the creator stuff, the social media stuff, everybody, the creator side of things complains about how they're
happened to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was almost banned.
For what?
The whole CNBC article.
Really?
Yeah, it was almost banned. It wasn't just me. Everyone was getting teased. And you know why? Because the assholes were pumping garbage coins at safety. Garbage projects. You know the guy originally...
the Barstool guy? Promotes that?
Yeah. Dude, the original guy was like off the back of the serial killer. Safety was a scam that got too big to pay off. They had to take it. In my opinion. Allegedly.
So what happened? What did you play video?
Just TikTok was banned. No, yeah, but it was specific to crypto. All the crypto. It was a huge article. But I think, I think they figured out like who's legit now because one of the marketing tells you TikTok followers.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it was sweet. One day I woke up, I got in trouble. And I woke up and never again was able to do that. So I don't know who the TikTok guys are.
God bless. I remember.
This moment, she goes, yeah, man, I don't know what we're gonna do.
Yeah, man, it's not comforting having the future of your business relying on these especially when they ban everything.
But social media is
TikTok's still very underrated.
Can you pull up this guy's TikTok? What's your TikTok name? Blockchain boy. Oh wow, that was quick.
Yeah,
Holy shit, Austin, you're on it. Damn, 500,000 followers on TikTok.
Doesn't mean
6 million.
Damn. Followers don't mean shit on TikTok.
Really?
No. The only thing that matters on TikTok is your content. You don't make. You know how much money I make from the creator fund? I think maybe $1,000. I rack in tens of millions.
What makes a video good on TikTok?
You have to learn how to engage. You have to learn how to grab attention. There's a certain way to make TikTok good.
Have you ever made a video to the chicken and macaroni dance?
I'll make one for you too.
Will you? Do you know what song I'm talking about?
I have no idea.
I won't sing it for the sake of not getting clipped. But yeah, I've been taking a break from posting because I'm leaving.
So you just find popular songs on popular trending songs on TikTok and you make a video for that song, right?
I mean, you have to hop on trends, but that's not going to break it. You have to create that engaging content that's going to give people back. What do you offer? It's not like, oh, we're selling. We provide value, educating, you're being funny. Are you causing an emotion in people, whether that's positive or negative? You have to learn how to communicate effectively and create a success. And that's the hardest part. But I've gotten pretty good at it. I think the craft has been slowly evolving.
So when the fuck is Bitcoin feeling like it doesn't come back through? They are tied to the stock market. Why is that?
Because think of it like this, like liquidity in the stock market, and that liquidity in the stock market is crazy and provides other funds to invest in but they seem to speculate this year on something yeah. So crypto will mirror almost sort of the movement of the stock market.
Even with all the regulation that they're talking about, with the Biden trying to regulate it and all that shit and news about it.
Biden's going to regulate I don't think they understand the need for regulation. That's what's going on.
Probably. But I think that the reason it's attractive is because so many people are out there. So much money is no longer like the question. People are when the institutional money is crypto, and it's still relevant. But for the most part, I think crypto stays on people around from going into back into like I really agree with you. That's why and when people are like, how are we gonna start trading things? When you have like 20 cents, having a new asset class, it's happening. It happened in the 1970s. It happened before like mortgages and real estate were like collateralized and being sold around everywhere. We were going into a collapse, and they were like, and they were like, take mortgages and start trading and stuff. And then also housing. This is obviously as much as well, but I think that there was a lot of behind the scenes stuff.
And also, after 2017,
they're already stepping in. I mean, even with the reports, even when I was leaving, like they were really talking about it. There was whispers around it, but now they're like full on in their company. They're not just us. Like they treat how to talk about it. How would the government
I wanted to make sure we can just literally click your name and bring you in now.
Dude, that's tough, man. Finance is tough. People, finance did a lot of stuff. I'm just saying, they did a lot. I'm sure it's going to have a cascading effect on the rest of us before we can actually see the industry start to grow in a more professional way.
I don't know if that's it. I'm not always right, which is why I decided to do this. It's like I'm going to help smart people build something that has it's not. We've been testing it. We've been testing it now for 3 months, and we really accomplished that small group of people, and it got 90% success rate. Is 90% satisfaction, which is way more than I am. So I was super happy about that. Totally, it's basically what it does is it breaks down a competition and it'll tell you when to get so it's just like,
they wouldn't let me in the chat. I wanted to come say hi.
You wouldn't let them do
I'm a bit of a.
He wants you in there TikToking on the screen. Yeah, that was hard. I mean, Jackson. Yeah, to be clear, we're not friends.
Oh, God. Smart guy. Actually, we met on TikTok. All the people that I've met on TikTok. The misogyny in the space, man, like, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Dude, you think, like, being a girl and is tough? Imagine people who are chronically online, who are oftentimes, like, deprived of social interaction, and who have, like, money. It's a problem. I'm not gonna lie. After, like, talking to Wendy, she's done a lot. She's been through a lot, so I respect her a lot. She came on the team. We're very close with her. And also got such a lot of people to buy. We had a discussion about Tia, like, man, Tia's fortunate. It's astrology for men. It's like, technical analysis. I'm like, these people drawing lines of stars. No, he sat me down. He's like, let me teach you Tia. So we hopped in the Zoom call. 5 minutes into the Zoom call, I knew I was going to ask him to come work with us. His brain is amazing, and so his personality, and put that together, we're going to really flash out. I think we can fix that. So he built the algorithm for his bot, literally scrapes news sites and social media to see if it's full of it. No one else is doing it.
Yeah, the bot has some really good personalities. And it was, I knew the second I met this is great. I need to introduce you to my partner. My partner is we put them in together, and it was just like, and then 3 months later, some of that was some voting signals that we can
Our last creator is Joshua J. Please have your help on the studio. One of the smartest guys I've ever met when it comes to research. So that's our dream team.
Josh, you got it. I don't think that makes it. I'm not even we went out one night. scared of it. And I showed him that business letter that I wrote to my mom. And I showed him that. And he was like, yep, I'm in. It's like, don't know how this is going to work. It's like, I'm down, and then a month later,
I remember
and we're building up.
we were in my hotel room in Miami at 4 a.m. I was writing a diss track to somebody that student at the time.
Crypto diss track?
Yeah, crypto diss track. That's on SoundCloud. If you want to look it up.
Pull it up.
Pull it up. Oh,
Pull up
it might
the
be copyrighted. It
SoundCloud.
might be copyrighted.
Pull up the SoundCloud. I'll just
Yeah,
read it.
so this was at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. in Miami, and Josh was there hyping me up. He was drunk as hell. Everybody was food poisoning. We had to like drag him out of the car. We got Cuban food in the morning. He was like vomiting on the side of the road from like this horrible blood. Yeah.
Where did you get it?
They went to some fucking food truck. I stayed at the hotel. I was
Miami?
Yeah. This was for Bitcoin 2021.
We usually a lot of spots in Miami. Miami is like the crypto capital of the world.
I was there in 2019 when they unveiled the Bitcoin Center in Miami. And I was right next to the building in front of the road. And I knew from that point.
You were right next to it?
I took like from me and the guy that did it. That's how far it was. It was like that moment I knew Miami was going to be.
Dude, I just saw a video the other day of this dude in Miami. He was a young guy, and he was like walking through his house. He owns some house in the water, and it's just full of NFTs everywhere. Makes sense. You know what I'm talking about? His name's like Pierre. He's like a French guy.
Is he on Twitter? I think I might have seen a clip from his house on Twitter.
It was on Vice's YouTube channel.
It was a clip from Vice.
Okay.
I saw that. Dude, Miami is like the growing crypto community. My favorite artist is in Sergey. You know, he's got a lot of like Bitcoin artwork. I saw him come out. Where's crypto conference I went to? What was there? Same conference hall.
You ever bought anything on Silk Road?
No, but I did meet Ross.
Yeah, I had her on the crib.
She was a very nice woman. I'd love to do something with her. Like, we were on Skype. But I was like 17, so I didn't have shit. But now I have a wife. She just wants her sometime.
Isn't it crazy the sentence that they got?
It doesn't exist.
Quadruple the sentence of El Chapo.
Well, wow.
Absolutely. Double El Chapo. Something insane.
It's a little side, but this is what happens when people go
It's not hot, right? Yeah. What do you pay your dealer? Cash is used for very and we need something happened with
Yes.
He's the guy, the drug dealer.
Burner.
He's good?
The cookies guy.
Cookies.
Yeah.
So, luckily, he was rich enough at the time and probably connected enough, but he had like an absolute fiasco of a launch of some social network because he launched. And it was like the social network without sense. And the whole thing was like immediately blew up. And he was probably taking the same sort of charges because now we got this like free social network with no moderation. And immediately was like drugs, sex, trafficking. Oh yeah, it's like the worst for like Nazi memes, all that. And it was like he got out of it. But he probably would have been facing a lot of stuff.
That's so crazy though. I mean, that's the craziest thing that you make these people responsible for the users of the platform.
Right.
Well, like, you know,
happened to Charlie Shrimp? He lives in Sarasota.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They got him on a money trap, not having it. It was something like that, and it was over something ridiculous that he, when it was brought to his attention, he took action to it. So there was no reason for it. And then obviously, like, I mean, that was at a time where it was like the equivalent of trading like tokens on a video. You know what I mean? Like, and they're like, oh, you know, like,
how long has he spent in jail? You know?
I'm not sure. I'm not.
I think he got out, but it was still like.
I made a whole documentary about it.
Yeah, it's been years since I
This is definitely, I would consider absolutely different. You know, like when you talk about like the a lot of those guys. Yeah, you know. Yeah, like these are.
Yeah, their story is crazy, right? They're in like Mallorca or Ibiza or something. Yeah, just got paid their first $1 billion.
Absolutely.
That's the crazy thing about it, though. I mean, it's like you don't know where it's going to go. And you set like you buy an NFT today for $100,000, and worth $150,000 tomorrow, and you sell it for $50,000, but then over 2 weeks later, it's worth fucking $1 million. And you'd be like, God damn it!
But are you mad?
Yeah, kind of.
Still really bummed.
Yeah, but you're still mad.
You just gotta find the next one. Yeah, that's so many opportunities.
It's just like betting.
Yeah,
Just like
there's
sports
a lot.
betting.
There's a lot to it.
Like,
There's a lot to that.
somebody asked me in my comment section. I'm like, no, I don't gamble. I gamble for a living. You just have to have the conviction and belief in this technology and apply it to the truth. That's really what it is. Like, you have to
You gotta stick to it. You can't just dip your toe in and expect to win.
I mean, you can follow off that I'd like to say it.
On social media. Like everybody's trying to find out.
I don't want to sound like a dick.
Yeah, everybody tried to show. So one, you don't have to worry about that. And two, if you're blanketing it on media, people, it doesn't matter. You tell people, buy Bitcoin. That's it. But if you're telling it to a brand, obviously, personalized. This is one of those things where they saw somebody do it, and everybody doesn't know why they do it.
Well, also, you don't want to be that guy. This cryptocurrency
Television hard drive.
But you know, this is just like some of the stuff in the crypto scene. You know, like everyone's always talking about going to the moon and this and that. I like it, like I said before, I like to be realistic. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, so it's not a rainforest. Really, it's how about you're gonna come in here, you're gonna get your ass handed to you, but it's the only way you're gonna win.
If you have the money to buy one of those apes, you can make so much money flipping. So pretty much every single ape that's for sale, you can look at it. It was bought 20 days earlier for like $50,000 less.
You don't even need that much money. You know, like, pull up the Invisible Friends. Like, the Invisible Friends right now, I think it's going to be a free shit right off the bat. I was looking today to get white
on OpenSea.
Just look up Invisible Friends NFT.
It's not out yet.
You can tell these NFTs are coming and when they're going to be live. just by like being in space. In the Invisible Friends, I think 7 to 9 Ethereum forecast.
Really?
7 to 9
Those are
Ethereum.
kind of cool looking.
Yeah. 7 to 9 each.
That's super dope. Are they animated like this?
Oh no! So you can actually get whitelisted if you buy.
Sick.
You have to have 4 NFTs from the previous year. And it costs, it's like $20,000. So I'm sitting here, I'm looking right now, and I'm like, do I want to spend
So if you get whitelisted, you buy 4 of his previous NFTs, you get one of these for free.
No, you get the opportunity.
And they're gonna start at what? They're dope. If all of them are animated, like these rotating, like these moving bits, that would be super.
They are.
Oh, really?
And like, it's impossible to get one. The public sale will be over in a quarter of a second, and it's going to go to the people who pay $30,000 in gas.
30 grand in gas.
It's front running each other. Whoever's got the most money to burn wins. Basically a front run competition. These things, I want you to go back and look at it. 7 to 9 inches minus the same
It's like hey, priest drop 7 to 9 inches.
Where the fuck is Jordan?
What are those worth?
7 to 9.
I think, yeah, it's
Still?
out there. Well, they started at 6, they got to 7 pretty quickly. That was uncommon for a that usually after a reveal, the forecast is
I'm gonna do that. They're just. It's like 400,000 people in that Discord. That's 4 times the size of us. For one project, right?
That's not even it.
And only 8,000 items? So you have 400,000 people.
My friend bought a couple of those, the serums, the beaker with the, like 4 days ago, on Friday, I think it was. He bought one of them for 16 each, the other one for like 25 each. Now the one he bought for 16 each, 4 days later, is selling for like 31 each.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the M3s.
No, the M1. He bought 2 M1s and 2 M2s, and they're both double what he paid for 4 days ago.
Yeah, it's because the mutant.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to buy one.
Yeah.
I was with Alex.
We were together in the car. We were in the car. We and Alex got to make you guys look like fucking
We have one friend who's professional.
we're in Little Haiti.
We're in
Yeah, and they were having a podcast.
Yeah, and he's like,
Welcome to the chug walk. Again, talk. Yeah,
Oh, it's so fucking funny. Dude, New York's a wild place like that.
Yeah, man. It is. It's
the last time we saw him. You've had some good times, man. You do a lot of traveling and going to.
Where's this girl? Someone. I think it's Keith. Told me they got
Do you,
on call with him. He's
time
apparently
in the
interesting and
VR
has some really interesting ideas, but only really talks about them when people are at the call with him. It's honestly weird. Also,
Makes me sick.
the bots have gotten weirder. Name stuff like look at
Yeah.
shout out to
Star
Creek.
Wars game is badass. Star Wars
I almost threw up.
the fucking lightsaber
They
is so
invited
cool.
me.
It's like,
Sincerely, one of the worst things about this place. Have you ever seen one of the shit?
You're like fucking
Sincerely, one of the most uninspiring, boring experiences I've ever had. We'd rather watch a preschool presentation or have so much. I think it was Pete told me they got on college. And apparently interesting. They had some interesting ideas. But only really talks about it when people are in a car with them. What else do you want me to talk about? It's honestly weird. Also, the bots have gotten weirder and they name stuff like Lick, Pussy, Jordan. If he's got any substances with it or his personality, he has managed to conduct himself the absolute worst possible method of displaying it or advertising it in any manner. He's not chewing on drama, but at this point, I'm worried that he's going to come out of this unable to speak. I don't know what that means. I don't think anybody knows what that means. Perseus, sluttiest whore in the history of Minneapolis, Muslim. Walking on my truck. Walking on my truck while I can't talk. Yo, doesn't know what.
He has a school in the metaverse, and you can get into his school, his NFT school, by purchasing a virtual jacket but he had a Pepsi executive in his school who bought his jackets. Pepsi, like, executive.
That's probably
No.
It's like, you hear the story of the guy from PlayStation?
What?
You hear the story of the guy who works at PlayStation? Holy fuck, bro. He was on Grindr trying to get like a 15-year-old boy to come to his house. Kid went to his house, freaking videotaped the whole thing, and the guy went down hard. Find that article about
that got dark fucking quick.
the pedophile executive at PlayStation.
Can I walk into your truck?
That's why
I
I just bought a PS5. I've never had a I just gave him my 360. I literally, like...
Alright, wait. Why did you give me the 360?
So you can play Guitar Hero.
Most flame game ever made.
Yeah, you should see this man shred.
We got Guitar Hero 3, 5. That's what we do in the office. Yeah, this is downtown. Ripping Guitar Hero. That's
something else.
about it.
So what is the sandbox? What is that sandbox? Can you explain what sandbox is?
There's a few metaverses. Sandbox like Minecraft.
Minecraft metaverse.
Yeah, so like everything's blocky. I was an early investor into this area. You heard about it? The metaverse company, they're doing some pretty cool stuff. And before VR, like, that was the last big metaverse project we rolled out. That was insane. But yeah, so that was like my biggest metaverse bag. There's also, of course, like Decentraland and a few other places, like other metaverses. And a lot of them are sort of, we actually interviewed Netflix, another metaverse company before any of this happened. So our first interviews, I had the opportunity to buy $30,000 of metaverse. I don't know if I want to do $30,000.
$300,000 for some property in the metaverse.
Man,
Do you own any metaverse real estate now? Really?
I bought a plot of land in Nebraska. 2 plots of land. In a thing called Earth. And Earth is like, an alternate reality. I got jack shit.
But how'd that go?
Get the fuck out of here. I bought the premium shit you gave me Nebraska. I'm not sure how much I was supposed to right now. I also got
Central Virginia, about 45 minutes outside of Charlottesville. It's like a rural ass area.
I made some money from the phone.
Shout out Charlottesville. I'm from Houston, Texas. I moved out here to be a
There's an article about the former Sony space station investigation head of Steam video. Yeah, so the kid was trying to stand.
The logo.
And he was so fucked up. If you watch the video, he literally opens the door, the front door of his house, and he's wearing like his boxers and a PS5 shirt. Oh yeah, here's the video. Turn the volume down. Just fast forward to all this bullshit. This is all you do. There you go. There you go. Keep going. Keep going. This is a bunch of bullshit. This is not even it.
thought they had the fucking cops that Chris Hansen got shit. That's crazy.
Well, yeah. Thanks for doing this, guys. Yeah, it was a pleasure. You got deep. You went deep. Tell everyone listening and watching where they can find you guys' websites, you guys' social media, all that jazz.
Check us out, Kryptonite.io. On TikTok at the Blockchain Boy. All about Kryptonite creators. Come join our Discord community. Hang out with us.
Oh yeah, that's how you originally found it.
Yeah, because I was like in high school. I was
A lot of people are attracted to rich people online.
I would say it's not about that. It's just about.
It is about that though. It is. A lot of people are attracted to wealthy type people who sell it and make such a movie. You're attracted to what you want.
He's a character. That's why I was.
Oh yeah, right. Yep, absolutely.
Everybody wanted to be Ken.
Yep. You did it. You did it right. That's for sure.
Then he mic dropped and he's
This
like,
wasn't a
stop posting.
You went to school like 20 minutes from here. You went to really very high school. Yeah, you got kicked out of the gun school.
Yeah, I can see that. That makes total sense.
Wow. Yeah, he like pulled up in his car and like pulled his AK out of his trunk and just showing it off. Like, I guess he didn't know. He didn't intend on doing it bad. He was showing it off. Yeah. And he got this out. Wow.
Well, thanks for having us, man. This has been cool. It's our first real podcast appearance.
Is it really? I'm honored. I'm honored to pop the cherry.
No problem.
Yeah, you gotta come back.
Anytime.
Anytime you guys want to talk crypto.
Hell yeah.
We can do dedicated stuff too, like.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We'll do it. All right. Well, cool. Thanks, boys. I appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Talking about a job, wow. Can't talk.
Those headphones you got. What do you game? What do you play?
When I creep, yeah, studious horror in the history of humankind, plus milk while being rabbi. What's the other one called?
Hello, world. Today's guest is episode 2, part 2, with Dom D'Agostino. Dom is a research scientist.
Pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth
The
gets
primary
locked
focus of
up.
Dom's laboratory is developing and testing metabolic
Pussy eating until my tongue gets raw. Then mouth gets locked up.
Dom's research is also
Pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets locked up.
Please
Pussy
welcome
eating until
Dom
my tongue is raw
D'Agostino.
and mouth gets locked up. Pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets locked up.
Thank you for coming on the show again, man. Really appreciate it.
What is
You've been on here
that?
before, but for the new listeners,
Fucking
I want you to let them know.
hilarious.
Yeah, I appreciate being on. Yeah, I was trained my formal education is neuroscience. It's nutrition as an undergrad, and then I gravitated to neuroscience and physiology, like studying the neural control of autonomic regulation. So the brainstem mechanisms of how and why you breathe, oxygen and CO2 chemoreceptor regions.
Studious horror in the history of humankind, plus milk while being rabbi.
And so my research on the neural mechanisms of respiration led me to
diving physiology. So I was an avid diver, during my PhD, and that led to opportunities to do my postdoctoral fellowship in diving physiology, specifically funded by the Department of Defense Office of Naval Research, where I did work on looking at oxygen toxicity seizures, which limits Navy SEAL diving. And I spent quite a few years developing hyperbaric technologies and testing these technologies in biological systems to understand how hyperbaric oxygen works and how it benefits I was actually really focused on the negative consequences of being exposed to very high levels of oxygen. And then that topic led me to the ketogenic diet because ketones are neuroprotective, and then the ketogenic diet was actually used as an anti-seizure, anti-convulsive therapy and oxygen toxicity seizures, which limits hyperbaric oxygen. You can't go above, for example, 2 atmospheres of oxygen hyperbaric because you have an oxygen toxicity seizure, and also for military diving. So I was very excited at this point in time when I discovered the ketogenic diet, which I studied nutrition as an undergrad, but never knew the ketogenic diet was actually developed for epilepsy and for seizures. So it gave me the opportunity back 15 years ago to steer my research away from drugs into studying the neuroprotective effects of this high-fat diet, which it was not a very good career move if you're going into academia, and your whole part of being in academia is deploying federal dollars to advance your research program and putting a lot of time and effort into studying a high-fat ketogenic diet. There's no funding for this, but I knew it worked, and I knew there was good science that could be done to support this approach, and then that springboarded my sort of path.
And you're at USF, right? Currently.
Yeah. University of South Florida, specifically the Mosan College of Medicine. I also have an affiliation with the Institute for Human Cognition, IHMC, and started working in different capacities.
One of the things I wanted to talk to you about was you said a lot of your studies are in hyperbaric. And is that specifically hyperbaric oxygen therapy?
Hyperbaric oxygen, like at its fundamental basic science level.
Okay.
I originally started, the first project that I had was pretty esoteric. It was developing hyperbaric atomic force microscopy. And atomic force microscopy will give you like the scanning resolution of electron microscopy, but you can image living tissue and cells. So we were using this technology, and then I spent a number of years putting a hyperbaric microscope inside the customized, an atomic force microscope inside a customized hyperbaric chamber, and then using it on a variety of different cell types. So the question is, the question that the military was running us for is essentially what happens to cells inside the cell when you put it with a high concentration of oxygen. We never knew the answer to this because no one had a hyperbaric microscope, right? So I started my research on looking at cells, looking at mitochondria, looking at free radical production in cells, mitochondrial function, and things like that. With muscle cells, brain cells, cancer cells, human dermal fibroblast cells, and doing all research there. And then later, I was able to get more funding and expand hyperbaric oxygen research into animal models, where we were looking at not only seizures, but also looking at cancer. And then we published a number of studies on using hyperbaric oxygen as a means to further augment different cancer and anti-cancer protocols, and that included nutritional ketosis and other things we're working on in the lab. So, and then, a couple of years after doing animal research, we got funding as a subcontract working at Duke, and they have Duke, at Duke they have an amazing environmental research facility that NASA uses and military uses where we got subjects on a ketogenic diet that are
like a storage is just like a storage thing for sugar, and so if the sugar is going through and the starch is going to hang out.
We're getting tons of data from them, blood data, blood gases. They go in on a standard diet, and then they go in on a ketogenic diet with ketone supplementation, and then look at cognitive function, reaction time, play video games, simulator, you're exercising, it's like totally crazy setup. You can think about, and you push them to the edge of the seat by giving them very close temperate oxygen and monitor for
reducing sugars.
And then essentially decompress, like right before the things that get by the seizure. So it also leads to so we move from cells to mitochondria to cells to animal studies and then to human clinical trials, which is registered clinical trials on clinicaltrials.gov. And then I myself and my wife were involved with an undersea mission where we lived in a hyperbaric environment for 10 years from the lake behind us. The NASA Extreme Environmental Operation, which is a hyperbaric mission where we live in saturation. And if you live in saturation more than 24 hours,
So like sweet potatoes with the different structures on the plant. So they're both what's chicken plates, but like one's a modified word, one's a modified stem.
Oh, wow. So we get to work on and my crew member, Dr. Shell England, Samantha Brett, who is European Space Agency, the hyperbaric stuff has been very interesting. We went, from cells to mitochondria, tissues, animals, different types of animal models, to human clinical trials, to human research subjects ourselves, where we're doing research, on human subjects, so we are the subject in the hyperbaric environment. So that's, I don't really talk about it that much, hyperbaric research is a big part of what we do. And people know me as the keto guy, or ketogenic diet guy, but that's very much interconnected.
So what do you want to do when you get out?
One of the reasons I want to talk to you about that is because a really close friend of mine just bought a hyperbaric chamber. One of the consumer hyperbaric chambers that was involved and it's supposed to come in this week. And he had to get an actual prescription to buy it. And it made me curious. I'm like, are there any negative effects to using these hyperbaric chambers? And like, do you have to regulate yourself, or is it okay to just get in this? Because I plan on using this hyperbaric chamber. Is it okay to use it whenever you want, or is there risks involved?
Yeah, well, I would highly recommend, getting hyperbaric medicine and guidebooks, so the oxygen is a drug, and right now we're breathing 20% oxygen. So, and the rest of it's nitrogen. So most of our breath is actually so if this room was filled with oxygen, 100% oxygen, and we were put in there and and that's not more than pressure, right? So if you replace this room with oxygen, something like pulmonary oxygen, our lungs would just start blowing up oxygen and we've got FEMA and so you have to understand oxygen is a very powerful drug, and at hyperbaric pressures, which means we are at 1 atmosphere of oxygen now, and increasing pressure, 2 atmospheres, 3 atmospheres. Every atmosphere is 10 meters of sea water, 33 feet. So if you were to dive down to 10 meters, 33 feet, that's 50 atmospheres, another 10 meters of sea water. At that hyperbaric pressure, what happens is the oxygen, the hemoglobin is already saturated, right? Because of the increased barometric pressure, the partial pressure of oxygen will increase, and you actually get more oxygen into the plasma independent of hemoglobin, and that would cause the partial pressure of oxygen in your tissues in your brain to skyrocket, and that produces oxidative stress, and that can kill you if you sustain it for a long period of time. So you're trapped in this military diet, so you have to adjust the ratio of nitrogen gases. So getting back to, you have hyperbaric chambers, so my question would be, is it a hard shell chamber? Because a hard shell
Soft
chamber, soft shell, okay, so a soft shell chamber is really only good about 1.3 atmospheres. So what that means is it can only basically take you to a quarter of an atmosphere higher than the rest. So it's probably made out of like polymer, like Kevlar, even. So the chances of you hurting yourself, they are far less likely. But if you
I'm gonna pull up the receipt for it. Keep on.
okay, yeah, if you were to stay in that hyperbaric chamber for a protracted period of time, then you could potentially run down into lungs. You're not going to get oxygen toxicity symptoms or CNS oxygen toxicity, because you need to be essentially the higher pressure hard shell chamber. So a lot of the work that we do, we have chambers that are like 67 atmospheres. A lot of what we do is within the military diving operations at about 5 atmospheres. But yeah, I study the negative effects of hyperbaric oxygen, and by looking at the various mechanistic things that hyperbaric oxygen does, like enhances wound healing, it decreases inflammation, it activates stem cells. Most of the people who email me are people who are using hyperbaric oxygen to enhance their athletic performance, to speed recovery. They use it as a nootropic, so oxygen as a drug to increase growth factors in the brain and research was done to demonstrate, and I think this research was done by a colleague of mine, Dr. Steve Song, who showed that hyperbaric oxygen could increase stem cell production and then the release of stem cells. So there are various drugs that people take to increase stem cell production and use autologous stem cells. Or you could undergo hyperbaric oxygen therapy and actually get the body to generate more. So that can aid, because stem cells tend to get in circulation and then they hone in on areas that are damaged
So it could be internal things as well as external wounds. When you say wound healing, what do you define as like a wound?
Yeah, so there's about 14 different FDA-approved applications for hyperbaric oxygen, and the big one is probably wound healing. So if a facility around here, if you just search where hyperbaric chambers around here, they're using that for mostly diabetics, for people who are overweight, and they have a wound up on the foot, and that because many people are overweight or have diabetes, that impairs blood flow to the area where a diabetic wound becomes resistant to healing. And then with hyperbaric oxygen, it hyperoxygenates the wound and reverses hypoxia, so it facilitates it increases the partial pressure of oxygen at the wound site. And by doing so, it increases energy within the wound. So energy production could be down by 90%. So when you hit it with oxygen, then you're stimulating ATP production, which is like our so it's used mostly for wound healing or gangrene. There are anaerobic bacteria that grow in situations where there's not a lot of oxygen, and you can get infection and gas gangrene can kill you. And the only thing that we know that can kill this anaerobic bug is hyperbaric oxygen. It's also used for decompression sickness, if you're diving, in recreational traditional diving and you stay down too long and you pop up to the surface, the nitrogen's still in your system and the bubbles are going to want to come out. Like bones underwater, too fast. But decompression systems will kill you. You can get an air influence on your lungs, or your brain. So if someone pops up to the surface too quick because they have some kind of emergency, that person needs to be inside the the chambers around here, 90% of them are used for nuclear and also for diving.
That's why everyone hates the rich.
These are some of the applications. And there are many, including the cancer for like wound healing. You have radiation, if you can treat it with radiation, it has radiation choices, and hyperbaric oxygen or some heal that tissue that has been radiation. So that becomes a way where patients can conceivably look at that radiation therapy. Their prescription for and the prescription, you mentioned prescription, that's usually for levels of oxygen that are, above 1.4.
What's your dicks?
Yeah, because that would require a hard shell chamber.
Yeah, this is called a respiro. This thing right here.
The working pressure of the chamber. Oh yeah, that is a soft shell chamber. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you're gonna get that and have it installed in your house, there's certain regulations you need to follow, and you have to have a tech come out and set that because if you were to get a hard shell chamber, then that's another set of regulations. But most of our research has been done within the pressure ranges that would require a hard shell chamber. But I do believe that there's a lot of benefit that you can get from the soft shell chamber, and it's quite a bit safer too.
Yeah, that's the one like LeBron uses. I know I've seen videos of that one.
Yeah, so he's using it to like augment his recovery,
like in between when he has like the playoff game every other day. He's spending 40 minutes a game sprinting back and forth on the third quarter. I think he uses that one just also to kind of like speed up his recovery, control the all right here, muscle joints.
Yep. Yeah, so I communicate with a number of NFL guys. I think around here, so you test for this.
Okay.
He came to one of my talks actually at the college of medicine at USF. And he was pretty cool talker. I think he has a very chamber. Yeah, I communicate with quite a few NHL, NFL guys, military guys that are using it to recovery. And Ron James, I think he's on a
What do you think people would do?
well, I mean, like, no sugar. I mean, a lot of these guys, I haven't personally communicated with
Yeah, I've heard things about it. I've heard people talk about
really
it.
got people talking.
Diet is, I've seen videos of him talk about that, and especially in the playoffs, towards the end of the season. It's like when it's on, he really goes out and cuts out carbs, eats a lot of steaks, a lot of high fat stuff, and completely cuts out sugar 100%, as well as the oxygen. So I don't know. I know he's known for spending more money on his body than any other athlete. Since he claimed he spent over $1 million a year on his body. Whatever that means.
That's easy. I mean, because stuff too. This one is these guys have to, I don't know how to get tested, but for supplements, you have to do NSF, certified. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do. A lot of it's untested and not really a lot of science to back it up. That's really just
Weird, dog. Thank you, guys. Fucking really bad.
hyperbaric oxygen has been, all the funding goes to managing ischemic wounds is a multi-billion dollar healthcare problem. It's and we don't have anything to basically speed wounds.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Move is another one. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at throwing up gang signs. The West Side Pimp.
So all the wound healing, technologies and patents out there are about putting things on the wound to augment wound healing. But when we change our metabolic physiology, we are lowering blood glucose, lowering insulin, reducing inflammation. So that speeds, greatly enhances blood flow by like 20 to 30 or even 30%. And then the ketogenic diet or even exogenous ketones increases in the carbohydrate. They get more blood flow to regen. And that blood that's flowing into the region has ketones. And ketones are metabolic substrates that can reactivate cells. And they have anti-inflammatory effects, but when you increase circulation and you have ketones in circulation and you're reducing glucose, which could be pro-inflammatory, and when glucose is low, ketones are elevated, right? If you're on a ketogenic diet and you take ketones, so those ketones can then kind of aid in that enhancing the metabolic state of the wound, which is really the definition of impaired inflammation, low energy state, low blood flow. Yeah, we're sitting on some papers now and we took it out, but she did a huge dissertation on that. When that's coupled with hyperbaric oxygen, when you couple ketone supplementation with ketogenic diet with hyperbaric oxygen, that's greatly enhancing the wound healing process. And one could extend that when we work out, we are basically, you're trying to enhance regen. Your body is bound up, tissue is damaged, and then you have tissue remodeling. That's part of the adaptive process. Training, when you train muscle, you break it down, and the adaptive process of training for skeletal muscle protein synthesis, remodeling, and the faster way to do that.
And you talk about like the stem cell production, the stem cell release, especially when it comes to, I can understand how it can help heal people that are affected by radiation and chemotherapy. Could it be used as a replacement for chemotherapy or radiation to an extent? I know it's obviously scientifically not there yet, but do you think that's a possibility?
Well, there's a couple of things to answer that question. When people do undergo chemotherapy, usually electrons drop a certain hematocrit drops and white blood cells drop too, and stem cells can drop too, and hyperbaric oxygen could be a way to help that. If we have, the Israelis showed that with hyperbaric oxygen, it can actually increase HIF1 alpha, which is counterintuitive because HIF1 is hypoxia factor alpha. When we undergo hyperbaric oxygen and come out of the chamber, our body senses relative hypoxia just because of the relative changes in that stimulate HIF1 alpha. So athletes may do hyperbaric oxygen to actually increase their blood cell. That's a little bit peripheral to the conversation.
What does that do? To increase the red blood cell count? What does that mean?
Yeah, that means like you have more red blood cells, so you have greater oxygen carrying capacity. So athletes, especially like cyclists and elite level cyclists, one of the go-to drugs in that world is erythropoietin.
He said they were SJW, like, sure.
I don't think he's fucking with you, right? I think he wanted the dogs on the band.
That's what I'm saying. If it's just regular band,
hyperbaric oxygen may be able to do that, and it's nice that you're augmenting your own physiology.
There's something that happened that he was just like, he got wet feet, and he said, I don't know
But the question with cancer, so radiation and chemotherapy work by internal cancer cells by augmenting the reactive oxygen species, or oxygen-free radicals. So with radiation, if you apply radiation to a tumor, the radiation mixes with the most of the radiation damage is actually a result of increasing oxygen.
This move.
So, that's how radiation primarily works.
Ooh, this athleticism.
That kill cancer cells by increasing oxidative stress in cancer cells. That's it. Both of these modalities are chemotherapy and radiation are very potent carcinogenic agents. So we are using a potent carcinogenic modality to kill cancer cells. Right? And it's doing it primarily through augmenting oxidative stress. So hyperbaric oxygen is a way to naturally, by increasing the partial pressure of oxygen in our body and reversing tumor hypoxia. As a tumor grows, it outstrips its ability to supply oxygen because the blood vessels can't keep up with expanding volumes of the tumor. So the core of the tumor often becomes hypoxic. And when you put someone inside of the red chamber, that does a number of things. It reverses the tissue hypoxia inside the tumor. So the low oxygen in the tumor is reversed with high oxygen, hyperoxygen. And when you hyperoxygenate the tumor tissue, that causes a massive burst in oxygen-free radicals for a number of reasons. The oxygen can get in the tumor because the oxygen is not being carried by red blood cells, which get caught in the little blood vessels. The oxygen is actually dissolved into the plasma, independent of hemoglobin. So this is very important because the pressure component of hyperbaric oxygen, which means the increase in barometric pressure, literally pushes the oxygen into the plasma. And then it could get into the little nooks and crannies, if you will, of the tumor. And the tumor goes from, a tissue PO2 of like 2 or 3 millimeters of mercury to like 150 to 2,000 millimeters of mercury, which is very, very high. And when all that oxygen is inside the tumor, because the tumor is like a bunch of screwed up cells that are also degrading, you have a lot of heme, that heme proteins are being degraded, and you have a lot of free iron. And oxygen in the presence of free iron in that environment drives something called the Kettner reaction. And then you have a massive burst of oxygen-free radicals, and it's driving different pathways that kick on cell death within the tumor. Now, this can happen in normal healthy tissue, but it's greatly augmented in cancer tissue because the cancer tissue's relative state is low oxygen. And when you reverse the tumor hypoxia and hyperoxygenate it, you get a correspondingly higher burst of oxygen-free radicals because the relative changes in the And then the oxygen-free radicals feed into a pathway because of the free iron that contribute to more reactive intermediates like the hydroxyl. And these things can help to essentially kill the cancer from the inside. An important thing to note is that hyperbaric oxygen can further enhance the cancer-killing effects of radiation and chemotherapy when they're done together. So yeah, I believe that hyperbaric oxygen should be used in our lab, we coupled it with ketogenic diet so that we could extend survival in mouse models.
When it hyperoxygenates these tumors, and you explain how the oxygen radicals explode, what does that physically do to the tumor itself? Does the tumor shrink or die? What happens to the actual tumor or the cancer tissue?
Yeah, so if we're talking about a solid tumor, and then you apply, hyperbaric oxygen, for example, 2 to 3 atmospheres of oxygen for 60 minutes, 3 times a week. So that's a pretty big dose. And what is happening to the tumor is that it's, the tumor, like I mentioned, especially with the growing tumor mass, becomes hypoxic. And then when you're in the chamber and experiencing this high level of oxygen, if you were to put an electrode inside the tumor and measure the oxygen, the level of
oxygen would go up like 2,000 times. So when that oxygen gets super high in the tumor, it's stimulating the production of these free radicals, which then kick on a number of different pathways that can essentially rupture the mitochondria, start spitting out oxygen, that creates oxidative stress, and then you oxidize lipids, you oxidize proteins, you oxidize fatty acids. This creates a lot of stress to the cell, and then cells really start blowing up, rupturing. So when I was some of the early studies that I did was actually developing hyperbaric chromatography microscopy, and then later I made it a laser scanning confocal microscopy unit to this microscope that was inside the chamber. And we were looking at different cell types, and one of the cell types were glioblastoma cell types. This particular cell type is really it's not super important that it derived from the patient. So I had the cell line preserved. We plated the cells, we put it inside the hyperbaric chamber, and we hit the cells with hyperbaric oxygen, and I noticed that the mitochondria started pumping out tons of superoxide. I had a dye to measure that. And then I would see the mitochondria disappear. They were blowing up in the microscope. And as we were monitoring the fluorescent signal, which is the increase in the brightness of the cells corresponded to the production of oxygen receptors, as the cells became brighter, I saw the mitochondria disappear. That means that they were rupturing. And then I started to see cells dying at a far faster rate than any other cell that I had done. With sweet muscle cells, fibroblasts, retinons, different cells. So I thought this was very interesting, and that was done in 2007, 2008, and then a couple of years passed, and I realized that this was an important observation, and no one made the observation ever because no one had a microscope inside the hyperbaric chamber. So I reached out to different people at the Moffitt Cancer Center and experts who study cancer, and they said, what you're observing in these cancer cells is probably due to something called the Warburg effect. So Otto Warburg really was noted for, he got the Nobel Prize for his work on mitochondria respiration. And he had a theory on cancer that cancer was a metabolic disease, and that impaired mitochondrial activity, or what we call cellular respiration. Impaired respiration would lead to compensatory compensation, glycolytic compensation. So the cells, as the mitochondria became defective due to upregulation in glucose consumption and glucose energy pathway called glycolysis. So his whole theory kind of was hinged upon damaged respiration, so damaged mitochondria. And when I was reporting from these cancer cells, I noticed that they had a lot of mitochondria. There was no doubt that the mitochondria were working in some capacity. But I also noticed that when I increased the level of oxygen, the mitochondria had a rate of free radical production that was many fold higher than the other cells. Meaning that when we produce energy, when our mitochondria produce energy, from about 80 to 90% of our energy comes from mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation. A consequence of that energy production is the formation of an oxygen called superoxide. Hydrogen peroxide and potentially hydrogen hydroxyperoxide. So that superoxide is always being produced, and it's like the exhaust on a car. It's like the toxic thing that's being produced, but oxygen-free radicals are also signaling molecules, so the signaling function and toxic free radicals. So eliminating them completely is probably not a good idea. There's a balance. So with
the tumor tissue is putting out proportionally far more oxygen free radicals in response to the oxygen that we've been giving it. So giving tons of antioxidants are really not going to work because the mitochondria are infected, right? So what I was witnessing is that I was witnessing damaged respiration in the mitochondria. When we talk about respiration, we're talking about mitochondrial ATP production, instead of respiring, because they use oxygen. Okay. So with cancer cells, you have damaged mitochondria, and we call that their way of making energy is called cellular respiration, or oxidative phosphorylation. And when you give the substrate for energy production, which includes oxygen, to the mitochondria, they produce proportionally more oxygen-free radicals, and they're essentially killing themselves from the inside out. When you expose mast cells to high pressure oxygen. This is what we saw. This is what I saw in the next slide. So it made sense to me that this was happening because of the Warburg effect, which means cancer cells have rates of sugar consumption that are like 100 to 200 times higher. And they're using sugar as a fuel for two different reasons. One is because the mitochondria are disrupted, and there's impaired mitochondrial ATP production. Another reason cancer cells use glycolysis to get energy is that it feeds into a pathway of biosynthesis. So it's necessary for biosynthetic pathways to generate using glucose in cancer cells, the cancer cells can also convert it to, it can increase the pentose phosphate pathway, which is a way that the cancer cells can actually increase their antioxidant capacity. There's a number of different reasons, but the important thing to know is that cancer cells have defective mitochondria, and because cancer cells have defective mitochondria, we can exploit that defect with hyperbaric oxygen by using it as a tool to further increase oxidative stress and selectively in cancer cells. When we hit our body with hyperbaric oxygen, when we go inside a hyperbaric chamber, we have an increase in oxidative stress all through our body. But our normal healthy tissues have the adaptive response that we can increase our endogenous antioxidant enzymes. So our tissues actually get stronger because, like exercise, when you exercise and do a super hard workout, and if you were to take our blood or take our tissue sample, you would see a lot of bad things going on. So that's actually the stress of exercise, right? So the adaptive response that comes after that makes our tissues stronger and upregulates a number of pathways. If you're training in lifting weights, you have skeletal muscle remodeling, glucose synthesis, upregulation of enzymes. So cancer cells really can't do that, because when you hit cancer cells really hard with a high level of oxygen, it can actually trigger cellular apoptosis and necrosis, which really start training. They simply do not have the capacity to deal with the massive burst of oxygen-free radicals that accompany a big hit of hyperbaric oxygen. Same thing applies with chemotherapeutic agents. So chemotherapeutic agents, they're not selectively, augmenting oxidative stress. Radiation can be targeted to the tumor, but it has a lot of off-target effects. And you get a lot of damage. Plus, that radiation in the tumor is also creating more mutations in the tumor that could cause the tumor to mutate in a way that becomes more aggressive. So, where it's hyperbaric oxygen, it is a more gentle approach to increase oxygenation in the body, and then you have selective hyperoxygenation and far greater oxidative stress in the tumor tissue for a number of different reasons that I went through. But the tumor environment is a really good environment to apply hyperbaric oxygen because you have a lot of dead cells and a lot of protein, and that creates a lot of iron. So when you apply oxygen, it's almost like throwing gasoline in the fire to kill. So it all sounds really nice in theory, and it works really well in cell myosystems and animal systems.
High oxygen, no sugar.
High oxygen and no sugar. Yeah, when you couple high oxygen with very low sugar, glucose, right? Like a ketogenic diet, by restricting sugar, that actually can restrict some of the pentose phosphorus. restricting, cellular antioxidants like glutathione, we basically impair the cancer cell's ability to protect itself by putting So in theory, this is all textbook stuff that we know. There's not a whole lot of motivation from federal centers, organizations that fund cancer research to really further study hyperbaric oxygen. We just know that when you put certain patients and you give them hyperbaric oxygen, they reduce much levels. But we're basically using hyperbaric oxygen in the current scenario to reverse radiation necrosis. So patients that are receiving radiation, they get really bad wounds, you give them hyperbaric oxygen, and boom, they recover really fast, their wounds heal up, and the cancer they have much better prognosis.
Why do you think that is? Why is so much of the clinical budget, clinical research trial budget dedicated to not why isn't it dedicated to things like hyperbaric oxygen or diet, such as a ketogenic diet, restricting sugar and glucose? And clearly, there's tons of research and science to back that. One of the things that I sent you in the email was one of the things that came across was 75%, I think 70 to 90% of U.S. clinical research funding is dedicated to drugs and medical devices.
Well, the National Institute of Health is going to do and I think at least $50 billion per year to clinical research drugs. And I know a small minority, not even 1% of that, cancer,
Which is insane.
Yeah, and with cancer, we have a number of different, things that are being funded. It's over for 2022, it's going to be over $200 billion. And pretty much no funding goes into cancer prevention. So there's so much that we're doing now to prevent cancer from being a problem. Lifestyle. Really, there's not a whole lot of incentive for funding nutrition, not a whole lot of incentive for funding that oxygen. And I think that's part of the reason. And it's just easier to keep us back to go. And drugs do hold a promise. We do drug research.
Right. Yeah, well, we created pharmacology. Right.
We've looked at things like you might be familiar with, like metformin, for example. Metformin's a type 2 diabetes drug, and when you give it to cells, cancer cells in culture, more cells die. When you give it to animals, metastatic cancer, different tumors, they live a little bit longer. But it's not as much as if you apply a recommended diet. And when you compare research in pizza and animal with food data, that can do so, and some drugs actually work much better in the context of a food diet. So there's certain metabolic drugs. PI3 kinase inhibitors, very largely mostly efficacious in the context of ketogenic diet. Well, this particular drug, there's a kind of regulatory stuff with insulin. So a lot of the effects that ketogenic diet is just simply sugar that has a major hormonal effect, including insulin, hormone insulin, and then insulin signaling. Anti-kinase and mTOR and go down that route if you want to, but it's hitting many downstream pathways that pharmaceutical companies are scrambling to develop drugs.
again. Or the guy with that blowjob thing. Dog.
So the ketogenic diet does that naturally. It does it in a way that it's not only hitting one pathway, but it's hitting many different pathways in synergistic. So by lowering glucose, lowering insulin and insulin-related signaling, and also elevating ketones. Ketones by themselves have anti-cancer effects, anti-inflammatory effects, and anti-health effects. So if you put brain tumor patient onto standard of care, which includes chemo and radiation, and you put them on the ketogenic diet is putting metabolic stress on the tumor and making the tumor selectively vulnerable to those treatment modalities.
So the highest setting is like $5 for
tumor. Whereas the healthy tissues are benefiting from the elevated ketones because the ketones are actually protecting the healthy tissues from the inflammatory effects of radiation, production species, so they're more protected. I mean, we know that from a lot of research that we've done, right? We hit cells, we hit animals, we hit humans with very high levels of oxygen. Massive dose with oxygen radicals, similar to radiation. But we are doing it in the context of elevated ketones. And we typically do that with an exogenous ketone, like ketone salt formation. So we deliver that, yes. The keto salt product is the product that I use on a routine basis. And, there are more powerful forms of ketones in terms of esters, but I probably wouldn't want to take them on a daily basis. But under the context of certain extreme environments, you can deliver ketones in those specific manners to be more effective and also to improve performance results. So there's a breakdown of performance in certain environments. And we think that with the correct combination of ketones or different energy and minerals, we can preserve that. What did you say the number was again for clinical research in the U.S.? How many billion? Yeah, I think, well, I'm just talking about the NIH. Just the NIH. Yeah, I mean, you have Department of Defense, NIH, many different organizations, foundations, American Cancer Society. So for NIH, they have about 50 billion. 50 billion. And, that's not a whole. When you think about, cancer research in general, just from all the different organizations, about this year is going to be about $2 billion. But, the budget for nutrition is less than 1% of that. And the United States is number 68 in the world in healthy life expectancy. Yeah. I didn't know it was that low, but it's pretty low. And I'd like to just go back to nutrition. When I talk about the NIH-funded nutrition, we're really looking at ways and development and preventing nutritional deficiencies. And maybe there's a big push now for NIH to understand personalized diets and how it impacts populations. But it's not in the research that I'm talking about. It's not like developing healthy eating to prevent cancer or to increase to improve our although I like to say that the National Cancer Institute, because of some pressure and because there's an acknowledgement that cancer is in part a metabolic disease, and partly in part a genetic disease too. There's a dynamic interplay between the two. The National Cancer Institute, they recognize that nutrition is a big lever to pull. And there's a lot of research funding going into this idea of using nutrition to improve certain drug therapies, right? So there's the drug therapies are still the main treatment, but nutrition is just really brought in to enhance the effects of drugs. So that's so backwards. Well, I kind of understand. So from the perspective of if you have a particular tumor type that could be responsive, and then for example, a treatment has limited efficacy, and it could be a chemotherapeutic drug, it could be radiation, it could be immune-based therapy. let's bring the ketogenic diet in or nutrition therapies to make that standard of care, which is not working, work. So it's thought to be unethical to use nutrition as standalone therapy. So most of 10 years ago, when I realized that ketogenic diet had the potential to be an anti-cancer therapy for cancer, I went to clinicaltrials.gov and I saw maybe 2 or 3 different clinical trials. If you go to clinicaltrials.gov right now, clinicaltrials.gov, and type in ketogenic diet, you're going to see dozens, probably well over 30, maybe 40 clinical trials with ketogenic diet. So that's like an explosion of ketogenic diet research. And the majority of them are, very few of them are standalone therapies. Most of them are using the ketogenic diet to augment immune therapy, to augment metabolic health, or to augment standard care. These therapies are what really generate the revenue for cancer treatment centers. You're not going to get a ketogenic diet that's going to generate revenue for so that's kind of
But oxygen therapy could, right?
Oxygen therapy could, yeah. So
It's like all the rich people have you can't afford it. It's so expensive. They do have the center where you can go and rent them by the hour or whatever.
we're killing centers. Yeah, they're really big, and so I think cancer centers should be leveraging retail centers and sending people into mental health changes for chemotherapy. There's a lot that we don't know. So every person's response in this to diet, your individual response to hyperbaric oxygen may vary, and the dose may be different between different people, right? So the dose, the timing, frequency, the duration, all these things need to be taken into account. So, and these are a lot of unknowns, and I suspect that's a big reason. In the world of wound healing, it's just, 5 days a week, 6 months or whatever, it's just like this cookie cutter approach. But when you're dealing with a cancer patient, and they have their immune system, if they're really old, maybe you're pushing oxidative stress too high in the body. So with our protocol, that's actually why I did not do 5 days a week. That's why we did Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's kind of convenient to fit in the week. But the idea was to come in with a big hit of oxygen, really stress out the cancer cells, and have 1 day for the body to naturally adapt and upregulate its antioxidant systems, and then come in on Wednesday and hit again, and then a day of recovery on Friday and come in and hit again. And it seemed to work really good right out of the gate, so we were just like, well, let's just stick with this. And then we did try lower levels of oxygen, so we went from 2.5 atmospheres of oxygen. A lot of people kept asking me, they have access to a soft chamber for a hard chamber. So we went and did a mini pilot study with just 1.5 atmospheres of oxygen, and we saw trends for improved survival, but it was not statistically significant. So when people asked me, these lower levels of oxygen, I have cancer. I have to say, there's no effect. We didn't see an effect. There's trends, but it was not statistically significant.
Really?
It was not, like so I had a hunch that if I was to get more funding, we could boost the animals to 20 or 30 animals per group, that we would get the power to get statistical significance, but when people ask me is lower than lower, I have to say, well, we didn't see an effect, statistically significant effect. So I advocate for using a higher level of oxygen,
2 atmospheres.
2 atmospheres, unless, if someone has like a cancer in the lung, or maybe if they have a brain cancer, then you could be more susceptible to actual infectious seizures. So it's good to start low. You can do a couple sessions low and then work up. So the great thing about hyperbaric oxygen therapy is, unlike standard care therapy like chemo and radiation, you come out of the other side your standard of care, you come out on the other side like a broken knee, and your immune system shot. Yeah, your whole body. It is. It's like patients say it's like they got ran over by a truck. They ran a marathon. And a truck ran them over. They were really in bad shape. Whereas with hyperbaric oxygen, it's like actually enhancing your own body's resilience. Like it's improving stem cells. It's like augmenting your immune system in ways to reduce inflammation. It's improving your overall health. That can't be said for any standard of immune or radiation protocol. It's just going to work. So we're very motivated to develop a comprehensive, non-toxic metabolic approach to cancer. So that includes nutrition and supplementation, but also exercise. We've not done a whole lot with exercise, but we notice exercise can move metabolic markers in the direction that
What about anti-aging longevity? What sort of effects, like, for example, my friend who just bought this oxygen tank, he wants to use it like an hour a day, and every other day he has these people come to his house and give him, I think, like 500 milligrams of NAD, and he also takes tons of supplements, and every other day 500 milligrams of NAD, plus he wants to do the hyperbaric oxygen and all this stuff. Like, what sort of studies have you seen it? Just like as far as like maintaining a healthy, active lifestyle for like athletes using this kind of stuff. How does that benefit even for like lifting and exercise and stuff like that?
Yeah, I probably get a couple of emails every week. At one point it was like every day about the longevity effects. Because the Israelis published studies showing that you can increase your telomeres, which is a marker. So there was quite a bit of work done, as I mentioned, when you're exposed to hyperbaric oxygen, it augments your endogenous antioxidant system. So that includes like enzymes like glutathione, superoxide phase. These are things that your body produces to protect you from the environment, from oxidative stress. And oxidative stress basically causes us to age. So like rust oxidizes, so our bodies oxidize from the inside out. Hyperbaric oxygen may be a way to delay that, but I'm skeptical. The NAD question is like an interesting one. So I have been using a supplement that's NMN and also resveratrol. So is it the Verso stuff? Yeah, Verso. I got some of that too. Oh, do you? Yeah. I know. I was actually, I guess I could say this. I served on federal study sections when we evaluated the effects of NMN, nicotinamide riboside, and I was always very skeptical when I do like a lukewarm review to many of these grants because I was not convinced that you could take it orally and that it would end up in the cells. The gut would essentially so your friend, I think, mentioned you could NAD drip, right?
Yeah, he does it every other day. Yeah,
that's a pretty bad idea. So that will probably get in cells. So that's probably offering a benefit. But I am convinced that the Verso product, for one thing, and we're just friends with them, no affiliation or anything. So that's a product that I use that when I bumped up the dose to doubling the recommended dose, and then I had a stint with COVID, and I actually went to 12 capsules a day. And I think 12 capsules of that stuff? Capsules, oh my God. So, but I'm convinced that I bounce back really fast once I start to do that because I had not been taking it. Actually, we were traveling and it was supposed to go to and it's just like got back from traveling and my wife with COVID and at one peak when my fever was highest, then I started taking it and I started improving pretty rapidly after that. But I've talked to enough people to convince me that a large dose of NMN, diverse products, or other products, although I think those are hard to stop there. And then the IV, I've talked to quite a few people who are getting drips. And they were saying, claiming, it's pretty effective as far as increasing their energy. And it's a subtle increase in energy. It's not like the caffeine is I noticed it when I was tracking my exercise activity. In particular, I did swim pretty much every day, and it gave me a second gain in swimming when I bumped up the dose to, which was like double what they recommended. In the beginning, I didn't notice anything, but my wife noticed something, which was curious to me because she never notices anything. So she was telling me that it works, and she stopped taking it, and then she felt a decrease, like she went back to normal and started taking it again. And this is my wife doesn't BS anything, so I got a little bit curious. So then I took it and didn't really notice anything, but then I doubled the dose, and I'm obsessively track everything. So I track my laps and how I feel subjectively and objectively, time myself and subjectively too. And I definitely noticed after 2 or 3 days of doubling the dose that I got like the second thing. And that was really interesting.
During the exercise.
During the exercise, yeah. I didn't notice it lifting weights, didn't make me stronger or anything, but I noticed during aerobic physical activity in the context of pushing my body harder. So once the activity started to get hard, when I usually give up or fail or have a performance detriment, that's when it was like working. That's when it subjectively felt it was working. And that actually aligns really well with a number of people that are communicating with athletes and scientists and actually the data too. And when you push mice or rats to a certain point, it gives them the actual boost. And the same thing I could say with like exogenous ketones. Like I take exogenous ketones during the day, it gives me a little like nootropic boost back in my brain energy. And I don't really recognize the benefits when I'm lifting weights, although it may help with the recovery and adaptive processes. And I put myself in a situation aerobically that I'm, pushing beyond typical limits. That's when I noticed that 2, 3, maybe 4%.
I know you were talking about having fasted for 7 days and that is insane. I told you last time, after I did the first time I did a 5-6 day fast, on the 5th day, I was able to do pull-ups like 3 times the amount of pull-ups I normally am allowed to do because my body wasn't good. With very, very, very little work. It wasn't nearly as hard as it normally is, which is very strange. And then also, I played basketball for 2 hours, and I didn't have the fatigue or like the side stitch cramp that you get when you're overexerting yourself. It's just that alone enough to convince me that whatever it was that I was getting from that extended fast, whether it be the ketones, I thought it must have been the ketones, the fuel. Not glycogen. That's what convinced me. That's what introduced me to you. That's what convinced me to try the ketogenic diet and then eventually low carbs. Since then, I haven't been able to continue strict ketogenic diet, cut out a lot of carbs. I used to eat pasta probably 2 days a week. Now I haven't. I just replaced that with like high fat, low carb meals. I don't know. Do you think there's a benefit to if somebody is not necessarily following a strict ketogenic diet every day? Say somebody eats a couple of plates of pasta a week. Replacing those couple of plates of pasta every week over a period of a couple of years with a high-fat, low-carb meat. So it's not going to necessarily put them in ketosis, but it's going to cut out the amount of carbs they're consuming over a long period of time. Do you think there's any benefits to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a spectrum, right? So your metabolism is a spectrum, and the output would be your respiratory quotient, which is your O2 consumption and CO2 production. It comes out as an equation. It's part of it. So as we reduce carbohydrates and we reduce sugar and add more fat in, we start to oxidize more fat. Our bodies are, we're omnivores, we are great in that we burn what we feed our bodies. And if we can adapt our metabolism over time to be more metabolically flexible, which means, and you should do this, we should vary our macronutrients and ratios and things like that. But if we simply titrate the carbohydrates from typical U.S. carbohydrate consumption anywhere from 200, 300, maybe athletes 400 grams of carbs a day, if we back that down to maybe start 200, then go 100 and drop it, then we're shifting our metabolism to burn more fat and less glucose, right? And when, in regards to low carb and ketogenic diets, the more you do it, the easier it gets and the more benefits you derive from it because you're getting more adaptive effects from it. So a scenario would be that if you go on a ketogenic diet and follow it for a couple of months, we did this with rats where we put them on a ketogenic diet and then we take them off the ketogenic diet and put them back on the ketogenic diet and they make ketones much faster once we switch back from the ketogenic diet. So we call that the metabolic switch.
You pop in and out.
Yeah, so this metabolic switch. You notice though that older rats don't have that robust metabolic switch as much, but if we do intermittent fasting is a way to increase that. So there are different approaches you can take to get your body. I think your listeners really want to be more fat adaptive, like coax your body into burning more fat, either dietary fat or fat on the body. So one way to do that would be to simply restrict the carbohydrates. It does not need to be ketogenic. You don't have to be in a state of super low glucose, low insulin to be making ketones. So that has benefits and can be therapeutic. Right? So it doesn't, you could be burning your body fat at a much higher rate just by reducing carbohydrates. And it's relatively speaking, right? So if you're eating 200 grams of carbs and you drop it down to 50 to 100 grams of carbs, you're going to be burning twice as much fat. So your body's going to tap into fat reserves. Your dietary fat will be higher too if you shift. If you drop carbs, you got to replace it with something, protein. So the more we do that, there's adaptive processes that happen in our liver, at the level of the muscle, and even our brain. We start transporting ketones across the blood-brain barrier, and our brain starts using ketones for fuel. And not only using ketones for fuel, but the brain adapts to using lower levels of glucose, which means, and you see this with people with diabetes, right? So if someone's diabetic and they wear a continuous glucose monitor and their glucose level is stays at 150, and then through a dietary intervention or even a drug intervention, you drop that down to 90, that's still relatively high glucose. That should be a lot, but the relative changes, that they will perceive that as hypoglycemia because their brain is used to 150 milligrams per deciliter glucose, right? But when you go on a ketogenic diet where you do intermittent fasting, that trains your brain, for lack of a better term, to talk mechanistically with brain health, but the brain adapts to using to being comfortable at a lower level of glucose. So I've been in situations where I'm fasting on a ketogenic diet, or even if I take exogenous ketones, that tends to lower my glucose too. Where my glucose is 52, sometimes it's 48, and that's when I feel most lucid and have the most brain energy because there's various transporters associated with getting glucose across membranes, and that could be the blood-brain barrier, and then you have the cellular membrane, which is the membrane of the neuron, getting across there, and there's a variety of different transporters. With ketones, it's called the monocarboxylic acid transporter. And these things get upregulated, which means you have a neuron, and it's got 100 little transporters, but you go on a ketogenic diet and start fasting, and then it ramps up production of these proteins, which are transporters of protein. They get embedded in the membranes, and then it allows your body to transport more of this energy across the membrane, and then even into the mitochondria, where it's also transported. So this adaptive process does not happen overnight, but the more you adhere to fasting protocols, carbohydrate restriction, or ketogenic diet, then you upregulate ketogenesis enzymes, which are enzymes that make ketones, so you're making more of this alternative fuel. You are augmenting the production of ketolytic enzymes, which are enzymes within the mitochondrial cell that actually allow us to generate energy from ketones. And you're also increasing the production of the transporters, so we can get more of this through cross. So there's a lot of adaptive things. And you talked about, when you're fasting, you did more chin-ups and everything. I think a lot of things are going on there. You basically you're relieving your body of the burden of digestion, right? Digesting,
Yeah,
your organs, that actually uses a lot of energy. So when you're fasting, all that extra energy and blood can actually go to the muscles and go to the brain. When you fast, about 24 to 36 hours of fasting, you have about a 30% increase in brain blood flow. And this is kind of like a mystery that people are studying this, and I think it has to be attributed to then your gastrointestinal system, your liver, your kidneys, your organs take up a massive amount of energy. Because you're not digesting food or anything, that frees up. Your liver actually shrinks, metabolic activity in the liver. So you have more blood in circulation available to muscles. And the inflammatory state of your body goes down. So your inflammatory markers, your cytokines and your chemokines go down. And when that happens, the skeletal muscle, the actual contractile apparatus of the skeletal muscle, the calcium signaling, even at the level of the sarcoplasmic, reticulum and neuromuscular junction, you have a better activation of muscle contraction from the brain to the motor neurons to the neuromuscular junction to the release of calcium in there. So you have a stronger, more efficient contraction in your body within the state of lower inflammation, you reduce the burden having digestion. And then you have ketones that are in there. So your body becomes a more efficient machine. So just probably, your strength will probably go up in like proven exercise, maybe in deadlifts, but probably not things like bench press or certain exercises. You have the advantage of maybe holding extra weight because you simply have, if you expand the cells, with creatine and carbs and holding extra glycogen, then you simply have more cellular leverage. So for example, my nutrition, fasting regimens are different depending on what type of workout I'm going
Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to ask you about. Obviously, I'm sure you spend a lot of time during the day sitting at a computer doing research. I do the same thing. So when I try my hardest, I can go on a month-long stint of being pretty damn close to being in ketosis. But so that I have so many questions and trying to form it into keep it organized. What is your specific regimen when it comes to your everyday? I know you have different workout routines that you're going into. For someone like you, you're a big guy, you work out a lot, but you also spend a lot of time sitting down. And sitting at a desk working, not being active. It's different for people like you or people like myself than it is for somebody who works like construction or is on their feet running around all day. For someone who spends a lot of time at the desk, what is your regimen, for example? How often do you typically eat? What does that look like? And then what type of supplements are you taking?
Yeah, very good question. Well, I think sitting can be really toxic if you're sitting all day. So I actually built a stand-up desk at home and work a lot at home with COVID, but I also teach. And last week I had to teach all week, and I'm standing behind podium. So that's better than sitting on desk. And my students actually bought me a stand-up desk in my office. So we only got 10 minutes. So I do probably more than 80% of the time, if I am at the desk, I'm standing and moving around from conference calls. I walk around a little bit. So, depending, my nutrition will vary depending upon if I want to lose weight, maintain weight, or gain weight, right? And also varies depending upon my routine. I'm telling you, will depend upon the type of workout I'm doing too. Last week, I guess for an example, I hosted Thomas DeLauer. He's got a massive YouTube page. It's like 3 million followers. And I knew he was coming in. I knew he was going to. My typical routine is, in academia, you have very long hours. So, even when I was a PhD student, it was like get in there, warm up, work really heavy, and get out. And I was able to build a lot of muscle just doing a lot of strength and size. Dorian Yates and Mike Mansour, Dr. Hours, and of course, the heavy duty approach. And it was just like I followed them and we learned to warm up and do 2 or 3 major compound movements and maybe 1 or 2 accessory sets during the day. So I still revert back to that today. Last week was really challenging and it was really pushing me. I do a lot of work outside. We have a farm, so I'm always moving hay bales and shoveling poop and cutting logs and stuff like that. So that has kept me in shape. And,
Real man.
Yeah. I enjoy that. It's part of like my routine actually. It's fixing fences and cutting logs and everything. That's awesome. So, yeah, last week was kind of fun because I was put through a workout that we typically don't. It was like maybe an hour and a half of training, and we did a wide variety of high volume, from weighted dips to chins, and then we did shoulder exercises and all these accessory movements I typically don't do. And it was like freezing cold, but Thomas DeLauer is like an animal. He had like no sleep for 20 minutes, like 3 hours, but he doesn't even fashion freezing cold. And he's a pretty big dude, like pretty heavily muscle. And then we did our workout, which went well. I was able to keep up with him, and even deadlifts, I'm pretty strong in that exercise. But we went from that to training outside where I had 1,000-pound hay bale. And the idea was to roll it across the farm, across the cow bridge onto the other property. So we took turns rolling this thing across the pasture. And that it's like pushing a sled, but even harder because it's wet. It's like this thing. It's hard to push up hills. I mean, it totally spent. Totally drained every amount of ATP I had. And I really felt in that context, and we talked about it after, and we actually developed some interview content around this idea. That would have been a good scenario, a good point in time to add carbohydrates. Because I typically don't train that way. If I was ketogenic, I could probably train my body to do an hour and a half workout. But because my workouts are usually 30 minutes, if I extend it to an hour and a half, not having carbohydrates would be detrimental. But I feel like I could get a sufficient amount of stimulus given a 30-minute workout to grow muscle and to grow strength. And just going beyond that is just like a waste of time because I'm not like a professional athlete or anything like that. Although if I was going to be a bodybuilder, a competitive powerlifter, a football player, I would be doing 2 or 3 hour workouts, and I would probably introduce some carbohydrates in my workout, but not much. A little bit goes a long way. But, and I'd probably add them intra-workout about halfway through. So for me, I probably spend about an hour carbohydrate supplements. Yeah, like a little bit of simple sugars in the form of glucose polymers, or I actually just have like dark chocolate. I'll have some dark chocolate if I want a little bit of carbs. And sometimes I get into routines where I'm just like moving logs all day, and just like it's like 8 hours of deadlifting. Yeah, if I'm doing some fence work or some work, doing a heavy farm work, and then I will titrate some carbs in. I feel it. But I like to keep my body hungry for carbs, and in the process of doing that, you're adapting your physiology to be able to perform and preserve that performance in a low carb state. And I think there's a lot of advantages to that. So your glucose is low, your insulin is low, and that allows you to tap into your fat reserves more efficiently. So we have an endless amount of fat. Even a lean person has 20 to 30,000 calories of fat on their body. Even a lean person. So we can at least tap into that. Whereas if you cut carbs completely out within 24 to 36 hours, you're going to deplete some of your glycogen. But if we are fat adapted and we have good metabolic flexibility, that means that and a good way to assess this is if you stop eating and you fast, and if the fast is extremely painful and you get a headache and you just can't pump, then you're not fat adapted. So one way to get your body more fat adapted is simply, the first way to do it is to simply eat within a 12-hour window and fast for 12 hours. So start there, and then you can push it to like 16-hour fast and 2 hours of eating. Some people go like 20-hour fast and 4 hours of eating. If I did that, it would be weights and size of that. So what I do personally is just I do intermittent fasting, 16-8 protocol, just twice a week. And that's actually enough.
So 16 hours of not eating.
It's 16 hours fasting, 16 hours of just skipping breakfast. Like last week, I mean, lecture classes. So I would finish my lectures for the day around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then that would be my first one. So, and sometimes, during the day, I might have some ketone supplements, or I might have black coffee, something like that. Yeah, sometimes I put some ketone, sometimes I don't. But basically, the most important thing is to keep insulin and glucose low, and that pushes your body to be more fat adapted. And when we get fat adapted and we go in a situation where we don't have any carbs, or if we go into a fasting situation, the body is completely immune to the energy crisis. So your body knows what to do, quickly liberates fat for fuel. And I think a lot of things are going on there. It's like you're increasing something called glucagon, you're stimulating the sympathetic nervous system, the catecholamines, and that's basically hits the hormone called hormone-sensitive light. So basically, it's just like it opens the floodgates for fat to go out of your cell and to be used as energy. And some of that fat goes through the liver and through ketogenesis generates ketones, and then ketones can largely replace glucose as an energy source, which you were experiencing when you were fasting for 5 to 7 years.
I did. I quit on the 6th day. I wanted to go 7, but I quit on it.
Yeah. Well, at that point in time, like the majority of your brain energy was coming from ketones.
Right.
You fasted that. So it takes a while to get to that. For me, and we calculate this through something called the glucose ketone index. So you can measure glucose in milligrams per deciliter or millimolar. So in millimolar, we're about like 4 to 5 millimolar. But when you fast, you don't go to 0 because we always produce glucose through glucose and amino acids and glycerol backbone, glucose. So our glucose goes down but stays like low and stable at about 3 millimolar. And after about 3 days of fasting, on the first day, if you're eating a standard diet, your ketones are at 0, right? So, but after about 3 days of fasting, you're up to about 3 millimolar ketones. So we call that the glucose ketone index of 1, right? So the level of glucose in blood is fairly equivalent to the level of ketones. And your brain would use whatever fuels available. So you have to transport it to the brain. So you're using about 50% glucose and 50% ketones at about 3 millimolar. At 3 millimolar. That's for me and for tracked many different people, especially athletes at about the third day. They have a glucose ketone index of about 1, which means that your brain's like a hybrid engine. Glucose or ketones, or it could be both, right? In that particular state, is very therapeutic. So a glucose ketone index of 1 is tremendously neuroprotective. It's tremendously anti-seizure. Organizations like Johns Hopkins and Mayo Clinic, when they have kids that come in and put them on ketogenic diet, they can get their glucose ketone index of 1, then that has remarkable seizure control above and beyond any anticonvulsant technology. That's really amazing to me, and that's what actually motivated me to like spend my career studying this. But when you were experiencing, you probably felt lighter. You probably felt everything was kind of like smooth.
My mental acuity was so much sharper when I was thinking and talking. I could do things like this so much better. No fatigue, no mental fatigue at all.
Yeah, I typically, like this morning I had steak and eggs for breakfast, but because I was like so activated all evening, it was just like my energy levels were down. But typically, so as I'm transitioning more throughout the day into a more fasted state, I can feel my body and my brain becoming more awake. So typically, my normal day is kind of, I don't do any fasting really. I have a small keto breakfast, and then fast throughout the day, and then have a pretty large meal.
Sometimes I'll eat those keto bricks. Oh yeah, a little bit of those keto bricks. Coffee. I don't know. Everything I eat that's keto is just from your Instagram page. So I just copy pretty much everything I see.
Yeah, shout out to Robert at Keto Bricks. It's like one of the. So a lot of people send me keto supplements and keto products, and maybe only 10. Not even 20%, maybe 10% like actually are truly keto. So the keto brick is something that's it's 1,000 calorie brick that is, has the macronutrient ratios that are truly keto, which means you eat it and then you are truly sustaining the being. Like you could use it clinically, like the product could be used like in a clinical setting.
Oh wow!
Like it's that
okay. Yeah, I mean it fills you up. It fills you up. I can only eat like a quarter of my meal at one sitting with coffee.
It's perfect for like backpacking or hiking or things. Yeah, I eat a couple of these.
Do you? It's hard. The hardest thing for me, as far as like maintaining this nutritional state, is I can fast all day long. Often I'll go a couple times, maybe one time I'll do it 24 hours, and then I'll spend a couple days like strict keto. But other than that, like when I'm just like coasting, I can easily I intermittent fast most days. It's Monday to Friday. I try to do that. But then when I get home, I'll eat chips or I'll eat a cookie. Is it true that can be worse if you're in a ketogenic state from either fasting or from diet, and then you splurge eating chips and cookies? Is that worse than just keeping the carbs in your diet throughout the day?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at like your metabolic phenotype. You're probably digesting a similar amount. The only way I'm kind of against processed food in general. I try to eliminate it. Although I don't. My wife is pretty good at it.
My wife is saying
yeah, cookies, candies, things like that. And she can maintain her blood glucose and insulin within a pretty tight parameters, right? So the majority of people can't. The majority of people have hyperinsulinemia, insulin resistance. They should not be eating these things. It's adding more kind of fuel to the fire. These are hyper-palatable foods that reinforce a dopaminergic pathway, among other things associated with the control of eating behavior, which is very complex. So it's reinforcing even when you eat the food, it's reinforcing that behavior, that kind of food that's very palatable. Typically high fat, high carb, high fat, high sugar, or high salt content. So for you, I mean, you may need the calories to maintain it, and for me, at the end of the day, sometimes I have to have like a cup or 2 cups of sour cream and put some protein powder in it and some stevia or whatever, just to get my calorie. Yeah, I'll do sour cream, some wild blueberries, and just kind of like stevia and dark chocolate powder, and just to get my calories. Because I just said this is my calories is great, but I think the only way to really know if this is harming the body is to do blood work. And so I'm wearing, I talked about a continuous glucose monitor. Right. I have a Dexcom G6 on the back, and sometimes I use the Abbott Precision or the Abbott Libre device. And I use that with an app called Levels Health. And Levels Health app is really a tool that we are using in a registered clinical trial as a behavioral tool to more or less prevent what you just told me you're doing, which is like kind of going throughout the day. If I go throughout the day, by the end of the day, I'm more hungry than if I am more early. So that's kind of why I realize that intermittent fasting is leading to more erratic eating behavior at night. And then I guess I'm munchies at night. So simply eating a well-formulated ketogenic meal earlier in the day knocks my appetite down about 30%. It doesn't go away, but I definitely am less ravenous. And being low carb and being keto actually helps with controlling your appetite, so your appetite's not controlling you. But what it allows me to do is that, I can look at, my friend's kind of offering me, I could just show you, I need to access you probably seen my Instagram where I show, my glycemic response,
Right.
my glucose response in response to a Pop-Tart versus a tasty pastry, which is made by Legendary Foods, which is like tastes just as good or better than a Pop-Tart, right? They have different blueberry and cinnamon and then they have, a regular Pop-Tart. They are two different things that actually are just as enjoyable to eat. The Pop-Tart actually shoots my glucose to like 220 milligrams per deciliter, which is like a glycemic hit. And these spikes in glucose can be pro-inflammatory. They can trigger an insulin response, quickly kick you out of ketosis, and basically put you in the fat storing mode. Whereas when I ate a tasty pastry, it was almost like a flat line on the continuous glucose monitor, which means I don't have a big bolus of glucose hitting. Tasty pastry by Legendary. So, if you have to say, if you point your finger towards me of eating one processed food, it would be tasty pastry. But it's in no way equivalent to a Pop-Tart, and I think most importantly, from a metabolic physiology point of view, it's super friendly to your metabolism in regards to glycemic. So I advocate for, if you can't understand something unless you monitor it, right? If you want to manage something, you have to measure it if you want to effectively manage something. So I'm a big advocate for people just knowing what your baseline is. So you buy a glucose monitor, you can get it in CVS, Walgreens, Walmart. Prick your finger, measure your fasting blood glucose. If you're over like 126, and you measure that again, and you're over it twice, you're type 2 diabetic. And many people are pre-diabetic. So at the very least, get blood work like once a year, ideally blood work once a year, and you want to measure your insulin. But glucose is like the most important biomarker for health. And one way to track glucose continuously without having to prick your finger all the time is actually to get a continuous glucose monitor. And there's an applicator, and they put it on the back part of your arm, and you can put it on your stomach and stuff too. I like to be consistent, put it just on the mean part, back of the tricep, and that's basically like the dashboard to your metabolic physiology, right? So the continuous glucose monitors are prescription items that are primarily used for type 1 diabetics and type 2 diabetics. There's a company called ROTHSCHILD that you sign up and go through an online application process and fill out the form. It might take 5 to 10 minutes. And then there's a third party that fulfills a prescription, and then they just send you the kit to your house. And you get a couple of devices, and you get a transmitter, and then you have access to the app. So that's where like the technology comes in. And within the app, for example, I ate a tasty pastry, and then I ate a Pop-Tart, and then I had, on 2 different days, and I had a very informative glycemic trace over the course of several hours, and actually gives you a metabolic score. And then I can go into the app and then do compare, and I can just go to day before. Basically, I take a picture of it, and I write tasty pastry, and I take a picture of Pop-Tart, and Pop-Tart, the next day. And I go into the app and I compare these two, and it shows me it overlays the glycemic response from Pop-Tart and the metabolic score, the rate of rise, the peak rate, and the area under the curve, and all that stuff is calculated. And it compares that, the tasty pastry to Pop-Tart, and it shows, you have two dramatic, a very dramatic difference between, two things that are just as enjoyable to eating, but 2 different metabolic responses. So I'm a big advocate for measuring glycemic responses too, because I thought, whole grain oats oatmeal would have a nice flat response, but it shot me to like 200. And I thought, eating an orange would not be too, if I ate a large orange, it would shoot me up almost 50, 60 pounds. So even blueberries, if I eat blueberries without protein and fat, I get like a 20 spike. So I learned a lot of things using continuing through this mantra. One is that if I eat fiber before a meal, fat or fiber before eating a carbohydrate or a large amount of protein, that fiber and fat, so eating a salad with like a lot of olive oil and mixed greens, and I eat a steak or a lot of protein after that, the protein could spike me up a little bit. Or even if I eat carbohydrates, eating that fat and fiber first will block that glycemic response. So not only like the peak glycemic response, but meaning the area under the curve. So which means the total glycemic load is reduced simply by eating fiber. So what that tells me is that I have an appropriate insulin response, and the insulin is doing its job more efficiently and taking that glucose and putting it into the muscle and into the liver, whatever it needs to be. Whereas if I was to drink, 24 ounces of Gatorade, that glucose is hitting the system, and the body is going to dump a massive amount of insulin. Typically, what's going to happen is that, the insulin gets released, it's going to stimulate de novo lipogenesis, glucose transporters will be overwhelmed, so you're going to get a big spike up, and then you're going to get this postprandial dip in your glucose where you're going to be super hungry and ravenous, after the insulin. Because you're going to get a spike up, you're going to dump insulin gets released, and then you're going to get super hungry. And this is the vicious cycle the majority of the population is on right now. So you're eating carbohydrates, you're eating chips, you're eating meals, and this spikes your glucose up, and then 2 or 3 hours later, you get a postprandial dip, and then the brain senses hypoglycemia, and that hypoglycemia is a trigger for you to eat carbohydrates and glucose up. And a lot of people don't know that, and they would not know that because they're not using glucose monitoring. So, I've been wearing it for years, and it's not something you necessarily have to wear for years, but if you just wear it for 4 weeks, it is so insightful and full of actionable information. You can change your dietary patterns to really optimize your glycemia throughout the day, and that will give you so much more energy, you can perform better, you can recover better, you can exercise, you can think better. So it's a very cost-effective tool. It might be a little bit pricey to buy up front, but you can, it's like $200 or $300. But you just, I think if you just use it for 4 weeks, that you get so much information out of that, it's actually pretty cheap.
Yeah, so don't fast all day and come home and eat junk food.
did lose weight. It's Catalina Crunch, which is one of
I've
the
tried
things
some
that
of those keto cereals. They're actually not bad.
Yeah, so
I think it was Magic Spoon I tried maybe.
I tried it. Yep, that tested okay. So I tested a lot of things. So I wear a continuous glucose monitor to get out what's truly low carb keto, and Magic Spoon is like pretty okay. Pretty surprising. Although it's got like chicory root and onion and everything. But and then Catalina Crunch, like 2 thumbs up, and it tastes pretty good. But if I eat it dry out of the box, it was definitely shooting my glucose up. Not way less than like Captain Crunch, but when I used like a high fat almond milk or coconut milk, or if I put it in sour cream and put some in, and it was a snack, and then it tastes like so just coupling that with fats, yeah.
One of the interesting things which I emailed you about was I did, I believe it was almost a year ago today, I did a 5-day fast. At the very end of the 5-day fast, I took a blood test on myself. Came back, my LDLs were through the roof. Remember I sent you some screenshots of it, and you said there was you sent me something bashed where it said a lot of athletic or active people who are on a ketogenic diet see that heightened cholesterol.
Yeah, there's a term that has been developed for that lean mass hyperperformance. So a lot of elite level athletes that are, and they don't even have to be elite level, that are following a low carb approach and getting their bodies to basically run off fat and ketones. When you look at their lipid profile, and I forget what your triglycerides were, well, typically what we see, with athletic folks that are following more of a high fat dietary pattern is that their triglycerides will, oh, is that CRP?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The HSCRP is low, insulin's low, hemoglobin A1C is very low, HDL.
I don't know what any of those mean.
Your high density lipoprotein is a little relative to speaking. I like to have my HDL in the 60 range, but your hemoglobin A1C low, your HSCRP, which is your inflammatory marker, is 0.1.
It's quite fasted.
Yeah, you can't get much better than that. And then your insulin is 3.9.
People kind of parroting things, trying to like self-harm.
But I don't see
it didn't have LDL, but it had what is the HSCRP?
That's high sensitivity seams reactive protein, and it's a marker. I like it. Some people, I think it's very good marker of systemic inflammation. And I basically see that people with high HSCRP usually have bad metabolic health, and as their metabolic health improves, high sensitivity reactive protein goes down, so it's just kind of that's also people who have HSCRP, if it's high, you're more likely to get cancer, you're more likely to get last cancer,
it's different now. It's not like you were like bronchite. Did the broadcast.
Super good and important to have a level of information, and that's that very indicative. So if you have those numbers and your LDL is high, my personal opinion is I would not be too concerned. So
is LDL really bad? Is that like I heard that some people claim that that's a myth that LDL is really not bad.
It's very complicated and it's a nuanced discussion. It's
right.
Probably can be on here, but my short answer is that if your glycemia levels are good, if your insulin levels good, inflammation's down, ideally you want to your HDL with a higher and your triglycerides are low. 2, having a high HDL, I would not be concerned. So we do not know what an elevated LDL means in the context of a low carb diet or in the context of a systemic fast. So I don't think every doctor will tell you that's bad, and you do something about it, and you should probably be in stat. the science has not doesn't have any data really on what healthy LDL levels should be in the context of a fast like we did, or in the context of a protracted or extended low carb diet. Like we just don't know.
Athleticism.
But if your triglycerides are elevated and your HDL are elevated, I would be concerned. Or if your hemoglobin A1C was 6.5, but you're at 4.1, that's like super low. So what that tells me,
Are those all
looking at your
considered
numbers,
triglycerides?
so your triglycerides were not your triglycerides should have been tested, but I didn't see them on there. But basically, just by looking at your insulin and your glucose and your other markers, what that tells me is that your body was in a very high fat oxidation state. Your glucose was low, and in the context of an elevated fat metabolism, you're going to need more lipoprotein. You're going to need more, and that's LDL is not cholesterol, but it carries cholesterol. So low density lipoprotein carries not only cholesterol, it carries phospholipids, it carries triglycerides, it carries other fats. So we need more of that protein when we are preferentially using more fat for fuel, because that's a transport system for fat, for phospholipids, for other molecules. So we need more carrying molecules in circulation. And yeah, if all your other biomarkers are okay, I would not be concerned. Although, follow up, the only way to really get insight into that is to do what's called an NMR lipid profile, which basically measures like your LDL-P, your ApoB, your LP little a. These are things, again, kind of beyond the discussion here. But if your LDL is persistently elevated across a couple blood draws, and your triglycerides are a little bit high too, and your HDL is a little bit low, so HDL high is good, HDL low is bad. Right. You may want to adjust your diet a little bit,
which I've done.
Yeah. So, but I wouldn't. I mean, those numbers are great, especially like after a fast. I would expect that. It's also pretty similar to mine. I didn't see what your.
I was trying to find it.
Yeah.
On the laptop. Going back, I want to talk about more about the NMN and what was the Versa products, NMN and resveratrol, which produces naturally NAD, right?
Well, it hits the sirtuins, which is kind of like an PPAR. So essentially, what it does is it's elevating NAD. So as we age, so I'm taking Versa, so my NAD levels may be a little higher. So if I was not taking a Versa product, my level of NAD would probably be half of what it was when I was like 17 or 18 years old. So as we age, we have a correspondingly progressive decrease in NAD levels, which is sort of like this energy intermediate that's really important for cellular energy production, signaling molecules. So the NMN, or nicotinamide riboside, or nicotinamide mononucleotide, which is found in the Versa product, with resveratrol, is hitting SIRT1 receptor and associated pathways, which is really helping the body. The way I think about it is it's coupling mitochondrial activity and mitochondrial health with the nucleus. So there's crosstalk between the mitochondria, which are the energy-producing organelles of the cell, and the nucleus. And there's like this retrograde response where there's crosstalk. And essentially, and there's a lot of activity that's driven by NAD, cellular respiration, and so forth. So the NAD supplement is sort of restoring the cofactors necessary to make ATP, but I think about it mostly from a signaling perspective as coupling the mitochondria to the nucleus and producing an appropriate response in regards to generating the bioelectric or the bioenergetic state of the cell. So that's the couple. And my criticism of NMN and R is that when you take it orally, it's not getting into the cells. But I think the data is to the point now, especially if you take a large enough dose, that it is getting to the cells. And the dosage that we need, the human studies really are not there yet. And I'm a little bit hesitant taking it, although anecdotally, if I take a large dose, I do feel it. And I've not taken IV, and I do that. But the feedback from people that I respect suggests that it's pretty effective.
Yeah, my friend who I was telling you about, who's been doing it every other day, he's in his late 50s, and he says he doesn't really notice much of a difference. But the first time I did it, I felt like I could jump over the moon. I had like an insane energy that I've never experienced. After that, it wasn't so bad. One time I did it, I felt like I was going to throw up afterwards. I know when you're doing it, it's extremely stressful and painful on your body. Like you feel like you feel like the flu while you're doing it. But after, I think it was the third time I did it afterwards, I felt like I was sick for a couple hours, which was really weird. I didn't have the energy despite it. I don't know if that had to do with like the needle placement, if they messed up, messed it up when they put the needle in my vein or what. But
was there anything else in the drip, like
Myers cocktail, yep. They did the NAD.
So you were experiencing that sort of like coldness that you feel, and sometimes there's different effects you may feel. Also, you have to acknowledge that ascorbic acid is a glucose antagonist. So vitamin C. So vitamin C and glucose use the same transporter. So when you get a big dose of vitamin C, big dose IV would be anywhere from 20 grams, your body goes into almost reactive hypoglycemia because the same channel, the glucose transporters that transport glucose also transport vitamin C, and it would be blocking that. So there's a wide variety of effects you could feel depending on if you want to fast or and you probably had to feel it pretty clear.
Oh yeah, no. The first time I did it fasted. I felt great. So like the time I got sick, I ate nothing before.
Okay. Yeah. So that could factor into that. Yeah. You're probably dumping a lot of insulin.
Let me see your badge.
So I think there's good science emerging from NAD. I'm of the opinion, let's try to increase NAD levels naturally, since it's naturally. So ketogenic diets, there are some people in the field, the basic science research and clinical research that feel that the therapeutic effects of the ketogenic diet on the brain and on the body are due to reduced NAD to NAD ratio. So there's a whole field of people kind of studying that fasting will increase NAD levels and exercise. So if you do a low carb ketogenic diet with intermittent fasting and exercise, you're basically doing like everything you do to boost your NAD levels. I don't think you have to do the IV route. I think you can get the benefits, and it's much easier, right? It's cheaper.
And it's interesting that it helps with COVID too.
You know, I didn't expect. I think it was from like an energetic point of view. Like I came down, I had very mild symptoms for about 2 or 3 days, and then I got a fever about 3.7. I remember I was working all day during this, the interviews and stuff with the school, and although it was virtual, I was not spreading my germs. But it was that day that actually got back on the virtual product, and I was negative. So I was installed and I turned the corner real quick. Like the next day I woke up, I was sprang out of bed, I was ready, ready for work. Like I had a lot of energy, but I could still feel that my immune system was in a hyper immune surveillance point of view. My glands were very swollen throughout the course of the day, by the end of the day, my brain had went down and just wrapped up just tickling back and forth. So for me, I don't know what version I had. I suspect I might have had the Delta variant. It started, it was just like a razor blade to my throat. And then I had the fever. It was really bad for 2 days, and then I was kind of for a week or two after. Whereas my wife, who obviously got the same thing, because it happened like the early symptoms started at the exact same time, and they both had the same fever. But her symptoms were muscle pain and brain pain. And eventually her symptoms were a little bit less than
And you get vaccinated?
Are
you want to talk about that? Or?
Well, I am because we work every year and I chose to get vaccinated. So I'll say that, but I'm in touch with a number of people who I was within a circle, like a family circle. They all got the same variant, because we all got sick around the same time. Yeah, and my wife is part of this big group, and it was kind of interesting to know that it did not seem to make a difference vaccinated and not.
Between you and your wife? Her symptoms were less than yours.
Yeah, her symptoms were, well, I'm not going to say if she's vaccinated or not, but I'll say that we were amongst her, she included a number of different people, and actually the people that were not vaccinated probably had maybe almost a couple of them didn't get it at all. We had a big family get-togethers and stuff, so I traveled back, and then got on the phone, and it was like, realized everybody was sick, so I got a head count of like who's sick, what are their symptoms, I went through everything.
Yeah.
And it was a couple people among family and friends that were unvaccinated, they didn't even get it, but all the family members got it. So I think the bottom line is that I don't think the whole point of vaccines was to decrease the length of the
Right, no, now you have to take more for one.
Yeah, and whether that, I don't think the protracted nature of the pandemic is due to the vaccine. I think we can reliably say that. So, but I think there is something to the idea, especially if you're older and metabolic health, if you have type 2 diabetes, if you're obese, if you're older, I'm all for getting vaccinated. When it becomes questionable if you are younger, if you're kids, that's a
I love it.
I don't even choose to weigh in on that because it's polarized that. I have my own opinions. I encourage my family members to definitely didn't help.
Yeah. What did you think of all the supplements that Joe Rogan said he took when he got? Because they were shitting all over him, all over the news, and they were saying the same thing. Ridiculous stuff, like, horse D1 and all that stuff. But he took a lot of stuff.
Yeah, well, I took monoclonal
and NAD, right? Oh yeah.
So I'm of the opinion. So I take, I take zinc, I take quercetin, I have prescription vitamin D that I have on hand.
Prescription?
Yeah, it's actually prescription vitamin D2. So I'll take D2 and D3, quercetin, zinc, vitamin C, a couple other things here and there. For lifting, I take creatine monohydrate, acetyl L-carnitine. I think that's really good. If you're on a ketogenic diet, your body gets depleted in carnitine because carnitine transports is a part of the fatty acid transport. So you tend to deplete it just because you're burning so much fat. So I do that, and then I take a lysine, which amino acid kind of contributes to your immune system, and then exogenous ketones. So I think all of that, and omega-3 fatty acids. Right. I tell people I'm going to take supplements, but I guess I just mentioned all of vitamin K. But it's all, I wake up in the morning and I set all the powders out. And then scoop it on, just take it in the morning, and then put another shaker bottle, But I do think that there's a case for supplements. Ivermectin's a little bit. I think there is some benefit that needs to be studied on it. We have cows, we have animals, we have tons of them on the farm. I didn't dig into get my veterinary stash.
It's funny that it's in the heartworm stuff that you give dogs,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
So if you read the ingredients, it's actually in there.
Tractor Supply, they like sold out of it. I do think there's a case to be made. I think we just need to study it a little further.
Well, it's funny. The crazy weird thing about it is the vaccine's supposed to be for prevention, and this other stuff that people are talking about is for treatment. Like treatment, once you already have it, like, it's the best way to treat it. You know, and people at hospitals say, wait until you need to be on earth, until you can't breathe, and then you show up.
Yeah. So my hunch is that in the very early case, maybe for as a prophylactic measure, ivermectin could potentially be useful in some people who are actually at risk. This is what I'm just speculating here. And also potentially good to have on hand at the first sign. But I think the science just needs to catch up and support that. There's some science, but it's just not the reason for
Yeah, every time I think I have it, or I think I'm getting something, or I feel something in my throat, I just stop eating. That's what I just do. Or I go in the sauna. If the sauna helps, then maybe that's stupid, but I go in the sauna, I sit in the sauna, and I stop eating.
That's two good points. So when you stop eating, then your body has less to deal with, right? So when we're eating, that's a big hit to our immune system because half of our immune system, more than half, is in our gut. So a lot of our immune cells and immune system function is dealing with the food that we're eating to neutralize. But every time we eat, if we eat a salad, if we eat a meal, there's a lot of toxic things that we can neutralize. Digestion. And not having to deal with that liberates the immune system is kind of like, a bunch of little soldiers, right? So it liberates a much bigger army for immune surveillance than you can do with viruses. And the sauna is kind of interesting because we know heat will kill COVID, heat kills a lot of different viruses. So if you get into a sauna, one thing that we did, we had an old spa jacuzzi thing at our house. It's a big concrete old thing. I fired it up after a couple of years. I finally got computers for it, and I tinkered with it so I can push it beyond what it's supposed to, right? So it doesn't go to basically a toilet. So I get it. Under certain conditions, I can get it at like what's considered like a safe limit, and I did. I heated it up to as much as possible and got it out, and I think that sort of helped me cover it. That's why we produce a heater. Just boosting your body temperature a couple of degrees as an antivirus decrease viral shedding if you're in the process of viral replication. So I think that was smart to do what we're doing. Going into the sauna and you don't want to be putting your body really hard with exercise because that could compromise the immune system. Through the fire.
Is there any studies that show the benefits of sauna combined with like ketogenic diet and cold, even the sauna, people going into the sauna and then going in really cold water?
Yeah.
I'll do that sometimes. I'll get the sauna and I'll come right out and look after my pool. Like right now it's 65. No, sorry, 55.
Yeah. Same here. I actually turned off the pool heaters and then I'll use the sauna and jump in. Yeah. Yeah, ice. I'm a big advocate of that. Cold therapy, sauna. So you're asking about ketogenic diet. I think the ketogenic diet will enhance the adaptive responses to the good sauna. Like a lot of scenarios, so we study therapeutics. We study the ketogenic diet, and then therapeutic ketosis induced with exogenous ketones. We study that too. into an extreme environment and have seen that the body is much more resilient and adaptable when it's in stage 2. The reasons for that are reasons that we are investigating, but have probably come up with speculation as to why that's happening.
Cool. Well, Dom, thank you for doing this. That's 2 hours. Where can the people listening and watching find more of your work, your website, everything that you're doing?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on. Giving this platform to speak. KetoNutrition.org. So KetoNutrition.org. We have a blog there. We're pretty active on that. We posted a blog this morning on bipolar disorder, actually ketosis. So we are very interested in actually advancing areas of science that are underfunded. And one area is actually metabolic psychiatry. So we are going to kind of have a meeting, a separate meeting at the Metabolic Health Summit. So if people are interested in attending an event where they have access to scientists, clinicians, and entrepreneurs scrambling into this space, and influencers too will be there in Santa Barbara in the first week of May. So if you could go to Metabolic Health Summit. So we bring everybody together to talk about many of the different topics that we were discussing today. And
Gotta order some more of that stuff.
yeah, so KetoNutrition.org, go to metabolic.summit.com and get more information about speakers. We have speakers from Harvard, Yale, and Stanford speaking on many topics that we hit today, including basically we break it up into brain health and cancer, and then we have metabolic optimization. And quite a few entrepreneurs will be speaking in the space about these new technologies. Emerging that are helping this community, whether it be different supplements or wearable devices.
Awesome. Well, thanks again, Dom. I very much appreciate it, and I'll link the stuff in the show notes as well.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Don.
Goodbye, world.
So they were like, fine, scale it back. Yeah, I think they pushed it back. Yeah. Well, it's also one of those things that was like, I didn't know that. So it's like, if you had no idea what your deal was, you're not a student of history, you're like, I'm thinking Tulsa. What do you think about that? They're like, what do you have to scan the fucking annals of history? Was there a genocide there? No. It was just on HBO. That was the scene. That was Tulsa was pretty rough, dude. They had in Tulsa.
Hello, world. Rick Allen Ross is a cult.
Yeah. They're throwing bombs out of actual planes. Why don't they ever talk about it?
Programmer who has been helping people escape cults since 1980.
I mean, that's me another thing too. When you're in history class in high school, they're like, and the government bombed a black town. Everyone's like,
He recently appeared on HBO's documentary called The Vow, which examines NXIVM, a self-help organization turned sex cult. His book is called Cults Inside Out, which demonstrates many of the tactics the groups use for control and manipulation, and more importantly, some of the more effective methods he and other experts have used to reverse that program. This episode's a wild one. We talk about mind control, NXIVM, Keith Raniere, the Heaven's Gate cult, Scientology. We talk about political cults, political ideologies, QAnon, and much, much more. I hope you all enjoyed this episode as much as I did. Please welcome the cult boss, Rick Ross. Okay, Rick Ross. Thank you for doing this, sir. I greatly appreciate it.
Nice to join you.
Cults are a fascinating topic to not just myself and yourself, but to everybody, especially American culture. Could you give me a brief background for our listeners and viewers specifically of yourself, how you got interested in cults, and basically your whole journey through this world?
It started for me in 1982. My grandmother was a resident in a nursing home. She was 83. And this weird religious group covertly planted its members in the paid professional staff of the nursing home.
in an effort to target the elderly there. And when my grandmother shared with me that she had been accosted by one of these people, I was pretty upset. I was upset enough to go to the director of the nursing home, and that led to me becoming an anti-cult activist and community organizer in Phoenix, Arizona. And it was the beginning of something that happened very spontaneously. First, I was involved in making sure that my grandmother and other people were safe in nursing homes, hospitals. I was also very concerned about minor children being recruited by various groups. There was no parental notification or permission, and I thought that was really a breach. And the idea that people would be floating around hospitals and going in to see people when they were ill, when they were very vulnerable, that also made me feel that something needed to be done. And so that led to a coalition of religious people in Phoenix that put out an educational pamphlet that was titled "What in God's Name is Going On in Arizona?" And we received endorsements from pretty much everyone, except for some of the evangelical churches who felt that they didn't want to participate. But generally, the Catholic Church, the Episcopal Church, the Methodists, the Jewish congregations, everyone collectively could see that it was necessary to have some type of ethics in the area of proselytizing. And that led to families approaching me about loved ones that were in various groups, some called cults. And I eventually became a full-time staff person at a social service agency in Phoenix, and then an education bureau. And by the end of the 80s, I was doing intervention work as a private consultant, where I was called a culty program. And since then, I have done over 500 interventions across the United States, internationally. I've worked in Australia, across Europe, in the Middle East. And, you know, it's just been a very interesting journey. I then wrote my book, Cults Inside Out, which is a compendium of information about how these groups exist and have existed historically, how they manipulate people, how to define them, and then the process that I've used and others have used to help rescue people and get people out of destructive cults.
Why is it that all these cult leaders are short, oddly proportioned men?
Well, not all of them. There have been some cult leaders who are quite tall.
I guess Heaven's Gate, that guy wasn't a short, weird. He was kind of weird looking, but he wasn't super short. You know?
Well, there was one leader of a group that was in North Dakota, and he was well over 6 feet tall. And so not all cult leaders are short little guys. Though David Miscavige, the leader of Scientology, is quite short. And Keith Raniere, who I dealt with for 14 years, was a very short, kind of weird-looking guy. And so, yeah, a lot of Charles Manson, very small guy. But and you could say that they were compensating or whatever. But in my experience, cult leaders most often are very narcissistic individuals, sociopathic, maybe. Most of them, I would say, are psychopaths, very destructive people, malevolent, malignant, not interested in other people and whether or not they're hurting them or how they're exploiting them. And they just don't seem to have any conscience whatsoever. I mean, in my work, over almost 40 years, I have met so many different cult leaders, and yet I feel like I'm meeting the same person over and over and over. because they talk alike, they act alike, and they have that same kind of dead emotional response when they're dealing with people and their pain, their suffering, which they inflict.
It's fascinating trying to kind of deconstruct these people's personalities, especially when it comes to people like Keith Raniere, because he's such like a quiet, you know, he's not like an overbearing, charismatic guy. He's very quiet. He projects himself as being extremely intelligent, which makes him so interesting. What is it about that? Like, what is the common? What makes him like that?
Well, Raniere was different in that regard. You know, people like David Koresh, Charlie Manson are more charismatic, more magnetic. Raniere was this little weird guy who looked like a gardener. And by the way, he was kind of smelly. He wasn't very good on personal hygiene. He claimed to be a genius. He had all these ridiculous stories about his life, how he was a prodigy. In reality, he really wasn't that intelligent, but he was a savant when it came to manipulating people. He could smell vulnerability. He could drill down and just crack people open. And he was a very sinister, evil person, even from his earliest childhood. There were children that went to school with him that he terrorized when he was like 10, 11 years old. And I was locked in litigation with him for 14 years. So I had to go through court-ordered mediation with Raniere. I testified against him in his criminal trial. And I sat through a 4-hour deposition, or, you know, many hours of him being questioned about his life as part of the lawsuit. And what I saw was a man who was a pathological liar, who invented this history of himself, very grandiose. And in reality, he was really nothing. He had never really had a real career or a job, other than being like an Amway distributor and then conning people in his consumer byline multi-level marketing scheme, which went under because of litigation and lawsuits that were pursued by attorney generals in numerous states. And Raniere was just, he was somebody who could never get enough. No matter how much money he got, he had to have more. No matter how many women he had to have more. And they had to be submissive to him. They had to be his slaves. And so he just kept going further and further. And this is the story of many cult leaders. They can never get enough power. They can never get enough money. They can never control people enough. So they keep pushing it, and eventually they push it over the line, and they get caught. And in Raniere's situation, ironically, I think it's fair to say that he was a misogynist, that he had no real respect for women. It was women in the end that took him down. His old girlfriend, Tony Natale, India Oxenberg indirectly, but most of all, her mother, Catherine Oxenberg, who I worked with, who basically decided that if Raniere would not let her daughter go, that she was going to go after her, and she was going to destroy the cult. And that's exactly what she did. And of course, Sarah Edmonds, who literally dared herself for the New York Times so that everyone could see what a heinous, horrible person he was, that they could see the scar from the brand that he required a number of women to bear. With no anesthetic, they would be screaming in agony. And there was a cauterizing iron that was used to engrave his initials on each of his victims.
Now, he has one of the most famous cults, I think, especially probably the most recent famous cult. I just watched the HBO documentary about it, The Vow. Could you give people just a brief background on his cult, NXIVM?
Well, NXIVM was a combination of things. You know, Ranieri ironically sued me for intellectual property rights, claiming that I had infringed on his exclusive intellectual property. In reality, what Nexium was copied from a number of sources. There was nothing original about it. It was mostly Scientology. Ranieri would even use the same jargon. He would call people like me an ST, suppressive person, because I was critical of Nexium. And he would use what they called the exploration of meaning, or EM, which were really like a kind of audience session in which people were asked many questions and they were expected to confess and empty themselves to the person that was helping them in an EM or a coach. But what Nexium was philosophically, it was a combination of Ayn Rand, who wrote Atlas Shrugged and other, Fountainhead and other books. And it was Scientology. And then there was the multi-level structuring of the coaches and the teachers. That was from Amway. And then there was the structure of seminars in which people would go through grueling day after day after day of these intense seminars. They were literally called intensive. They could go on for weeks. And that was, I think, based largely on groups like Landmark Education or Earhart Seminar Training S, where they do these large group awareness training sessions for over a weekend. And Ranieri could stretch this out for 2 years. And so these people would pay for these supposedly educational seminars that he was selling. They would pay thousands of dollars, and he would subject them to this training. And then they would have coaches assigned to them. And then if they became very involved in Nexium, which was originally called Executive Success Programs, or ESP, and the participants were called SPs, then they would become part of this subculture that grew up around Ranieri in Colony, New York, in the Albany, New York area. There were probably hundreds of them that moved to the Albany, New York area to literally be near their guru, their leader, who they called Vanguard. And then they called his co-founder, Nancy Salzman, Precept. And they reigned over this little empire of people from Mexico, from Europe, from all over the United States, many of them very, very wealthy, powerful. For example, the Seagram's heiresses, Claire and Sarah Bronfman, who reportedly gave Ranieri somewhere in the area of $100 to $150 million over a period of years. And then there was Emiliano Salinas, who is the son of a past president of Mexico. And there was a contingent group of people that were in Santa Cruz, that were in Guadalajara, Mexico City, that were very influential and powerful Mexican people that would come to these seminars as well. So it was a very largely an elite group of people. The actress Allison Mack from Smallville. Kristen Kruk was involved for a while, also a star from Smallville and a television star. But she eventually would leave the group. But many of these people were very well educated, wealthy people that Ranieri was nevertheless able to subdue their critical thinking, manipulate them, and control them.
There is a lot of, I couldn't help but think, watching this thing and learning about Nexium and some of the programs that they had, because there's a lot of really good, positive things that he was doing. A lot of the ideas, a lot of the principles, like being disciplined and, thinking outside the box, and a lot of the principles in there combined with, his entrepreneurial spirit. You got to respect him as an entrepreneur. It's almost like when that kind of mixes with his deep inner sociopathic evil, whatever evil is in him from when he was a child, and he starts to gain more and more power, it kind of, do you think maybe it spiraled out of control at one point, or do you think his intent was evil in the beginning?
Well, I think his intent was basically to take advantage of people. That he was basically a con man, a grifter, who took advantage of people all of his life. He exploited girlfriends. For example, I had a call from one of his college girlfriends who was terrified of him. He had stalked her after she had spurned him. And going all the way back to his grade school days, he was a very malevolent, controlling, manipulative person. It was almost like he was like the bad seed, and that he was hardwired to be a psychopath from his earliest recollections. I mean, his family really wasn't a bad family. He claimed that his mother wasn't a good mother. He made all kinds of claims about having a bad childhood. But from what I gathered over the years, his parents were basically pretty good people. And they tried to be good parents and raise him in a reasonable way. But he was arguably just kind of a bad seed. Some people think psychopaths are born. I would argue that Kiefer Neri might be an example of that. As he garnered more and more power, he became intoxicated with it, no question about it. The more influential people that gathered around him, the more he felt that he was omnipotent, that he was indestructible. And with the Bronfman money, millions and millions of dollars, he was able to harass his critics. For example, me, I had deprogrammed 3 people from the Nexium group on behalf of a family in New Jersey. One of their children, I was unsuccessful with working with them. But 3 of their adult children left Nexium as a direct result of my work. And later, I was given, through one of the children of the family, the study notes for taking the Nexium courses. And I gave those notes to a clinical psychologist and a forensic psychiatrist. And they wrote papers, which are published at copeeducation.com in this very large archive about Nexium that you can find there. And these papers were then published around 2001, 2002, and Ranieri immediately went after me. He went after me for copyright infringement, intellectual property trade secret violation, defamation. All told, according to my lawyers, he spent over $5 million suing me over a period of 14 years. The lawsuit was finally dismissed just before he was arrested. He also spent hundreds of thousands of dollars having me surveilled. He hired a private investigation company, Interpol, on Madison Avenue in Manhattan, and he gave them hundreds of thousands of dollars to stalk me, to go into my bank account, my bank records illegally, my phone records illegally. One of the reasons, or one of the crimes that Nancy Salzman, his cohort, is going to be in prison for over 3 years, is hiding information that she should have disclosed in the lawsuit, the federal lawsuit against me, in discovery. And when her home was raided, not only did they find $500,000 in cash, and by the way, Ranieri had $9 million in one checking account that they found, but Salzman kept files on the perceived enemies of Nexium. And when I testified at Ranieri's criminal trial, which was eerie, seeing him in the courtroom like that, a file was brought to me by the prosecutor and placed in front of me, and she said, have you ever seen this file? And I said, no, and there it was, my file, my SP file, or whatever you want to call it. And there were documents in it that I have no idea how he got them or she got them, but it was evidence of their just relentless pursuit of their perceived enemies, their critics. And so if it wasn't for the fact that I had a pro bono law firm working to defend me for nothing, which was the law firm Lowenstein Sandler in New Jersey, Peter Skolnick, Michael Norwick, and also Douglas Brooks, an attorney from Massachusetts, who had initially knew Ranieri because he had sued him when he had his multi-level marketing scheme, Consumer Violence. So it was with all these pro bono lawyers, including the Berkman Center at Harvard University, Public Citizen in Washington, D.C., that I was able to stand this withering barrage of litigation. An army of that Ranieri paid with the Seagram's heiresses money and put after it. And I was one of only, there were many other people that were pursued. Some of them were sued into bankruptcy because they weren't as fortunate as me to have pro bono legal help. Tony Natale suffered horribly. A woman that turned against Ranieri in Washington, Susan Domes, also went bankrupt. And he would just keep hounding these people. It was just unbelievable, the kind of maliciousness that there was in this guy.
Yeah, the beginning of that documentary, when I started to hear Nancy Salzman talk about things like NLP, the only person I've ever heard say that is Tony Robbins. So I'm instantly like thinking like, okay, this is a lot like a Tony Robbins seminar. That's what I thought of. But then, so you're like, okay, this is a good thing. And then you start to get to the dark, slavery, branding, sex manipulation type shit, and that's where it goes south fast. So when it comes to meeting these people and deprogramming them, is there a sort of playbook that you use, or is there a process to reverting these people out of this mindset or ideology?
Yes, there is. And my book, Cults Inside Out, has chapters devoted to that. There's a chapter on intervention, preparation for an intervention, and then there are case vignettes. For example, a Scientology intervention, an abusive controlling relationship intervention. Basically, a cult intervention takes 3 to 4 days, 8 hours a day. So we're talking about 24 to 32 hours of work. Like a drug or alcohol intervention, the family's there. And I'm going to cover 4 basic blocks during that intervention. Number 1, I'm going to talk with them about what defines a destructive cult, or an abusive controlling relationship, or a narcissistic personality profile. What research is there to document that, and how might it parallel that person's situation that they find themselves in? Number 2, how does coercive persuasion really work? What we call brainwashing is really a synthesis of influence techniques, thought reform, and coercive persuasion. So we examine that, the mechanics of that, the social isolation, control of information, the demand for personal confession. For example, the EMs, the exploration of meaning sessions in Ranieri's Nexus. And then you ask the question, is it coercive persuasion? What is the indoctrination process really all about in this group or in the situation that you're involved in? And then 3, what information has the group withheld from you? What secrets are there that you don't know, but you should know if you're going to continue with this organization or with this leader? And then finally, why did your family stage this intervention? What do they see that maybe you don't see? What are they worried about? What problems have they experienced, or estrangement do they feel has occurred as a result of your involvement with this group? So you go through those 4 blocks, and it's really an educational process and a dialogue, a discussion. and the family is offering their firsthand accounts, their observations. And what you're hoping is that you can have a kind of ignition point where the person's critical thinking comes into play, and they literally think their way out of the group, of the situation.
Another big misconception when you talk about brainwashing is you think vulnerable people that have like a hole in their life missing, or misfits or outcasts are the ones that are most susceptible to be brainwashed. But in this case, this proves quite the opposite. A lot of these people are well-educated, very smart people, successful, a lot of them extremely successful, own businesses, have millions of dollars, famous actresses. That was one of the biggest takeaways that I got from it.
Well, yeah, I think that's kind of the attitude is kind of a form of denial, really, to say, well, only stupid, damaged losers get involved in cults. I'm involved in this Bible study. I'm involved in this philosophical theosophy group.